Odded pervert. Hooligan. Under the night sky in Yanjing, a panicked and angry female voice sounded in a villa complex. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Damn, it hurts. Feeling as if he fell from a high altitude, his ass was about to crack, Yi Feng stood up unsteadily. No, master was taken away by a monster, I have to hurry. Hey, where is this? When he opened his eyes, he found that the Huiyun cave was no longer in front of him, but a completely unfamiliar place. There is a villa in front of him, and a villa behind him, and the surrounding lights are brightly lit under the night sky. It should be in a bustling city. What's going on? Yi Feng was in doubt. He clearly remembered that he followed the monster's trail and entered the Huiyun cave, but he accidentally stepped on the mechanism and fell from a high altitude. Why did you run into the city as soon as you opened your eyes? In his impression, there is no such city in the world of cultivating immortals. He stood up, and at this moment, a series of memories that didn't belong to him flooded in, which made him have a splitting headache, and he couldn't help shaking his head. This guy is also called Yi Feng? He didn't bring the key just now, and he wanted to climb the water pipe on the outer wall of the house to open the door on the second floor. But halfway up, he was startled by a female voice from the opposite side, and fell down to his death. This bloody plot made Yi Feng almost curse out loud. Facts have proved that it is wrong to leave home at night to play games online, and the guy Yi Feng is possessing right now is a living example. Etc. His face changed, and he recalled the snow-white and slippery body that came into view just now, as if this guy had just climbed onto it and accidentally saw a girl taking a bath opposite. No, he realized he was going to be in danger soon. Of these two adjacent villas, one belongs to Yi Feng's grandfather, and now only Yi Feng lives alone. The other one is by Fume, the beauty of Yi Feng's high school. The two lived very close, but they had little communication before. Yi Feng, you are dead. A clear female voice that was full of anger but pleasant to hear came to Yi Feng's ears at this moment. Yi Feng trembled, and when he turned around, he saw that the pure and beautiful schoolgirl in his memory had already put on a snow-white skirt, holding a fruit knife in his hand. With a delicate face and anger, he rushed into the alley between the two villas. Run! Yi Feng judged instantly that the beauty in front of him was a great threat to him now. In case of being stabbed by the fruit knife in her hand, it is very likely to die. If it was the former Yi Feng, of course he wouldn't be afraid of a little girl who had no strength to restrain her. But now, he is attached to the previous Yi Feng's body, and this guy's body is also powerless. Yi Feng decided that once he escaped from the pursuit of the so-called school belle, he must cultivate as soon as possible to have the ability to protect himself, and then investigate why he appeared in such a ghostly place. He ran straight away. According to his memory, there was no chance of escape in the villa complex, so he ran straight to the gate of the complex. At this time, the school beauty didn't have any poise at all. A pair of bright and beautiful big eyes seemed to spew out fire, and she chased after Yi Feng stubbornly. She had just entered the bathroom, put in the hot water, and wanted to take a comfortable bath, but when she took off all her clothes, revealing her skin like jade, she suddenly saw someone crawling up the wall of the villa opposite the window. A figure. Isn't it the bastard kid next door, who only knows how to play games every day? Peeping. Shameless. Dirty. At that time, she was panicked, and she didn't expect to scare the kid down. But how could it be possible to forget about the whole body being seen? At that time, she decided that she must catch the other party and turn him over to the police station. Stop, don't run. Yi Feng was in front, and the school flower was following closely with a fruit knife, and ran out of the community gate not long after. A young security guard in the security room saw two figures running and chasing the other out. He thought it was a conflict between the young couple, so he didn't care, and continued to watch his TV. This body is really weak, and he runs so slowly. But when it comes to escaping, who can beat me? Yi Feng was out of breath very quickly, but in the world of cultivating immortals, he was a well-known master of escape, and he had escaped from the pursuit of countless strong men in the world of cultivating immortals. If he was caught up by a little girl here, wouldn't it make people laugh when it spread? He ran through several streets, specifically going to crowded places, and soon arrived at a bustling and lively place. In my memory, this place is called Bar Street. There are many people, and it is a good place to get rid of chasing and killing. Looking back, the girl was still chasing from a distance, but she hid the fruit knife. Otherwise, you will definitely encounter inhuman crowds along the way. Hey, I just wanted to climb up to open the door, and I didn't mean to peek, so why bother to kill them all? But, this little girl is really good, white and tender, with a protruding front and back. Yi Feng thought about it, his body became a little hot, he quickly shook his head, now is not the time to think about it. Yi Feng ran into the bar street in 2 or 3 steps, wandered around for a while, and disappeared. Su Menghan chased him all the way, seeing Yi Feng running into the bar street from a distance, he hesitated in his heart. She had heard before that the street in this bar was always chaotic, and it seemed inappropriate for a beautiful girl to run in alone. But when she thought that her whole body was being watched by that brat, she couldn't get angry. If I don't catch you today, wouldn't it be worse in the future? She gritted her teeth and ran after him into the bar street. The beautiful figure, as soon as it appeared on this street, immediately attracted the eyes of countless people, with surprise, desire, greed, and doubt in their eyes. Su Menghan was a little scared, but she still had the courage to look around her surroundings, looking for the figure she hated so much in the crowd. After about half an hour, Yi Feng had already reached the center of the bar street. Turning around, he didn't see Su Menghan catching up, so he was relieved. A woman who is still so violent is just like master. Yi Feng walked on the street, looking at the feasting lights of various bars on both sides, men and women, very fresh. In his previous world of cultivating immortals, there was no such scene. He turned around for a while, and realized that finding a quiet place on this street to start practicing is undoubtedly a fantasy, and it seems that he can only leave here first. Just when he was about to find another place, suddenly a panicked female voice came from a side alley. Help! The voice was very soft. If Yi Feng hadn't been close, he definitely wouldn't have heard the cry for help. Hey, isn't that the voice of the schoolgirl just now? When Yi Feng heard it, he felt a little strange. He didn't expect that the so-called schoolgirl really chased after her, and it seemed that something unexpected happened. He didn't want to take care of it at first, but when he thought about it, the little girl ran into this mixed place because she was chasing him. If something happened, how would he feel at ease? Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the alley, ready to see what was going on. Yi Feng ran into the alley, and soon saw a figure running out of it, who seemed a little panicked. It's you, Tian Yuliang? Yi Feng saw the other party's appearance clearly, and searched out the other party's information from his memory. Tian Yuliang, a son-in-law in their high school class, has a small fortune in his family and pesters Su Menghan all day long. Not only because of her beauty, but also because of her wealthy family. Even in Yanjing, the capital of China, where every inch of land is expensive and where multimillionaires walk everywhere, the assets owned by Su Menghan's family can be ranked high. With shiny hair and a black leather jacket, Tian Yuliang looks like a little gangster, but now he is in a mess. Yi Feng? Tian Yuliang escaped scrambling, looked up and saw Yi Feng, a little stunned. He took the goddess Su Menghan in his heart and searched for half an hour in the bar street, but he couldn't find Yi Feng, but unexpectedly, he saw him here. It's a pity that now that Su Menghan is blocked by those guys from the Heavenly Snake Gang, it must be a bad luck. If it was an ordinary gangster, Tian Yuliang could still try to settle it. But the Heavenly Snake Gang, even his father would not dare to mess with it. It is said that anyone who messes with the heavenly snake gang will have a miserable end. Thinking that the goddess in his heart would be ruined by such four alcoholics, Tian Yuliang was very upset, but to him, his own life was obviously much more important than a Su Menghan. Tian Yuliang was not in the mood to pay attention to Yi Feng. He was afraid that those drunks would rush out to find him at this moment. After meeting Yi Feng face to face, he ran out of the alley and quickly disappeared. It seems quite dangerous. Yi Feng looked at the back of the guy fleeing, thought for a moment, found half a brick beside him, and held it in his hand. Now he has no cultivation, and his strength is extremely weak, so he can't rush in without bringing anything. He tiptoed to a corner in the alley, and slowly poked his head out to take a look. What he saw made him secretly happy. I saw four drunken strong men, each measuring 1.81 m9, with white snakes painted on their cuffs, which should be the logo of the snake gang that day. They blocked the schoolgirl named Su Menghan in an alley, and they were about to commit atrocities. To Yi Feng's delight, those four strong men all turned their backs to him. "Hey grandson!" Yi Feng ran forward, roared loudly, and then threw the brick in his hand forcefully. Su Menghan was about to cry. At this moment, she regretted chasing that brat to the bar street, and even hated the guy who led the way. As soon as she entered the bar street, she met Tian Yuliang, who often pestered her in the class. Tian Yuliang said that he was familiar with the bar street, and could help her find Yi Feng, but in this alley, he met four gangster drunks, and as soon as he saw her beauty, he became malicious. Seeing this battle, Tian Yuliang was so frightened that he pissed off, wishing he could grow four legs like a dog, and left her and ran away without looking back. At this time, four tall, burly, drunken men surrounded her in this alley. Their eyes were full of obscenity, and looking at her was like looking at a stripped animal. Light lamb. The desperate Su Menghan had no choice but to call out help, but in this kind of inaccessible alley, even if she called for help, so what? Just as she was clutching the fruit knife hidden in her skirt and trying to fight desperately, a familiar voice suddenly came from around the corner. "Hey grandson!" As soon as this provocative sentence was uttered, it immediately attracted the attention of the four drunk men. "Where did the scumbag come from, dare to ruin my good deed?" One of the drunk men cursed and turned his head away. Before he could react, he saw a lump flying towards him, and then hit him heavily on the face. "It's half a brick." This time, he was hit directly with blood gushing out, his face was bloody, and he collapsed from the pain, screaming incessantly. Although Yi Feng's strength is not strong, as a cultivator, his grasp of strength and angle is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to say whether the brick could hit someone, let alone make the other party's face bloody. The other three drunks were stunned, and Su Menghan was also stunned. "Aren't you going to run?" Without any hesitation, Yi Feng took advantage of the drunken men's stupefaction, pulled Su Menghan and ran out of the alley. If these people were not drunk but sober, then Yi Feng would definitely have to get involved, let alone saving people. It's a pity that when they were drunk, their thinking was a little slower, and by the time they realized it, Yi Feng had already dragged Su Menghan to run more than 10 meters away. One of them came to his senses and went to check the bloody wound, and the other two ran after him. "Stinky boy, stop for me. If I was chasing someone, I wouldn't say such nonsense." Yi Feng smiled contemptuously, pulled Su Menghan, quickly turned a few corners, and quickly returned to the main road of Bar Street. When he saw people all over the street again, Su Menghan was so moved that he was about to cry, but unfortunately, the two drunk men behind him still chased after him, and they had a tendency to act recklessly on the Bar Street. "You're running too slowly." Yi Feng frowned, and stretched out his arms to hug Su Menghan. Her soft and delicate body was very light. Yi Feng hugged her and ran wildly, not only did not slow down, but even faster. The distance between him and the drunk was getting wider and wider. People on the bar street looked sideways. What's going on? Grandma's bear, that kid runs really fast. Seeing Yifeng running farther and farther with Su Menghan in his arms, the two drunks finally gave up, spat and cursed, but if you smash Brother Tai like that, that kid will die. With the ability of the Sky Snake gang, finding out the identities of Yifeng and Su Menghan couldn't be easier. Put me down. After running out of the bar street, seeing that there was no danger, Su Menghan struggled to get up. She couldn't help but recall the feeling of flying like lightning just now. But since she was a child, she has never been touched by any other man except her father. She didn't expect that Yifeng not only saw all of her, but also took advantage of him all the way, which made her extremely annoyed. Yifeng let go when he heard this. Ouch! Su Menghan fell down on the road, let out a cry of pain, and hated in his heart, why is this boy so unmannered? She glared at Yifeng resentfully, and stood up while supporting the street lamp. Under the night and street lights, her graceful and delicate body under the snow-white long dress looked extremely seductive. With that perfect oval face and exquisite facial features, she was indeed the #1 school belle of the high school affiliated to Yanda University. Yifeng sized her up a few times, and couldn't help but think of the feeling of holding her just now, smooth and soft, with full and elastic breasts. He couldn't help but think of his master, who was also a peerless beauty, known as Han in the world of cultivating immortals. Ice Fairy, I don't know what's going on now. Master, she was captured by a monster. Yifeng thought about this matter again, but unfortunately he is in a foreign land and can't do anything. In fact, his master's cultivation was 10 times better than his. Even if he was still in Huiyun Cave, it wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, he wanted to find a place to practice quickly, hoping to find a way to go back as soon as possible. He left quickly, but Su Menghan's angry voice came from behind, wait a minute. Hearing Su Menghan call him to stop, Yifeng turned around, why? Send me home. Su Menghan glared at him and said, thinking that this guy is really an idiot who only knows how to play games, and he would actually want to leave her alone at a time like this. No time. Yifeng refused. You. Su Menghan couldn't figure it out, how could this guy be so stupid? Why is there no time? Aren't the two families together, and there is no time to take her home by the way? Take me home, or I'll tell my dad. It's the same sentence, but added a sentence after it. Yifeng originally didn't want to bully her, but after hearing her last sentence, he stopped in his tracks. In the memory he accepted, Su Menghan's father was not something to be messed with, and he had never had a good impression of him. If he knew that Yifeng dared to spy on his daughter's bath tonight. Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat. With his current strength, wouldn't he be easily killed by the opponent? Fuck you, let's go. Yifeng compromised, gave in, extremely aggrieved, because this was the first time he gave in to someone other than his master, and he was still a little girl. However, he can't do without yielding, after all, he is no longer the supernatural cultivator of the past. Seeing his aggrieved look, Su Menghan felt a little secretly happy, but then she became unhappy again. If someone had the opportunity to send her home late at night, they would definitely cheer and be inexplicably excited. How could the Yifeng look reluctant? Don't tell what happened today. While walking, Su Menghan said something. If her father finds out that she goes to a place like Bar Street at night, will she have to break her leg? Oh. Yifeng nodded absently, he was thinking about his training plan. Seeing him like this, Su Menghan felt even more upset, but occasionally, when she recalled the phrase grandson in the alley and the brick that followed, she still felt a little moved. Although this guy is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to play games, and even does such despicable and shameless things as voyeurism, but to be honest, he looks much more pleasing to the eye than a son like Tian Yuliang, at least he is reliable when facing danger. The two were walking, and when they were about to return to King Feng Yin, a midnight blue BMW 7 Series luxury car drove up and stopped beside them the next moment. Seeing this car, Su Menghan was taken aback immediately. Isn't this her father's car? Yi Feng glanced sideways, and saw a dignified middle-aged man in the passenger seat, looking angrily at him and Su Menghan outside the car. He immediately felt that something seemed wrong. In my memory, because Su Menghan's father was too busy with business, he seldom returned to King Feng Yin. Most of the time in the villa in King Feng Garden, there are only Su Menghan and the nanny who will go home at night. Unexpectedly, her father came back tonight. Boarding. The middle-aged man rolled down the car window and gave Su Menghan a stern look. Su Menghan had no choice but to open the back door, and before going in, she took a look at Yi Feng, and couldn't help but feel a little worried for him. Yi Feng, although he also lives in a King Feng Yin villa worth millions, he has always lived alone. Su Menghan's father, Su Xincheng, had investigated it a long time ago. Yi Feng had no father or mother, and he had no social connections. This villa still belonged to his grandfather. Su Xincheng had never met Yi Feng's grandfather, but he hadn't shown up for so many years, so it wouldn't be any special person. The most important thing is that even a villa in King Feng Yin is not worth mentioning in Su Xincheng's eyes. Therefore, Su Xincheng never let his daughter have any contact with Yi Feng. But today, he saw Yi Feng walking on the road with his daughter. It was still late at night. Damn it, does that kid dare to hit his daughter's idea? Su Xincheng was really angry. How precious his daughter is, how can she be with such a poor boy? It seems that we have to give that kid a good warning, and then let Su Menghan move away from King Feng Garden. Of course, in his capacity, it was impossible to talk to Yi Feng in person. This kind of thing, I will leave it to the assistant and driver to handle it later. The luxury car sped away and soon entered the King Feng Yin parking lot. Yi Feng could see the look of disdain in Su Xincheng's eyes, but he didn't take it to heart. He is an immortal cultivator, what does he care about with this ordinary person? Without Su Menghan by his side, Yi Feng relaxed and quickly ran back to King Feng Yin. According to Yi Feng's usual method, he continued to climb up the water pipe on the wall. Of course, his movements were much more flexible than Yi Feng's before. He quickly went up to the second floor within a few strokes, and jumped in from the balcony window. At this time, Su Menghan didn't want to be taught a lesson by her father, so she had already taken the lead and hid in the bathroom. Looking up, he happened to see Yi Feng crawling in from the side, so he couldn't help covering his mouth. It turns out that he just wanted to enter the door, not to peek. At this time, she realized that she had misunderstood the other party. Thinking of the scene where she just forgot to draw the curtains and was completely naked by the other party, her delicate face turned red all of a sudden. Such a long distance, you shouldn't be able to see anything, right? Although she thought it was impossible, she could only comfort herself in this way. Recalling the scene where Yi Feng appeared in front of her at the critical moment just now at the bar street, her heart was still pounding a little bit. She hurriedly closed the curtains, and was about to turn on the water again to take a bath. Downstairs, Su Xincheng was sitting on the sofa, wearing a fit suit, which made him look mature and stable, exuding an aura of being in a high position. This is the chairman of the Su Xin group, with countless resources in his hands. Opposite him was his beautiful assistant and driver, dressed in a mature and sexy office worker, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, long hair with a shawl, a short black skirt and flesh-colored stockings, making her even more seductive. This is 200,000 yuan, you take it to warn that kid and tell him to stay away from Menghan. Su Xincheng signed out a check and handed it to the beautiful assistant. Okay, Director Su. The beautiful assistant took the check, twisted Xiaoman's waist and left the villa, walked to the next door where the lights had just been turned on, ready to threaten Yi Feng with a warning. Su Xincheng was sitting on the sofa, looking at her alluring back. His anger was still hard to dissipate in his heart. he had to educate that little girl Su Menghan, otherwise she would really be able to do anything. Yifeng entered the house from the balcony on the second floor, and turned on the lights in the villa by memory. It has to be said that being able to live in such a two-story villa is still very enviable, but he has his own difficulties. In this villa, he can only go to 3 places, one is the hall, one is his bedroom, and the other is the bathroom. If he was running around, his goddamn grandpa wouldn't be sending him living expenses. So, Yifeng is indeed a poor ghost. Just as he was about to start practicing, he heard someone ringing the doorbell outside. Yifeng was a little puzzled, who would come at this time? When he ran up to open the door, he saw a sexy Yujia wearing glasses standing at the door. He recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the beauty who just drove Su Xinchang? Yifeng saw a beautiful woman standing outside the door, but he didn't let her go. Instead, he blocked the door, pretending not to let her in. Girl, what's the point of visiting late at night? When the assistant Humimi saw Yifeng's posture, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. She didn't see a beautiful woman standing at the door. Did you come to see him for something? It's unreasonable to block her from the door and not let her in. Moreover, he called her girl in a weird way. What age is this? How can someone call someone like that? No wonder Mr. Su doesn't have any good feelings for this kid. This kid is indeed a big bumpkin. Boss Su told me to bring you a sentence. Humimi glanced at him, and she despised him even more when she saw his dirty body. Miss Su is not worthy of someone like you, so don't get close to her in the future. This is given to you by President Su, you can accept it. She handed over the check. Yifeng saw that it was 200,000, and he was a little surprised. Doesn't Su Xinchang seem to hate him? Why did you send him money back? After thinking about it for a while, I realized that it was the transaction fee given to him by the other party to let him leave Su Menghan. But the problem is, he has nothing to do with Su Menghan. Is this the rhythm of the other party giving him money for nothing? Yifeng was really rude. He took the check and closed the door with a bang, without even looking at the beautiful assistant. For the current Yifeng, the 200,000 is really a timely help. No matter where you are, you must have sufficient resources if you want to practice. If you can't get enough to eat, how can you talk about cultivation? You can get 200,000 yuan for no reason, don't want it for nothing. Next, it's time to take a good bath first, and then study the cultivation matters. Yifeng's action of slamming the door made Humimi's face suddenly ugly. As the celebrity around Su Xinchang, the chairman of Sushin Group, when would she not be fawned on by others? Now he was turned away by a country bumpkin. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. When she returned to Su Xinchang next door, she was in a bad mood. How is it going? Su Xinchang saw her expression in his eyes, and asked lightly. Su Dong, he accepted it. Humimi's responsible report. That's good. Su Xinchang nodded. Go up to see that girl, why doesn't she come down? I'm coming down. A crisp girl's voice came from the stairs. It was Su Menghan, who had just taken a shower. At this time, she just heard Humimi's words, he accepted it, and she felt a little irritable all of a sudden. Oh? That's good. Su Xinchang turned his head, glanced at his beautiful daughter who had just taken a shower, pointed to the opposite side of the sofa to signal her to sit down, and then said to himself, just now Xiao Hu went to talk to that Yifeng for a while. Between you and 200,000, he chose 200,000. I have nothing to do with him. Su Menghan sat on the sofa very unhappy, thinking that her father was a fool who gave money to others for no reason. But in her heart, she couldn't be sure why she was uncomfortable. Even she herself didn't realize that Yifeng already had some place in her heart. Just when she heard that Yifeng had chosen 200,000 between her and 200,000, her affection for him disappeared all of a sudden. I will move to Yanqi tomorrow, and let Xiao Hu pick you up. Su Xinchang said something in an undeniable tone. Yanqi Villa District is a new high-end villa district in Yanjing City. The living environment is much better than Qingfengyuan, but it is a bit far away from the high school attached to Yanda University, where Su Menghan goes to school. What? Su Menghan stood up all of a sudden, with her beautiful eyes open. I'm not going. It's up to you, Su Xinchong said sternly. Su Menghan was reluctant, but helpless. Just because Dad saw her when she ran out tonight, is she going to move to that place she doesn't like? Unknowingly, Su Menghan hated Yi Feng even more. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know that the current Su Menghan hated him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. As for the 200,000 that he just got, he also didn't take it seriously. It's not that he doesn't know the value of the 200,000 yuan, but that to him, it can only meet his basic needs, and there's nothing to be excited about. What excited him was the ring he was wearing on his hand. It was an ancient magic weapon that he accidentally discovered in the treasure house of Huayan Cave. At that time, the ring was completely in the shape of a stone, but now when he saw it, there were two words on the ancient ring that read, Dragon Sword. It was because of this ancient dragon sword ring that he accidentally stepped on the mechanism and fell into this modern city. The ancient dragon sword ring, could it be the one in the legend? Seeing the ring on his hand clearly, Yi Feng was overjoyed. This was much stronger than the joy of getting the 200,000. Don't say 200,000, even 2 billion, you can't buy such a ring. The legendary Dragon Sword Ancient Ring can open the Dragon Sword Ancient Tomb and obtain ancient immortal artifacts, but now Yi Feng, let alone the Dragon Sword Ancient Tomb, is still hard to say whether he can even return to the immortal cultivation world. The air in this world is turbid, and I don't know if there are enough natural materials and earthly treasures for me to practice. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He didn't know if the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring had other functions, but now was obviously not the time to study it. In the world of cultivating immortals, the cultivation of immortals is calculated by time. Generally, the longer the cultivation time, the stronger the strength. A cultivator who has cultivated for 10 years is obviously much better than a cultivator who has only cultivated for 5 years. Before coming here, Yi Feng was an immortal cultivator with 10 years of cultivation. If he was placed in a modern city, he could completely walk sideways. If you want to improve your cultivation, one is to cultivate the mind of cultivating immortals, and improve day by day. Another thing is to eat some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or rely on other adventures. If luck is against the sky, even a guy who has only practiced for 1 year can have 10 years of cultivation. Among cultivators, 10 years of cultivation is a watershed. 10 years of Yin gods, 100 years of Yang gods, is a very popular saying in the world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng recalled the method of cultivating immortals he practiced in the realm of cultivating immortals Star 2 Mart. This is the most basic method of cultivating immortals. After practicing, one day will increase in cultivation level. I heard that there are some advanced mental methods that can be practiced several times or 10 times faster, but it's a pity that such advanced mental methods are not available to Yi Feng. Yi Feng returned to his room after taking a shower, and wanted to try to run the Star 2 Mart, but his face suddenly changed. Because he discovered that his body was unable to cultivate. No, not only him, but everyone in this world cannot practice. The reason is simple. People in the world of cultivating immortals all have a pill core in their dantian, which is used to generate and control the circulation of true energy throughout the body. But people on this earth don't have a core in their dantian. In this way, even true qi cannot be generated. How can it be possible to cultivate? Just when Yi Feng was downcast, not knowing what to do, the ancient dragon sword ring on his right hand suddenly lit up, and traces of mysterious air entered his body. Is this forming a core? Yi Feng was overjoyed. It is really a surprise that the ancient dragon sword ring has such a heaven-defying effect. This is not just as simple as allowing him to practice, but, doesn't this mean that he is the only one on Earth who can practice? He didn't believe that other people would have such a heaven-defying magic weapon as the dragon sword ancient ring. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, the ancient ring of dragon sword is one of the top magic weapons. Once it appears, it will trigger competition from various forces, and blood will flow like rivers. In this way, as long as you act carefully, you will be safe on Earth, as long as you work hard to find a way to return to the world of cultivating immortals. Under the effect of Longjian Gujia, a dandelion the size of an edamame quickly formed in his dantian, which made him feel relieved and finally began to practice the art of revolving star tomb. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, he had practiced the star tomb Ju for 8 years, and he was very familiar with this method of cultivating immortals. Now with just a thought, a trace of true energy is generated in the dantian, and it starts to walk up and down the whole body along the fixed meridian route. Little Sunday, Big Sunday. Soon, all the meridians were opened up. Next, the star-grave art will run on its own, increasing his cultivation every day, making him gradually become a strong man in this world. Of course, it is far from enough to just practice the mind. If you want to increase your cultivation quickly, you must look for some natural materials and earthly treasures, medicinal herbs and elixirs everywhere, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in them. With true energy, Yi Feng has the ability to protect himself temporarily, because he can finally perform the most basic boxing technique in the world of cultivating immortals, Bagua boxing. In the world of cultivating immortals, immortal cultivators mainly use immortal skills in battle, such as swallowing clouds and fog, walking against the wind, overwhelming mountains and seas, and all kinds of incredible means. Few people would use this kind of boxing kung fu like Bagua boxing in actual combat, but now that Yi Feng has just practiced, the true energy in his body is only enough for him to use this kind of kung fu. He who can perform Baguaquan, if he encounters 4 drunks like Bar Street again, he doesn't need to be afraid at all. Finally, I felt my body getting stronger bit by bit. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief and went to bed to rest. Early the next morning, Yi Feng got up early and decided to go to the high school affiliated to Yin University. Of course he didn't want to go to school, but went to meet a best friend who usually had a good time. He heard that the guy's family was in the antique business, so Yi Feng wanted to go and see if he could find any treasures from his house. He had nowhere to spend the 200,000 checks on his body. If he could find some good cultivation resources, it would be a good deal. Yi Feng knew that there were such terrifying existences as guns in this world. For him now, if it is still difficult for him to escape in the face of guns, he must strengthen his strength as soon as possible. The high school affiliated to Yanda University is not far from Qingfengyuan. Yi Feng walked there, and it took 20 minutes to arrive. When he was about to reach the school gate, a car drove by beside him, and the person sitting in the passenger seat was the beautiful school belle, Su Menghan, who was wearing a long snow-white dress. Snort. When Su Menghan saw him, she didn't have a good face at all. She got off the car at the school gate and walked straight in. The pure, beautiful, sexy, and graceful figure instantly attracted the attention of a series of boys. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't care about the attitude of this so-called school belle. But when he looked towards the school gate, he was stunned, because he saw 3 idlers at the school gate, with a white snake painted on the cuff of his clothes. People from the Sky Snake Gang. The 3 thugs of the Heavenly Snake Gang, of course, came here to teach Yi Feng a lesson. When they saw Su Menghan, they obviously recognized her as the chick in the video last night, but they didn't bother her. Because they had already found out last night that this woman was the daughter of the chairman of the Sushin group. Although the Sky Snake Gang was not afraid of her, they didn't want to get into trouble because of it. However, since this chick has appeared, the kid surnamed Yi should be coming soon, right? Sure enough, when they looked around, they saw Yi Feng walking leisurely along the road towards the school gate, and they all laughed and started gearing up. They are Su Menghan felt a little strange when he saw the three people at the school gate. When they saw them smiling maliciously at Yi Feng, who was walking, they immediately understood that these three people were looking for Yi Feng. "Menghan, good morning, I'm so glad to meet you." An equally carefree voice sounded from Su Menghan's ear, but it was Tian Yuliang, who ran away last night. Su Menghan didn't even look at him. She really didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of young master who was unreliable at critical moments. What she cares about now is Yi Feng, who is still outside the school gate. She was secretly refreshed, and especially wanted to see Yi Feng suffer a little bit, but deep down in her heart, she was also faintly worried. After all, Yi Feng was her classmate. Tian Yuliang, who came to her side, was still wearing the black leather jacket, his hair was shining, and when he saw Su Menghan ignoring him, his expression became gloomy. It must be because of what happened last night that she didn't even bother to say hello. Tian Yuliang looked at Yi Feng, who was walking towards the school gate, and thought, "Boy, although I don't know how you saved Su Menghan last night, but you messed with the Heavenly Snake gang, this time you are dead." Yi Feng gradually approached, and the scene became tense. Seeing that there seemed to be a good show to watch, some students near the school gate also stopped in their tracks, pointing at the three gangsters and Yi Feng, who was getting closer. The security guard at the school gate pretended not to see this scene. "There is no way, the Heavenly Snake can't afford to offend him. The most taboo force in this area as a security guard is the Heavenly Snake gang. How dare he provoke him? After messing with the Heavenly Snake gang, let alone continue to be a security guard, it is even a question of whether he can continue to hang around here. Now at most, the student will be beaten up, and it won't be fatal. When the time comes, just help call an ambulance. Boy, come with us wisely." The leader, a tall and thin gangster, stood up and looked at Yi Feng approaching jokingly. Seeing the opponent's arrogance, Yi Feng's expression remained the same. He stepped forward, and without thinking, he gathered his true energy on his right leg, and kicked it out instantly. To deal with this kind of guy, Yi Feng will not be merciful, and at the same time he will not talk nonsense with them. In the world of cultivating immortals, a trance is the end of death. How can there be time for nonsense in a fight? With a bang, Yi Feng kicked that guy between his legs heavily. At this moment, the sound of egg breaking seemed to ring in the ears of everyone around. As long as it was a man, their bodies trembled almost at the same time. So cruel. The tall and thin bastard's face was livid, unable to bear the pain of the broken egg. He fell to his knees clutching between his legs. "Grass! Kill him!" The other two gangsters were also stunned by this situation, and they reacted immediately. Without any hesitation, they punched Yi Feng each, fiercely. These three little gangsters are all peripheral members of the Heavenly Snake gang, and they came here to bring Yi Feng back to make Brother Tai, whose face was smashed last night, vent his anger. Therefore, the fighting power of these three guys is not strong, not as good as those drunks last night. Seeing that the other two were fighting, Yi Feng's meridians all over his body became active, his two fists gathered true energy, and without even thinking about it, he punched two incomparably exquisite punches in succession. 8 diagrams fist. The left fist landed on one person's lower abdomen, and the right fist landed on the chest of the other. With two bangs, the bodies of the two flew upside down, kicking up a cloud of dust, and a puddle of was sprayed on the ground. I don't know who spit it out. Yi Feng actually knocked the two gangsters away with 2 punches. One scene after another at the school gate left everyone around stunned. Su Menghan's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at the simple-dressed boy at the school gate in disbelief, wondering what was going on in her mind. It was so shocking. Yi Feng knocked a drunk man unconscious with half a brick last night, and then led her to escape from the bar street. She didn't feel much. But now, she realized that Yi Feng is different from before. Tian Yuliang, who was standing by her side, opened his mouth wide when he saw Yi Feng easily dealt with the 3 gangsters from the Heavenly Snake gang. He couldn't believe it. Is this the same poor kid who only knew how to skip class and go to an internet cafe to play games? How much strength would it take to knock two adults into the air? For a moment, the students around all pointed at Yi Feng, their expressions couldn't hide their surprise. Due to the sudden incident, no one had time to take a video, only a few photos were taken. In this era of advanced communication, I believe that the entire Yanda High School will know about this matter soon. The security guards in the security room at the school gate were even more stunned. They couldn't figure out how a middle school student knocked down 3 members of the Heavenly Snake gang with such a snap. It's over now. This student has provoked the Heavenly Snake gang, and he might disappear suddenly one day. Although the security guard was surprised by Yifeng's force, he still shook his head regretfully. After all, the young people nowadays are too young and too impulsive. He was not the only one who thought so. But if they let these people know what's going on in Yifeng's mind right now, they will definitely be scared to pee. The Heavenly Snake gang is too troublesome today, we have to find a time to get rid of it in one fell swoop. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Without even looking at Su Menghan and Tian Yuliang next to him, he walked straight into the school. Since he was a child, his beautiful master taught him that people or forces that threaten him must not be let go if they can be eliminated. This is one of the survival rules in the world of cultivating immortals. What are you proud of? Seeing that Yi Feng didn't even look at her, Su Menghan felt resentful in her heart. She and Yi Feng were in the same class, so they could only follow. Looking at Yifeng's back along the way, he was very unhappy. But faintly, seeing that Yi Feng was fine, deep down in her heart she was relieved. After all, she was her classmate, and she would not bear it if she was beaten up by the underworld. What's more, Yi Feng got involved in these gangsters because of her. The classroom of Class 1 of the 3rd year of senior high school was full of noise. When Yi Feng came in, all the classmates in the classroom looked at him as if they were monsters. Obviously, word of what just happened has spread throughout the class. Little B, I didn't expect you to be so fierce, and you can't hide it? A somewhat obscene voice sounded. Yi Feng looked towards the source of the voice, and saw his best friend all along. The boy was called Obi, his hair was half white at a young age, and he could be recognized at a glance even in the crowd. As early as many years ago, Huagua allowed the use of English letters for names. At that time, Obi's grandfather felt that naming his son with English letters was high-end and foreign, so he named his son Oa. Oa inherited his father's wish and named his son Obi, which is the young man with premature graying in front of Yi Feng. It's nothing. By the way, I have something to ask you. Yi Feng smiled, ignored the surprised and puzzled eyes of other students around him, and went straight to Obi. Back when Yi Feng was in the world of cultivating immortals, many ancient jades and spirit stones contained spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which could improve the cultivator's cultivation level after absorbing it. Obi's family is in the antique business. If you're lucky, you might be able to find something. What's the matter? Don't worry, with my brother O here, I can solve everything for you. Obi patted his chest, but then he chuckled. Of course, if I'm asked to fight those gangsters downstairs, then forget it, my brother O is a civilized person. Come on, take me to your house tonight. Yi Feng stated his purpose straightforwardly. Although he really wanted to go now, such a request seemed unreasonable. After all, they were still students and had to attend classes. What, go to my house? Obi jumped up in surprise. Well, let's go see if there is anything good. Yi Feng sat down on his seat in the back row of the classroom and said. Hey, I get it. Obi rolled his eyes, and a wretched expression appeared on his face. There are so many, do you want Japanese and Korean ones, or European and American ones? Yi Feng was speechless and ignored him, but when he looked up, he saw Su Menghan walking into the classroom at this moment. The sexy body under the snow-white dress immediately attracted the attention of the whole class, including OB. TSK, Su Menghan is really beautiful, no matter how you look at her. Dad is still the chairman of Sushin Group. The standard by Fume, if I can date her. OB started dreaming again. At this moment, Su Menghan turned her head and glared at Yi Feng viciously. This one glance made OB's bones crumble, but he soon realized that Su Menghan was not staring at him, but at Yi Feng, and immediately became alert. Little B, tell me honestly, is there something wrong between you, what? Of course OB knew that Yi Feng and Su Menghan were neighbors. No. Yi Feng flatly denied it. Damn, still treat me as a brother. OB glared. It's really nothing. By the way, do you know the Sky Snake Gang? Yi Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he changed the subject immediately. Sky Snake Gang? Sure enough, OB fell into the trick, and was taken aback for a moment. I've heard of it before, what's wrong? I just hit the Sky Snake Gang. Yi Feng spread his hands. Damn, you're getting impatient. It was only then that OB realized that the three gangsters at the door who were beaten by Yi Feng were actually members of the Sky Snake Gang. His eyes widened suddenly, with a terrified expression. Sky Snake Gang? The local snakes around here. One of the three major gangsters in Yanjing. Yi Feng actually beat someone from the Sky Snake Gang? After OB's explanation, Yi Feng finally knew what kind of existence the Heavenly Snake Gang was after school in the evening. A powerful underworld gang established the Sky Snake Security Company on the surface, secretly sold drugs, and also operated some entertainment venues and casinos. It would be a pity to get rid of such a force. Why don't you think of a way to control it? Yi Feng thought, this is not troublesome. If he was in the world of cultivating immortals, he could easily concoct some poison to control the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. It's a pity that on Earth, I don't know if I can find suitable medicinal materials. I can go to the Chinese herbal medicine store to have a look later. Yi Feng didn't feel anything, but Obi was worried all day because he provoked the Sky Snake Gang. Let's go to your house. The last class was over. Yi Feng stood up and said to Obi. He and Obi are both day students, even in the third year of high school, they don't have to study late. You really? Obi shook his head helplessly. He couldn't figure out how the current Yi Feng could be so calm, offend the people of the Sky Snake Gang, and still want to go to his house to find some good stuff. When the two came to the school gate, the three gangsters had already run away. Only the pool of blood remained. As a key high school in Yanjing City, the capital of China, no matter how arrogant the members of the Heavenly Snake Gang are, they dare not enter the campus of the high school attached to Yanda University to act wildly. Su Menghan, who was walking in front of the two, gave Yi Feng a bitter look, and was picked up by Humimi. From today onwards, she will live in Yanqi Villa area, a place she doesn't like. And all of this was thanks to Yi Feng, which made her feel bad all day. Yi Feng didn't care about her at all, in fact she stared at him all day. Yi Feng didn't take it to heart. At the school gate, Obi was sneaking around, always ready to deal with the Heavenly Snake Gang rushing out from somewhere. Although no one in the Heavenly Snake Gang would dare to mess with him, but in a real fight, he would naturally stand by Yi Feng's side without hesitation. No one, let's go. Yi Feng glanced outside the school twice, but he didn't see any suspicious person, so he pulled Obi and left the school gate. No accidents happened until I walked a long way on the street, but Obi not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but his face became more solemn. Little B, don't go back tonight. The Sky Snake Gang didn't block you at the school gate, so we must investigate. We've arrived at your place. So what? Yi Feng didn't take it seriously. Hearing the title Little B almost made him want to die. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Obi scolded, if you go back tonight, I will keep you alive. Maybe they will shoot pistols against you. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. He was really not sure about fighting against firearms now. No way, you can use a pistol to deal with me, a high school student? Although he came from the world of cultivating immortals, he has the memories of the original Yifeng and is very familiar with firearms and other items, not to mention that the original Yifeng is also a master of the gunfighting game CF. Or else? The more Obi thought about it, the more he felt that he was reasonable. Otherwise, why didn't people from the Heavenly Snake Gang block Yifeng at the school gate? If it was said that the Sky Snake Gang let Yifeng go, he, Obi, would be the first to not believe it. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the pharmacy in front first. Yifeng nodded, looked up and saw a Chinese herbal medicine store, and pointed to it. On both sides of the wide street, there are 2 rows of weeping willows, and there are various small shops along the street, among which there happened to be a Chinese medicine shop, which was found by Yifeng. What? Wait, what are you doing at the pharmacy? Obi suspected that he heard it wrong, and looked at Yifeng with a strange expression. Get some good stuff. As Yifeng said, he walked towards the Chinese herbal medicine shop. However, when the 2 came under a willow tree, suddenly a delicate figure fell from the tree. Yifeng had quick eyes and quick hands. He quickly reached out to catch it and hugged him. What happened? There will be a beautiful woman falling from the willow tree? Yifeng was puzzled, looked down, and saw that the girl seemed to be in a coma. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate and lovely oval face that made her very affectionate. Wearing a long blue floral gauze skirt with a white background, her figure is well proportioned and undulating. Her breathing is steady, like a fairy. The girl is not very old, but the figure under the gauze skirt is exquisite, with protruding front and back, showing perfect curves, vividly. Especially the upturned jade buttocks, which happened to be held by Yifeng with one hand. The wonderful touch made him stunned. His mind was full of question marks. Where did this childlike face come from? Suddenly, the ancient dragon sword ring on his right hand suddenly became hot, which made his face change. Little B, what's the matter? You. Obi followed, but saw Yifeng holding a cute girl in his arms, couldn't help but widen his eyes, and pointed at him. You. What are you? You go home by yourself. Yifeng felt the heat from the dragon sword ancient ring on his right hand. Knowing that this girl is not simple, he sent Obi away. Before Obi could react, he glanced around, supported the unconscious girl, and found an express hotel. In order to avoid being shot dead by the Sky Snake Gang, it is not suitable for him to go home tonight, so he might as well stay in the hotel for one night. Beast, what do you want to do? Unexpectedly, Obi was relentless, stopped in front of him and cursed. Let go of her, let me do it. With my brother O here, your dirty ideas will never succeed. With nephrite jade warm and fragrant in his arms, Yifeng looked at Obi's expression, very puzzled. As the sky was getting darker, some people on both sides of the street gradually began to point at the 2 of them, letting Yifeng know that Obi must be dealt with quickly. Otherwise it would be troublesome when there were more and more onlookers. Remember when I punched 2 Heavenly Snake Gang masters flying this morning? Yifeng became serious and asked a question. Huh? I remember. Obi was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Actually, I am a master of martial arts. This is my junior sister. She is seriously injured. I must find a place to heal her injuries as soon as possible. After Yifeng finished speaking, without waiting for Obi's reaction, he immediately supported the cute girl and ran towards the express hotel, not far away. After hearing Yifeng's words, Obi was stunned again, and said to himself in place, really? So that's the case, the little bee is a martial arts master? It can't be blamed that he just believed it like this. The scene of Yifeng punching the 2 Heavenly Snake Gang gangsters in the morning is still floating in his mind. When he realized it, where could he find Yifeng's shadow? The crowd of onlookers on both sides of the street gradually dispersed, but there was a figure, hiding in the dark, who saw all of this. Tian Yuliang followed Yi Feng all the way after school, wanting to see how miserable he was being repaired by the Heavenly Snake Gang, but he didn't expect to see the scene where Yi Feng helped a girl into the hotel. With a sinister look on his face, he took out his cell phone and called his father. "Damn it, I won't be surnamed Tian if I don't ruin your reputation this time. Yi Feng, you should go to the police station for a while." Yi Feng helped the lovely girl to the Express Hotel and got a room. The female receptionist of the hotel saw a teenager who looked like a high school student, helping a girl who didn't know if she was drunk or something, and came in to open a room. She was a little contemptuous, but she still opened a room for them and handed over the room card. Obviously, they have seen this kind of thing a lot at the front desk of the hotel, but no matter how many times they see it, every time they see it, they still feel that the world is getting worse. Yi Feng obviously didn't have time to care about others. He helped the girl to find the room, entered the door, and put the girl on the bed. He didn't talk nonsense to Obi just now. This cute girl was indeed injured, and some tracking powder was sprinkled on her body. Obviously someone was chasing her. As early as when he was talking to Obi, Yi Feng used his true energy to remove the tracking powder from her body. And along the way, he finally found the source of Long Jiangujia's fever. It was on the girl's chest. There was something that made Long Jiangujia keep getting hot. Compared to the injured girl, Yi Feng was obviously more interested in what was on her chest. So he hesitated for a moment, then reached into the neckline of the girl's white-bottomed blue flower dress, wanting to see what it was. As expected, the girl's plump and soft touch came from his hand, which made him a little embarrassed. It's really not the behavior of a gentleman to do such a wretched thing while others are in a coma. However, the girl's chest is really expected. It is more round and straight than it looks on the surface, plump and elastic. Ahem, fortunately, the process didn't last long, and he quickly took out the girl's chest. Those were 3 herbs, each with 5 leaves, and the rhizome in the center of the leaves was actually golden. Seeing these 3 medicinal herbs, Yi Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. It turned out to be golden leaf grass. God has eyes, this time, it's really a timely help. Golden leaf grass is a common herb in the world of cultivating immortals, and it has many functions. For example, the 3 golden leaf grasses in Yi Feng's hands are all 5 years old. If one is taken directly, the heaven and earth aura contained in it can increase the cultivation of immortals for 5 months. Only the first time it will be effective. In addition, Yi Feng also knew a formula using golden leaf grass to make poison, just enough to deal with the situation of the Heavenly Snake Gang. With 10% poison, it couldn't be easier to threaten and control an ordinary person. Even the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang would definitely obey him. Hiding the golden leaf grass in her chest, the girl obviously regarded it as a treasure. Very good, one is for taking, one is for refining poison, and the other is. Yi Feng glanced at the unconscious girl on the bed, hesitant. His current behavior is undoubtedly taking advantage of the fire, but the golden leaf grass is too important to him now, and it is impossible for him to return it. How about saving her life with the last golden leaf grass? If it wasn't for Yi Feng, maybe the girl would have been caught up by someone and killed her. He picked up a golden leaf grass and stuffed it into the cute girl's closed cherry mouth. The weak true energy in his hand circulated and pushed the golden leaf grass for her to swallow. Swallowing a piece of grass raw is not so easy. Fortunately, with Yi Feng's help, the girl just coughed a few times before swallowing the golden leaf grass in a coma. Then Yi Feng held the young girl's fair and delicate wrist, and gradually penetrated the true energy in his body into the other's body, and began to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the golden leaf grass to help her heal her injuries. This time, it's no small matter. Yi Feng was surprised all of a sudden, because he felt that the meridians and acupoints in the girl's body were opened, and there was a strange force in her body, which was slowly circulating around the sky, like some kind of mental method. Impossible, there is no core in her dantian, how can she cultivate? Yifeng suddenly remembered what he said casually to Obi just now. By the way, isn't there a legend about martial arts masters in this world? Could it be that this girl is really a martial artist? The strange power in the girl's body was not the true qi that Yifeng was familiar with, and it was obviously not as powerful as true qi. From a quantitative point of view, the girl has 8 years of cultivation, but Yifeng can be sure that he only needs 4 years of cultivation to fight head-on with this girl. The power of true energy is about twice that of that strange force. Yifeng suppressed the surprise in his heart, used his jinqi to unblock the girl's meridians, and found that she was injured by an external force. Several meridians were broken, that's why she fell into a coma. Fortunately, the effect of the golden leaf grass is very good. With Yifeng's jinqi control technique, this kind of minor injury is still easy to catch. Not long after, Yifeng healed the girl's broken meridian, and then let go of her wrist. Although I saved her, I took her things after all. If she wakes up and sees her, I'm afraid I can't beat her with my current cultivation. Yifeng thought about it, and felt that it would be better to leave here now. He looked around the room and found that there were papers and pens on the bedside table, so he walked over, wanting to write something to the girl, at least tell her what happened just now, and apologize. However, just as he was about to pick up his pen, the girl who was originally unconscious suddenly woke up and sat up instantly. Who are you? The girl didn't feel like she just fell into a coma, but she was extremely shrewd. Perhaps she knew that she was being hunted down, so she immediately looked at Yifeng beside her vigilantly. Her voice was beautiful, round and clear, like the cry of a yellow oriole, but there was a trace of murderous intent hidden in her tone. Girl. Yifeng was a little embarrassed, and immediately wanted to explain. But when the girl caught sight of the things on the bedside table in front of him, a blush appeared on her delicate and pretty face. It was the bedding that some hotels always had. The first thing she saw was a box of Xiangshenlu. As for the paper and pen in front of Yifeng, she ignored it. Is this kid trying to plot against her? That aspect is still not good. Do you still have to apply medicine? Wrong. She hastily checked her chest, only to find that the golden leaf grass inside was gone. She couldn't help, but her pretty face changed. She raised her head and stared at Yifeng firmly. Girl, since you're awake, I don't need to write anything. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately said solemnly, without blushing and heartbeat, I saw you fainted by the side of the road, so I brought you here to rest. Since you are fine, then I will leave first. What he said is that brother just passed by and saw you fainted, so he kindly helped you. You have to know good people. The girl was taken aback when she heard the words, as if she was thinking about the authenticity of Yifeng's words. Now she noticed that the wound in her body had healed, and the tracking powder on her body was gone. Obviously someone saved her. Could it be the boy in front of him? The girl looked at Yifeng and secretly guessed. But even if she was saved, the golden leaf grass was gone. She was injured and tracked entirely because of those 3 golden leaf grasses. Now that the golden leaf grasses are gone, isn't her busy work this month not in vain? Yifeng glanced secretly at the balcony. The sky was getting dark. If he ran out now, escape shouldn't be a problem. Just when the girl was about to restrain Yifeng first, and Yifeng was also about to run away, a sudden change occurred. The door of the hotel room was knocked open, and at the same time a sharp voice sounded. Anti-pornography, raise your hands. When the door of the room was smashed, Yifeng immediately reacted and wanted to jump out the window. But someone reacted faster than him. The girl jumped up from the bed in an instant, kicking towards Yifeng without warning. Yifeng became vigilant all of a sudden, and the true energy in his body gathered in the palm of his hand, wanting to catch the opponent's kick. But to his surprise, the opponent's kick changed direction midway, skillfully kicked from bottom to top, and kicked him hard in the chest. With a bang, he fell heavily against the wall, his chest hurting. 8 years of cultivation, it really wasn't built. You just started practicing martial arts, right? The corner of the girl's mouth curled up, her beautiful eyes sparkled with agility, and her figure was chic and elegant. Goodbye first. She obviously didn't want to get involved with the police and cause trouble. She looked like a flower under the white and blue flower dress. After a coquettish smile, she stepped on the sofa with her little feet and floated out of the balcony without a trace. Yifeng wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, he kept his true energy in his chest at the critical moment, otherwise just the girl's kick would have kicked him into a serious injury. But even so, with his weak true energy that had only been cultivated for a day, that kick had temporarily made him unable to move. A group of uniformed policemen broke in. The leader with a hooked nose and small eyes looked sinister and mean. Cuff him. The hooked nose pointed at Yifeng, and ran to the balcony to have a look, but the girl's beauty had long since disappeared, so he had no choice but to give up. However, it is enough to catch this kid named Yifeng. Hooked Nose thought to himself, seeing his subordinates easily grab Yifeng who had been kicked, he laughed. Young man, come to open a house at a young age, and let the police uncle educate you well. The hook-nosed man said, and waved his hand, take it away. In his opinion, although dealing with this kid is just a trivial matter, it can be regarded as doing Mr. Tian a small favor and leaving a favor, which will always be rewarded in the future. As for Yifeng, at this moment, he could only obediently let him go. If he hadn't been kicked by that girl, how could he be afraid of these policemen? It's a pity that now, he can only be caught by the other party and sent back to the police station. The sky had already darkened, and in a small and dark interrogation room, the policeman with hooked nose and small eyes began to interrogate Yifeng, and there was another middle-aged policeman with a blank expression on his face. Name? Asked the hook-nosed cop. Yifeng sat opposite the two policemen, thinking about the possibility of escape all the time, and finally came to the conclusion that his hands were handcuffed already in this place, and it would be very difficult for him to escape by force now. Unless one eats a golden leaf grass to improve one's cultivation, it's a pity that this environment is too dangerous. If it goes wrong, the meridian will be broken, and one will be seriously injured or even die. Yifeng. He decided to cooperate first to see what the other party's purpose was. Anyway, he didn't do anything, so he felt at ease. Gender? The hook-nosed policeman continued to ask. Age? High school student? Yifeng answered these questions one by one. At this time, the hooked nose picked up a phone call. Hello, Mr. Tian? Yes, it's settled. This kid is very obedient. What do you think? President Tian? When Yifeng heard this, he felt a little strange. Tian was always someone, and the only person who knew his surname was Tian Yuliang. Could it be his father? Tian Yuliang was considered a rich second generation in the high school affiliated to Yanda University, because his father opened a company and had a small fortune, so it is not surprising that he knows the police. If it was Tian Yuliang's father who wanted to punish him, Yifeng probably understood the whole story. If you want to frame me for something, you can't sit still. Yifeng was thinking in his heart, thinking about countermeasures. Tell me, why do you want to prostitute? After answering the phone call, Hooked Nose didn't ask any more irrelevant questions, but directly charged Yifeng with prostitution. Yifeng, I didn't go whoring. Nonsense. The hooked-nosed policeman straightened his face and said, our police have solid evidence for this matter. I think you should be frank and lenient. In fact, young people are full of blood, and it is understandable for them to make mistakes occasionally. For many days, a small fine will do. He tried to persuade Yifeng to admit that things would be much easier. In fact, if the girl wasn't caught, there would be no evidence to prove that Yifeng went whoring. But this is the police station, and they have the final say. I don't. Yi Feng spread his hands. Of course he would not admit to something he hadn't done, and it was something that would damage his reputation. It seems that if you don't suffer a little, you still don't realize your mistakes. The hooked nose smiled coldly and stood up. Yi Feng became alert. Is he going to do something? But at this moment, the hooked nose's phone rang again. He glanced at it, then answered, "Hello, Bureau Liu?" "Xiao Zhang, open the door." This sentence came from the other end of the phone. Hearing the words, Yingubi was very respectful, turned around and opened the door of the interrogation room, and there stood a middle-aged man with a big belly and a square face, who should be the Jew Liu Yingubi was talking about. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Feng, then smiled and patted the hook-nosed shoulder. "Xiao Zhang, you did a good job this time. According to reliable sources, this man is a suspect in a rape case. Wait a minute and interrogate well. It is our duty as policemen to eliminate harm for the people, you know? He is the director of the Public Security Bureau, and he just received 2 calls in a row. The first one was from the assistant to the chairman of Sushin Group, implying that he would deal with a high school student named Yi Feng who was just caught. He also felt strange. How could a high school student be targeted by the Sushin Group? But then a phone call from his immediate boss made him break out in cold sweat, and made him promise again and again that the kid would be brought to justice and severely punished. Judging from the tone of the boss, it seems that the guy who offended the person, even the boss himself did not dare to offend, and he looked respectful. Director Liu is a little puzzled. Who can a high school student offend? Could it be that he is insane and really wants to rape the daughter of some important person? Of course, Director Liu was just thinking about it casually. He didn't dare to ask his immediate superior what was going on, he just followed the instructions. Of course, Director Liu. When Yingubi heard Lu Ju's words, he laughed on the spot. It seems that this kid has offended many people. Rape, is this going to punish him to death? A sentence of several years could not be more normal. Director Liu then whispered a few words into Yinguno's ear, and then did not leave. He stood aside and watched, obviously attaching great importance to Yi Feng. The hooked nose nodded after listening to the whisper, then turned to the middle-aged policeman and said, "Search again." The 2 police officers approached Yi Feng. "Still searching?" Yi Feng frowned. He vaguely heard that Director Liu was whispering something like 3 grass, and he understood it all at once. When he first came in, the other party took his counterfeit mobile phone away. If he searched again, wouldn't his 200,000 checks, golden leaf grass, and ancient dragon sword ring all be confiscated? That can't work, we must do something. Yi Feng was a little surprised before. That cute girl with an oval face was obviously very powerful. Why didn't she find out about the 3 missing golden leaf grasses, and just left like that? Now it seems that the opponent has a back move, and he is not afraid of him escaping at all. That girl also has considerable strength in the city, at least she can easily command the chief of a public security bureau. It is impossible for Yi Feng to sit still, let alone let the opponent take away the golden leaf grass. He felt a little regretful. If he had known that he would not write anything in the hotel room, how much better he just left. Then there is no trouble. But thinking about it, even if he ran away at that time, the other party could still find him from the ID card registered in the hotel, and the result was the same in the end. I advise you to cooperate a bit, so as not to suffer. Hooked Nose said sharply, and approached Yi Feng with the middle-aged policeman. In the eyes of the 2, Yi Feng was just a high school student, and he was handcuffed, so he wasn't threatening at all. Director Liu at the side was also looking forward to the 2 of them finding the 3 golden leaf grasses from Yi Feng so that they could hand them over to make meritorious service. Although he didn't know why his superiors attached so much importance to Sankakeo, he just had to follow suit. Sometimes it's not a good thing to know too much. But when the Hooked Nose and the middle-aged policeman were getting closer and closer to Yi Feng suddenly jumped up. stepped back a few steps and stood firmly against the wall, and then with his handcuffed hands, he pulled out of his clothes. A golden leaf grass was taken out of the inside pocket. He kept the 2 golden leaf grasses and the 200,000 check in his pocket all the time, so they were not taken away by the other party like the counterfeit mobile phone. At this moment, what he wants to do is to eat a golden leaf grass, and then quickly absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it. If he has 5 months of cultivation, Yi Feng can try to destroy the handcuffs. Although absorbing the golden leaf grass in this situation would be more dangerous, and if it was not handled properly, it would lead to damage to the meridians, or even sudden death, but he had no choice. If he didn't resist at this time, not only would the golden leaf grass be taken away, but he would not have a good end. Maybe he would be convicted. That would be too sad. How many years in prison for rape? Of course Yi Feng would not be willing. Just when he brought the golden leaf grass to his mouth and wanted to swallow it, he heard Director Liu suddenly shout, "Wait!" Director Liu is sweating profusely now. In the dim light, he could see the grass in Yi Feng's hand, just as his immediate superior described. It had a golden root. "I had no idea there was such a grass." In the tone of his immediate boss, "These 3 grasses are extremely precious. It doesn't matter whether Yi Feng lives or dies, but the 3 grasses must be obtained." But now Yi Feng seems to want to eat that grass. How can this be done? Director Liu could foresee that once the 3 grasses were lost, the hat on his head would probably be lost. "Your name is Yi Feng, right?" Director Liu realized that Yi Feng must be stabilized now, so he quickly calmed down and said, "I advise you not to mistake yourself. If you really eat that grass, it will be more than just a crime of rape." Yi Feng heard this, thought for a while and stopped. He was not afraid of being hurt by the opponent, but realized that he could use the golden leaf grass as a bargaining chip to threaten the opponent. "Do you really want this grass? Then let me go first, or I will swallow it in one gulp." Yi Feng kept a distance from the opponent, and put the golden leaf grass in his mouth. This action made Director Liu secretly angry. "Damn, you actually put grass in your mouth, so even if you get it, your hands will be dirty? I hope the above will not blame. That can't be done. This is the police station, and we will act according to the law." Director Liu has been in this position for several years, and of course has rich experience in dealing with things, but if you hand over those 3 grasses, no matter what the crime is, you can be punished lightly. In his opinion, isn't he just a high school student? Just a few frights are enough. It's a pity that Yi Feng is not an ordinary high school student at all. How could he be fooled by him? "Really? I'm sorry, I'm going to swallow it." Yi Feng moved his mouth, as if he was chewing, but of course it was just an action. He thought to himself, the girl with the oval face doesn't seem to know that one of the golden leaf grasses has been used to treat her internal injuries, and she actually wants to search for 3 golden leaf grasses to go back. Thinking back now, it was a big loss for Yi Feng to use that golden leaf grass to save her, but if it happened again, Yi Feng would still make such a choice. No matter what, the golden leaf grass came from her. Yi Feng couldn't violate his conscience. "Stop. Young people, don't be too impulsive." Seeing Yi Feng chewing, Chief Liu felt a little flustered, but he remained calm on the surface. "Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Let me go, or you won't talk about it." Yi Feng was too lazy to talk to the other party, so he said firmly. The 2 sides were at a stalemate. The hooked nose and the middle-aged policeman stood aside, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Chief Liu's cell phone rang. He looked down, his expression changed, and he quickly picked it up. The displayed number finally made him unable to maintain his composure. He hurried out of the interrogation room and picked up the phone. Yi Feng and the 2 policemen heard his submissive tone, and they didn't know who the other party was. The hooked-nosed policeman was a little surprised. In his impression, even if the immediate superior of the Capital Public Security Bureau called Bureau Liu, he had never seen him so respectful before. Yi Feng didn't act rashly. He wondered if he had any power, and wanted to make him miserable at this time. It would be great if you have cultivated for 10 years. If you cultivate Yinshan, your hearing and vision will be improved several times. In this case, you can clearly hear what the other party is saying on the phone. Of course, if he could have 10 years of cultivation, he wouldn't be caught in the police station. Not long after, when the potbellied Director Liu returned to the interrogation room, he was already sweating profusely, obviously facing tremendous pressure. With a distance of a few meters, he respectfully said to Yi Feng, "Young Master Yi, I'm really sorry, we offended you because we didn't know Taishan, you can leave now, the previous matter, pure misunderstanding." As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng was taken aback. What's going on? No. Hearing this, the hooked nose yelled immediately, his face full of surprise, "Ju Liu, Are you the director, or am I the director?" Director Liu glared at the hooked nose. Yinggubi still wanted to say something, but he was not a fool. Seeing Director Liu like this, he felt a little apprehensive. Could it be that Yi Feng had some other great background? Yi Feng was completely stunned. Could it be that this guy has some awesome backstage that he doesn't even know about? Yi Xiao? You still haven't uncuffed young Master Yi? Director Liu said sharply. Hearing the words, the hooked nose reluctantly walked over. Seeing this, Yi Feng was a little vigilant, but the hooked nose didn't play any tricks, and he uncuffed him with a gloomy expression. He was a little speechless. Director Liu just answered a phone call, and his attitude changed so quickly. He knew that in today's China, the official rank crushes people to death. Obviously, the unknown person who helped Yi Feng now has a higher status in the backstage than the girl before. Although it was strange in his heart, if the police wanted to deal with him, they would not use such clumsy tricks to fool him. Although Yi Feng doesn't know who his backstage is, but since it's already like this, it's impossible not to let the hooked nose suffer a little bit. As soon as the handcuffs were released, Yi Feng smiled and patted the hook-nosed policeman on the shoulder very kindly. "Thank you for taking care of me just now, I will definitely remember it in my heart." The hooked-nosed policeman's face was gloomy, but he managed to force a smile, and said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, it's because I have no eyesight. Why do you care about me like a small person?" "Oh? You looked like a big shot just now?" Yi Feng smiled lightly. "Where can it be?" Yinggubi was almost frightened to death, and in his heart he scolded that person surnamed Tian 1,000 or 800 times. Damn it, if you want to do it, you don't investigate other people's backgrounds. No, you've kicked the iron plate, right? In order not to implicate himself, he made a decision almost immediately. "Young Master Yi, Mr. Tian ordered me to do this." Kai Tanaka, from Blue Sky Advertisement. "Is his son Tian Yuliang?" Yi Feng asked. "Right." The hooked nose was taken aback. As a policeman, he can be instigated by others. You have to reflect on yourself when you go back. Yi Feng snorted lightly, and intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Director Liu at the side. Director Liu noticed Yi Feng's look, and immediately reacted. "Young Master Yi, don't worry, Zhang Wakai violated police discipline, and he will be suspended for inspection from now on." Yi Feng looked around pretendingly, picked up his counterfeit mobile phone on the table as if nothing had happened, and walked out in a big way. Director Liu sent them off with a smile on his face. When he arrived at the police station, he looked at his phone, and suddenly raised his head and said, "By the way, young Master Yi, I have to trouble you to go to Weiming Lake. Someone is waiting for you." Unnamed lake? Yi Feng frowned slightly, and immediately realized that the backstage person who helped him was waiting for him there. In Yi Feng's original memory, he had never made friends with any important people. Yi Feng was also a little curious, who would help him at this time. "New." Yi Feng nodded, and left the police station. Tonight would have such a result, he hadn't expected it at all. After he left, Director Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Liu Bureau, what is the background of this kid?" The hooked nose on the side couldn't help it, and finally asked. "Okay, don't mention this to anyone today. Rest at home for a week from tomorrow, don't come to work." Director Liu was already in cold sweat. He gave a serious warning to the hooked nose, turned around and left. This matter is over for Yi Feng, but it is not over for him. Because, he still has to find ways to explain to the chairman of Sushin Group and his immediate boss. There is no way, the person who just called to ask him to release Yi Feng is even stronger than his immediate boss. Does he dare not let him go? He could already predict what would happen if he didn't get the 3 grasses this time, and he only hoped that he could keep the black hat. At this time, the triumphant Tian Yuliang had already spread the news on the internet. In the class group and on Weibo, the news that Yi Feng was arrested for prostitution and will be detained for more than 10 days was posted everywhere, causing a commotion. In the Yanqi Villa area, Su Menghan locked herself in the room, very unhappy, surfing the internet boredly, and of course also saw the news. He went whoring. Su Menghan thought of Yi Feng's figure and couldn't help being a little surprised. She remembered that Yi Feng was not such a person. If it was said that he skipped class to play games, she would still believe it, but if it was said that Yi Feng went to whore. She thought about it, and called Yi Feng, but the phone was turned off. She felt cold. Could it be true? Thinking that Yi Feng would actually go whoring, Su Menghan felt uncomfortable for a while, and felt that she never wanted to see that person again. It's a pity that she was actually run for a long distance in Yi Feng's arms last night. Thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. She got up and wanted to take a shower, but just then the phone rang. She saw that it was Su Xinchang. After a moment of hesitation, she picked it up. "Menghan, Dad has been thinking about it for a day today." Su Xinchang's voice sounded very remorseful. "Since you don't like living with Aunt Xia, you should go back to Qingfeng Huyuan from tomorrow." "You are so kind? Tell me, what is the purpose?" Su Menghan snorted lightly. Her biological mother had long since passed away, and the Aunt Xia Su Xinchang referred to was his remarried wife, a member of the Xia family in Yanjing. Su Xinchang's current achievements largely depended on the Xia family. "Menghan, your misunderstanding of Dad is too deep." Su Xinchang sighed. "From today onwards, I will no longer interfere in your affairs. Actually, Yi Feng is good. What I did last night was inappropriate. If you like him, I will support you to be together." It wasn't that Su Xinchang found out with conscience, but just now he had received a call from Director Liu, that Yi Feng actually had a powerful backer, and even Liu Bureau's immediate boss failed to deal with him. Under such circumstances, if Su Menghan and Yi Feng could get together, it would undoubtedly be a joy to him. Today's Sushin Group is only a second-rate force in Yanjing, the economic and political center of Huaguo. The Yanjing Xia family he relied on was also a second-rate family in Yanjing. The ambitious Su Xinchang was not willing to stop here, and wanted to make further progress, so getting involved with that Yi Feng was an opportunity. "I don't like that guy." Su Menghan hung up the phone very simply, not hiding her dislike for Yi Feng in her words. Su Xinchang stood outside the door, stunned. He didn't give up, and continued to fight Su Menghan. This time, he was going to use his trump card. In this way, Su Menghan will definitely listen to him obediently. When Yi Feng left the police station, the sky was already dark, and it will be completely dark soon. Weiming Lake is an artificial lake in Yanqing University. Although he didn't know why the other party chose that place, Yi Feng still took a taxi to go there. In this season of early spring and April, couples can be seen everywhere in Yanqing University. As a student of the high school affiliated to Yanqing University, he had of course been to Yanqing University, and walked to the shore of Weiming Lake based on his memory. The Weiming Lake is not small. Where will that person wait for me? Yifeng was a little puzzled, and soon came to the stone road by the Weiming Lake. Looking at the weeping willows by the lake, with the breeze blowing, he felt quite comfortable. There were many pedestrians by the lake, but he didn't see any suspicious people. At this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind. Someone sneak attack? Yifeng reacted immediately, wanted to dodge and see who it was, but before he could move, he was hit on the back of the head by a chestnut. Pain. Yifeng was knocked against the willow tree trunk in front of him, and he became dizzy immediately. He was alert in his heart, and quickly stood still and turned around, but he didn't even see half a suspicious figure. Only a couple of college lovers by the lake were looking at him with some doubts, as if wondering why this man was so good hit a tree. Who is it? Yifeng wondered, could someone be invisible like the masters in the world of cultivating immortals? Stinky boy, are you getting more and more courageous? A slightly old voice came into Yifeng's ears out of thin air. Grandfather? When Yifeng heard that voice, he couldn't help being startled. He looked around, but where was his grandfather? That sentence was indeed his grandfather's voice, but it came through sound transmission, which seemed mysterious. Could it be that it was Director Lu's grandfather who called him just now? In Yifeng's memory, he grew up alone since he was a child. Since he can remember, he has met his grandfather several times, but he didn't have a deep impression on him. It has been several years since I saw him, and every year he has only paid a little tuition and living expenses, and the image of Grandpa is only a shadow in his heart. Until now, Yifeng got into some trouble, and the other party finally reappeared. It's a shame you still remember my old man, you brat. The slightly old voice came out of nowhere again. Today, the old man, I will help you settle things down. If there is anything going on in the future, I won't bother to talk to you, old man. When Yifeng heard it, he immediately understood that his grandfather had done what happened just now. He couldn't help guessing, what is the identity of this guy's grandfather? Can transmit sound, judging from the burst just now, could it be that she knows martial arts like that girl? Moreover, the cultivation base is not low. Swish. A gust of wind hit again. Yifeng couldn't dodge in time, he was knocked hard again, the back of his head hurt, and he fell 2 steps forward. When he turned around again, he still only saw the pair of college lovers. Look, that man hit a ghost. The girl in the couple pointed at Yifeng and said in surprise. Baby, we are intellectuals, don't be a ghost, let's go, that person must be crazy. The boy held his girlfriend's hand, glanced at Yifeng, and left in a hurry. Yifeng was helpless. Hit a ghost? Neuropathy? Okay brat, I still have things to do, old man. The elusive old voice came from another direction. Remember to be admitted to Yenqing University, and then I will introduce you to a daughter-in-law. Let me think about it. The granddaughter of the old man of the Lin family is not bad, you have to work harder. As the sound gradually disappeared, Yifeng felt the breeze blowing around him, and felt a little startled. There is no doubt that his grandfather is indeed a master of martial arts, no wonder he is so elusive, he has never appeared much. Admitted to Yenqing University, introduce me to a wife? The granddaughter of the old man of the Lin family? Yifeng recalled this sentence, feeling a little aggrieved. As a cultivator, when did he need to listen to others? In addition, who is the old man of the Lin family, and who is his granddaughter? Although he was unhappy, he could only do what the other party said now, because the other party was obviously much stronger than him now. Even if he runs away from home, this old guy may still find me. It seems that we still have to be careful until we have enough cultivation to protect ourselves. Yifeng regretted secretly in his heart, he must not be unscrupulous just because he is a cultivator in the future. In this world, there are still many characters who can threaten him. Old man, what's the point of listening to you for now? Yifeng muttered softly. It seems that in the following days, he will have to work hard to improve his cultivation while ensuring his own safety, and at the same time think about how to get into Yenqing University. There are less than 3 months before the college entrance examination. With Yifeng's original grades, it is undoubtedly a dream to be admitted to Yenqing University. But for the current Yifeng, with the memory of a cultivator, wouldn't it be easy to pass the exam? He spent the next night by the Weiming Lake. In the first half of the night, he swallowed one of the golden leaf grass with peace of mind and completely absorbed it. In the middle of the night, he finally had 5 months of cultivation. This achievement is not worth mentioning compared to him before, but cultivation has always been accumulated bit by bit. Once he has 5 years of cultivation and can use that movement technique, it will not be so easy for his grandfather to catch up with him, and then he will be much safer. In the second half of the night, there was silence around Weiming Lake. He walked around, searched for some spiders, ants, and centipedes, bought a bottle of mineral water casually, poured out half of the bottle, and then threw those bugs in together with the last golden leaf grass to soak. 5 months of cultivation made him more comfortable controlling the true energy in his body, and soon in a deserted place, he compressed the contents of the mineral water bottle into a dark pill. This is the poisonous pill used to deal with the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. To ensure their own safety, the Heavenly Snake Gang must be in their hands. It's just that he still doesn't know where the boss meeting of the Heavenly Snake Gang will appear, so he thought of Obi again. That kid has a lot of channels, maybe he will know where the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang is. And you can go to his house to look for it first. If there are any ancient jade spirit stones, you can also improve your cultivation level again, with greater confidence. Yifeng worked all night by the Weiming Lake, and when it was dawn, he went to the hotel outside Yanda and got a room, planning to rest for a while. Right now, at Yifeng's residence, outside the King Fengyuan Villa community, there were 3 gangsters who had been waiting all night. It was the 3 guys who were beaten by Yifeng at the school gate yesterday morning. It's really bad luck, idiot. That kid didn't come back all night. The tall and thin gangster in the lead still felt a dull pain in his balls until now. Fortunately, he went to the hospital for an examination yesterday, and nothing serious happened. Now they are not here to trouble Yifeng, but Brother Tai, the leader of the Heavenly Snake Gang, admires Yifeng very much, and asked these 3 people to come to his house to invite him to discuss joining the Heavenly Snake Gang. It's a piece of shit luck for that kid to be spotted by Brother Tai. Another little gangster said enviously. If you were as ruthless as him, Brother Tai would of course like you. The last gangster said helplessly with a cigarette in his mouth. How could they have expected that a mere high school student would fight so hard? No wonder even Brother Tai's face was smashed by half a brick. That kid is indeed extraordinary. They waited outside Kingfeng Garden, but unfortunately, no one was seen all night. Report to Brother Tai first, then find a place to sleep for a while, and go to school to find him later. The tall and thin gangster in the lead made a decision and took out his mobile phone. Yifeng slept until noon, only to realize that he forgot to turn on his phone last night. Turned on the phone, only to find that there were many unread text messages and missed calls, many of which were from Obi. They were all overwhelmed, and felt that Yifeng should not go astray, and now he was arrested for prostitution. From now on, life will be dark. Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that rumors are flying all over the high school attached to Yen University. As for who did it, do you need to ask? Besides that kid Tian Yuliang, who else could it be? Yifeng left the hotel, bought something for lunch, and walked to school after eating. When he came to classroom number 1 of Senior 3 in the high school affiliated to Yanda University before class in the afternoon, the entire noisy classroom suddenly became silent, and a needle could be heard. More than 50 pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. Little B. Obi was the first to react. He slapped the table and stood up, his face beaming with joy. At this moment, other people in the classroom also reacted, looked at Yifeng each, and whispered to each other. What's the matter? Didn't Tian Yuliang say that he was arrested for whoring and prostitution? I don't know, But he didn't come this morning, so it should be true? In the front row of the classroom, Su Menghan was about to take a lunch break, but when she raised her head and saw Yi Feng, she couldn't help but widen her watery eyes, her face full of disbelief. Prostitution. Prostitution was arrested, and they came out so soon? Or was that kid Tian Yuliang talking nonsense? That's right, who is Tian Yuliang? Can you believe the news he spreads? Su Menghan turned back a little annoyed, and glanced at Tian Yuliang by the window, but saw that he was also staring at Yi Feng with a face full of astonishment, and also looked like he didn't expect him to appear in the classroom. After Yi Feng was released last night, Director Lu notified Su Xincheng and his immediate superior, but of course he didn't care about Tian Yuliang's side. As for the hooked-nosed policeman Zhang Weikai, he was suspended for a week for inspection because of this matter, so why would he have the heart to inform Tanaka Kai? Therefore, until now, Tian Yuliang always thought that Yi Feng would be detained for more than 10 days. He spared no efforts in publicity in the school. Until now, almost the whole school knew that a prostitute named Yi Feng was arrested in Class 1, Senior 3. How do you? Tian Yuliang pointed at Yi Feng, stuttering a bit. What's wrong with me? Yi Feng smiled faintly, secretly brewing something. It is not a gentleman not to report a grudge. Originally, Yi Feng didn't take such a small character like Tian Yuliang seriously, but because he almost stumbled last night, he really felt sorry for himself for not teaching him a lesson. Don't come here. Seeing Yi Feng staring at him, Tian Yuliang couldn't help but think of the scene where Yi Feng beat the two gangsters away yesterday morning, and felt a little guilty. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yi Feng shook his head with a smile, but secretly pointed at Tian Yuliang. His true energy escaped, no one noticed his action. At this moment, Tian Yuliang's neighbor was suddenly taken aback, and pointed at the back of his butt. Tian Yuliang, why do you have a long tail? Tail? Tian Yuliang was surprised. When he turned his head to look, he saw a fluffy tail growing out from behind his buttocks. It looked like a black dog's tail, and it was flicking and flicking. It was 6 or 7 inches long. Ah! A scream came from Tian Yuliang's mouth. He even has a long tail. What's happening here? How can people have long tails? Originally, the whole class's attention was on Yi Feng, but now seeing this scene, everyone in the class turned their attention to Tian Yuliang's back, and sure enough, a black fur tail was dangling, very vivid. Wow, tail! So amazing! There was a burst of exclamation in the classroom. No matter men or women, they all pointed at Tian Yuliang, and some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this spectacle. The two students next to him couldn't help reaching out their hands to touch it, and found that it was really a tail, long and fluffy, and somehow it suddenly grew out. Seeing this, Tian Yuliang's spirit collapsed in an instant, and he ran out of the classroom howling miserably, his tail flickering behind him, which was extremely conspicuous. Seeing this, Yi Feng smiled. Compared with his whoring and prostitution, Tian Yuliang's long tail is obviously more attractive to people's attention. I believe that the whoring and prostitution scandal caused by the entire Yanda High School will soon be transformed into a scandal about dog-tailed stars. In fact, this is just a small trick he used. With 5 months of cultivation, he was already able to perform a fairy art called blinding eyes to condense his true energy and create a tail behind Tian Yuliang's ass, which was not too difficult. If one's cultivation is advanced, one can change one's appearance by using this immortal technique, disguise oneself as someone else, or even create illusions to surround the enemy. It's just that with Yi Feng's 5-month cultivation base, it's not bad to be able to condense a tail. That tail is not an illusion. Even if you reach out to touch it, it will still feel fluffy. It's just the condensed qi, which disappears after a few minutes. However, a few minutes is more than enough. At least the appearance of his long tail will instantly spread throughout the campus, enough to cover up Yi Feng's prostitution. What's more, now that Yi Feng has returned safely, he looks full of energy. He doesn't look like he was arrested for prostitution. Damn, little B, what happened just now? When Yi Feng returned to his seat, Obi, who was seated next to him, immediately came over and asked in surprise. People actually have long tails, it's scary. I don't know, maybe I did too many bad things? Yi Feng spread his hands. Of course he wouldn't say it was his fault. It's amazing, it's incredible. Not only OB, but all the students in the classroom were excited, chatting with each other. Yi Feng was not afraid that things would spread. Even if there were martial arts masters in this world, there would be no immortal arts, and no one would doubt him. Even Su Minghan's pretty face was full of surprises now, and her attention was shifted to Tian Yuliang, who had just grown her tail. Her plump and sexy breasts rose and fell, and she looked like she was still in shock. After a long time, Obi finally calmed down, suddenly thought of something, and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Little B, what happened to you last night? I thought you were really arrested. Regarding this question, Yi Feng had long thought of an excuse. I'm going to see Grandpa. He didn't deny being arrested, just stated a fact. That's good. Then, where's the cute girl? Obi changed the topic to what he cared most about. Cute girl? I rely on it. Yi Feng couldn't help wanting to hit him, but at this moment he was still thinking about that cute girl from last night. Obi misses her, but Yi Feng doesn't. Thinking of that girl, Yi Feng felt a dull pain in his chest, thinking that one day he would have to return that kick. During the entire lunch break, the atmosphere was ignited by Tian Yuliang with a long tail, and no one in the class took a break. The story of Tian Yuliang's long tail quickly spread throughout the school. When approaching class, Yi Feng only felt a burst of fragrance from the side, turned his head to look, but saw Su Minghan coming beside him, and said bitterly, Yi Feng, come out with me. Yi Feng looked at her a little strangely. Didn't this schoolgirl hate him very much? Why would she take the initiative to come to him? Little B, you still say it's nothing, you damn it. Seeing Su Minghan coming to look for Yi Feng, Obi jumped up. Yi Feng pushed him back to the seat, then stood up, and said to Su Minghan, whatever, just talk about it here. Don't you dare come out? Su Minghan hated, stretched out her jade hand to grab Yi Feng's wrist, trying to pull him out of the classroom. With Yi Feng's 5-month physical fitness, it's no wonder that Su Minghan can move. But seeing that she seemed to have something to do, Yi Feng took advantage of the situation and followed her out. Just listen to what she has to say. As soon as the two of them went out, there was a lot of discussion in the classroom again. What's going on? The school belle actually took the initiative to find Yi Feng, and ran out holding his hand. What are they going to say? The high school affiliated to Yanda has too many breaking news today. First, the matter of Yi Feng's whoring was shocking enough, then Tian Yuliang grew a dog's tail, and then Su Minghan, the school belle who rarely communicated with boys, actually took the initiative to pull Yi Feng out of the classroom. The fire of gossip was blazing. A group of people wanted to eavesdrop on what Su Minghan was looking for Yi Feng, but unfortunately, the two of them left the classroom and ran to the playground, which disappointed the students who wanted to eavesdrop. It couldn't be so obvious. Follow to the playground to eavesdrop, right? They still remembered the scene where Yi Feng violently beat up the two punks yesterday morning, and they didn't want him to do the same. Su Minghan pulled Yi Feng out of the classroom and walked all the way to the playground. It was sunny in the afternoon, and there were no people on the playground, so it was a suitable place to talk. Tell me, what do you want from me? Yi Feng asked as he walked. Su Minghan looked at him, looked at this young man who had been living next door to her but was not very familiar with, and for the first time found that he was quite handsome. She shook her head. Now is not the time to think about such things. She hesitated a little, then turned her head and said, accompany me to do something. I can give you a chance to pursue me. My dad won't either. How about it? As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng laughed. He took a closer look at the school belle in front of him, with a perfect oval face, exquisite facial features, and an exquisite figure, looking extremely pure and alluring. If he said that to another boy from the high school affiliated to Yanda University, the boy was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. But unfortunately, what she faced was Yifeng. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Yifeng laughed lightly, shook his head, turned around and was about to leave. Hearing this, Su Menghan couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment, and only when Yifeng turned around did he realize, "Hey." She grabbed Yifeng's arm, not letting him go. "What a joke, I finally settled with my dad, how could something go wrong at a critical moment?" Su Menghan thought in her heart, wondering if this Yifeng wanted to play hard to get. "This is too shameless. It's just a trip to Langfang with me, you don't want to?" She stated her purpose. Langfang is a city in the southeast of Yanjing, not far away. If it's just to accompany her, it's not a big deal. If it's another boy, he definitely agrees without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yifeng certainly didn't have time to run around with her. "Just kidding, he's really not interested in her, why should he run around with her? You'd better hire another Gao Ming." Yifeng shook his head, shook off Su Menghan's hand, and left quickly. He wants to rush back to discuss with OB, and go to his house to find antiques. Seeing him walking away, Su Menghan stomped her feet angrily. This Yifeng simply doesn't know what he is thinking. The only thing she likes about Yifeng is the fact that Yifeng rescued her from the Sky Snake gang when he was in the bar street, and she hates the rest. If it was not necessary, she would never take a step closer to Yifeng, let alone take the initiative to talk to him and approach him. But last night, Su Xingchang made an agreement with her, that is, as long as she has a good relationship with Yifeng, then she is allowed to go back to Langfang to visit her grandmother. Su Xingchang's daughter from the Xie family, who was remarried, was bitter and narrow-minded, and never had a good look towards Su Menghan. Back then when she married Su Xingchang, she made a condition that if Su Menghan was to stay, she would never be allowed to go back to see her natal family. Su Xingchang only had this one daughter, knowing that her life would not be as good as here when she went back to her mother's place, so she agreed to the second wife from Xie's family not to let Su Menghan go back to Langfang, thus keeping her by her side and letting her separated from her family. And this is also the biggest source of conflict between Su Menghan and Su Xingchang. This time, Su Xingchang made a concession with great difficulty. She could finally go back to see her grandmother on the condition that she would go back with Yifeng. How could she give up this opportunity? Su Menghan returned to the classroom with resentment, glared at Yifeng, who was already sitting in his seat, then ignored the gossiping gazes of other students, and began to think about countermeasures. "Little B, what are you guys talking about? I think she wants to eat you. Could she be jealous because of you?" Obi sat beside Yifeng, gossiping endlessly. "Don't talk nonsense. She wants me to accompany her to Langfang, so she doesn't have that free time." Yifeng shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Accompany her to Langfang? Obi was a little strange when he heard the words. As an outsider he naturally didn't know about Su Menghan's family affairs, so he could only shake his head and didn't say anything. He believed that Yifeng and his close buddies since childhood would never lie to him. In the evening, after class, Yifeng decided to go to Obi's house to look for antique treasures with heaven and earth aura, so as to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. In order to avoid trouble, the two ran quickly after class. Su Menghan hung far behind and couldn't keep up, so he could only watch them run out of the school angrily, stomping their feet angrily. From then on, gossip news began to circulate in the high school attached to Yanda University. The school belle, Su Menghan, actually took a fancy to that guy named Yifeng. For this kind of rumor, Su Menghan likes to hear it, then her father will be happy, and if she is happy, maybe Yifeng will not need to accompany her, and she will be allowed to go back to visit grandma. Anyway, the rumors are not true, what is she afraid of? Yi Feng and Obi ran out of the school, but saw three familiar guys. Didn't you have enough fun last time? Yi Feng looked at the three gangsters from the Sky Snake Gang and snorted lightly. The ghost of the Heavenly Snake Gang really lingered. He played with a small medicine bottle in his trouser pocket, which contained the poison made of golden leaf grass. After leaving Obi's house, it's time to wipe out the Heavenly Snake Gang. Yi Feng and the three gangsters confronted each other again, which immediately attracted the attention of many people around, who speculated that Yi Feng would definitely be in bad luck this time. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The three little gangsters came all the way to Yi Feng and shouted in unison, "Brother Yi!" The performance of the three Heavenly Snake gangsters stunned everyone around them. Brother Yi? Could it be that these three guys were beaten up last time they were beaten up? The young security guard in the security room at the school gate looked shocked. Didn't they say that the Heavenly Snake Gang is very domineering, and whoever provokes them will be miserable? Why did the student beat the other party up, but let the other party call him brother? Yi Feng was also taken aback when he heard the words, "What tricks are you playing?" Brother Yi, Brother Tai admires you very much and plans to invite you to join the Heavenly Snake Gang. The leader of the tall and thin gangster, although he called Brother Yi, his attitude was not very respectful. He was still foolish, with an arrogant look. You also know the strength of our Heavenly Snake Gang in this area. Let's go. The two gangsters behind him also looked at Yi Feng with some envy and hatred. It was obvious that they were reluctant to call him Brother Yi. It's a pity that Brother Tai ordered him to do so. Awful. Fortunately, Brother Tai not only did not punish them for their failure, but instead gave them a lot of medical expenses, which made them even more devoted to the Heavenly Snake Gang. Hey, little bee. Obi was stunned, and tugged at Yi Feng's clothes. It seems very interesting. To be invited by the Heavenly Snake Gang, in Obi's opinion, it's a bit too tempting, right? Not to mention, Yi Feng was invited after beating the opponent. This is not the treatment that ordinary people can enjoy. If you let him know that Yi Feng still hit the little boss Taigu in the face with a brick that night, I don't know how he will feel. Just when everyone around thought that Yi Feng would agree to them and go with them to meet Brother Tai, the situation suddenly changed. Yi Feng raised his foot, kicked that tall and thin bastard between the legs again, and muttered, "You have such an attitude to invite me, can you please be a little sincere?" This heavy kick directly kicked the tall and thin bastard out, and he only had time to let out a scream before he passed out from the pain. The current Yi Feng is an immortal cultivator who has cultivated for 5 months. Compared with yesterday morning, his strength is much stronger. The Sky Snake Gang, Yi Feng wanted to control the opponent. How could he run to a Brother Tai? You know, Brother Tai is just a small boss. Yi Feng's target is the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Yi Feng's actions once again stunned the students. They all looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes, wondering if such violence is necessary. No matter what the other party said, they came to invite him to join the Heavenly Snake Gang. If he did so, he would not be afraid of the Heavenly Snake Gang's revenge. That little bastard is really pitiful. He was kicked in the balls twice in a row, which can be called the ultimate enjoyment in the world. The boy is really brave. Seeing this, the remaining 2 punks became angry. Is this Yi Feng ignorant of good and evil, completely ignoring the Heavenly Snake Gang? If you want to invite me, let that Brother Tai come in person. Yi Feng casually said something on the scene, very casually kicked the 2 gangsters away, making them fall to the ground and howl, and then calmly took Obi away from the school gate. Everyone at the school gate, looking at the 3 punks who were kicked away, and Yi Feng's leaving back, had a thought in their hearts: Yi Feng seems to have suddenly become awesome recently. He's not that kid who only knows how to play games. Not long after, Su Menghan ran to the school gate, saw Yi Feng and Obi had gone away from a distance, and stomped her feet bitterly. Seeing the 3 little bastards stumbling around again, I guessed what happened in my heart, secretly startled. thinking that that guy is getting more and more unscrupulous, and if this continues, something will happen sooner or later. Su Minghan is ice snow smart. Judging from Su Xincheng's reaction, it is very likely that Yi Feng's family has something to do with it, which caused prostitution to be released so quickly after being arrested. However, the Sky Snake Gang is an underworld, one of the 3 major gangs in Yanjing. If they really pissed them off, no matter how background they were, wouldn't they be shot down when they encountered a pistol? Little B, I still don't think it's appropriate. How about we go back and apologize to them? Obi followed Ji Feng all the way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt uneasy. He persuaded Ji Feng. No problem. Yi Feng shook his head. I'll get rid of the Heavenly Snake Gang soon. It's more important to go to your house now. When Obi heard it, he almost collapsed. What's the matter? Still thinking about the good stuff in his family? Although he admits that the ones in his collection are indeed good ones, how could he have the desire to enjoy them when he got involved with the Heavenly Snake Gang? As for what Ji Feng said, he would completely solve the trouble of the Sky Snake Gang, even if he killed Obi. Not to mention other things, just the Lin family of Yanjing's first family will choose to cooperate with the Heavenly Snake Gang in certain matters. How could Ji Feng defeat the Heavenly Snake Gang? One must know that the Lin family is extremely powerful in Yanjing. Even if Yi Feng has a little background, compared with the Lin family, he is definitely not a fart. Come on, even the Lin family can't handle the Heavenly Snake Gang, so don't even think about it. Obi helplessly shook his head. Lin? Yi Feng was a little strange when he heard this. He thought of what his grandfather told him last night by the Weiming Lake, about introducing him to the granddaughter of the old man of the Lin family. Could the Lin family they both mentioned be the same? He thought about it again. The surname Lin in China is really too much. How can there be such a coincidence? Yes, the Lin family is the largest family in Yanjing, and its strength spreads across the military, government, and business circles. Obi explained, and then seemed to think of something, with a longing look. Speaking of which, I was lucky enough to meet Miss Lin once at Yanda University. TSK, she is so beautiful, that figure, that face. Okay, your home is here. Yi Feng patted Obi on the shoulder, interrupting his illusion. What beautiful woman Lin. Yi Feng didn't care. He is very clear that whether it is in the world of cultivating immortals in the past or on the earth now, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, what if a beautiful woman stands in front of her? Right now, in front of the two of them was O's Antiques, on a street not far from the high school attached to Yanda University. Father, I'm back. Obi was very upset when Yi Feng interrupted his illusion, but he still yelled and ran into the antique shop. He and his father usually live in this place. Wait, I'll look for it for you. By the way, do you want European or American ones, or Japanese and Korean ones? Obi ran in and asked wretchedly. I want to find some antiques and talk to your father. Yi Feng shook his head. He had met Obi's father before. He was a profiteer. In fact, he was ready to be slaughtered when he came here. No way, you kid came to see the antiques? Hearing this, Obi stopped in his tracks and turned around, stunned. But he remembered that Yi Feng in the past had no interest in antiques at all. His mind was full of playing games. The past 2 days seemed to be a little bit wrong. I don't usually hear him talking about games. Moreover, the price of antiques is not cheap, especially in his shop. Most of them are genuine. How could Yi Feng afford it? Not long after, Yi Feng entered the shop and met Obi's father, O.A. It was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, with a pair of fox eyes shining like a profiteer, wearing a very ordinary short-sleeved shirt and gray trousers, who looked almost like Obi. To be honest, Yi Feng has always admired this family very much. Not to mention anything else, just the names of the 2 generations are already very strange. You said you were looking for some fine antiques? O.A. was as surprised as Obi when Yi Feng explained his intention. Right. Yi Feng nodded, and began to look around. The front hall of the store is not big, and there are many antique porcelain vases with ornamental value. When he first entered the front hall of the store, Yifeng had already started to investigate, feeling the temperature of the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand all the time. Ever since he met that oval-faced girl last time, he knew that the dragon sword ancient ring had a basic function: treasure hunting. When it gets close to something with the aura of heaven and earth, the dragon sword ancient ring will slowly heat up, just like the golden leaf grass last time. "What did you buy it for?" I asked bluntly. It seemed abnormal for a high school student to buy antiques. What's more, he knew that Yifeng was not very rich, he was even poor, and sometimes he would have to ask Obi to borrow an internet cafe if he skipped class. "Money. It's not for watching anyway." Of course, Yifeng wouldn't say that he came here looking for something with the aura of heaven and earth. He smiled and said, "Take it as something to strengthen your body and prolong your life." He didn't lie, and some high-quality ancient jade did have the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life, so I didn't doubt it. "Come inside, there is nothing good outside, you are my son's classmate, and I won't cheat you." I said, leading the way to the inner hall, leaving a capable back for the two of them. This antique shop is divided into two halls. One is the front hall. Most of the items displayed are of ornamental value, but the actual value is not very high. Even if they are smashed by ignorant customers, they will not lose much. As for the inner hall, there are other things of much higher value. The things here may not be beautiful, but they are definitely priceless things. Obi followed Yifeng and whispered, "Hey," I said, "Little B, do you really want to buy it?" Not to mention that Yifeng has no money. Even if he suddenly made a fortune, it is impossible to buy some antiques. According to Yifeng's previous temperament, as long as he has money, he will keep it in online games. "Well, don't think about it too much," it was my grandfather who explained it. Seeing his unwillingness to give up, Yifeng had no choice but to use that old guy as a shield. These words worked well, and Obi really didn't ask any more questions, but started selling with Yifeng. "Since this is the case, if you want me to tell you, you can buy some ancient jade. The good old jade is very effective when you wear it on your body." Yifeng just smiled and shook his head, followed into a slightly darker but much more spacious inner hall, and was soon attracted by the dazzling array of antiques. As expected of the O family's antiques that are very famous in Yanjing, there are quite a lot of good things here. Yifeng took a casual look, and saw a lot of things that were obviously of a certain age, and they were all sold for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Of course, this is just a small shop no matter what, and it cannot be compared with those large antique shopping malls. It will not randomly place those famous products worth more than 1 million in this store. "Xiaozi, please introduce me." At this moment, I raised his head and looked at an old clock on the wall. "I have to receive a distinguished guest, he." Seeing his treacherous and triumphant appearance, it was obvious that the distinguished guest had an extraordinary status. Go, I'm enough." Obi pulled Yifeng, ignored Oa who ran out, and began to introduce the things in the inner hall to Yifeng one by one. Yifeng saw it, and secretly smiled in his heart. This kid will definitely be a profiteer like his father when he grows up. While listening to Obi's introduction, Yifeng paid attention to the dragon sword ancient ring, but there was still no response. After a while, the two came to a counter, inside which was a delicate white jade young fish, which looked quite extraordinary. "Little B, this thing is amazing. It's a new product that just arrived a while ago." As soon as Obi saw this thing, he immediately introduced it excitedly. "It has been appraised to have a history of more than 1,000 years, and the material is transparent and the workmanship is excellent. It can be perfectly preserved after being buried in the soil for more than 1,000 years. "Nothing." "How much?" Yifeng interrupted his eloquence, and asked a little funny. "Price is not an issue." Obi continued to smile and said, "The main reason is that wearing this thing on the body is good for the elderly." If you want to buy it for your grandpa, you can't go wrong buying this. Even if you give it away, it will be very expensive. Have a face. How much? Yifeng asked again. Well, Dad said that this thing can be worth 150,000 yuan, but if you really want to buy it, for the sake of our friends, it can be cheaper. Obi said with some embarrassment. He only cared about introducing Yifeng, but now he finally realized, how could Yifeng have so much money? It's been 10 years since he was a child, but he still doesn't know what Yifeng's condition is. Living in a villa is just an appearance. So expensive? It's too dark. Yifeng looked surprised, thinking that this kind of crap was sold for 150,000 yuan, isn't it too deceitful? Of course, he didn't want to buy this white jading young fish, but wanted to inquire about the approximate price so that he could prepare himself mentally. In front of this white jadine and young fish, Dragon Sword Ancient Ring didn't react at all, and he didn't feel any obvious aura of heaven and earth, so it showed that it had no effect on Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng like this, Obi was helpless for a while. He knew it would be like this. Just as he was about to explain, a contemptuous laugh came from the entrance of the inner hall. Expensive? Of course good things are expensive. Boss, if you have any good things, feel free to introduce them. As long as the things are good, money is not a problem. Who is so arrogant? Yifeng and Obi turned their heads at the same time, but saw that accompanied by OA, a young man with a full body brand and wearing sunglasses walked in. A 5002 series Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist showed his dignity. Identity of. This watch alone is worth tens of millions of RMB. Hee, that's right, looking at the entire Yanjing, who doesn't know how rich the third young master of the Lin family is. OA, who was next to the young man, looked like a profiteer, and said with a smile, since my old friend introduced San Shao, my old O can't let San Shao down, can he? That's natural. The so-called third young master of the Lin family nodded, and smiled very usefully. Okay, I don't have much time, so take out your best thing. No problem. Young Master San, come and have a look at this white jadine young fish first. It was unearthed not long ago, and it was discovered from an ancient tomb site of the Shang dynasty. It has a history of nearly 5,000 years. Oh, I chuckled, his eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and led the third young master of the Lin family towards Yifeng and Obi. The third young master of the Lin family, do you mean the Lin family of the first family in Yanjing? Yifeng thought in his heart, seeing the sinister smile on Oa's face, he knew what he was thinking. He felt that Obi would not lie to him, so the white jadine young fish was only 1,000 years old, but his father said it was nearly 5,000 years old. Could it be that OA is trying to trick the third young master of the Lin family? My grandfather's 70th birthday will be in half a month. To make him happy, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. The third young master of the Lin family followed OA while talking proudly. He just glanced at Yifeng with some contempt, then looked at the white jadine young fish to himself. His eyes lit up when he saw it. It's so beautiful. Obviously, his way of seeing things is different from Yifeng's. Obi took the opportunity to pull Yifeng, ran to the side, and said softly, "Little bee, you can't mess with the third young master of the Lin family, let's go look elsewhere." Yifeng nodded and followed him away. For him, of course he didn't feel that the third young master of the Lin family couldn't be messed with, it was just that it wasn't necessary. If you really want to be rude, he won't care about the identity of the other party, and he will get rid of him 100% directly. His name is Lin Xuanhuan. He is the Yanjing Lin family I mentioned earlier. He is the third eldest among the males of the Lin family. After getting far away, Obi started to introduce. Yifeng usually only knows how to play games, so he is naturally not clear about these things. Fortunately, because of his father, Obi has dealt with the upper echelons of Yanjing. Now I am a freshman in Yanjing University, and I am the most favored by the old man. He is usually arrogant and domineering, and almost no one in Yanjing dares to provoke him. While talking, Obi was thinking about what to introduce to Yifeng. At this moment, the two came to a corner. Yifeng suddenly felt a ray of warmth emanating from the dragon sword ancient ring in his hand. He immediately shivered, and looked around. "Little bee, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Obi was surprised and asked a question. Yifeng did not return. Following the instructions of the dragon sword ancient ring, he saw a pile of sundries piled up in the corner of the inner hall. Obviously they were all things that were not valued. Among them, a dark green stone, half the size of a fist, came into Yifeng's eyes. "Lingsher. Too bad, it's only $50." Yifeng secretly thought it was a pity, stepped forward to pick up the dark green stone, and began to look at it carefully. "You don't like this stuff, do you?" Seeing this, Obi was even more surprised. He came up and introduced, "This was sent together with the white, jading young fish. Although it is very old, it is only half of it. I don't know what it is. I cleaned it. The time is still here. Since it's useless, why don't you give it to me?" Yifeng asked, tentatively. Where he can save money, he will naturally save money. Anyway, Obi doesn't know what this dark green stone is. Spirit stones are relatively rare cultivation resources in the world of cultivating immortals, and they can improve a lot of cultivation when used for the first time. Using it again will only have the effect of quickly recovering the true qi, but it is also precious. Once the true qi is exhausted during the fight, whether there is a spirit stone on the body is completely different. In the world of cultivating immortals, many sects will give some spiritual stones to core disciples for the initial improvement of their cultivation. As for the original Yifeng, there was no such treatment. The only pity is that there is only half of the spirit stone in front of me. Yifeng sighed secretly in his heart. Only half of the spirit stone was left. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth would start to drain. Now in this half of the spirit stone, only 1/3 of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was left. "Give it to you? I think I will be beaten to death by my father." Obi refused without hesitation, and rolled his eyes. "How much money do you have with you? Why don't you give it all to me, and don't care about the less, so that I can have an explanation with my father?" Profiteer, the second generation of profiteer. Yifeng wanted to shoot him to death. He had a check of 200,000 yuan. If he really wanted to throw it out, he could have bought the white jadine and young fish just now, not to mention the half-spirit stone that is useless to ordinary people. "It's only 200 yuan, do you want it or not?" Yifeng spread his hands and took out the last 2 photos of Grandpa Mao in his trouser pocket. Originally, there was still a lot of living expenses left this month, but unfortunately, a lot was used to open the house, and there were only 200 left. "I rely on it." Seeing this, Obi scolded, "Your grandfather asked you to buy antiques, so he gave you 200 yuan? No way, otherwise why would I choose this thing? It looks so ugly." Yifeng shrugged. Obi has inherited his father's traits of a profiteer, but Yifeng is obviously not bad either. Okay, 200 is 200, deal." Obi finally nodded reluctantly, and took the 2 tickets that Yifeng handed over. Although he and Yifeng grew up with a very strong relationship, but his father taught him since he was a child that when it comes to money, even brothers should not be sloppy and must settle accounts clearly. Yifeng put the half-spirit stone into his pocket, and couldn't wait to go back and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside. Although there is only 1/3 left, if he can absorb all of it, he will definitely have a cultivation base of more than a year. At that time, he can barely use a movement technique, and when he really encounters a pistol, he may be able to barely dodge the bullet. "I just happen to be looking for the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Of course, the higher the cultivation base, the better. I'm leaving." After the transaction was completed, Yifeng wanted to leave. "I send you." Obi nodded. When the two came to the front hall, they found that Lin Xuanhuan had finished picking things and left, leaving only a middle-aged attendant who was swiping his card to pay, and another young attendant was carrying two beautifully packaged boxes, with several bags hanging on his shoulders. A bag, it looks like a lot of effort. Did Lin Xuanhuan buy those? Yifeng saw that he had bought so many things. He was just like the core disciples of those big sects in the world of cultivating immortals, and he didn't have to do it himself to pay for the things. He would leave first after picking out the things, and leave the rest to the servants. Okay, 1 vase per person, be careful not to break it. The middle-aged attendant who paid the payment turned his head and picked up a large blue and white porcelain vase that was 1 person tall. Seeing this, the young follower who was already carrying a lot of things reluctantly wanted to move another smaller half-person high blue and white porcelain vase. It's a pity that the young man's skills are not good, and as soon as he lifted the vase that was half a person's height, he immediately lost his footing, and the whole vase was about to fall to the ground. Just at this time, Yifeng and Obi happened to walk by. Careful! Oa, who just received the money next to him, couldn't help shouting. Obi didn't react at all, but Yifeng subconsciously stretched out his hand and helped put it on the blue and white porcelain bottle. Boom! There was a sound of something breaking, and then there was a sound. The vase was not broken, but a box fell from the shoulder of the young man's servant, which contained the white jadine young fish, and it broke in two. What happened? The middle-aged attendant who had paid earlier heard the sound, turned around quickly, and put the big vase in his hand aside. It's none of my business, he broke it, he pushed me. The young man's servant suddenly became bewildered, sweating profusely, but with an idea, he pointed his finger at Yifeng, who was at the side. Yifeng glanced coldly at the young man's follower. He didn't say anything, he just put the small vase on the ground and put it on the ground. What's the matter? The middle-aged attendant in front came back aggressively, bent down and picked up the white jadine young fish that fell in two. His face changed, and he looked at Yifeng. Do you know that you got into a big disaster? This is the Lin family Sanshao stuff. Fuck, it's obviously this guy who messed up it himself. Seeing the other party spitting blood, Obi got angry all of a sudden, pointed at the young man's servant and cursed. If it wasn't for Yifeng's help, it wouldn't be just the white jadine and young fish that broke, and the little vase would definitely not be spared. The poor young man's follower was so frightened that he pissed, and at this moment he only wanted to push the responsibility to the outside world. After investigating the matter clearly, don't indiscriminately wrong people. Yifeng frowned slightly and said, Why wrong others? I tell you that if this matter is not resolved today, don't even think about leaving here. The middle-aged attendant rolled up his sleeves, with a bandit face full of ferociousness, looking like he was about to strike. Okay, isn't it just breaking something? Seeing that the situation was not good, Oa hurried over to smooth things over. I'll pay for this thing. If young Master San is willing, he can go inside and choose a few more, and we won't charge any money. Oh, I saw what happened, but the other party was the third young master of the Lin family. Would he reason with you? Hurrying to compensate the other party is the right thing to do, otherwise, when the third young master blames him and focuses on Yifeng, there will be no good fruit to eat. The incident happened in O's Antiques. I had to think about Yifeng, otherwise the third young master of the Lin family might secretly kill Yifeng. It's not that easy. It depends on how Sanshao plans to deal with this matter. The middle-aged attendant snorted coldly, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The third young master of the Lin family left after picking things up, so he could only contact him by phone. However, why is Yifeng willing to be wronged? Seeing that the other party was unreasonable, he took a step forward and wanted to strike at the middle-aged follower. At this time it was useless to say anything else, only fists were the truth. But Obi, who was on the side, had already been on guard against Yifeng's violent attack, and quickly pulled him back. Little B, don't be impulsive, leave this matter to my father, don't meddle in it. Oh, it was also on the side, patted Yifeng's shoulder, to calm him down. Yifeng glanced at him, saw a little concern in his eyes, his heart felt warm, so he didn't act rashly. Why, you want to hit someone after breaking something else? The middle-aged attendant sneered, and at this time the phone was connected, and he reported the situation to the other end, and soon there was an order from the third young master of the Lin family. 3 times the compensation, that's all. Hearing this, Oa finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the third young master of the Lin family doesn't pursue it. Humph, you should be thankful that the third young master is in a good mood today, otherwise it wouldn't be that simple. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged follower gave Yifeng a cold look. Yifeng looked on coldly. At this time he really wanted to beat him up, but considering many aspects, he held back. Beat up the Lin family at O's antiques, it's not good to implicate this boy Ob. However, Yifeng's impression of the Lin family was extremely bad. If he met him in other places in the future, it would not be as simple as today. The middle-aged attendant felt that Yifeng had taken his life, but he didn't know that he had taken his own life, and it was because of Yifeng's sake for Oa's sake. 3 times the compensation, no problem. Oa's smiling face was still there, and he ran to the side and started to operate. After a while, he finally got it done. He also helped the 2 of them move all the other antiques to a white van outside, and then drove away. If it wasn't for Uncle O, they would have to lie down and get out of here today. Yifeng watched the other party leave and snorted coldly. Damn it, if you are impulsive, you will definitely be the unlucky one. Obi scolded, who in Yanjing doesn't know the name of the third young master of the Lin family. If you dare to fight against him, you are courting death. If you really pissed him off, he could kill you in minutes. Hearing this, Yifeng didn't bother to explain, he clasped his fist at Oa. I'm causing trouble to Uncle O, this junior will leave now. Hey, what's the rush, don't you leave after dinner? Oa invited very warmly, his eyes lit up, because he heard Yifeng's way of speaking, junior, farewell, and so on, it didn't sound like modern people at all. No need, by the way, Uncle O, just now the compensation was tripled, how much did you pay? Yifeng thought for a while and asked. Not much, more than 3 million. Oa shook his hand, as if the 3 million yuan was not worth mentioning. When Yifeng heard this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was really a profiteer, and he sold something worth 150,000 yuan for more than 1 million yuan. Then the third young master of the Lin family is really a fool with a lot of money? However, Oa dared to cheat even this kind of person, he was quite courageous. Okay, Uncle O, I owe you 3 million, and I will pay it back later. Yifeng nodded and said, with his ability, it's nothing to get 3 million in the future. Of course, hearing these words in the ears of the O family father and son, it seemed unreliable. Forget it, don't mention it again. Oa waved his hand. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Today, 3 million yuan saved your life, which is still a good deal. By the way, I haven't asked what you bought yet. Father, it's that dark green thing. Obi described the appearance of the half-spirit stone. What? Brat, how much did you sell? Oa was surprised when he heard this. 200 yuan. Obi looked a little guilty. I'll kill you, loser. Oa was furious all of a sudden, ignoring Yifeng, who was on the side, caught Obi and scolded him. I just contacted an old friend a few days ago and asked him to come over to help identify it. Why don't you? I just sold it. Dad, didn't you say that thing is useless? Obi was wronged. Snort. Oa ignored him, turned his head to look at Yifeng. Yifeng, why don't you give me that stone? You can go inside and pick another one. Seeing his reaction, Yifeng wondered in his heart, did Oa guess the function of the spirit stone? In any case, he would not return the spirit stone. In his eyes, the value of half a spirit stone was far more than 3 million. Uncle O, the younger generation should listen to you in terms of love and reason. Unfortunately, I really need this thing, so I can't return it. I hope you will forgive me. Yifeng shook his head. I've decided to leave. Uncle O is also an old businessman, so he won't regret it. Cough cough. Oh, it was a little embarrassed, but quickly returned to normal, as if thinking of something. Since this is the case, then Uncle O will not force you. By the way, there will be an antique fair in Langfang in half a month, and you may be interested? Antique fair? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, wondering why the other party would invite him to go. Good. Oh, I said mysteriously, the scale of this event is not small, and it is very likely that there will be some people who are not usually seen. People you don't usually see? Yifeng frowned slightly. He didn't understand what the other party meant. It's okay, if you want to go, I can get you an invitation letter, maybe you will gain something at the fair. Oh, I chuckled, waved his hands, and didn't say much. Yifeng glanced at him, and his heart moved. This uncle is a fine man with a meticulous mind. He shouldn't be able to see his identity as a cultivator, right? No, definitely not. Judging from the spirit stone, OA may have regarded him as a martial arts practitioner. Thinking about it this way, it is not difficult to explain the other party's behavior. Okay, then I will trouble Uncle O. Yifeng nodded, didn't point out anything. He was quite interested in the trade fair, and then asked, by the way, does Uncle O know where the headquarters of the Heavenly Snake Gang is? Or where their boss is? He decided to absorb the half of the spirit stone tonight, and then go to deal with the Sky Snake Gang. Little B, what do you want to do? OB's expression changed, and he asked the headquarters of the Heavenly Snake Gang, did he want to make trouble? Crazy. The headquarters of the Heavenly Snake Gang is in Tianhua Entertainment City, but I don't know if their boss will be there. Unlike OB, his father kept a calm face and told Yifeng about the situation of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Daddy you? OB's eyes widened, he couldn't figure out why he wanted to tell Yifeng. Doesn't this make him go to die? Thank you, Uncle O, goodbye. Yifeng clasped his fists in salute, then patted OB on the shoulder, turned and left with a smile. Go back to improve your cultivation first, and then go to Tianhua Entertainment City to have a look. Once you see the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, you will control him with lightning speed. Daddy, you're acting weird today. OB watched Yifeng leave, and shook his head helplessly. What do you know, you little brat? Oh, I scolded, if my guess is right, Dad, he should be a martial arts practitioner, so why should you worry? Practice martial arts? Obi was taken aback, obviously not understanding what it meant. That's right. Do you know what that dark green stone is? Oh, A's face gradually became serious. What is it? Obi was curious. Judging from its shape, it is likely to be a spiritual stone in the martial arts world. Oa solemnly said, I didn't know about it at first. Last time, your father described this thing to an old friend. He told me a lot of things in the martial arts world. In terms of value, there are at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Hundreds of millions. Fuck, wouldn't that be a huge loss? When Obi heard this, he jumped up and wanted to chase Yifeng back. Too bad for you. The profiteer hit him on the head with a chestnut, and cursed with hatred. If this is the case, Yifeng is a person in the martial arts world, then you kid will be developed. Remember to build a good relationship with him. Obi was confused. What the hell is martial arts? Is it really like what is shown on TV? You can fly over walls, walk on walls, like kung fu, and float on water? Hey, I don't know the specifics, but it's an amazing thing anyway. Oh, I smiled. My old friend introduced me to Langfang this time. I wanted to sell the spirit stones. But now, I don't need to go. You can bring an invitation letter with you. Give the school to Yi Feng. As a businessman, he has a quick mind and reads words and deeds. As soon as Oa saw Yi Feng now, he decisively discovered the difference between him and the past, and thus made countermeasures. He heard from that old friend that people in the martial arts world are all distinguished, but they don't easily appear in the world. Even the Yanjing Lin family would not dare to easily offend a person in the martial arts world. Just now, Oa was not afraid that Yi Feng would be missed by the third young master of the Lin family. He just took the opportunity to sell his favor to Yi Feng. As a businessman, this kind of investment is nothing, not to mention that the other party is his son's classmate, and he has become a big buddy with him. If it is not done well, Yi Feng will be the opportunity for their Oa family to make a real fortune. Yi Feng spent the last cash on his body and took a taxi all the way back to Qingfeng Huyuan. He had already made a rough guess about Oa's thoughts. In this way, it is very likely that there will be some people who practice martial arts at the trade fair, including. He thought of the girl with the oval face last time, and his grandfather, who was elusive. His grandfather didn't tell him about martial arts, perhaps because he wanted him to live a stable life, but now Yi Feng is no longer the former Yi Feng. According to his temperament, how could he calm down? Even if he can't go back to the world of cultivating immortals, he still has to thrive in this world. Yi Feng. He was just about to go back to the villa, but there was a beautiful voice, like an oriole from next door. It was the school bell, Su Menghan. Yi Feng glanced over, but saw Su Menghan wearing a white flowered dress, looking elegant and refined, calling him from the balcony on the second floor of his own villa. He ignored the other party and went straight home. Yi Feng. Take me to Langfang. Seeing this, Su Menghan hurriedly spoke again. Yi Feng tirelessly said, I'll be there in half a month, you can follow along if you want. Really? You don't lie to me. Su Menghan was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. She thought that Yi Feng would simply reject him like in the daytime. I will lie to you, a little girl? Yi Feng sneered, and finally returned to his villa, closing the door with a bang. Su Menghan, who was still on the balcony on the second floor, was not to mention how happy she was. She didn't know why Yi Feng came home so late, but if she was willing to take her to Langfang, that was enough. She just wanted to visit her grandma, so why bother? Although she doesn't like Yi Feng, she will be very happy to see her grandma. But, little girl? Su Menghan couldn't help lowering her head, glanced at the fullness of her chest, and was very annoyed. Where is it so small? What a bastard, I curse you, for never getting a wife. Yi Feng, who had already returned to the bedroom, sneezed. Who is arranging me behind the scenes? Forget it, no matter how many things there are, I finally managed to meet Lingshi, but I have to hurry up. He got up and closed all the curtains in the bedroom, sat down on the bed without eating or taking a shower, and took out half a spirit stone brought back from O's Antiques. A complete spirit stone can improve the cultivation of immortals for 3 to 5 years in one fell swoop. In Yi Feng's hand, there is only 1/3 of the world's spiritual energy left, and it can be improved for a year, which is not bad. Absorbing spirit stones to improve one's cultivation is only once in a lifetime. But Yi Feng can only do this, because now he only has 5 months of cultivation, so he doesn't feel safe at all. Humans are too fragile, they may die when walking on the road, choked to death when eating, and choked to death when drinking. Yi Feng doesn't want to be such a hard worker. Nightfall. Yi Feng sat on the bed, held half a spirit stone in his hand, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within it. His cultivation base is growing rapidly under the nourishment of heaven and earth aura, and the true energy in his meridians is also getting stronger and stronger. From the initial gurgling stream, it gradually converges into a rushing river. He possesses a pill core, and the spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth can be transformed into true energy. People in the martial arts world, like the girl with the oval face, must absorb the aura of heaven and earth and transform it into that kind of unknown power. In terms of power, it is only half of the true energy. The meridians of this body are not strong, and can only accommodate 3 years of cultivation at most. It seems that it will take some time to use true energy, to widen the meridians, to increase the upper limit of cultivation. Only strong enough meridians can accommodate more cultivation-based qi. 1 year and 4 months. Near midnight, half of the dark green spirit stone in Yifeng's hand turned into powder, and his cultivation had finally grown to a brand new height. He punched casually, and he could feel the explosive power contained in the air flow. If it is said that an adult male can punch 150 kilograms with one punch, then Yifeng's Bagua fist is definitely more than double this figure, reaching 300 kilograms. Not only because of its stronger strength, but also because of the exquisite moves of Baguaquan. This basic boxing method in the world of cultivating immortals is wonderful when it comes to the earth. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the fist is, it can't stop the bullet. Yifeng is very aware of this point, so after familiarizing himself with the current power, he is going to practice a body technique that he has practiced before, the Wizard of Swift Shadow. UI. In the world of cultivating immortals, the same is true. Every cultivator pays great attention to the cultivation of body skills. And Yifeng's master, Fairy Han Bing, taught him a first-class movement technique. I searched in my memory. In the martial arts culture of this world, there are similar martial arts, such as Lingbaoibu, dragonfly touching water, etc., which are not much different from Suning Xianzong's techniques. Suning Xianzong, the best period of cultivation is after 5 years of cultivation. It may be too eager to achieve success in cultivating now, but as long as you can barely use it, it can save lives at critical moments. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he recalled the casting method of Suning Xianzong, condensing the whole body's true energy into the meridians on the 2 legs, and continuously accumulating in key positions, and then burst out suddenly. In an instant, his figure moved forward several steps, leaving a faint afterimage on the spot. Not bad. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. His figure stopped abruptly, and soon he felt a little soreness in the meridians of his legs. Obviously it would be dangerous to perform it again in a short time. Now, although he can use Suning Xianzong, he can only use it for a moment. It can only be used for a longer and longer period of time when the cultivation base is improved. According to this world, when using swift shadow and wizardry, it only takes 3 seconds to run 100 meters, and it is easy to dodge bullets. Yifeng finally had confidence in himself. But for the time being, he can only dodge once. If the opponent shoots continuously, he will still be in tragedy. As for the frontal bullet resistance, that's not what he should be thinking about right now. At this time, he raised his hand in satisfaction, but suddenly felt that the ancient dragon sword ring on his finger was slightly cold, and it produced waves of suction. What happened? Yifeng's face changed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He felt that the Jinqi in his meridians had been absorbed by the dragon sword ancient ring, gradually condensed, and tended to spurt out. Boom! After a soft sound, a burst of red light turned the entire bedroom into blood red. Yifeng opened his eyes wide, looking at the things in his hands, feeling a little unbelievable. Is this a sword? All the true energy in his body was absorbed by the dragon sword ancient ring, and with the ancient ring as the hilt, he held a crimson true energy sword in his hand just like that. Yifeng never thought that after absorbing the true energy, the dragon sword ancient ring could condense the true energy sword, but wouldn't this thing scare people to death if it was taken on the street? The blood-red color is purely formed by the condensation of true energy, and it shines with crimson light. It looks a little strange, but it looks extremely sharp. Yifeng swung the red true chi sword, and it easily cut through the exquisite wall tiles of the villa, leaving a deep ravine on it, which looked extremely hideous. So sharp? Boom! With a thought in his mind, he withdrew his true energy from the ancient dragon sword ring, and the red light disappeared immediately, and the ancient dragon sword ring returned to normal. Flexible? This phenomenon made him happy, and he wanted to try again, but found that the remaining true energy in his body was not enough to trigger a red true energy sword. Such a sharp weapon is definitely an artifact for killing people. It is necessary in a dark night and high winds. Yi Feng is a little more sure about it when he goes to Tianhua Entertainment City. Due to the serious depletion of true energy, he could only rest for a while, and finally left the villa in full strength after midnight, heading towards Tianhua Entertainment City. Although during this period of time, ordinary people would go to bed early, but in a place like Tianhua Entertainment City, the nightlife has just begun. It couldn't be more appropriate for Yi Feng to go now. Tianhua Entertainment City at this time. In a private room of Tag Heuer, many people were sitting drinking wine and feasting, and several enchanting women in revealing clothes were sitting beside them, being mopped up and down by their respective men. One of them is Tian Yuliang. Dad, since Brother Tai has said so, we don't have to worry, cheers. Tian Yuliang has a shiny hair and a powder face, and he looks like a little gangster in a leather jacket. However, a middle-aged man next to him is well-dressed, with a suit, tie and leather shoes. That is Tian Yuliang's father, Tian Zhongkai, the owner of the Blue Sky Advertising Company. That's right, cheers. Brother Tai, I will trouble you with this matter. Kai Tanaka raised his glass and said with a smile to a strong man wearing sunglasses opposite him. He spent some money this time, wanting to teach that boy Yi Feng a painful lesson, so he found out that Brother Tai of the Heavenly Snake Gang had a lot of grudges with Yi Feng. The strong man wearing sunglasses, with a layer of gauze wrapped around his nose, obviously just got injured, is Brother Tai. Humph, don't worry. That kid won't eat the toast, and he still thinks my Brother Tai is a fool? If you don't beat that kid to a disability this time, Brother Tai won't have to mess around. Brother Tai, a strong man, snorted coldly, and made no secret of his dissatisfaction with Yi Feng. Breaking other people's legs, or even more cruel things are nothing to him, and there is no psychological pressure at all. Brother Tai thought to himself, that kid is a high school student, and he dared to hit him on the nose with a brick, beat his younger brother repeatedly, and even dismissed his solicitation. This is undoubtedly a great shame and humiliation for him. Tian Yuliang hugged a charming beauty with one arm, and rubbed her plump breasts non-stop, feeling complacent. Isn't it easy to do things with money these days? When he thought that the current school forums were all about his long tail, he couldn't help but look gloomy. Although he didn't know what happened, but he always felt that it had something to do with Yi Feng. At the wine table, you came and went, and quickly discussed a cruel plan against Yi Feng, but no one knew that Yi Feng had already taken the initiative to move towards Tianhua Entertainment City. Tianhua Entertainment City is the most conspicuous place on the Bar Street, not far from King Fengyuan. Yi Feng arrived soon after running for a while. He summed up his current trump cards. One is the Swift Shadow and the Fairy Trail, which can be used to escape at critical moments. There is no horse, and it has many uses. The third is the Poison made of golden leaf grass, which can be used to control the boss of the Sky Snake Gang. But there is a problem that he must first find the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. I heard that it was a vicious bald man with a scar. He was a guy who was desperate to fight, but for Yi Feng, as long as he saw him, he would not worry about being unable to subdue him. Before coming, he had already figured out the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Snake Gang, which was in the northwest of Yanjing City, with Yanqing University as the approximate center. Tianhua Entertainment City on the Bar Street is the headquarters of the Sky Snake Gang. It is said that all the leaders of the Sky Snake Gang will appear in this place. Anyway, you still have to check it out first. It would be great if I could meet someone to lead the way. Yi Feng thought of Brother Tai, as a small leader. The possibility of knowing where the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang is quite high. However, it is not easy to meet each other by chance. When he walked into the Bar Street, the bustle here was as usual, and no one cared about him, a boy in simple clothes. After a while, he came to the entrance of a magnificent entertainment city, raised his head and saw the 5 big characters of Tianhua Entertainment City shining with golden light, showing the luxury in it. He walked in calmly, no one came to stop him, but someone was a little surprised to see such a young man who was obviously a student entering such a place. People came and went. Yifeng felt the hot atmosphere around him as soon as he entered the entertainment city. He glanced around. Before he could see the surrounding situation clearly, a loud shout came from the front, "It's that kid, catch him!" Yifeng's heart trembled when he heard this, and when he looked up, he saw that they were the 2 strong men who were with Brother Tai last time, that is, 2 of the 4 people who wanted to rape Su Minghan. The 2 strong men were coming out of the elevator. They recognized Yifeng at a glance, and chased after them, attracting surprised looks from around. "Hey, grandson, can you catch me?" Yifeng was not afraid, instead the corners of his mouth curled up, he sneered, and fled towards a place where there were few people. His figure was extremely nimble. Chase. The 2 strong men chased after him without hesitation. Their faces were full of fierceness, and they thought to themselves, "This kid is really daring. He dared to come to Tianhua Entertainment City after offending Brother Tai. Did he take the initiative to send him to seek death?" For a high school student, they didn't think there would be any threat. Although they heard that Yifeng was very good at fighting, they who could mix with Brother Tai were also gold medal fighters of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Although Tianhua Entertainment City is the headquarters of the Heavenly Snake Gang, people from the Heavenly Snake Gang are not everywhere. At least when Yifeng ran all the way to the toilet, there was no one to help stop him, and occasionally a few gangsters were kicked away by him. He ran into the toilet. The 2 strong men were secretly happy when they saw this, thinking that if the kid ran into the toilet, there would be no way to escape. But when the 2 of them rushed into the toilet, they were greeted by a big fist, which was so fast that the strong man in front couldn't even react, and was hit in the chest by this punch, and there was a click sound of broken ribs. The sound, the whole person flew back and knocked down another strong man. With one punch, Yifeng crippled a gold medal fighter of the Heavenly Snake Gang. How can ordinary people bear the power of 300 kilograms in one punch? This is because the strong man has good physical fitness. If it were an ordinary person, this punch would be enough to kill him. But even so, the strong man had already lost his fighting power. Yifeng stepped forward, picked up another strong man who was knocked down but not seriously injured, and said coldly, "Take me to see your boss, otherwise, he is your end." The burly man struggled for a while, but found it was useless. He reluctantly turned his head to glance at his companion, only to see that a small piece of that guy's chest seemed to have collapsed, rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and passed out already. This Yifeng beat him like this with one punch? The strong man's head was covered with cold sweat, and the place where he was knocked down just now felt a little painful. From this, it can be deduced how heavy Yifeng's punch was. Could it be a young Tyson? The strong man admired the king of fighters Tyson very much, compared Yifeng and Tyson, and found that the strength of the 2 could not be compared, as if they were strong at the same level. "Boss is on the 6th floor. The strong man stammered a bit and said that as the gold medal fighter of the Heavenly Snake Gang, his very important accusation was to protect the safety of the leaders of the Heavenly Snake Gang, so it is not surprising to know the whereabouts of the boss. He wasn't afraid that Yifeng would go to the boss, because he knew that the boss had a gun. No matter how powerful Yifeng was, wouldn't he still be killed by the boss? The brawny man in Yifeng's hands was wearing a black turban. He looked quite capable and had a ferocious face. Unfortunately, in Yifeng's hands, he was like a little sheep, not even daring to resist. He obediently led Yifeng to the 6th floor of the entertainment city, from the stairs, through a passageway with few people. Yifeng observed carefully all the way, and found that there were many cameras in the corridor, secretly thinking, if he can't restrain the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang this time, he will definitely be in big trouble in the future. The sixth floor of Tianhua Entertainment City. This is the place where the elites of the Sky Snake Gang are located, and at this time, most of them are already enjoying themselves in the room with their arms around women. The burly man in the black turban led Yifeng all the way through the corridor, but he didn't see a single person. Arriving at the door of a luxury private room at the innermost, the strong man in the black turban stepped forward and knocked on the door rhythmically a few times. Boom. 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 Come in. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from inside. He couldn't hear any emotion or color, and he didn't know what he was doing. It would be great if you had divine consciousness. Yifeng thought in his heart, after 10 years of cultivation, he cultivated in God, any disturbance around him would not be able to escape his perception, even the partition wall would be able to check everything in the room clearly. The burly man in the black turban gently pushed open the door, made an inviting gesture, and signaled Yifeng to go in. Yifeng gave him a cold look, and found that the other person's expression was the same as that of a little panic just now, but there was a ruthless look in his eyes. Fraud? Yifeng was vigilant, and walked into the room with his head held high. As soon as I entered, there was a bang gunshot. The Wizard of Shadows. Yifeng had been prepared for a long time, his true energy was concentrated in his legs, and he rushed forward in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage on the spot, and the bullets passed by. He quickly observed the situation in the room, and saw a bald man with a scar holding a pistol, with a fierce look on his face. And beside him, there was a coquettishly dressed woman, leaning on the scarred bald man, with only an inch of her body covered, most of her sexy and attractive skin was exposed. Seeing that Yifeng dodged the bullet all of a sudden, the two of them were surprised. However, the bald man with the scar was indeed the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate, and wanted to continue shooting at Yifeng, but then he discovered that Yifeng had actually come to him in an instant. Even if the Fairy of Shadows can only be used for a moment, it is enough for Yifeng to pass through a distance of 20 meters, from the door to the scarred bald man. When the scarred bald man wanted to pull the trigger again, Yifeng had already punched his wrist, sending the pistol flying. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng patted the coquettish woman's chest with one hand, and at the same time concentrated his whole body's true energy on the ancient dragon sword ring. Boom! The red light flashed away, and the red true energy sword appeared without warning, piercing through the coquettish woman's heart in one fell swoop. The woman's eyes widened. She had seen many deaths with scar, and even killed people with her own hands, but she never thought that her own death would come so quickly. As the coquettish woman collapsed powerlessly, the ancient dragon sword ring instantly returned to its original state, killing people invisible. And Yifeng's other hand was already tightly grasping the scarred, bald man's neck. Even the bald man with the scar, who was close at hand, didn't see clearly how Yifeng killed him. Looking at the bald man with a scar, he has a straight nose, a square jaw with sharp edges and corners, and a shocking scar extending from his right eye all the way to the left corner of his mouth. He looks fierce and brave. With such a character, Yifeng would definitely not be able to deter him unless he killed someone in front of him. Eat it. Yifeng took out a pitch-black pill made of golden leaf grass, stuffed it into the mouth of the scarred bald man, and while he wasn't paying attention, he patted him on the back twice, letting the pill slide down. Who are you? What did you eat for me? The scarred bald man gritted his teeth and asked. You'll find out soon enough. Yifeng smiled, finally let go of the opponent's neck, and easily shook his hand. He glanced at the coquettish woman who fell to the ground, her half-naked chest was bleeding. He didn't pay attention, but the pistol that slipped to the side made him look a few more times. This is the thing, if he was half a beat slower, just now, and asked the other party to fire another shot, he would be completely in danger. Fortunately, Suning Xianzong was unexpected, and the other party was stunned for a moment. At this time, Yifeng's true energy was almost exhausted, but the scarred bald man was even more unbearable. Not only his wrist was almost broken by Yi Feng, but also the pills in his stomach began to attack. He had no strength at all, and soon his whole body was shaking. Start cramping. Yi Feng ignored him, stepped forward and picked up the pistol, played with it a few times, then suddenly lifted it up, pointed to the door. Come in, close the door. At the door, the burly man in the black turban was staring at all this in astonishment. In less than 2 seconds, the boss was subdued? What happened to the afterimage just now? The boy dodged a bullet? The burly man in the black turban doubted whether what he saw was real, but at this moment Yi Feng pointed a gun at him and let him in. Looking at the coquettish woman bleeding on the ground, he had no doubt that if he dared to run away, Yi Feng would shoot him. He didn't have that kind of ferocious ability to dodge bullets, so he had no choice but to give in. Stepping into the room, the strong man in the black turban closed the door behind him. Yi Feng keenly noticed that the other party seemed to be making some gestures towards the outside when closing the door, so he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Okay, don't play any tricks, or you will all die. With the pistol in hand, Yi Feng felt relieved. He turned his head to look at the bald man with the scar, but saw that he was already curled up into a ball, trembling unceasingly. It was obvious that he was tortured to the extreme, but he never let out a sound. It can be seen that his determination is firm. Okay, get up. Yi Feng stepped forward and kicked him casually, through which his true energy rushed into the opponent's body, temporarily suppressing the power of the poison. From now on, you need to see me once a week, otherwise the poison will take effect, and you can only persist for an hour at most before you die. My name is Yi Feng, and I will be your boss from now on, of course, behind the scenes. Scar was bald and sweating profusely, barely standing up while holding the table. He raised his head and glanced at Yi Feng, gritted his teeth. You really have the guts. Ah Chang, come here. Hearing this, the black-hooded man glanced at Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, playing with the pistol in his hand leisurely. Ah Chang stepped towards their boss. At this moment, Dao Scar picked up a fruit knife on the table, and pierced Ah Chang's chest neatly. Under Ah Chang's unbelievable eyes, Scar covered his mouth and stabbed him twice again. Fresh blood flowed out, and soon, Ah Chang fell down softly. All right. Scar threw down the blood-stained fruit knife, wiped his hands with a paper towel, and raised his head to look at Yi Feng. Very good. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. He understands Scar's approach very well. As a gang boss, it is very important to have prestige in front of his subordinates. Now that such a thing happened but Ah Chang saw it, there is no doubt that Ah Chang should be silenced. For Scar, his own life was obviously more important, and the colic all over his body just now from the poison attack was not fake. As soon as Yi Feng said that he wanted to be the boss behind the scenes, he understood everything. If you have any errands in the future, just ask. Scar said in a deep voice. I know you are not convinced in your heart. You can go to the hospital for an examination. Yi Feng turned around and said with a smile, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you treat with medicine indiscriminately, the condition may worsen, and even I can't save you. Brother Yi, don't worry. Scar raised his head. You can call me Scar. I know you are not an ordinary person, just the kind of movement, and... He turned his head sideways and glanced at the alluring woman lying on the ground with fresh blood dripping from her chest. People are most afraid of the unknown. The way Yi Feng dodges the bullet, and the way he kills the alluring woman, both make Scar scarred. If Yi Feng wanted to kill him, then he would have become a corpse like the coquettish woman. Are you from the martial arts? Scar hesitated and asked a question. Don't ask more questions than you should. Yi Feng snorted softly. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you, but you can do the things I ask you to do in the future. And I don't care about other things. You are still the boss of your Heavenly Snake gang. Yes. Scar responded. Then those people outside will be handled by you. Yi Feng put the pistol into his arms, and pouted towards the door. Just now, the gesture of the strong man in the black turban let Yi Feng know that there are other people outside the door, probably attracted by the gunshot just now. Do not worry. Scar nodded heavily, opened his mouth, and shouted out the door, let me all come in, drag these two bastards out and deal with them. With a bang, the doorman slammed open from the outside, and several gold medal thugs from the Heavenly Snake gang ran in. At first, they looked fierce, but then they were a little stunned, because the situation inside the room was completely different from what they had imagined. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get rid of these two traitors. This is my cousin. He saved my life this time. When you see him in the future, it's like seeing me. With a look of rage, Dao Scar pointed to Yi Feng and introduced him, making those big men silent. Then I'll go first. Yi Feng didn't want to get involved in the affairs here, so he greeted Dao Scar and left the room. A group of big men really thought that Yi Feng was Dao Scar's cousin, and watched him leave respectfully one by one. Scar would like to send him off, but this occasion is not suitable, he must stay and let the corpse be disposed of first. Yi Feng walked out of the room, got off the elevator all the way to the lobby, but happened to see several unexpected characters. Tian Yuliang, Brother Tai, whose nose was covered with a layer of gauze, and several other people were coming out of the private room on the side. They seemed to be chatting and laughing happily, as if some agreement had been reached. Yi Feng thought for a while, and instead of going forward, he stopped and prepared to eavesdrop for a while. Don't worry, since you have received the money, you will definitely be satisfied. Brother Tai was wearing sunglasses, with a layer of gauze covering his nose, and said with a sullen expression, just wait until tomorrow morning, and definitely let that kid know that he is crying and begging for mercy. Brother Tai of the Heavenly Snake Gang is well known in this area, not only because he fights fiercely and does all kinds of bad things, but also because his younger sister is the concubine of the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, so she got a position as a small boss. Of course, Brother Tai is not brain dead, he knows that relying on a woman will not achieve great things after all, so he pays great attention to cultivating his own team, including the former Ah Chang, who is his confidant. It was not a strange thing for him to find out that Yi Feng could fight, so he wanted to recruit him, but unfortunately Yi Feng rejected him. Will there be any trouble if you beat him to a severe disability? After all, Tian Yuliang was young, and what he just discussed made him a little startled. It only cost a mere tens of thousands of yuan, and the Heavenly Snake Gang can beat a high school student into a severe disability, and spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. It is really too vicious. Even if it kills someone, my Heavenly Snake Gang can solve it, let alone crippling people. Brother Tai snorted coldly, obviously because the Heavenly Snake Gang had a backer, so he wasn't worried at all. That's natural, haha. Tian Zhongkai saw that Brother Tai was dissatisfied, and immediately explained to his son, Yuliang is just a little surprised by the methods of the Gue Gang, so Brother Tai doesn't need to take it to heart. Wait Dad, Brother Tai. Tian Yuliang was originally drunk, but suddenly his eyes lit up, and he pointed behind the two of them, isn't Yi Feng right there? Behind the crowd, Yi Feng walked out calmly. He already understood the intention of the other party gathering here, so there was no need for him to waste any more time. Brother Tai turned his head when he heard the words, and he saw Yi Feng, who impressed him deeply. This is the kid who hit him in the face with a brick last time and ignored his solicitation. Obviously he didn't pay attention to Brother Tai of the Heavenly Snake Gang. You boy, dare to come to your Brother Tai? It's too late. Brother Tai laughed out loud, and took it for granted that Yi Feng appeared here to recognize him as the eldest brother, so he couldn't help but feel proud. There are many opportunities in a person's life, even if you kneel down and beg me to accept you as a younger brother now, there is no such possibility. Yeah? Yi Feng smiled lightly and glanced at the other party. Yi Feng, do you know what this place is? Tian Yuliang drank too much wine and leaned against the wall very excitedly. He seemed to have seen Yifeng being beaten all over the ground by Brother Tai's men, not to mention how enjoyable it was. His father, Tian Zhongkai, did not expect that Yifeng would come to his door by himself. It was a surprise. It seemed that he could be disabled without waiting until tomorrow. Do it. Let this kid know what will happen if he offends our Sky Snake gang. Brother Tai gave the order, and the 2 gold medal thugs of the Sky Snake gang next to him had no nonsense, and immediately rushed forward to attack Yifeng. Yifeng remained calm until the opponent rushed in front of him, and then quickly made a move, Bagua Fist. The shadow of the fist was as fast as lightning, and there were 2 bangs, and the 2 iron brothers flew backwards in an instant, hit the wall heavily, and held miserably. The movement here suddenly attracted the attention of everyone around. How could people who are having fun in Tianhua Entertainment City not know whose territory it is? But seeing that in the base camp of the Sky Snake gang, someone dared to attack members of the Sky Snake gang, everyone was astonished as if they saw aliens. When they saw that it was only a high school student who did the fighting, they were even more surprised, and thought to themselves that this kid might not be able to leave here alive today. Brother Tai was also taken aback when he saw 2 of his subordinates being sent flying in an instant. He knew that Yifeng could fight, but he didn't know that he could fight to this level. You must know that those 2 subordinates were gold medal fighters of the Heavenly Snake gang. Yifeng put away his fists and looked at Brother Tai calmly. I advise you to get out of the way, don't make a move, or you will bear the consequences. Grass. The kid is so arrogant, fuck me. How could Brother Tai accept being threatened by a high school student? With a big wave of his hand, members of the surrounding Sky Snake gang rushed over, dozens of them rushed towards Yifeng. The guests from the surrounding entertainment city were all ready to watch the show, but just when everyone thought Yifeng was about to be beaten to death, a voice came from behind Yifeng, stop it all, I think it's wrong. Yifeng turned his head and saw that it was Scar with an angry face. After Dao Scar told his subordinates to deal with the 2 corpses, he immediately ran down, trying to catch up with what Yifeng asked him to do, but seeing such a scene, can he not be annoyed? Brother Tai became gloomy all of a sudden. Brother, this kid doesn't take our Heavenly Snake gang seriously, I'm about to teach him a lesson. Snort. Scar snorted coldly, interrupted Brother Tai, glanced coldly at everyone around him, and waved his hand. Yifeng is my distant cousin of Scar, who just saved my life. You said you want to teach me a lesson, he? With that said, everyone was stunned. What? This high school student is the distant cousin of the boss of the Heavenly Snake gang, and he saved his life just now. Fuck. Is there a mistake? Tian Yuliang was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Yifeng had such a relationship. No wonder Yifeng dared to be so rude to the members of the Heavenly Snake gang. It turned out that the boss of the Heavenly Snake gang was actually his cousin. In this way, wouldn't their discussion in the private room just now be all in vain? Not only don't want to teach Yifeng a lesson, but they themselves will be unlucky. Tai, how many years have you been with me? Scar looked at Brother Tai and asked a question. Brother, it's been 3 years. Brother Tai didn't know what Dao Scar was asking this for. He glanced at Yifeng with some trepidation, and then replied. It's been 3 years. Your sister and Ah Chang you recruited just now wanted to join forces to murder me. If Brother Yi hadn't happened to pass by, I wouldn't have died standing in front of you. As Dao Scar was talking, his tone became fierce, and what he said was true, which made Yifeng admire him a little. This Scar is indeed a talent, and the person who can sit in this position is by no means mediocre. This sentence explained the 2 people who died very well, and it also brought Yifeng up by the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother, how is it possible? Brother Tai was shocked when he heard it. This is the end. Tian Yuliang and his son also looked at each other in blank dismay, never expecting the plot to develop like this. They are too unlucky to encounter such a thing, right? The father and son looked at brother Tai at the side. This guy is the most tragic thing to happen. With a wave of his hand, Scar made the surrounding subordinates control the three of them, and a group of people rushed up in an instant. In the end, Tian Yuliang, father and son, and brother Tai were all handed over to Scar to deal with. With Scar's personality, these three people would have to peel off their skins if they didn't die. Yi Feng watched the three of brother Tai being forcibly taken away, and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have no cash on him, so he glanced at Scar. By the way, can I borrow some cash if it's convenient? When Dao Scar heard this, he was a little puzzled, thinking to himself that with Yi Feng's skills, how could he have no money? But after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Come with me." Yi Feng looked at his back, thinking that he just wanted a few hundred yuan by the way, where else should he go? After thinking about it, he guessed that Scar might have something to say, so he left the hall with the other party, leaving only a bunch of stunned Sky Snake gang members and night guests having fun, whispering to each other. From now on, brother Tai of the Heavenly Snake gang finally fell, and that young man named Yi Feng, many people remembered his appearance, and was listed as one of the people who must not be offended in the future. Yi Feng didn't think too much about it. After a while, he followed Scar to a relatively hidden room, which was a small warehouse. As one of the three major gangs in Yanjing City, the Heavenly Snake Gang possessed extraordinary wealth. The things in this small warehouse are just for Dao Scar and the others to use in an emergency. For example, gang fights, when cash is needed to redeem people, it will come in handy. Scar opened the complicated door lock and led Yi Feng into it. In the entire small warehouse, there are 10 fixed safes, which are embedded in the walls. It can be seen that they were built when Tianhua Entertainment City was first built. Without hesitation, Scar came to one of the fixed safes, entered the password, fingerprints, etc., and opened it. Appearing in front of Yi Feng was a cabinet full of cash. One piece was glowing red, roughly $1 million. "Brother Yi, is that enough?" Scar asked. As cash, 1 million is already quite a lot, and it may not be convenient for Yi Feng to take it away. He thinks it should be almost the same. Enough. Yi Feng was very calm, randomly took 2 stacks, and put 20,000 cash on him. It was enough. Now he doesn't have a storage ring or anything like that, and it's inconvenient to carry too much cash. Seeing this, Dao Scar nodded secretly, knowing that Yi Feng was indeed not an ordinary person. He didn't even blink his eyes when he saw the cash. He observed Yi Feng's expression, finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, "If Brother Yi wants more money, there is no doubt that the Scar can be given, as long as Brother Yi agrees to one condition." "What conditions?" Yi Feng asked indifferently. He had already guessed that the other party had something to ask, otherwise a gang boss, no matter how afraid of death, would not be able to obey him so easily. "Teach me martial arts," Scar said firmly, with a trace of fire in his eyes. When Yi Feng heard this, he was a little surprised. Teaching him martial arts? After pondering for a while, Yi Feng didn't answer him, but asked instead, "How much do you know about the martial arts world?" It was necessary for him to figure out what was going on in the martial arts world on Earth. It's a pity that Dao Scar was not very clear about this. He just said, "Not many, but this scar on my face was scratched by a martial artist with a knife." As he spoke, a hint of envy flashed in Dao Scar's eyes, obviously yearning for people in the martial arts world. An hour later, Yi Feng left Tianhua Entertainment City with only 20,000 yuan in cash. From Scar's narration, he didn't know too much about the martial arts world, but he did have some understanding of the speed and strength of the martial arts swordsman in Scar's mouth. That swordsman, who has cultivated for about 10 years, has superb sword skills and first-class body skills. At that time, if there hadn't been a younger brother who blocked Scar, that knife would have killed him. And when they were fighting that night, the swordsman just passed by and thought they were too noisy, so he killed dozens of people from both sides. Since he was hacked that night, Scar has been nicknamed Scar, and no one can remember what it was called before. If I meet that swordsman now, I will definitely not be my opponent. Besides, it was already 10 years ago. If the swordsman is still alive now, he has at least 20 years of cultivation, and his strength will be improved to a higher level. Yi Feng was secretly vigilant, knowing that there are also masters in this world. After listening to Scar's narration, Yi Feng vaguely expressed that as long as he was obedient, he would teach him martial arts, which made him beam with joy. Great, after 10 years, I finally got such an opportunity. Before leaving, Yi Feng made a request, that is to prepare 3 million for him tomorrow morning, and collect some Chinese medicinal materials in the next half-month to prepare for going to Langfang to participate in the trade fair. After seeing that Scar agreed, Yi Feng left his cell phone number and left gracefully. After returning to Qingfeng Heyuan to rest for a night, Yi Feng returned to his full strength until dawn. When the sun came out, he got up, stretched, and opened the door to go to school. Yi Feng, hurry up, or you'll be late. As soon as he went out, a clear and pleasant voice came over. Who could it be if it wasn't Su Menghan? What does it matter to you if I'm late? Yi Feng said angrily, raised his head to have a look, only to find that Su Menghan, bathed in the morning sun, was extraordinarily beautiful. His sweet smile made him startled. The natural folds on a small white flower collar shirt set off her attractive S-shaped figure. Under the knee-length white skirt is a pair of snow-white jade legs, which are elegantly put together, looking slim. Under the rising sun, her delicate melon-seed face was smiling, and she looked very happy to see Yi Feng. Let's go to school together. Seeing him staring blankly, Su Menghan hastily stretched out her jade hand and waved it in front of his eyes twice, secretly delighted in her heart. It seems that this girl is still very attractive. Why do you want to be together? Yi Feng came back to his senses. He didn't know what the hell she was planning, so he snorted softly and asked. My dad doesn't want anyone to pick me up, so I have to go with you. Su Menghan said aggrievedly, I've been waiting at your door for half an hour. She thought in her heart, Yi Feng finally agreed to take her to Langfang. During this time she must establish a good relationship with him, lest he go back on his word. Because of this, she purposely stood guard at the door of Yi Feng's villa, waiting for him to go to school together. I really don't know what you're thinking, let's go. Yi Feng shook his head, and walked straight to the gate of Qingfeng Garden. Wait for me, why are you walking so fast? Su Menghan caught up, her pure and beautiful figure appeared pure and lively. The young security guard couldn't move his eyes when he passed the door, and almost drooled. As soon as the two of them left Qingfeng Heyuan, they saw 4 majestic and strong men standing by. The white snakes tattooed on their sleeves showed their identities, and they were members of the Heavenly Snake Gang. When they saw Yi Feng, the eyes of the 4 strong men lit up. They got up and walked over. Oh, run! Seeing this, Su Menghan was in a bad mood, panicked all of a sudden, grabbed Yi Feng's arm and wanted to run away. In her opinion, Yi Feng has provoked the Heavenly Snake Gang several times, and the 4 strong men in front of him are not easy to provoke. If they don't run away, they will only die. What are you panicking about? Of course Yi Feng would not be dragged away by a little girl, but seeing that the other party was so worried about him, he was a little moved. Don't worry, they are not here to make trouble. Although he said so, how could Su Menghan believe it? Yi Feng has provoked the Heavenly Snake Gang so many times. With the style of the underworld, it would be strange not to kill him. And if you stay outside early in the morning, what purpose does it have besides looking for trouble? For a moment, Su Menghan became extremely nervous, but seeing that Yi Feng really didn't want to run away, she couldn't help but hide behind Yi Feng. Brother Yi, your card. 4 strong men came to Yi Feng and respectfully handed over 2 bank cards. Yi Feng took the card and knew that there was 200,000 in one of them, and he transferred that check to the card. The other card has 3 million in it. Yi Feng asked for it specially from Dao Scar, and will return it to Obi later. 3 million is nothing to Scar. Although the Heavenly Snake Gang's liquidity is not much, it is not a problem to take out 3 million. This can be regarded as Scar's sincerity in turning to Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt lucky to be able to subdue Scar so quickly and control the Heavenly Snake Gang behind the scenes. If it weren't for Scar's past, some understanding of the martial arts world, and deep-seated fears, it would be difficult to make him obedient just by threatening him. If Yi Feng's target was the other two gangs in Yanjing City, the operation would never be so smooth. After the 4 strong men handed over the bank cards to Yi Feng, they bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. Su Menghan, who was hiding behind Yi Feng, was already dumbfounded. What's the situation? Isn't the Heavenly Snake Gang awesome and scary? Why would they treat a high school student with such respect? She couldn't help but think of the words that Su Xinchang tried every means to get her close to Yi Feng. Could it be that Yi Feng's background is so powerful that even the Heavenly Snake Gang dare not provoke him? In addition, the name Brother Yi. Could it be that Yi Feng is also a member of the Heavenly Snake Gang? Let's go. Yi Feng put away the bank card and interrupted Su Menghan's thinking with a faint sentence. Along the way, Su Menghan obediently didn't say a word. She was guessing about Yi Feng's identity, but she didn't dare to ask. For her not speaking, Yi Feng was happy to be quiet. It's just that when the two arrived at the high school attached to Yanda University after walking for about 20 minutes, they suddenly became the focus of the surrounding crowd. Yi Feng and the school beauty came to school together? There is no mistake. The two walked side by side to the classroom. Yi Feng seemed to hear the sound of countless hearts breaking, including that of his best friend Obi. As soon as he sat down on the seat, Obi leaned over, filled with righteous indignation. Little B, you are so unjust, you just got the school bell in your hands without saying a word? Sure enough, you will get the moon first if you are close to the water. Don't guess. Yi Feng took out the bank card and threw it over. Take it back to your father, I don't like to owe others. There are 3 million in the card, and the password is on the back. What? Obi subconsciously took the bank card and was taken aback for a while. He was full of anger just now, expressing his anger at Yi Feng and Su Menghan walking together, but now, he was stunned by Yi Feng's words. 3 million? God, after only one night, you got 3 million? Obi's first reaction was, this guy is lying. But thinking about it carefully, is it necessary for Yi Feng to lie? How much money is in the card? You can find it at any ATM, how long can you hide it? Little B, are you kidding? We didn't want you to pay back the money. Obi was shocked. Okay, I know what your dad is up to, so don't worry. Yi Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Obi put away his bank card suspiciously, and suddenly slapped his head. By the way, this is an invitation letter for the trade fair. Only then did Obi realize that the current Yi Feng had completely changed, and guessed in his heart that it was because of his grandfather. Without thinking too much, he took out the precious invitation letter from his arms. Yi Feng took a look. It was an envelope with a red cover, and a soaring dragon was printed on the cover. It was not surprising at first glance. But soon he felt that there was a faint strange force flowing in the sealing position of the envelope. Thanks. He put away the invitation letter calmly, but kept guessing in his heart. This so-called antique fair will never be that simple. The strange power on the seal of the invitation letter is exactly the same as the power in the oval-faced girl's body. Until now, Yi Feng still doesn't know what this kind of power is called, but it is definitely unique to people in the martial arts world. Xiaozi, how many invitations does your father have? Yi Feng asked a question. Just one, what's the matter? Obi is strange. It's okay, just ask. Yi Feng was perfunctory, but thought quickly in his mind. There is no doubt that this invitation letter is very precious. Oe can get one, probably because he has half a spirit stone. It seems that the organizers and participants of the trade fair are likely to be from the martial arts world. Will you meet that oval-faced girl? Yi Feng thought a little playfully. If you pass by with this appearance, any fool will know that it will be very wrong. Fortunately, half a month later, he was able to reach the cultivation level of 1 year and 5 months, and if he used the blurring trick, he could change his appearance, 5 sense organs, and even his height and shape within a certain period of time. In this world, no one should be able to dismantle the fairy art. But just in case, it's better to wear a mask. Yi Feng made a decision. Looking around, he found that Tian Yuliang didn't come to the school today. After some inquiries, he found out that the boy had gone through the transfer procedures overnight, and he didn't dare to stay in the high school attached to Yanda University. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In Fengfei's Langfang in April, there was a light rain in the sky, and there were still 2 months before the college entrance examination. I will be careful, Uncle O, don't worry. Yi Feng hung up the phone and led Su Menghan out of Langfang railway station. At noon, the sky was gloomy, and Yi Feng felt a little depressed as he felt the drizzle. Su Menghan, on the other hand, cheered and jumped all the way. It could be seen that she was genuinely excited. For Yi Feng, one of the purposes of coming to Langfang to participate in the trade fair was to see if he could find any good things, but the most fundamental thing was to find out what was going on in the martial arts world on Earth. One day without understanding, he will have no peace. As for Su Menghan, she came to Langfang just to visit her grandmother, whom she hadn't seen for more than 10 years, so she was naturally in a good mood. When you come to visit your relatives, your father doesn't accompany you, which is quite responsible. Yi Feng smiled softly, and made a sarcasm. He is under the care of the Xie family, how dare he come? Su Menghan snorted lightly, didn't say much, and asked instead, it's you, how did you do in the mock exam? Before coming here, the high school affiliated to Yen University just passed the second model exam. Su Menghan's grades have always been among the best, so there is no need to worry, but Yi Feng is sadly reminded, in the first class of the 3rd year of high school, he has always been at the bottom of the crane. When mentioning the exam, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. He has been busy refining pills some time ago, preparing to use it himself or sell it at the trade fair. How can he have time to read and prepare for the exam? There is no doubt that the test results this time will be bad, even worse than before. But Yi Feng is not worried. With his current memory, even if he starts to review a week before the college entrance examination, he can still enter Yanqing University steadily. That's the way it is. Okay, then you go your way, I'll go mine. Well, water does not violate river water. After Yi Feng finished speaking vaguely, he turned around and wanted to leave. Hey, wait. Seeing this, Su Menghan hurriedly stopped her. She didn't know what Yi Feng was doing in Langfang. She thought he came with her, but now it doesn't look like that. But if Yi Feng left, she was alone here and unfamiliar with the place. What if she was in danger? Yi Feng was stopped by Su Menghan, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Menghan took out her mobile phone, glanced at the address of her grandmother's house recorded on it, and said a little embarrassedly, "You go with me." At this age, do you still need someone to accompany you? Yi Feng frowned, obviously not very happy. I have no money. Su Menghan looked at Yi Feng with some awkwardness, pinching the corners of her snow-white skirt with both hands. Su Xincheng was very strict with her daily finances, not because of Su Xincheng's thinking, but because of the woman from Xia's family. Yi Feng was a little speechless, looked at the time, it was exactly 12 noon. The antique fair starts at 6 o'clock in the evening, so there is no need to rush there. Let's go. Yi Feng didn't waste time, he hailed a taxi, and took Su Menghan to her grandmother's address. Going east all the way out of Langfang City, there are some villages and towns, and Su Menghan's grandmother's house is in this direction. Fortunately, the place where the antique trade fair was held was also in this direction, which made Yi Feng feel at ease, and he didn't have to worry about being late. Along the way, Su Menghan felt a little uneasy. One is because they are about to see Grandma and others whom they haven't seen for more than 10 years, and the other is because they are with Yi Feng. Half a month ago, she and Yi Feng were just strangers, but now Yi Feng accompanied her back to his hometown. She has seen Yi Feng's violence before, and if the animal becomes violent, she will definitely not have the ability to resist. Of course, after getting along for half a month, Su Menghan decided to trust Yi Feng. The most important thing is that Yi Feng has never shown any interest in her, and usually ignores her. Perhaps in Yi Feng's eyes, she is not that important. Su Menghan thought in her heart that women's intuition is quite accurate. From Yi Feng's attitude all the time, she can feel that the other party is not playing hard to get, but really doesn't take her seriously. This made her feel a sense of frustration involuntarily. Could it be that she has no charm at all? After a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers, the taxi stopped in front of a residential area. Yi Feng paid the fare, took Su Menghan out of the car, and looked around at a peaceful scene. There were many buildings, alleys intertwined, and cars parked everywhere. This shows that the economic development in this area is still good. After asking my brother for the exact direction of the address, the two walked towards their destination. Yi Feng, I'm a little nervous. Su Menghan grabbed the corner of her clothes with her small hands, and said nervously. What's there to be nervous about? Although we haven't seen each other for so long, we are all relatives anyway. What are you afraid of? Yi Feng shook his head, couldn't help thinking of himself. Whether he was in the world of cultivating immortals or he was reborn on Earth, he has never had any relatives. In the world of cultivating immortals, he has only one master. On Earth, he has only one mysterious grandfather. What would it be like to have a complete home? He doesn't know because he has never felt it. Following the house number all the way, the two soon came to the yard of a building and stood at the door. Seeing Su Menghan's anxious look, Yi Feng stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Who is it? An impatient middle-aged woman's voice came out, come here. The voice of a middle-aged woman? Yi Feng quickly guessed that it should be Su Menghan's aunt. Su Menghan's grandfather died early, and she had 4 children, the youngest being her mother, and her 3 uncles. It is said that her grandmother lived with one of her uncles. Soon the door opened, and a fat, middle-aged woman appeared in front of the two of them. She looked at the two of them strangely. You guys are looking for someone? Dagon is not here. When she saw Su Menghan, the middle-aged woman was obviously surprised, and then she did not hide the jealousy and contempt in her eyes. There is no way, the girl is too beautiful, it is easy to be jealous. I am Su Menghan. Su Menghan asked with some hesitation, may I ask if you are my aunt? Su Menghan? The middle-aged woman repeated the name, and then reacted, looking at her, suspiciously, are you Su Menghan? Su Menghan nodded repeatedly, for fear that the other party would not recognize her. After confirming again and again, the middle-aged woman snorted roughly, it's been so many years, what are you doing here? I'm going to see Grandma, and… Su Menghan was speaking, but was interrupted by the other party. The old lady got sick and died a few years ago. The middle-aged woman looked indifferent, as if the person who died was a stranger, then remembered something, looked at Yi Feng and Su Menghan with some vigilance. If you have nothing to do, you should go first. It's not without reason that she is so vigilant. People here don't know that Su Xincheng's career is getting bigger and bigger. Because Su Xincheng was very tough in the early years, and Su Menghan's mother followed him to die in a car accident. People here don't know the news after that. Who would have known that Su Xincheng married someone from Yanjing Xia family and made a fortune all the way, until now the Sushin Group has been successfully listed, worth $1 billion? In the imagination of people here, Su Menghan must have lived a more miserable life than before. Now that Su Menghan came back suddenly, he probably couldn't live on and wanted to borrow money. Hey, how can this be? Seeing that the other party was going to close the door, Su Menghan became anxious. She never thought that her aunt would not welcome her. Go away, we can't help you. The middle-aged woman took a final look at Yi Feng and Su Menghan. Her eyes were strange, she shook her head and wanted to close the door. But at this moment, she raised her head and her expression changed, and she looked into the alley not far away. Help, Mom, help me. A voice that sounded very distressed was coming from far and near. Yi Feng and Su Menghan turned their heads the first time, and saw a young man in short sleeves running over in embarrassment, limping, and chasing after him three men who looked like gangsters. It's useless to go anywhere if you don't pay back the money, call me. One of them said viciously, with ruthlessness in his eyes. He chased up and kicked the short-sleeved youth to the ground. Another person picked up a brick and smashed it on the head of the short-sleeved young man. Big Root, don't hit, don't hit. The middle-aged woman, that is, Su Menghan's aunt, panicked all of a sudden, and she didn't care about Yi Feng and Su Menghan anymore. She ran out and cried, Dejan, I told you not to gamble, but you didn't listen. Not only did he gamble, but he also took drugs. A man in a black jacket rolled up his sleeves, looked at the middle-aged woman who was running over, and said with a pooh, You are the mother? This kid owes us more than 300,000 yuan. Hurry up and pay him back, or wait for his body to be collected. Bar. 30,000? The middle-aged woman was stunned. Where did she get so much money now? Yi Feng. Su Menghan from behind tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, with a pleading look on his face. People refuse to recognize you, and you still ask me to help her? Yi Feng thought it was funny. Your cousin not only gambles, but also takes drugs. I'm not that stupid to help such a good-for-nothing offend the local underworld. Yi Feng raised his head and watched the three underworld men in front of him beating the short-sleeved young man. It was really beating to death, blood spattered. Su Menghan had never seen such a scene before, repeatedly tugging on Yi Feng's cuff, begging him for help. Stop it. Yi Feng couldn't bear her begging, finally shook his head helplessly, stepped forward quickly, and blocked the brick in the hands of one of the mafia men. Seeing that Yi Feng made a move, Su Menghan couldn't help showing joy. She knew Yi Feng's strength. Even the Heavenly Snake Gang couldn't do anything to him, let alone the few gangsters in front of her. Who are you, boy? One of the men looked at Yi Feng with an unkind expression. Just mind your own business. It's just a rough road. Yi Feng said calmly, knowing that under such circumstances, if he doesn't give the other party some flair, the other party will definitely not give up. Beating people to death just for some money, Yi Feng can't understand this kind of behavior. Su Menghan's aunt couldn't help being taken aback when she saw Yi Feng stand up to help. If it were someone else, who would come up to help? Immediately, Yi Feng moved immediately. Turning his footsteps, he punched out with the momentum, and a bagua fist condensed with true energy hit a man with a bang. The guy didn't react at all, and his thick body flew out all of a sudden, hitting the wall of someone else's house with his head bleeding. The other two just reacted and wanted to attack Yi Feng, but Yi Feng's movements were faster than theirs, and the two punches hit Xuanhuan directly. Who said that two fists can't beat four hands? Yi Feng's two simple punches once again sent the two adults flying, and they fell heavily to the ground, dust flying. There was a series of screams on the field. Apart from those from the three underworld men, there was also that of Su Menghan's good-for-nothing cousin. Okay, let's take him to the hospital. Yi Feng glanced at the good-for-nothing cousin who was lying on the ground, seriously injured, turned around, and said to Su Menghan's aunt, By the way, don't thank me, thank her if you want. After finishing speaking, he smiled at Su Menghan, who ran over. Not to mention how happy Su Menghan was, her smile bloomed like a flower. She thought that Yi Feng was really powerful. He could easily handle the three gangsters, it would really be beneficial to come with him. But who would have thought that Suminghan's aunt didn't appreciate it? She jumped up and scolded sharply, "Thank you. Do you know that you have caused a catastrophe? These are members of the Heavenly Snake Gang, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Big Root, let's go quickly to the hospital, their beating has nothing to do with us." While cursing, she took out her cell phone and started calling. Listening to her words, Yi Feng and Su Menghan were speechless, they never thought that they would be blamed for helping. However, the Sky Snake Gang? Unexpectedly, there is also the influence of the Heavenly Snake Gang in this place. It seems that the influence of the Heavenly Snake Gang is much larger than Yi Feng imagined. Since he belongs to the Sky Snake Gang, Yi Feng doesn't need to be afraid. "Boy, cough, those who dare to beat our Heavenly Snake Gang, cough cough, you are dead, cough." A mafia man who fell to the ground spoke intermittently, took out his mobile phone, and started calling for help. Yi Feng didn't bother to talk to him, took out his mobile phone, and called Dao Scar directly. "Dao Scar, there are also members of the Heavenly Snake Gang in Langfang?" When Scar on the other end of the phone heard it, he was obviously startled. He didn't know what he was doing and stopped immediately, and replied, "Brother Yi, did you meet? There are people from us there, but not many, we all go to." Speaking of this, he suddenly hesitated, not knowing whether to continue. "Go on." Yi Feng signaled. "Yes. They are all going to experiment with new drugs, and make some extra money by the way." Scar felt a little inappropriate, but still replied. "New drugs?" When Yi Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. "We'll talk about this matter when we go back. Now you withdraw all the people here. From now on, the Heavenly Snake Gang will prohibit drug business." "What? This?" Scar was startled. "If you don't do the drug business, the source of income for the entire gang will be cut by more than half. The most important thing is that the supplier of this new type of drug is not easy to mess with now. If the purchase is stopped suddenly, the other party will pursue it, but it will be very troublesome. Even if Yi Feng is a martial artist, he may not be able to deal with the other party. That's it. If you let me find out later, you know the consequences." Yi Feng didn't say much, he just gave a warning and hung up the phone. Su Menghan listened to the truth from the side, secretly startled. What is Yi Feng's identity? Just one phone call to get the Heavenly Snake Gang to stop doing drug business. Even if he is the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, it is impossible to do it. After all, the interests are intertwined, and this is not something that one person has the final say on. But listening to Yi Feng's tone, he seemed very confident. Anyway, Su Minghan's impression of Yi Feng finally changed a bit. The dangers of drugs are well known. Yi Feng wants the Heavenly Snake Gang to ban the sale of drugs. This idea is very good, of course, she is completely skeptical about whether it can achieve the goal. "Well, you heard it too." Yi Feng glanced at her. "If you dare to tell about my relationship with the Sky Snake Gang, hee." When Su Menghan heard this, she immediately closed her mouth with her eyes wide open, not to mention how wrong she was. She didn't know the relationship between Yi Feng and the Heavenly Snake Gang. "Aren't you leaving? Come on, don't implicate us." Su Minghan's aunt waved at the two of them like a plague god, stepped forward to help her son up, and walked back without thinking. The short-sleeved young man was limping, delirious, and miserable. "Let's go." Yi Feng pulled Su Menghan. Since the other party didn't welcome them, there was no need for them to stay to make fun of themselves. Etc. Su Menghan hesitated for a moment, looking at his delirious cousin. He couldn't bear it. At this moment, the sound of a motorcycle came from far and near, and at the same time a rough male voice came. "What's the matter? What's wrong with Dagon?" Aunt Su Menghan stood at the door, supported Dagon, looked back and cried immediately. "He was beaten, hurry to the hospital, or..." "What's going on? Who beat you?" The motorcycle turned a corner, and a man in his 40s was sitting on it. He glanced at the situation on the field and was a little surprised. We don't have the money to go to the hospital now, and we just bought a car with a loan. As he said that, the motorcycle stopped at the door of the house. The man didn't look at Yifeng and Su Menghan much, and took out his cell phone to make a call. His family had just bought a car for his son with a loan, which was prepared for his marriage, and he had no cash on him. Of course, he also has 2 brothers. Brother, what, the house decoration money is spent. Okay. Second brother, what, just took over a project, and all the working capital has been invested in it. Soon, the man put down the phone dejectedly. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, even his own brother could not be relied on. There is nothing more frustrating in the world than this. It doesn't matter, let's send it to the hospital first, and we'll talk about the money issue later. The man made a decision and prepared to drive Dagon to the hospital on a motorcycle. Yifeng. Su Menghan watched from the side, and began to pull his sleeves again, looking at him pitifully. His small appearance was extremely pitiful. Yifeng knew that she was still thinking about the 200,000 on him. Yifeng looked at Su Menghan's pure and beautiful face, shook his head slightly and said, "The world is dangerous, and kind girls like you are rare. Since you want to help them, I will give you a chance." With that said, he took out the bank card with 200,000 yuan from his pocket. "I lent you this card. As for how to use it, you can decide for yourself, but you have to think it through. Now I'm going to do my own business. Call me if you need anything." He made this decision because one was touched by Su Menghan's kindness, and the other was atonement for the Heavenly Snake Gang. The short-sleeved youth Dagon was harmed by drugs, part of it was the responsibility of the Heavenly Snake Gang, so Yifeng felt a little bit sorry for letting it go. Seeing Yifeng's serious explanation, Su Menghan took the card, paused, and then nodded. Yifeng looked at her amusedly, but he was looking forward to it, wondering if this girl would be so pure and kind after going through some things. The motorcycle man and the middle-aged woman ignored Yifeng and Su Menghan at this time, and just helped Dejin get on the motorcycle, but it was really inconvenient for Dejin to get on the motorcycle because he was unconscious. At this moment, 2 vans roared in from the alley, kicked up a cloud of dust, and blocked the way out. Several burly men got out of the car one after another, with cigarettes in their mouths, bare-chested and backless, and 2 of them were wearing sunglasses. "Who dares to mess with our Heavenly Snake Gang? Is it impatient to live?" The leader, a muscular man in sunglasses, spit out the cigarette in one gulp, looked at the people in front of him with a fierce look, and guessed who hit him. When Dagon's parents saw the battle, they immediately panicked, glanced at each other, and pointed to Yifeng who was at the side. "They did it, how dare we little people provoke big brothers?" The man in the sunglasses turned his gaze to Yifeng. When he saw the beautiful Su Menghan beside him, he was a little surprised. He never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in this place. "If you provoke the Heavenly Snake Gang, you will definitely have to pay a price." With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so people surrounded Yifeng and Su Menghan one after another. Their aggressive appearance made Dagon's parents immediately step aside. Seeing that the gangsters ignored them, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, and asked in a low voice, "Who are the young man and the young girl?" "It's Su Menghan, your niece. She beat up the Heavenly Snake Gang this time around, so it's better not to get involved. Dagon is already in such a miserable situation." The middle-aged woman cried and said that she was afraid that the man would go up and help. When the man heard this, he was a little surprised. Su Menghan? How could he come back today? He saw Yifeng and Su Menghan being surrounded by a large group of gangsters. He couldn't bear it, but when he thought of his own situation, he shook his head. There is no way, he really can't face the people of the Heavenly Snake Gang, and Dagon's medical expenses have not yet been settled. A broken leg, drug addiction, and maybe a concussion and other internal injuries add up to a lot. Su Menghan tightly grasped Yifeng's arm and hid behind her back, her heart beating wildly. This time, the other party was 11 people. Why hasn't Yifeng revealed his identity? In that case, the other party will definitely not pursue it. If there is a real fight. Little did he know that Yifeng wasn't worried about anything at all, just a dozen or so ordinary people, although it took a lot of effort, it was not a problem for him. Just when Yifeng was about to make a move, the phone of the man in the lead suddenly rang. The man in the sunglasses waved his hand to let others get on first, while he stayed behind to answer the phone. Hey brother, what's the matter? Go back? Don't do it? The man in the sunglasses looked stunned. Oh yes, I understand. But I have a kid who caused trouble, wait for me to get them, what? He raised his head, and saw Yifeng knocking his two subordinates into the air, and there was really an old-looking ring on the finger of his right hand. Yes, it's him, with a little beauty, well, I know the boss. Knowing that the situation was urgent, he hung up the phone first, stepped forward and shouted, "Stop it all." It was too late to say this. Yifeng hugged Su Minghan's slender and soft willow waist to protect her, his figure was flexible and free, he had already severely injured several of his subordinates with the force of thunder, and lay down on the ground crying. The remaining 5 men were only guarding around the 2 of them, but they didn't dare to go forward. When the man in the sunglasses yelled, they were all in shock. What's going on? Didn't they stop fighting? Although this young man is powerful, he can't just let him go. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, we flooded the Dragon King temple, hee. The man in sunglasses trotted over, smiled, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Hearing this, the younger brothers around understood what was going on. Those who were wailed by Yifeng felt even more sad. Nima, to be seriously injured by his own people, this is too tragic. No problem. Yifeng knew that it was Scar who called the man in sunglasses just now, and waved his hand. It's just right, find someone to drive me to a place, and the others will stay and listen to my woman, and you can do whatever you want, is it? When Su Minghan, who was still in Yifeng's arms, heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. The man in the sunglasses glanced at her, secretly thought that brother Ye's woman was beautiful, and nodded repeatedly, got it. Third son, come and drive and see brother Ye off. A lean man heard the words and immediately agreed. Call me if you need something. Yifeng let go of his delicate body, smiled, and followed the thin man to one of the vans. Su Minghan blushed so much that she didn't know what to say. She scolded Yifeng hundreds of times in her heart, who is your woman, you are so stinky. She can understand Yifeng's arrangement. Seeing her cousin going to the hospital by motorcycle would be a problem, it would be convenient to leave some people for her to send, and it could be regarded as protecting her in disguise. Quickly, take my cousin to the hospital. Thinking of this, Su Minghan didn't hesitate, and quickly pointed to the family of 3 at the side. At this time, the middle-aged man and middle-aged woman had long been stunned, and they never thought that this would be the case. Recently, the Heavenly Snake Gang has been very aggressive in the vicinity, and those who offend them have never had a good end, but now. The middle-aged woman looked at Su Minghan in amazement, thinking that she is so beautiful, wouldn't it be normal for her to hook up with some awesome people? At this moment, the image of Su Minghan in her heart has successfully transformed from a little girl to a vixen. But this doesn't affect anything, the middle-aged woman just thinks that Dagon can be saved now. It seems that Su Minghan is doing well now, it should be no problem to help pay for the medical expenses, right? Now she completely forgot how she treated Su Minghan just now. Su Minghan didn't think too much about it. After Yifeng left, she asked those Heavenly Snake Gang members to help, and sent Dejen to another van. As for the wounded of the Sky Snake Gang, the man in the sunglasses made a phone call and called the ambulance from the hospital. After the 2 vans left, some neighbors finally appeared nearby, pointing and discussing something. Yifeng's thoughts had already withdrawn from what happened just now. According to the location on the red invitation letter, he asked the Sky Snake gang to drive the van to a relatively remote village, and stopped 2 kilometers away from the destination. He got out of the car and sent the people away, then found a remote and unoccupied corner, and took out a mask that he had prepared long ago. People in martial arts are relatively secretive in the modern city. Yifeng can't believe that everyone who participated in this trade fair will participate in their true colors. If his cultivation base were higher, he could use the trick to change his appearance, but it's a pity that it won't last long now, so it's not appropriate to use it rashly. After putting on the mask, he ran all the way towards the target location, and after going around for 10 minutes, he came to an older courtyard. At the gate of the courtyard there was a young man with a boyish face, who was looking around. When he saw Yifeng, the boy frowned and observed him. "Who are you?" the little white face asked. He was indeed a bit sissy, and a mole on his chin made him look extremely feminine. "Emojoga," Yifeng replied in a deep voice. Of course he wouldn't use his own name until he figured out the situation. Emojoga is the guy he dislikes the most in the world of cultivating immortals, because that guy is the fiancé of his beautiful master. Yifeng reckoned that in the future, he would definitely do a lot of offending things on Earth, and let Emojoga take the blame for those things. When he cultivated enough, he could change into Emojoga's appearance by using blindfolding techniques to deceive others. Emojoga? I haven't heard of it. The little white face glanced at him disdainfully, not wanting to pay attention to his appearance. Here is the invitation letter. Seeing this, Yifeng had no choice but to take out the invitation letter. Oh? So it's the person Huang Lao invited. Let's go in. The little boy took the invitation letter and glanced at it. His attitude became better, and he waved his hand to let Yifeng enter the courtyard. Yifeng pretended to be very natural, and walked in. When he passed the little boy, he really felt a breath of martial arts people. It seemed right. Old Huang, it should be Uncle O's friend. Yifeng thought in his heart. After entering the courtyard, there was only one road leading to an old wooden house, which didn't look like a place where a trade fair could be held at all. However, after he entered the wooden house, he saw that there was a passage on the side of the wooden house, leading to the ground, which was really something strange. "Wanner, you are finally here. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, the little white face at the door seemed to see someone, and his tone became excited. Curious, Yifeng turned around to look, but saw a group of people just walking into the yard. The leader was actually that cute girl with oval face. It seemed that the little boy was very respectful to her. Yifeng's heart trembled. He didn't dare to stay for a long time. He hurriedly walked down the passage, without looking carefully. Passing through the long and narrow passage, what appeared in front of Yifeng was a wide underground hall, brightly lit, with an obvious modern atmosphere rushing towards his face, and the hall was full of people. There were hundreds of people at a glance. Yifeng wore a mask, walked in slowly, looked around, and found that the hall was like a vegetable market. There were people setting up stalls everywhere, but it was messy but not chaotic, neat and orderly. The people in the hall are not all from the martial arts world. For example, there is a fat man in front of Yifeng. The fat man is full of fat, shouting and selling things. Yifeng took a look, and saw that the fat man's stall was selling antiques and the like. The dragon sword ancient ring didn't respond. It seemed that there was no good product, but it attracted many people to watch and ask for prices. This fat man should be about the same status as Uncle O. I don't know where to get some antiques, hoping to sell them for a high price at this kind of fair. Yifeng shook his head, turned around and left. In this kind of place, as long as it is a useful thing, the selling price will never be low. In a word, the merchants who are qualified to participate in this kind of fair will definitely make a lot of money, such as Oe, who originally owned the Spirit Stone. "Dude, this way, this way." At this moment, suddenly a wretched and thin man ran up to Yifeng, and said furtively, "The sky blue flowers that have just been picked not long ago, Do you want to go and have a look? When Yifeng saw his appearance, he had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He looked like a fine man, but he was so weak that he had no cultivation at all. I don't know why he is so cautious. Could it be that the things he sells are not visible? Yifeng didn't know what sky blue flower was, but it didn't matter. Yifeng was worried that no one would introduce him to the world of martial arts. It would be great to meet such a guy. With a slight nod, he followed the thin man to a remote corner of the hall. Everyone in the hall was talking about their own affairs. No one noticed them at all. Occasionally someone noticed them, but they just cast strange eyes and ignored them. Look, this is a sky blue flower of high quality. If you eat it, it can improve your cultivation for 5 years. You will only be charged 5 million, and you will not be deceived. The thin man took out a plant from the cloth bag at his waist and said with a smile. Yifeng took a look. What kind of azure flower is this shit? Isn't it clearly a leek? He came from the world of cultivating immortals, so it is impossible for him to distinguish between leeks and medicinal herbs. You want to blackmail me? A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes, and he snorted softly. What is the hero talking about? This is azure flower, you want to buy it after seeing it? It's not that easy. The thin man sneered, pouted his lips to the side, and motioned him to look in that direction. Yifeng turned his head to the side, and sure enough, he saw 2 fierce guys with their upper body bare, standing aside, staring at them, as if Yifeng was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hey, buddy, don't you even know them both? The skinny man proudly said, Jianghui Shuangsha, known as the Whirlwind Axe and Tanlang Sword, has dozens of lives under his hands. This day, Qinghua, he is the 2 who entrusted him to do it. Knowing that at this moment, Yifeng still doesn't understand what's going on. He was blackmailed. At this trade fair, the Jianghui Shuangsha might not dare to make a move. But it is conceivable that if Yifeng refuses to buy a leek with 5 million now, then troubles will come after the trade fair. Whirlwind Axe, a mighty burly man, is carrying a conspicuous double-edged axe on his back, bright and majestic. Greedy wolf sword, wearing a one-eye patch, has several shocking scars on his bare upper body. No doubt he has experienced 100 years of experience. War. Yifeng was far away, so he didn't know how many years the 2 had cultivated, but it can be estimated that, now he is definitely not the opponent of those 2, only a sneak attack is a bit tricky. Presumably, this skinny man regarded Yifeng as a big fat sheep, but unfortunately, Yifeng, a cultivator of immortality, how could he be blackmailed by such a bum? What's more, he couldn't come up with 5 million. As soon as he thought about it, he quickly thought of a safe way to get out. As for now, it might as well get something out of this guy. If you don't want to die, answer a few questions for me. Yifeng snorted coldly, and grabbed the other party's collar. I really want to push me, I will kill you first. The skinny man shivered. Not so good, it seems that this time you have offended a hard bone? Not far away, the Jianghui Shuangsha was shocked when they saw Yifeng's actions. Although the 2 of them did a lot of evil, but the trade fair was held by the Long family, they didn't dare to make trouble in the venue. Therefore, neither of them acted rashly. And the thin man was coerced by Yifeng, so he didn't dare to shout. Because it was him who was wrong first. If things get serious and let the Long family know that they are jointly blackmailing here, they will definitely not be able to go around. After a while, Yifeng got some satisfactory answers from the thin man. It turns out that there is still a river and lake in China today. In the rivers and lakes, there are people in the martial arts who practice martial arts, and there are also those who cannot practice martial arts like thin men and fat businessmen. Nowadays, all sects and families cherish their own brooms, and outsiders without connections can't get martial arts minds at all, and it's impossible to practice martial arts. Once revealing the mind, it is a serious crime in any sect and family, and it will definitely be treated as a traitor. Therefore, people in the martial arts world who have really practiced martial arts have a high status. People who practice martial arts are classified according to the year of their cultivation, just like those in the world of cultivating immortals. It's just that those who practice martial arts use internal energy instead of true energy. The strange power that Yi Feng felt from the oval-faced girl's body was inner energy. The power of inner qi is only half of that of true qi, so now that Yi Feng has cultivated for 1.5 years, he can completely compete with martial arts fighters who have cultivated for 3 years. Of course, those who only know how to fight recklessly are fools. Yi Feng believed that whether it was body skills or others, the world of martial arts was absolutely inferior to the world of cultivating immortals. With the speed of Suning Xian Zong, and the sharpness of the true energy sword condensed by Long Jiangu Jia, if he plays a sneak attack, no matter how high the martial arts is, it will be difficult for people in the martial arts to deal with it. Finally, he inquired about old Huang and left that corner, satisfied. Jianghui Xuanxia watched coldly, firmly remembering the masked man. How dare this guy not give them face, and kill him when he leaves this trade fair? Yi Feng returned to the venue and quickly found Huang Lao. In front of a booth, an old man over 60 years old, wearing a gray robe, was resting with his eyes closed, with a gray beard and hair, and a small braid. The old man clenched his hands vigorously and vigorously. Yi Feng only took one look, and he knew that Huang Lao's palm kung fu was really good. Huang Lao is an old friend of OA, and also the source of Yi Feng's invitation letter. He is from Tianzhu Mountain in Linan, Zhejiang Province, and his name is Huang Peirong. He is now 65 years old. He has been practicing martial arts since he was 40 years old. Now he has practiced martial arts for 30 years and is proficient in palm techniques. The way Yi Feng thought of before was to rely on this Huang Lao. Next to Mr. Huang, there was a clever young man who dealt with people from the rivers and lakes who came and went in front of the booth. He should be Mr. Huang's apprentice. Yi Feng went up and looked at their booth. A pitch-black broken blade caught his attention. It's actually a sharp weapon? In the world of cultivating immortals, all cultivators use magic weapons, but magic weapons are hard to find, and not everyone can have them. Under magic weapons, weapons are divided into 2 levels, ordinary soldiers and sharp weapons. Fan soldiers are ordinary weapons, such as kitchen knives, butcher knives, fruit knives, and so on. And sharp weapons have to go up a level, cutting iron like mud, blowing hair and cutting hair, such as the rumored top 10 famous swords in ancient China. According to Yi Feng's estimation, ordinary firearms in the world are probably at this level. In other words, the black broken blade in front of Mr. Huang's booth can be as powerful as an ordinary pistol with a random swing. It is a pity that the weapon is not easy to sell when it is broken. This friend. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, the clever young man quickly put on a smile, and introduced to him, the black gold blade has been with master for many years. Although it is broken now, it is still a sharp weapon. If you want it, you can take 100 million. When Yi Feng heard it, he couldn't help but click his tongue. 100 million? It seems that people in the martial arts are really rich. Even a broken blade is so expensive. If it is complete, it will not sell for 1.8 billion? No wonder the other people who came to this booth shook their heads and walked away. Obviously, this Duanren is not worth the price. It is expensive because Mr. Huang has feelings for him. Oh, I was just looking around. Yi Feng shook his head with a smile, and then asked the clever young man, I have some pills here, but I don't have a booth. Can I sell them at your place? You get 30% of the sales proceeds. Just now he walked around and found that there were not many people selling pills in the whole field, which made him secretly happy. Half a month before he came, he relied on the resources of the Heavenly Snake Gang to obtain a lot of expensive medicinal herbs, and then used the means of cultivating immortals to combine true energy and condense them into some simple pills. These elixirs have the functions of stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis, treating various internal and external injuries, restoring true energy, and so on. Of course, there were not many pills for restoring true energy, and he kept them for his own use, but other pills could be sold for some money. This? The clever boy hesitated a little, and evaded. Master has to make up his mind on this matter. Pills are quite rare in the martial arts world. This masked man said that there are pills for sale. If something goes wrong, wouldn't people blame Tianju Mountain? Yifeng glanced at Huang Lao, who closed his eyes and meditated, thinking that it would be great if someone came to do an experiment at this time. His elixir mainly exerts its effect on the Jinqi blended into it, which no one else can learn, and it has an excellent effect on general internal and external injuries. Just as he was thinking this way, there was a sudden commotion in the venue. In front of a booth not far from Yifeng, two people started arguing. A dark-skinned guy and a middle-aged fat man in a suit got into an argument over something and scolded each other, which seemed to be getting worse. Do you want to add fire and let them fight? As long as someone is injured, you can test the effect of the elixir and advertise it by the way. Yifeng thought in his heart. But just when he was about to take action, a watery and crisp female voice, like the cry of a yellow oriole, came from the entrance of the venue. You two are making trouble at the trade fair hosted by our Long family because you are too impatient to live. Gone? The crisp female voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Yifeng raised his head, and sure enough, he saw the cute girl with an oval face, walking into the venue together with several people, looking at the dark guy and middle-aged fat man who were arguing. People from the Long family are here. It's Long Wanner. There were exclamations, one after another. Only now did Yifeng know that the girl's name was Long Wanner. It was still the white skirt with blue flowers, which tightly wrapped her exquisite figure. The pair of plump and straight chests seemed to tear the fabric, and it was so tight that many men present swallowed involuntarily. Yifeng couldn't help but think of that day at the hotel, when he poked into her chest to get the golden leaf grass, that soft, creamy, and elastic touch. It seems that this Long Wanner has quite a noble status. Humph, others are afraid of your Long family, but I am not. At this moment, a cold voice came out, but it was the quarreling dark guy, who was looking at Long Wanner very arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Yeah? Long Wanner smiled slightly and walked over slowly. It's not that Yifeng doesn't like beautiful women, but he knows that no matter which world he is in, strength is the most important thing. Before he has enough strength, he won't think too much. For example, the dark-skinned capable young man in front of him is a tragedy. Don't try to get my attention that way. As Long Wanner walked towards the other party, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. I, Long Wanner, said that I would not like men who are weaker than me. Hearing that, the capable young man seemed to have been hit by the words, and his face turned blue all of a sudden. Indeed, he had chosen to cause trouble at this moment in order to attract Long Wanner's attention, but she saw through him unexpectedly. Since you are provocative, it is impossible not to convince you. Long Wanner smiled coquettishly. I heard that the martial arts of the xuanhuan school are unparalleled, so I can just learn it. As soon as the words fell, she saw her delicate body spinning up instantly, and swept towards the capable young man with one leg, as fast as the wind. The capable young man froze when he saw this, and before he had time to speak, he immediately put on a posture. His whole body's internal energy was concentrated in his fists, and he wanted to use punches to counter kicks. But before he punched, Long Wanner had already swept his face with one leg, and at the same time crossed the other leg, kicked him flying with both feet, and fell heavily to the ground, simply and neatly. Yifeng watched clearly from the side, feeling a dull pain in his chest. When he was in the hotel before, wasn't he also kicked away by Long Wanner? When she landed, Long Wanner's skirt fluttered slightly, revealing two smooth, white and tender calves, plus her small and delicate feet under a pair of sandals. All the men around her stared at her, unable to take their eyes off. 8 years of cultivation. Yi Feng had some understanding of Long Wanner's strength, and when he saw it at this moment, he was a little startled. Her legwork is very delicate, extremely fast, and flexible. Is this martial arts? At this moment, he hesitated. One of his purposes for coming to this trade fair, that is, to find out about the martial arts world, has basically been completed. Another purpose is to find something that can improve his cultivation, but it is a pity that he has not encountered it until now. So do you still need to sell those pills? If Long Wanner was not around, Yi Feng would have no scruples. But now that he ran out to show off, it would be troublesome if he was recognized by the other party. After thinking for a while, he dismissed the idea. What he needs is not money, but safety is the most important thing. Okay, today the Long family is holding a small trade fair here, and I hope everyone will abide by the order. Long Wanner finished speaking with a smile, looked around, paused for a while on Yi Feng's mask, and then looked away. She thought to herself, maybe there is an unspeakable secret in wearing a mask to participate in the trade fair. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Long Wanner and other disciples of the Long family began to maintain order in the venue, and no one dared to disturb it. But Jianghuai Shuangsha and the skinny man left the venue together, and gave Yi Feng a hard look before leaving. Yi Feng sneered in his heart, trying to block him? It's not that easy. Next, he walked around pretendingly. In the entire trade fair, most of them were selling jade concentrates and some crude medicines. Except for Huang Lao's broken black gold blade, most of them were worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and occasionally they had a healing effect. Good herbs sold for more than 3 million. The only one who came to participate in this trade fair was Huang Lao, a senior. The rest were young people practicing martial arts and people from the rivers and lakes doing business. Yi Feng glanced at Huang Lao's direction. Seeing that he was talking with Long Wanner, he shook his head involuntarily. Originally, he wanted to use his elixir to attract Huang Lao's attention, and then build up a relationship, so as to frighten the Jianghuai Shuangsha away. But now, there is no need for this. Even without Huang Lao, Yi Feng is confident that he can get rid of Jianghuai Shuangsha's pursuit, because he found out clearly when he was wandering around just now. The so-called Jianghuai Shuangsha only has 5 years of cultivation, he should be able to deal with it. These two guys are full of crimes. Many people have heard of their vicious reputation. They have dozens of lives in their hands. If you stop Yi Feng later, Yi Feng doesn't mind doing harm to Wulin. Just as he walked around and was about to leave, his phone rang suddenly. He took it out and saw that it was Su Menghan calling. He didn't think much about it, so he answered the phone. Hello? Yi Feng. Yi Feng, where are you? Hurry to the People's Hospital. There was a rush in Su Menghan's crisp voice, as if something urgent had happened. Not good. Yi Feng hung up the phone without thinking, and hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the venue without looking back. He wasn't worried about what happened to Su Menghan, but Su Menghan called his name on the phone, and he called him so loudly. Long Wanner, who was talking with Huang Lao, turned her head quickly when she heard the word Yi Feng. Stop. Long Wanner's expression changed, and she chased after her without thinking. According to the report from Director Liu of the Public Security Bureau, she already knew Yi Feng's name, and knew that he was the one who took the golden leaf grass last time. Although I promised a certain old guy not to pursue it anymore, it was conditional. Now that Yi Feng took the initiative to send it to your door, how could she let it go? Wanner, wait. The little boy who was with her hurriedly wanted to catch up, but unfortunately, his strength was weak and his movement was even worse. Not only could he not catch up with Long Wanner, but he almost tripped over. Only a few other disciples of the Long family with higher cultivation bases chased after seeing this. Hundreds of people in the venue were startled and wondering, what was the identity of the masked person that made Long Wanner so impatient? Huang Lao frowned slightly, but he didn't care, and continued to close his eyes and rest. The clever young man on the side was a little lucky. Fortunately, the masked man was not allowed to set up a stall here to sell pills. Otherwise, wouldn't he have offended the Long family? You know, the Long family is in full swing in today's martial arts world, and there will be no good end for offending the Long family. Yi Feng ran out of the hall along the passage, extremely vigilant in his heart. Because he knew that there were Jianghuai Xuansha waiting for him outside the hall, there was an ambush before him, and there were pursuers after him. He tightened the dragon sword ancient ring in his hand, took out several pills to restore true energy from his bosom, and put them in his mouth. If there is a fight later, this is his capital. When he ran out of the cabin, there were indeed two figures standing proudly in front of him. One holds a double-edged axe, and the other holds a long sword. The Jianghuai Xuansha didn't pay much attention to Yi Feng, who was wearing a mask, but they were peerless murderers whose hands were covered in blood. Boy, hand over the money, leave an arm, and you can go. The strong man with the whirlwind axe smiled coldly, wanting to threaten Yi Feng to hand over the money, and at the same time let Yi Feng know what the fate of offending them Jianghuai Xuansha would be. Yi Feng didn't listen carefully, he only saw two people blocking the way, and he could still feel Long Wanner chasing after him. That's too late. If you don't want to be caught up, you can only. In just an instant, Yi Feng made a decision. The true energy in his whole body was concentrated at his feet and the ancient ring of dragon sword respectively, and the swift shadow fairy was cast out, leaving only a faint afterimage on the spot. Come out, at the same time the scarlet-red sword glow flashed. The strong man with whirlwind axe had a bad heart, and hurriedly turned his head, but just in time to see his companion who had been with him for many years. Tanlangjian's head flew up, spurting blood all over the sky. Yi Feng's sharp sword. When Long Wanner ran out, she happened to see the long sword in Tanlangjian's hand snapped in two, and fell to the ground with a bang, accompanied by a headless corpse. Blood spilled all over the courtyard. But Yi Feng's masked figure had already ran out of the yard, and was about to walk away. So fast. The whirlwind axe broke out in cold sweat for a moment. If Yi Feng's target was him just now, he would be the one who fell on the ground now. Just one sword kills one person. You deal with it, I'll go after him. As soon as Long Wanner gritted her teeth, Qianying floated out of the yard and chased after Yi Feng. Now she has some doubts, is this masked guy Yi Feng? Because Yi Feng, she knew, was only a high school student, even the police could catch him. But this masked man can kill a 5-year-old swordsman with one sword. No matter how awesome a character is, it is impossible for him to improve so fast. If someone died at the Long family trade fair, Long Wanner must be held accountable, otherwise, what would the Long family's face be? Several disciples of the Long family ran out, and they were shocked when they saw Tanlangjian's body, so they immediately took action. First of all, it is necessary to ensure that the body will not be discovered by people in the secular city, and second, to catch the murderer and give the rest of the people an explanation. Whirlwind Axe's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Never before had death been so close to him. When he came back to his senses, he was already sitting in a small room, facing several disciples of the Long family, who were asking him what happened. He didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly said, "We blackmailed the masked man at the venue, and he killed my brother with a sword when he came out." "Did he use a sword?" someone asked. "Yes, a red sword." Whirlwind Axe nodded affirmatively. "The long sword that can easily cut through the Tanlang sword, then the opponent's long sword must be a sharp weapon. Such a character is rare." Someone frowned and guessed. "I know the identity of that person." At this moment, the little boy at the door ran in and said out of breath, "His name is Mo Jioga, and he was invited by Mr. Huang." "Old Huang?" The disciples of the Long family looked at each other, and their expressions changed. that old guy is not easy to deal with. Yi Feng swallowed several pills in his mouth, and the exhausted Jinqi in his meridians began to recover slowly. He circled around all the way, and quickly ran several hundred meters to the downtown area of Langfang. It is convenient to escape in crowded places. This is the experience he has summed up over the years. But this remote village is at least 3 or 4 kilometers away from the city center. He must first ensure that he will not be overtaken by that xuanhuan within this distance. Smelly girl, you chased me so fast. Yi Feng looked back, but saw xuanhuan's beautiful figure in a long skirt quickly chasing after her. There is no doubt that Yi Feng's running speed was not as fast as xuanhuan when he didn't have enough energy to cast the shadow of the Shadow Wizard's son. xuanhuan has been cultivated for 8 years, and her internal energy is strong. Although she is a woman, she runs extremely fast. Her footsteps are light, without a trace of dust being picked up, and she moves towards Yi Feng like a breeze. Yi Feng, stop. xuanhuan's crisp and moist voice came over. Miss Long, you've got the wrong person. Yi Feng said in a deep voice. His voice has been kept so low, of course, to avoid the other party from suspecting his identity. No matter who you are, with such cruel methods, you are a public enemy of martial arts. xuanhuan snorted softly, getting closer and closer to Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a little disdainful in his heart. Is this method called cruel? In his original world of cultivating immortals, there were a lot of things where a disagreement would kill people, and now it was the other party who came to provoke him first, and he could not live by himself. This is quite true. If he hadn't used his means to kill the greedy wolf sword just now, as long as he was dragged by those 2 guys for a while, he would be caught by xuanhuan. Yi Feng doesn't like the feeling of being caught. The current cultivation base is still too low. Before the strength becomes stronger, we should try our best not to provoke people in the martial arts, unless there are treasures that can improve the cultivation base. When he killed the greedy wolf sword just now, he cast the swift shadow and the fairy trail, and activated the dragon sword ancient ring once. The chi in his body was exhausted, and the meridians of his legs were also a little sore. With his current cultivation base, casting Swift Shadow and Wizard of Shadows is not easy. If he has a 5-year cultivation base and a few ups and downs in Sinning Xian Zone, he can throw xuanhuan away by a large margin. Thinking about it, Yi Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was a narrow alley, and xuanhuan was only more than 10 meters away from him. Knowing that it would be impossible to get out if this went on, his heart skipped a beat. With the help of a small amount of true energy recovered from the elixir he swallowed just now, Yi Feng suddenly stopped, turned around and punched out. xuanhuan ran over quickly, and was startled when she saw it, but Yi Feng's fist was too fast, and he was in front of her in no time. Yi Feng condensed his whole body's jinqi on the dragon sword ancient ring, seeing that the opponent seemed unable to dodge in time. With a thought, a red light flashed, and a crimson jinqi sword condensed out all of a sudden. Tear it. xuanhuan's 8-year cultivation was not built on. Even in such an emergency situation, she displayed a flexible and ingenious movement technique, avoiding key parts dangerously. However, after the red sword light passed, the thin cloth on her chest was cut open, and a piece of snow-white tender flesh broke free from the restraint, and came into Yi Feng's eyes. xuanhuan realized something, and shouted angrily, "Rogue!" Hastily stretched out his hand to cover his chest, blocking the burst of spring. A pair of beautiful eyes fixedly stared at Yi Feng, at the same time kicked him with his legs. Yi Feng thought to himself, I've already touched it, so what's the point of taking a look? However, this sword failed to achieve the desired effect, which surprised Yi Feng a little. xuanhuan's reaction speed and movement skills exceeded his expectations. Seeing the opponent kick, Yi Feng rolled on the spot, turned around and slashed at her snow-white legs with a sword. He used up all the true energy in his body to condense the red true energy sword again, which could still last for a while. Long Waner finally saw the weapon in Yifeng's hand clearly, and quickly withdrew her long legs. She has not reached that level, and can use her physical body and inner energy to forcibly pick up sharp weapons. There are such heaven-defying characters in the martial arts world, but they are all seniors who have cultivated for decades. Yifeng gained power and was relentless, and continued to swing the true Qi sword horizontally. Although it was chaotic, Long Waner had to deal with it carefully. One accident, the skirt with blue flowers on the white background was cut open again, extending almost to the base of her thighs from the side. Yifeng could see her beautiful white legs just like that. Long Waner was furious, and she had to protect xuanhuan with one hand, so she couldn't exert her strength at all. In just a moment, several slits appeared in her white skirt with blue flowers. Her snow-white skin was exposed, extremely attractive, but at this time Yifeng's true energy condensed in the ancient dragon sword ring was also exhausted, and the red true energy sword all of a sudden disappeared without a trace. "Now let's see how you still chase." Yifeng smiled heavily, and ran away. Yifeng originally wanted to wound Long Waner and prevent her from catching up. But the current situation is not bad, with several cuts in her whole skirt. If you continue to chase, the beautiful scenery of the white flowers will still attract a large crowd of people watching, which is definitely not something a girl can bear. Seeing Yifeng's figure gradually disappear, Long Waner stomped her feet resentfully, covered her plump and snow-white chest with one hand, and shielded her thigh with the other, looked around, gritted her teeth and thought about countermeasures. Let Yifeng go? That's impossible. Yifeng ran all the way, and soon reached the main road, put away the mask and the ancient dragon sword ring, and then stopped a taxi to go to the People's Hospital. Together with the Sky Snake gang, they helped Su Menghan send her cousin to the People's Hospital, but what happened just now made her call anxiously, exposing Yifeng. Fortunately, she didn't keep beating, but she was understanding. Yifeng got off the car at the entrance of the People's Hospital, thought for a while, first found a place to buy a new set of clothes to change into, then walked into the hospital, and called Su Menghan back. "What happened just now?" "They're making a fuss, and my cousin is addicted to drugs again, come quickly." Su Menghan answered the phone almost immediately, and replied anxiously. Hearing this, Yifeng hung up the phone and quickened his pace, and soon arrived not far from the ward where Su Menghan and others were. Looking around, Yifeng found that the two sides were arguing at the door of the ward. It was the members of the Heavenly Snake Gang and Dagon's parents, and Su Menghan was caught in the middle, anxiously saying good things. The quarrel between the two parties also attracted a lot of people watching and pointing. "You beat my son like this, you must be responsible. Dagon's mother is like a shrew, snarky and ruthless." "How to be responsible?" the man in sunglasses asked, holding back his anger. "At least you have to lose money, or if you hit someone, it's just fine." Dagon's mother looked at the man in the sunglasses aggressively, relying on Su Menghan. The other party dared not make a move. "Auntie, I have paid for all the medical expenses. As long as my cousin is fine, let's forget it." Su Menghan persuaded him in embarrassment. She didn't even know what the relationship between Yifeng and the Sky Snake gang was. If Auntie went too far, it would be a tragedy if the Sky Snake gang's face was torn apart. "No, you also made Dagon addicted to drugs, and you must give an explanation today." Dagon's mother was heartbroken, as if the other party couldn't live without losing money. "Dajan, hold on." "No, he can't hold on anymore. Can you give him some first?" "I feel uncomfortable seeing this." From the ward, Dagon's father's painful words and the sound of Dagon struggling and the bed shaking. It is obvious that Dagon is now a drug addict, and it is his father who is suppressing him. "No, no more drugs." Su Menghan firmly refused. It was too painful to be caught between her relatives and the Heavenly Snake gang. It made her feel like crying. She really hoped that Yifeng would come over soon. "No, no, you are responsible if something goes wrong?" Dagon's mother stared at Su Menghan, and quickly pulled the man in sunglasses. Help him, he can't hold on. What happened? Yi Feng stepped forward at this moment, glanced at the middle-aged woman who was being aggressive, and looked up into the ward, only to see a female nurse and Dagen's father struggling to hold down Dagen on the bed. And Dagon, with blue veins bursting out all over his body, was so uncomfortable that he wanted to hit the wall to commit suicide, but he couldn't do it, so he could only keep struggling and swinging. Su Menghan and the members of the Sky Snake gang were overjoyed when they saw Yi Feng coming, because they had had enough. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng stepped into the ward and punched Dagon on the back of the head on the bed. In an instant, the world was quiet, and with just one easy punch, the opponent passed out and stopped struggling. What did you do to Dagon? Dagon's parents reacted at the same time and screamed. Let him be quiet for a while, and he will wake up in a while. Yi Feng said lightly. The nurse stretched out her hand to check it out. She was also relieved, and finally calmed down. She was unlucky to be found with such a patient. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Su Menghan and the members of the Heavenly Snake gang, and ordered, if you have nothing to do, go back. Menghan, let's go too. Are you paying for the medical expenses? Yes. Su Menghan lowered her head in embarrassment, because the 200,000 yuan was not hers, but Yi Feng lent it to her. Unexpectedly, it was all gone when she came to the hospital, and she even asked the Heavenly Snake gang to post some money in. All basic expenses are paid in one lump sum: surgery, hospitalization expenses, etc. The most important thing is brainstem injury. If you are not careful, you will become a vegetative state. Not to mention drug addiction. Then let's go. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, the man in the sunglasses and the others were relieved and left with joy on their faces. Let them face an unreasonable shrew here. If it was normal, they would have been slapped away, but because of Yi Feng, they didn't dare to do it and have been aggrieved for so long, they almost want to die. Hey, don't go, I will sue you if you don't lose money. Dagon's mother rushed forward, trying to stop them. I warn you. Seeing her chattering, Yi Feng suddenly turned his head and said coldly, one must be content, don't push yourself too hard, don't regret it until you get into a big disaster. That's right, the man was beaten by the Heavenly Snake gang, but Dagon owed 300,000 yuan from gambling, and now it has been written off, and even the medical expenses were paid by Su Menghan. What does this middle-aged woman want? Dagon's mother was taken aback by Yi Feng's ferocious appearance, and finally closed her mouth. Seeing this, Su Menghan finally let out a bad breath. Before, she always felt that the other party was too much, but she was kind-hearted by nature, but she couldn't say Yi Feng's words. Remember, this is the end of the matter. Even if you are addicted to drugs, find your own reasons. Yi Feng put down his words, looked at Dagen's parents coldly, then took Su Menghan's little hand, and turned to leave together. Dagon's mother looked at the backs of the two leaving, a little unconvinced. She turned her head and scolded the man, look at your niece, she doesn't understand any rules. Who the hell doesn't understand? Dagon's father couldn't stand it any longer. Does he have the obligation to help them? Now helping them pay more than 200,000 yuan in medical expenses, this is a favor that even my own brothers are unwilling to help. You're still talking for others, you damn ghost. The middle-aged woman burst into tears. Look at our big roots, what should we do now? What if we become a vegetable? Even if it is cured, what about the drug addiction? Dagon's father was silent, glanced at his wife, and thought that this kind of result would be caused by you. Isn't it all because of your habit? Can't beat or scold, is it okay now? Su Menghan walked out of the hospital by Yi Feng's hand, her face flushed slightly, thinking to herself what Yi Feng meant by this. Did it mean that she wanted to associate with her? In the past, she would definitely have hated him very much, but after coming to Langfang and experiencing a series of things, she is somewhat able to accept Yi Feng in her heart. Yi Feng, stop. Just when the two came to the gate of the hospital, a pretty figure suddenly stopped in front of them, panting, but it was Long Wanner who finally caught up. At this time, Long Wanner put on a looser white shirt, buttoned tightly, and put on a black lace skirt, which covered her knees, revealing only two white, tender and smooth calves. On the collar of the shirt, even the trademark is still there. It can be seen that she hastily bought a set of clothes and put them on directly. The skirt that had been cut into several holes was still tightly wrapped inside, and there were a few pieces of cloth from time to time blown outside by the wind. Her cute ponytail was also a little messy at this time, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng as if they were about to spew fire. She stood upright, her full chest propped up the loose white shirt in a wonderful arc, and she looked at Yifeng as if she was about to burst into flames. It looks very charming under the street lights. A beautiful woman dressed like this blocked the entrance of the hospital, which of course attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yifeng, who is she? Su Menghan, who was already very nervous, suddenly became vigilant when she saw Long Wanner, and tightened the little hand held by Yifeng. She couldn't help thinking, what did Yifeng do just now? Why did a woman come to him with disheveled clothes and look very angry when he just came back? Originally, she was complacent about Yifeng holding her hand, but now it seems that Yifeng has long been entangled with other women. It's you? Seeing Long Wanner chasing after Yifeng, he didn't panic, but asked strangely, what's going on with you, are you being hunted down again? Of course he was pretending, in order to get rid of the suspicion of murder. He took off his mask, and changed into a suit of clothes before entering the hospital, and with a certain trump card, he was confident enough that the other party would not suspect him for the time being. Long Wanner snorted softly, and stared at him covetously. What are you pretending to do? Come back with me, don't force me to do it. Crazy lady. Menghan, ignore her, let's go. Yifeng looked bewildered, tightly holding Su Menghan's soft little hand, and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, this girl, Su Menghan, would be jealous under such circumstances. She didn't appreciate it. She threw away Yifeng's hand and stared at him. Please explain clearly, what's going on? Yifeng had no choice but to spread his hands and said, the last time I saw her faint near the school, I opened a room for her to rest, but Tian Yuliang reported it. When Su Menghan heard it, she thought of Tian Yuliang's promotion of Yifeng's whoring. But what's going on now? This beautiful woman came to him angrily with disheveled clothes. She felt that Yifeng was lying to her, but when she looked at Yifeng's eyes, her heart suddenly moved. No matter what, Yifeng wanted to get rid of this disheveled beauty first, right? As for the rest, we will talk about it later. Oh, let's go then. Su Menghan smiled, came up and took Yifeng's arm and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Long Wanner firmly stopped the two of them. If you don't admit it, that's fine. As the leader of the younger generation of the Long family, she has always had a vigorous and resolute character. Seeing Yifeng refuse to admit it now, she raised her snow-white long legs without thinking, and kicked him heavily horizontally. Seeing this, Yifeng pulled Su Menghan behind him without hesitation, and stepped forward. With a bang, that heavy kick fell on Yifeng's waist, flying him several meters away, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Yifeng. Su Menghan was startled, and quickly ran up to help him, but saw fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Long Wanner frowned. Why didn't he resist? If it's the guy who can kill Tan Langjian with one sword, there's no way he can't dodge her kick. If he doesn't dodge, he may die in hell. She stepped forward quickly, then grabbed Yifeng's wrist, and breathed her inner energy in. After a while, her face changed slightly. Ordinary people? Long Wanner withdrew her hand, turned around bitterly, hesitated for a while, and finally floated away. Su Menghan, who was at the side, was annoyed when she saw that she had actually made a move. Seeing her run away, she wanted to call the police, but after another thought, the most important thing is to take good care of Yifeng. Yifeng, how are you? Su Menghan stepped forward to support him, and asked worriedly. It's okay, take me to find a place to rest. Yi Feng could feel that Long Wanner's kick just now caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. Several meridians were broken, vomiting blood was not an act. Fortunately, just now he performed a fairy technique, hidden killing technique, to completely hide his cultivation base, thus all of a sudden dispelled Long Wanner's suspicion. Hidden killing technique is his trump card. With his current cultivation base, he can barely use the hidden killing technique, but it will cause great damage to his own meridians. In the hidden killing state, the true qi and cultivation in his body will be completely hidden, making him look like an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be the guy who killed Tanlangjian with one sword? This immortal technique is widely used in assassination in the world of cultivating immortals, but it is suitable for Yi Feng's situation. Aren't you going to the hospital? Su Menghan asked anxiously. She saw that Yi Feng was vomiting blood. What if something happened if she didn't go to the hospital? Go to the hospital? Do you still have money? Yi Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and helped her stand up. Gone. Su Menghan was startled. That's right, how can I go to the hospital without money? But after thinking about it, she quickly said, I can ask my dad. You. Forget it, don't be so troublesome, just open a room and rest for a night. Yi Feng shook his head, but when he looked up, he saw that many people around were taking pictures of them. He quickly wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and ran away with Su Menghan. These days, there is no shortage of boring people. Yi Feng could imagine that there would be a news spread along with the photos in a while, such as the man stepped on 2 boats, was kicked at the hospital door and vomited blood, and other titles. Fortunately, in the dark, the photos taken by mobile phones will not be very clear, otherwise it will be troublesome. Su Menghan supported Yi Feng, found a fast hotel on the side of the road, took out her ID card and opened a room. This was the last bit of money she had left. After entering the room, Yi Feng immediately got on the bed and sat down firmly, took out several pills and ate them, preparing to heal his wounds, but at the same time his thoughts changed sharply. The matter of him killing Tanlangjian and offending Long Wanner today seems impulsive, and there are many loopholes when he thinks about it carefully, but in fact, he had already thought of this series of consequences the moment he made the move, and wanted to how to deal with it. Su Menghan looked at Yi Feng from the side, quite worried, not only prepared wet towels for him, but also quickly boiled a pot of water for him, very busy. This chick, she doesn't even know what kind of feelings she has for Yi Feng now. Originally, she definitely hated Yi Feng, but several times when facing danger, Yi Feng stood in front of her without hesitation, and her ignorant heart seemed to start beating. Just thinking of the disheveled beauty who kicked Yi Feng into such a disheveled beauty at the entrance of the hospital just now, Su Menghan felt restless for a while. There is no doubt that she is jealous, and she is jealous. What kind of entanglement happened between Yi Feng and that beauty that made the other party feel so much resentment? Could it be, always throwing things away or something? Long Wanner went all the way back to the trading venue, feeling ashamed and angry. She, Long Wanner, as the leader of the younger generation of the Long family, has she ever suffered such a big loss? Tonight, I was tricked by that masked guy, it's really hateful. Long Wanner believed in her own investigation. Yi Feng is an ordinary person, this point is definitely not wrong. Based on this alone, she has enough reason to believe that Yi Feng and the masked person are definitely two people. Because in the current martial arts world, there has never been a way to hide one's cultivation. That old fellow, he wouldn't dare to teach his grandson how to practice. Long Wanner thought to herself, looks like we met by chance last time. Humph, masked man, if you let me know who you are, you'll be dead. She went back to the entrance of the yard of the trading venue, stepped in, and immediately saw that little boy greeted her. Seeing Long Wanner's disheveled appearance, Xiaobai's face was full of surprise. Wanner, did you catch that guy? He asked hurriedly. Long Xian, when will you grow your brain? Long Wanner snorted softly, look at me like I chased that guy? That's fine. The little white-faced Long Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. I know that guy's name, Emojioga, and he was invited by Mr. Huang. Emojioga? Long Wanner frowned, this name is really unfamiliar. When did such a swordsman appear in the martial arts world? Old Huang said that it was a friend he had met in his early years, and he was usually a loner, so his reputation was not obvious. Long Xian hurriedly explained. Where's Mr. Huang? Long Wanner asked. Just left. Long Xian was a little helpless. With Huang Lao's cultivation base, no one present could stop him. No. Long Wanner nodded lightly, has the corpse been disposed of? The little boy smiled triumphantly, it's all done, I, Long Xian, can still handle these things well. Snort. Long Wanner snorted, seeing that there was nothing she needed, she turned around and left. She was so angry that she kicked the Yifeng just now, maybe his grandfather will come to her again, and she has to find ways to deal with it, it's really troublesome. She thought of the phone call that Yifeng answered at the venue before, and knew that even if Emojioga and Yifeng were not the same person, they must be related to each other. The previous 3 golden leaf grasses were probably given to Emojioga by Yifeng. If it wasn't for the People's Hospital mentioned in the phone call, she would not have been able to catch up with the hospital, but who would have thought that she would just kick Yifeng when she went there? Not only did she not find that Emojioga, but caused a whole lot of trouble. Now she just wants to find a place to take a good bath and change into her favorite clothes. When she thought that the masked man had left so many, she was so angry that she wanted to smash things. Is that Emojioga? The next time we meet is when you die. She thought coldly. In the middle of the night, Yifeng finally healed the damaged meridian completely and returned to its full state. He exhaled softly and opened his eyes. This time a lot was consumed. Although the elixir for restoring true qi and the elixir for repairing meridians were rough, the cost of herbs was not low. Scar collected all kinds of medicinal herbs for him for half a month, spending a total of more than 2 million yuan, and he had almost used them up tonight. Of course, compared with the cost, the value of the pill is obviously much greater. If he can find a sales channel, an elixir for repairing meridians, he can guarantee a high price of millions of dollars. When you are short of money, you can find a way to sell it to someone in the martial arts, but you have to wait until his cultivation has improved and he has enough self-protection ability. It seems that just like the world of cultivating immortals, there are very few seniors who usually walk outside. If you don't cause trouble, as long as you have a 10-year cultivation base, it is enough to guarantee your safety. Yifeng thought in his heart, from the situation of today's trading venue, he can guess a lot of the situation in the martial arts world. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is unrealistic to rely on eating precious medicinal herbs to increase one's cultivation quickly. The most effective way is to find a blessed place to practice. In the paradise of the heavens and paradises, the cultivation speed of the immortal cultivators will be increased, and in some mountain gates of the major sects of immortal cultivation, the cultivation speed can even be doubled, and the effect is remarkable. Many old monsters in the world of cultivating immortals stay in such a paradise all year round and rarely go out. In the current martial arts world, it seems that this is very likely to be the case. Huang Lao Huang Perong is from Tianzhu Mountain. Isn't Tianzhu Mountain one of the so-called 72 blessed places in Huagua? Yifeng opened his eyes, moved a little, and woke up Su Menghan, who was beside him. This girl actually fell asleep on the edge of Yifeng's bed. You're awake, are you feeling better? Su Menghan rubbed her eyes and asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Seeing that she was worried, Yifeng felt a little sorry, and said with a smile. Real? Su Menghan raised her head, soon lost all sleepiness, touched Yifeng's body here and there, and seeing that he didn't seem to feel any pain, she finally felt relieved. Yifeng looked at her actions and thought it was funny. Does this count as you taking advantage of me? What, are you talking nonsense? Su Menghan blushed, and quickly withdrew her hand, but soon thought of something, her tone changed, and she asked, you don't explain, who was that beautiful woman just now? Don't ask about it. It's better not to know about some things. Yifeng shook his head and said. He had good intentions. For a girl like Su Menghan who lives in a modern city, getting involved in the martial arts world is not a good thing. But unfortunately, Su Menghan didn't think so. She thought Yifeng and Long Wanner had some ulterior secret. Yeah? Su Menghan was a little disappointed, stood up and said, forget it, I'm going to sleep, you can open another room by yourself. There is no doubt that she is chasing someone away. I thought so much just now, but I didn't expect that I was deceiving myself, alas. Originally, she thought that if Yifeng could explain it reasonably, she would still accept Yifeng. But now, she obviously couldn't accept that Yifeng had something to do with another beauty while he was flirting with her. In order to prevent accidents, she would never share a room with Yifeng in the middle of the night alone. Okay, then remember to get up early tomorrow, and it's time to go back to Yanjing. Yifeng was a little disappointed. He thought the other party hated him, so he got up and walked outside. Su Menghan nodded, watching Yifeng leave the room with complicated thoughts, feeling a little uncomfortable for no reason. It was not easy for her to have a good impression of Yifeng, but now, the schoolgirl's young first love, is it going to end before it even started? Yifeng didn't notice Xiaohua's thoughts at all, otherwise if he knew that the other party liked him, he would definitely explain it to her. To make the beauty sad and entangled would be punished by God. Not to mention that Yifeng also liked this kind-hearted girl very much. In the world of cultivating immortals, Yifeng had never dealt with any girls, so naturally he couldn't guess what Su Menghan was thinking at this time, and thought that the other party hated him. He got out of the room and was about to go to the front desk to open another room to rest, but when he looked up, he saw the door of the opposite room was open, the light was on inside, and an old man was sitting on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Old Huang? Not good, he came here too. Yifeng was startled, secretly thought something was wrong. When Yifeng looked up and saw Huang Lao just raised his head, and his eyes met. Am I calling you Yifeng, or should I call you Emojoga? Huang Lao said calmly, then turned his eyes sharply and shot at Yifeng. Old man, I don't think I've seen you before, have I? Yifeng smiled. He did a good job on the surface, as if he had never seen it before. Yeah? Huang Lao snorted softly. I am a friend of the O family, Tianzhu Mountain Huang Perong. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Emojoga is you? Sorry, Emojoga is just a friend I met occasionally. Are you looking for him? Yifeng stood at the door, always on guard against the opponent's attack. Huang Perong has 30 years of cultivation. Yifeng is definitely no match for the opponent now it only depends on the purpose of the opponent appearing here. Huang Lao carefully looked at Yifeng's expression. He didn't look like he was lying, he was taken aback. Are you really? No. Yifeng shook his head. That's right, I said how could an old man let you practice martial arts? Huang Lao sighed softly. Do you know where Emojoga is? How do I know? He has always been elusive, and he has always been looking for me, not me looking for him. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, and at the same time he was puzzled. Who was the old immortal that the other party said? Could it be his grandfather? From this point of view, there is still someone in the martial arts world who knows Yifeng. What is the identity of this kid? At least, it will never be a secular ordinary person. Well, if he comes to you again, you can pass it on. Huang Lao stood up and said slowly, it's no big deal to kill a greedy wolf sword. But if you still want to hang around in the rivers and lakes, come to Tianzhu Mountain to find me, otherwise the Long family will never let it go. Farewell. As soon as the last words fell, Mr. Huang's figure moved like the wind, not at all like an old man over 60 years old. It's just that he came to the door in an instant and passed Yi Feng, as if he was about to leave. But suddenly, Huang Lao stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he did not hesitate to use the concealed killing technique. Hidden assassination is not an immortal technique to assassinate after being invisible, but to disguise oneself as an ordinary person, hide in the crowd, and wait for the opportunity to move. At this moment, Yi Feng's meridians all over his body were suddenly blocked, his dantian was clouded, and he pretended to be an ordinary person. It really is. Huang Lao finally believed that Yi Feng and Emojioga were not the same person. How could an ordinary person kill greedy wolf sword with one sword? After confirming it, Mr. Huang stepped lightly, quickly drifted away, and disappeared out of the corridor. Depend on. Yi Feng cursed secretly, and forced to use the hidden killing technique again, his meridians were overwhelmed, and several of his meridians were broken again. If I do it a few more times, I'm afraid this body will be over soon. But he knew that if he didn't use the hidden killing technique now, the trouble would be even greater. As long as you have 5 years of cultivation, you can easily use hidden killing technique, swift shadow wizard, and obscuring eyes. How can you quickly improve your cultivation? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and thought, it was just a coincidence that he got the golden leaf grass and spirit stone like before, even in the world of cultivating immortals, he never had such luck. Next, if you want to improve, it will be too slow to practice step by step. He had to wait until he graduated from university to achieve 5 years of cultivation. He couldn't wait for such a long time. Go back and ask OB where the half of the spirit stone came from. The place where the spirit stone can be produced must be a paradise, and the place where the spirit stone can be brought out should be hidden. Cultivation will get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Feng thought about it, heaved a sigh of relief, and lifted the hidden killing technique. Immediately afterwards, I wanted to go to the front desk to open a room, but suddenly another gust of wind blew beside me. This gust of wind came faster than Huang Lao just now. Yi Feng didn't even have time to react, a vigorous and powerful hand had already grabbed his arm. This feels a bit like. Yi Feng cursed secretly, damn, that old guy is here again. It wasn't his grandfather who attacked him? It's a pity that he didn't have time to use the concealed killing technique, and this time he was detected by the opponent, and his cultivation for 1.5 years was finally exposed. Little brat, who taught you? A serious and old voice came from Yi Feng's ear, and then the other party threw him into the room with force. Yi Feng rolled up like a carp, looked back, and saw an old man in a grey dress blocking the door, with sword eyebrows and eagle eyes, sharp eyes, and a tall and straight figure, just standing like that, but it made people feel like an old man, the towering mountain that has not moved for thousands of years. This time, he finally saw the true face of his grandfather. Destroy the dantian, or I, Yi Wendian, will do it myself. Yi Wendian, who was also Yi Feng's grandfather, stared at him with a serious tone in his tone. I can't figure it out. I'm your grandson. Why? Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he asked, puzzledly. Self-defeating dantian? He is absolutely unwilling. Deep in his heart, there is still a slight thought of returning to the world of cultivating immortals. He couldn't let go of that beautiful master who had been with him day and night for more than 10 years. You want to know? Well, let me tell you. Yi Wendian snorted coldly, walked into the room, and locked the door casually. The Yi family was a big family in the martial arts back then, but it was a pity that it was destroyed overnight. In order to preserve the fire of the Yi family, Yi Wendian, made an agreement with the other party that if you don't practice martial arts, they will not do anything to you. When Yi Feng heard it, his mind was overwhelmed. Nima, the Yi family he belongs to was a big family in the martial arts back then? Can you stop being so bloody? As for why it was destroyed, Yi Wendian didn't say, but Yi Feng had his own guess in his mind. Now he understands why Huang Lao said that just now, and why Yi Wendian asked him to abolish his dantian. It turned out that once he practiced, he would attract the attention of those hostile forces. Not letting him practice is for his safety. Do you think I, Yi Wendian, seem a coward for giving up my hatred? Yi Wendian snorted coldly. People in the world are unpredictable, multi-party game, and the situation is complicated, so you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I am doing it for your own good, so. Slow. Yi Feng raised his hand. I have a way to hide my cultivation, so I don't have to abolish my dantian, right? Humph, I also saw Huang Lao's investigation, just now. Yi Wendian snorted coldly with disdain. I don't know what method you little bastard used. But, haven't you been exposed by me? Just in case, you'd better cancel it. Abandon your sister. Yi Feng said without hesitation, if you force me, I will commit suicide. Don't you want to keep the fire of the Yi family? If I want to die, can you stop me all the time? You. Yi Wendian was startled and furious, and stared at him. Little brat, are you getting more and more courageous? Thanks to you. Yi Feng did not flinch, and stared at each other. In the end, Yi Feng used the hidden killing technique and asked Yi Wendian to check it out. Even Yi Wendian couldn't feel it at all. Yi Feng is a cultivated person. And from the feeling just now, the strength in Yi Feng's body seems to be different from the inner energy. Who taught you this? Yi Wendian asked. A reclusive master. Yi Feng thought of the beautiful master who was still in the world of cultivating immortals, and his expression was a little sad. Even if it is you, Grandpa, your cultivation level is not as good as her. Yeah? Yi Wendian frowned. He didn't believe Yi Feng's words. Although his cultivation is not top-notch in the martial arts world, he is already a top-notch master. Is it possible that someone with a higher cultivation base than him is still reclusive? However, Yi Wendian didn't ask too many questions, but said helplessly, forget it, since you have already embarked on this path and have a way to hide your cultivation, I won't get involved, old man. But, you're little you son of a bitch, you have to be careful, don't let others see it. Especially the Long family, you know? What happened to the Long family? Yi Feng didn't ask, but just nodded, understood. By the way, remember this number. It's an old friend of mine. If you have anything to do at school, please ask him for help. As Yi Wendian said, he took out his mobile phone, found a contact number and handed it over. Yi Feng was startled when he saw this. Damn, this old guy has a mobile phone? What, I'm surprised? Little bastard, remember the number quickly, old man, my time is precious. Yi Wendian gave him a chestnut and said seriously. Yi Feng had no choice but to look at the number. The name of the contact person was Lin Hongchuan. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, Grandpa, is this Lin Hongchuan from the first family of Yanjing, the Lin family? That is. Yi Wendian nodded as a matter of course. When you are admitted to Yanqing University, we have agreed to let him betroth his granddaughter to you. Etc., etc. Yi Feng waved his hand quickly, feeling uncomfortable. No matter who it is, young people with modern ideas are always unhappy when they are arranged marriages. I am a genius boy, how can I just give in like this? Yi Feng thought to himself, who knows whether Lin Hongchuan's granddaughter is beautiful or ugly? Is it fat or thin? Is it tall or short? It's not okay to have a bad temper. Although I heard from Obi that the Lin family seems to have a big beauty in Yanda, but Yi Feng is not sure if they are talking about the same person. I do not accept. Yi Feng thought of this, and said firmly. Little bastard, if you don't accept it, you have to accept it. Yi Wendian scolded, and smiled, or do you like that chick opposite? Let me tell you, when you see old man Lin's granddaughter, I will keep you from looking down on other women. Is that an exaggeration? What's her name? Yi Feng didn't explain Su Minghan's matter, but just asked, curiously. Lin Shurqing, she is well known at Yenqing University. As Yi Wendian said, he patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, don't hesitate, this kind of beauty is too late for others to want, so don't be ignorant. Don't randomly participate in the affairs of the martial arts, it will not be good for you, I will send someone to watch you. Etc. Yi Feng's expression changed, how about we make an agreement? He can't be watched all the time, how unfree is that? For the sake of freedom, it is okay to sacrifice a little in other aspects, at least it will not do any harm to him anyway. What agreement? Yi Wendian frowned. I promise you, if you accept that Lin Shurqing, you will also be admitted to Yenqing University. Yi Feng said slowly, however, you can't send someone to monitor me. I don't need you to take care of other things, how? If you don't agree, I'd rather die than surrender. Good boy, have courage. Yi Wendian smiled treacherously, however, there are only you and me left in our Yi family, old man, I can't send anyone to watch over you, hee. When Yi Feng heard it, Nima, you've been tricked. This old guy is a poor commander at all, how can someone be sent to monitor him? That's it. You will never regret it. Well, old man, I should go. Yi Wendian finished speaking with a sly smile, and finally forgot to take a look at Yi Feng. He floated to open the door, and disappeared like a gust of wind. Yi Feng secretly scolded the old guy for being cunning, but he was really tricked. What should I do? Do I really want to accept that Lin Shurqing? Forget it, there's no need to think about this kind of thing. Even if I want to, Lin Shurqing probably won't like me, right? Yi Feng stood in front of the wardrobe and looked at himself. At first glance, he is not tall, rich and handsome. The Lin family in Yenqing is the first family, so Lin Shurqing definitely has eyes above the top, so can he fall in love with him? Yi Feng didn't think too much about it, and he didn't go to the front desk to get a room. He thought that he could just stay in this room for one night, and save money if he could. He took a shower comfortably, then lay down on the bed, and fell asleep after a long time. It is inconvenient to not have spiritual consciousness, and sleep is not safe. If you have cultivated for 10 years and condensed your spiritual consciousness, even in a deep sleep state, you can clearly feel the wind and grass around you. This kind of heaven-defying ability is only possessed by immortal cultivators. There are no martial arts practitioners like Yi Wendian and Huang Lao. Otherwise, they don't need to grab Yi Feng's arm to check his cultivation, they can find out directly with their spiritual sense, which is extremely convenient. Early the next morning, Yi Feng and Su Minghan got up separately, left the hotel and took a taxi to the train station. The 200,000, I will pay you back. In the car, Su Minghan pursed her lips lightly and said. Forget it. Yi Feng sat beside her and shook his head. The current him, knowing the situation in this chick's family, has to wait for her to pay back the 200,000, and I don't know how long it will take, so he might as well simply forget about it. Anyway, there is the Heavenly Snake Gang behind him now, a mere 200,000 yuan, which is nothing. No, I don't want to owe you. Su Minghan looked out of the window, her long eyelashes trembling, looking very peaceful. Then it's up to you. Yi Feng didn't say much, he was too lazy to care about this chick. You. Su Minghan turned her head, stared at Yi Feng, wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong with me? Yi Feng gave her a strange look. Su Minghan wanted to ask something, but the words came to her lips, but she couldn't speak them out. She struggled in her heart, constantly reminding herself, don't fall for Yi Feng's tricks, and end up in a tragedy like that beauty at the hospital gate. Forget it, nothing. Su Minghan shook her head, determined not to have anything to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't have mind-reading skills, so he naturally didn't know what was going on in her heart. After making a rough guess, he said, are you still thinking about your cousin? Don't worry, I will definitely find out the source of the drugs after I go back, and I will give you an explanation. I wasn't thinking about that piece of shit, you idiot. Su Menghan scolded him inwardly, but did not speak out to refute. After going through so many things, she was very confused and didn't know how to deal with the relationship with Yi Feng. She just looked out of the window quietly, pretending to be very calm, but her sexy and plump breasts rose and fell, but it showed that her heart was not peaceful. Su Menghan was not in a good spirit due to tangling all night last night. After getting on the train, he slowly fell asleep leaning against Yi Feng. The high-speed rail runs fast, and it only takes 20 minutes to reach Yanjing. In the carriage, Yi Feng and Su Menghan were sitting next to each other, but at this time Su Menghan was sleeping soundly on Yi Feng's body. It seemed that he was too tired last night. I have to say that Yi Feng was enjoying it quite a bit at this time. The schoolgirl's delicate body was soft, and the bursts of pleasant fragrance came to her nostrils. Ah, beast! Suddenly, Su Menghan seemed to be in pain, and woke up suddenly. What's wrong with you? Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at the pretty schoolgirl with wet eyes, as if she was very sad, a little confused. Nima, didn't this chick feel sleepy and fell asleep leaning on him? Why did you call him a beast again? In the high-speed rail train compartment, many people around cast their gazes over and pointed at Yi Feng. There is no doubt that when others saw him hugging a pure and sexy beauty, and the pure beauty called animal, everyone would be surprised. He really regarded him as a beast, and secretly sighed that the world is going down, and people's hearts are not old. I'm sorry. Su Menghan woke up and quickly got up from Yi Feng's body. Her blushing face was extremely attractive. Only then did she remember that this was the high-speed train back to Yanjing with Yi Feng. Just that dream. Su Menghan was in a trance. Her dreams were always so real, her heart was still beating fast. She sneaked a glance at Yi Feng, but saw Yi Feng staring at her with a puzzled look on his face. She quickly turned her head to the side, looked out the window, straightened her messy skirt and hair, and stopped talking. The dream just now was really embarrassing, and she didn't want anyone to know about it. In the dream, she actually confessed to Yi Feng and lived happily ever after, but at this moment, that beautiful woman appeared at the hospital gate last night in disheveled clothes again. Then Yi Feng gave up, abandoned her, and ran away with that beautiful woman. She was heartbroken, and couldn't help calling out animal. My lady, what happened? At this moment, a voice filled with righteous indignation came from the side of Yi Feng. The two looked up and saw a young man in a suit and tie, about 23 or 24 years old, with a high nose, handsome appearance, standing beside Yi Feng, staring at Yi Feng angrily. In the high-speed rail train compartment, many other people applauded him one after another. Those who dare to stand up at this time are undoubtedly real men. Obviously, everyone around him regarded Yi Feng as a hooligan who molested a pure beauty, while the young man in a suit was a good citizen who stood up for justice. However, from an angle that other people can't see, the young man in a suit is secretly looking at Su Menghan's chest. He is obviously coveting Su Menghan's beauty and sexiness, and he would almost drool if he was the one sitting next to the beauty. Su Menghan raised his head and saw the gaze of the young man in a suit, frowned, feeling disgusted, crossed his hands on his chest, easily covering part of the spring. Roll. Yi Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stood up directly, blocking the young man in suit from peeking at Su Menghan. Dare to peek at the woman next to him in front of him? Yi Feng will never allow it. Seeing Yi Feng standing up, the young man in the suit was about the same height as Yi Feng, so he was not to be outdone, and taught him a cold lesson. Young people have to think with their brains when they speak. Didn't your mother teach you? At the same time, he raised his right hand and adjusted the tie on his chest, very proudly. As he straightened his tie, he thought about how to scold this stunned young man, which made him ashamed. But how could Yi Feng talk so much nonsense with him? Yi Feng suddenly became angry. I can't scold my family, but the other party actually involved his mother, you know, he hasn't even seen his mother. Yi Feng's brain became hot, he didn't even think about punching him, he hit the opponent's chest, instantly knocked him flying, and fell heavily on the corridor, causing exclamations from all around. Yi Feng didn't use all his strength, otherwise this punch would blow him up. Boy, how dare you hit me, my uncle belongs to the Heavenly Snake Gang. The young man in the suit held his chest, barely stood up, pointed at Yi Feng and said tremblingly. Sky Snake Gang? Really good. Yi Feng sneered, completely ignored the other party, and returned to sit beside Su Menghan. When the people around heard about the Heavenly Snake Gang, they were all a little surprised. They are so awesome that all the gangsters have come out. Everyone looked at Yi Feng, and felt that this young man would soon be tragic. When Su Menghan heard that young man mentioning the Heavenly Snake Gang, she couldn't help but laugh a little. She is the only one who knows that the Heavenly Snake Gang poses no threat to Yi Feng at all. Unexpectedly, you can meet the Heavenly Snake Gang everywhere. But when she saw that Yi Feng didn't agree with each other, she directly shot him away, and she was still a little dissatisfied. You are too violent, can't you just talk about it? What is there to say to this kind of person? Yi Feng didn't take it seriously, no matter where fists are the truth, he is absolutely unwilling to spend more time talking about things that can be easily solved. You really, huh? Su Menghan turned her head angrily when she saw that he couldn't be moved. What's going on here? After a while, the policeman in the high-speed rail car arrived late, looked at the young man in a suit with a painful face, and asked what was going on. The young man in the suit clutched his chest, and pointed at Yi Feng reluctantly. That kid just sexually harassed a female passenger. I went to stop him but he beat me. Two policemen in uniforms looked up at Yi Feng, disgusted, and let a female flight attendant help the young man in a suit to leave the carriage. And two policemen, one tall and one short, walked towards Yi Feng. You just hit someone? The short and fat marshal came straight up, stared at Yi Feng and asked. When he saw Su Menghan beside him, he couldn't help being a little amazed, and after taking a second look, he almost couldn't take his eyes away. It's him, we all saw it. As soon as the marshals came, an aunt next to her immediately stood up and agreed. She really couldn't stand it anymore. The young people nowadays are too much. It's nothing to hit someone, this kid even harassed the beautiful woman next to him, we all heard her call animal. There was an uncle who was extremely jealous of Yi Feng, and at the same time he stood up and confessed, filled with righteous indignation and impassioned. When the short and fat policeman heard the words, he believed it immediately, turned his head to Yi Feng and said, Come with me, the train will stop at Yanjing immediately, and I must ask you to get off there. After getting off the bus, you must notify the station police station and ask them to pick you up. Yi Feng thought to himself, when he arrived at the Public Security Bureau, he could call Lin Hongchuan and see how capable the Lin family is. So he stood up and wanted to leave the carriage with the policeman. Wait a moment. Su Menghan stood up, grabbed Yi Feng, gritted her teeth and said, You don't even ask about the person involved, how can you just take him away? At this time, she was of course on Yi Feng's side. Not to mention that the man in the suit disgusted her too much, but the whole thing was triggered by her yelling animal. If Yi Feng was taken away, she would feel uneasy. Seeing Su Menghan stand up, the people around were all startled. Miss, then, may I ask, is it true that he beat someone? The chunky marshal seemed to see something, so he changed the topic to the beating. He can now see that the relationship between a man and a woman in front of him is not ordinary, and it is very likely that they are still a couple. In this case, the crime of so-called harassment is definitely not established, but beating someone on the train is also a very bad behavior. Did he hit someone to protect me? Su Menghan pulled Yi Feng's arm, seemed to be intimate, opened her beautiful eyes and said, He has a bad temper, but the other party is at fault first. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he heard these words. He never thought that Su Menghan would have such courage to stand up and speak for him. This? The chunky marshal hesitated a little, not knowing what to do. That's fine. The tall policeman on the side tugged at him, and said with a smile, sit down, and you can get off the car and negotiate a settlement when you arrive at the station. After finishing speaking, the tall policeman pulled his companion and left the carriage. Hey, this is against the rules, why don't you deal with it? The chunky marshal was very puzzled. Okay, this matter is related to the Heavenly Snake Gang, so it's better not to mess with it. The tall marshal whispered, with obvious fear in his tone. As soon as the two police officers left, the compartment fell silent. Many people felt speechless. It was just a young couple who were having an awkward fight, and the young man in a suit ran up and got beaten. It was purely funny. However, I'm afraid this young couple will not feel good when they arrive at the station. They have the support of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Why help me? Yi Feng sat back in his seat and asked Su Menghan a question. It's all my fault, shouldn't I speak for you? Su Menghan leaned against the window and asked back. Right. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Wasn't the whole thing caused by this little girl's animal? Fortunately, this is not too much trouble for him. If it were an ordinary person, no matter whether he swallowed his anger or fought hard, he would definitely be targeted by the Heavenly Snake Gang in the end, and there would be no good end. This is the benefit of strength. If there is no strength, there will be countless troubles just walking with a beauty like Su Menghan. In order to avoid more trouble, Yi Feng took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Scar, asking him to come and guard at the train station. There is more. Su Menghan frowned slightly, and continued to say to Yi Feng, you have to control your temper in the future, otherwise you will always beat people at every turn, even you and the Heavenly Snake Gang will suffer a lot one day. Yi Feng stared at her, his face was as pure and beautiful as before, but with a hint of worry. No. Yi Feng turned his head away and nodded. Originally, he definitely didn't take it seriously. In the world of cultivating immortals where he was originally, the weak were prey to the strong, and if he disagreed with others, he might die in a fight. With his meager, 10-year cultivation base, he still survived safely with the beautiful master. But now, he really felt something in his heart. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, there was a beautiful master standing in front of him, sheltering him from the wind and rain. At this time, the beautiful master was no longer around. I remember he wasn't like this before, could it be that he was stimulated that night? Su Menghan thought in her heart, thinking of Yi Feng's change, just after her father humiliated him with 200,000 yuan, she felt a little sorry. It is undeniable that Su Menghan has a good impression of Yi Feng now, or it can be said that he has already fallen in love with him. But what followed was an incomparable entanglement. If there was no matter about Long Wanner outside the hospital, she might really have confessed to Yi Feng. When the train stopped at Yanjing railway station, the two got off the train together and left the station. Looking around at the tall buildings, Yi Feng finally came back with a sigh of relief. Here, as long as he doesn't reveal his identity as a cultivator, no trouble from the martial arts world will come to him. Uncle, they came out. As soon as he left the station, Yi Feng immediately heard a familiar voice. Turning his head and looking aside, he saw that young man in a suit on the train walking with another group of men in suits and sunglasses, pointing at him and Su Menghan from a distance. It should be a member of the Sky Snake Gang, but Scar is not among them. Soon, a group of people came towards the two of them, looking menacing. They looked like they belonged to the regular underworld, causing passers-by around to disperse, pointing fingers, but no one dared to take half a step closer. Only Yi Feng and Su Menghan stood together and waited for each other to approach. This friend beat my nephew in the car? The leader, a man with a square face, looked at Yi Feng coldly. He was the uncle of the young man in a suit, and he was also a small leader in the Heavenly Snake gang. He molested my girlfriend and scolded my relatives. Is it wrong to beat him? Yi Feng looked at the young man in the suit and said calmly. Boy, do you still dare to be arrogant here? Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, the young man in suit instantly became angry. Originally, he wanted to take the two of them away, the man would be disabled, and the woman would have a good time, but now, he decided to let Yi Feng know at the train station what would happen if he messed with the Heavenly Snake gang. Just tell the truth. Yi Feng shook his head, looked up, and saw that Scar was rushing anxiously from a distance, as if he had just hung up a phone call. So Yi Feng knew it well, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. The young man in the suit and the square-faced man didn't see them, they just stared at Yi Feng. Seeing his calm look, his anger grew more and more, and he secretly thought that you would feel better later. The square-faced man waved his hand, and the surrounding men in suits and sunglasses were all gearing up to make a move. For them, it couldn't be easier to teach a high school student a lesson, and they can knock him down in a second. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind them, "Stop. What do you want to do?" A group of people turned their heads, only to see their boss, Scar, standing behind him with an angry face. "Brother, this friend hit my nephew on the train for no reason, and we are discussing with him how to solve it." The square-faced man watched his words and expressions, and didn't say anything dead. "Good fight, I don't know what your nephew is?" Scar snorted softly, and glared at the young man in the suit. "This, big brother." The young man in the suit was a bit cautious, facing the big brother of the Heavenly Snake gang, he knew that he was nothing at all. "Okay. This little brother is my cousin of Dao Scar. When I see him in the future, I will call Brother Yi and Sister Yi. Did you hear that?" Dao Scar said seriously, and patted Yi Feng's shoulder affectionately, making a group of Sky Snake gang members stunned. "Brother Yi and Sister Yi?" The faces of the young man in the suit and the square-faced man turned green. "Nima, so this kid has this identity? He pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger." Su Menghan was originally standing quietly beside Yi Feng, but now when she heard Sister Yi, her face turned red up to the neck, thinking that this person is really a hooligan, and he is talking nonsense without knowing the truth. However, Yi Feng turned out to be the cousin of the boss of the Heavenly Snake gang? No wonder, her father told her to get close to Yi Feng, that's why. After knowing Yi Feng's identity, the young man was not convinced, but the square-faced man had rich social experience and knew how to advance and retreat, and immediately said, "Brother Yi, sister-in-law Yi, I offended you so much just now, please forgive me. My nephew doesn't know the rules, I have caused trouble for the two of you, and I will definitely discipline you severely when you go back. Okay, let's go." Yi Feng waved his hand and didn't want to say more. Of course, he wouldn't take it seriously if the discipline didn't work, even if the discipline was going to die, it had nothing to do with Yi Feng. What he cared about was another matter. After seeing the square-faced man leading the crowd back away, Yi Feng asked Dao Scar, "Now let's talk about the drugs." Scar's shiny bald head reflected the noon sun, making it look extraordinarily bold. Hearing Yi Feng's question, he was about to say something, but he looked at Su Menghan with some embarrassment. He was afraid that Su Menghan was not suitable to listen to such things, so he hesitated. Seeing this, Su Menghan was very understanding. "I'm going to buy a pack of tissues, you two talk first." After speaking, he turned and left. The slim figure became a beautiful landscape outside the station, attracting the eyes of passers-by. But seeing that she was with Dao Scar and other gang members before, no one dared to harass her, not even strike up a conversation. It can be seen how powerful the deterrent force of the Scar group is. When Su Menghan left for a while, Dao Scar said solemnly, "Brother Yi, a year ago, our Heavenly Snake gang, including the other 3 major gangs in Yanjing, only did ordinary drug business like ecstasy. The capital, if it goes too far, no one will be able to keep it. What now? Yi Feng nodded, motioning for him to continue. He was a little puzzled. According to Scar, there were 4 major gangs in Yanjing a year ago? A year ago, a mysterious force came to Yanjing. When Dao Scar talked about this, his tone was extremely solemn. As soon as we came, we summoned the leaders of our 4 major gangs and asked us to secretly help them experiment with a new type of drug. Of course we were not happy, killed the 2 subordinates sent by the other party. Immediately afterwards, there was a trace of fear in Scar's eyes, but just the next day, the entire Nanchanman was uprooted. The Nan family was almost wiped out, and our other 3 gangs received warning letters. If you experiment with new drugs, it will be the same as the end of Nanchanman. Who is the other party? After a year, do you have any clues? Yi Feng frowned slightly and asked. I just occasionally heard from the people who transported drugs that the boss of the other party seems to be called Kai Shao, and I don't know anything about the rest. However, there is no family surnamed Kai in Yanjing, so I really don't know who it is. Scar shook his head. At the beginning of each month, we will trade new types of drugs at designated places, and this month's transaction has just been completed. Brother Yi, we, the Sky Snake Gang, gritted our teeth and stopped doing other drugs, but this new type drugs, if you stop now, it will be a lot of trouble. Not only is there a lot of trouble, it is related to the life and death of the Heavenly Snake Gang. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded in understanding. Then do as you say, don't startle the snake, and of course, don't let more people get addicted to drugs from now on. Scar listened and nodded. Yi Feng thought for a while, and then asked, what are the properties of the new drug? What will happen if you smoke it? Except that the pleasure when taking drugs is stronger than other drugs, there is nothing else. It's just. Scar frowned. Those earliest partners, those who could persist in smoking for a year, seem to have disappeared all of a sudden recently. Disappeared? Yi Feng frowned and didn't ask any more questions. That new type of drug is really not a good thing, but he witnessed the scene of Su Minghan's cousin's drug addiction attack with his own eyes. His face was terrifying. He wanted to die but couldn't, it was too vicious. Yi Feng is not a kind person, he was too lazy to take care of this kind of thing. But now that the Heavenly Snake Gang is under his control, he will never allow other forces to step in. That mysterious force can also command Scar. How could Yi Feng be willing to do that? What is his is always his, what is not his, if you want it, you must grab it as long as you have the strength. This is the law of survival in the world of cultivating immortals. If you don't rob others, they will rob you. There is nothing to say. Even on Earth, it's actually the same. From Yi Feng's point of view, people who live in the city face various forms of robbery every day, so what places don't spend money? Even now some hospitals in Huagua are brazenly robbing money. Many people always say that life is hard. Is it not hard to be robbed every day? Young Master Kai, in this case, I will go with you when the transaction is made next month. I want to see who the other party is. Yi Feng made a decision. Clear. When Scar heard this, his face became happy. Brother Yi wants to make a move? Very good. He didn't know how the largest Nanchanman was destroyed a year ago, but that method must be very terrifying and swift and resolute. I just don't know, who is stronger between Yi Feng Yega in the martial arts world and that mysterious force? Does the relevant department know about the new drugs? Before Yi Feng left, he asked one last question. Have no idea. Scar shook his head. When we develop drug addicts, we will control them. Most of them have become missing persons. And the number is not very large, which has not aroused the suspicion of the government. Brother Yi, don't tell the government, this matter, the government can't solve it, but. I know that, don't worry about it. Yi Feng interrupted him. By the way, I heard that the Heavenly Snake Gang also has someone in the government. Who is it? This. We gangsters must have something to do with the higher-ups, right? Dao Scar was a little bit embarrassed. He didn't seem to want to say it, but seeing Yi Feng's face, he gave in and said, "The person who often contacts is Director Liu Lihui of the Northwest Branch Bureau, the party committee of the Deputy Department Level Branch Bureau. There is also a member of the General Public Security Bureau. Deputy Bureau, if Liu Lihui can't get it right, he has to be called in." Northwest Branch? Liu Lihui? As soon as Yi Feng heard it, he thought of Director Liu who arrested him for whoring last time and wanted to find the golden leaf grass from him. He is a middle-aged man with a big belly and a square face. Unexpectedly, that guy seems to have real power, able to cover the Heavenly Snake Gang in a certain area. Yi Feng thought it was some stupid director. So, the person who called him last time to let him go must be someone from the Lin family. A phone call can make Liu Lihui break out in a cold sweat. It seems that the Lin family is indeed powerful. It is only now that Yi Feng truly understands what is the #1 family of Yanjing. No wonder the third young master of the Lin family was so arrogant last time. Where would he not be fawned upon? After Scar reported the matter, he went to deal with the drug matter first. And Yi Feng and Su Menghan were sent home by a guy from the Heavenly Snake Gang. "I just went to Langfang for 2 days on Saturday and weekend, and I have to go to school again tomorrow morning. The results of the second mock exam should be out soon." By then, Yi Feng looked at Su Menghan who was sitting next to him, thinking that when the results came out, she would definitely despise her again, right? "Forget it, anyway, I don't want to have anything to do with this chick in the future, not to mention that she really hates his appearance." During this trip, Su Menghan caused Yi Feng a lot of trouble. Just when he was answering the phone at the venue, the loud word Yi Feng immediately attracted Long Wanner's attention, and he was almost caught, so he had to kill a Tanlangjian to escape. If Long Wanner catches her, Yi Feng couldn't imagine the consequences. And it is even very possible that he has already died in xuanhuan now. "You are practicing, especially if you cannot be known by the Long family." Yi Wentian's words were still echoing in his ears. Although I don't know what enmity and agreement the Long family has with the former Yi family, but Yi Wentian said so, he will not lie to him. Yi Feng was thinking about things in the martial arts world, and occasionally paid attention to Su Menghan beside him, and found that the more she was on the way home, the more peaceful she was, quietly looking out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Judging from her deliberately keeping a distance from Yi Feng felt that the other party might hate him a little. He hadn't experienced any love in his previous life, so he had a low EQ as a matter of course. To be honest, being hated by a beautiful school belle, Yi Feng was a little bit disappointed, but he forgot about it. Right now, he shouldn't be thinking about this kind of thing. All the way without words, the guys from the Heavenly Snake Gang quickly sent the two of them back to King Fengyuan, and parked the car at the gate of this ordinary villa complex. "Remember, I will definitely return the 200,000 to you." After Su Menghan finished speaking, she got out of the car gracefully, and went straight into the community without looking back. Her exquisite and graceful back was extremely attractive. Yi Feng didn't say anything, just about to follow, but was stopped by the guy driving. He couldn't help turning his head, and looked at the other party suspiciously, only to see that this guy is less than 1.7 meters tall, but his eyes are very cute, and he is a lively guy at first glance. However, facing Yi Feng now, he felt a little timid. "Brother Yi, there is something I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak up if you have anything to say." Yi Feng nodded. "I think Mrs. Yi must be jealous." "Brother Yi, do you see it?" The young man felt relieved, glanced at Su Menghan's slim back, and said with certainty. "What? Jealous?" Yi Feng never expected that the other party would tell him such a thing. He was a little surprised. Why? Seeing that Yi Feng seemed to be interested, the young man immediately cheered up and started talking non-stop. "That's because we have studied girls." "Brother Yi, you didn't pay attention." Judging from Sister Ye's eyes, demeanor, and behavior, it is 100% I'm jealous. I want to talk to you, but I'm angry with you, Brother Yi. Does sister-in-law know that you have a woman outside? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. How could there be any woman outside him? But instead, he suddenly thought of the scene of being chased by Long Wanner at the gate of Langfang People's Hospital. Hey, could it be? Yi Feng thought about it, and suddenly realized. Could it be that Langfang and his party did make this chick fall in love with him, but made this chick jealous because of Long Wanner's disheveled clothes? What's your name? Yi Feng asked that guy. If the other party didn't remind him, he would probably always think that Su Menghan hated him. Everyone calls me Cup. My name is Zhao Cup. Hee, Brother Yi, you can do whatever you want. The guy introduced himself very enthusiastically, and then said, also, Brother Scar asked me to help you drive in the future, you see? Cup? It's a good title. Yi Feng smiled. Just drive, I don't want to be too high profile, I will call you when necessary. He glanced at the car next to him, the Glacier Silver BMW 7 Series, a car of the same class as Su Menghan's father. Although it doesn't look like a luxury car to the upper class, if he takes this car to school every day, the whole school will know him in a few days, and he doesn't want to be surrounded by people. Okay, Brother Yi, I'll send you a text message right away, you write down the number, call me if you need it, and I'll be there anytime. Zhao Bei took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Yi Feng. Dao Scar arranged him to be Yi Feng's driver, and of course gave him Yi Feng's number, which let Yi Feng know that Dao Scar trusted this guy named Zhao Bei very much. Okay, then you go first, I'm going home. Yi Feng waved his hand, turned around, and entered the community. It's not that he doesn't like beautiful women, it's just that he doesn't want to think about it before he has no strength. But now, the matter of Su Menghan was in front of him. In fact, in the world of cultivating immortals, he has seen many beautiful female cultivators like Su Menghan. But compared with other people, Su Menghan has a different side. What impressed Yi Feng most is kindness. In Langfang, judging from what she did to her cousin's family, can such a kind girl be found in today's society? Yi Feng suddenly felt that if this kindness was polluted by the worldly world, it would be the greatest tragedy he has witnessed since he came to this world. He would not see a beautiful girl and want to take it for himself, but for Su Menghan, it seems to have a slightly different feeling. Go and explain. Yi Feng made up his mind and chased after him. But when he went around the road, he unexpectedly discovered that Su Menghan was actually blocked at the door of his own villa and was not allowed to enter. What stopped her was a fashionable woman with a bag. Although she wore makeup, she looked at least in her 30s. Judging from the posture and expression, it should be a lady from a rich family. Why did she appear here and stop Su Menghan from entering? I heard you went to Langfang? It's really emotional. The fashionable young woman stood in front of Su Menghan and sneered, how about it, have you seen your grandma? I still remember her life and death against your father marrying me, but it's a pity that you can only see her grave when you go there. Bar? Su Menghan stood at the door, her shoulders trembling with anger. You are so shameless. Did you kill grandma? I didn't say that. However, since you really went to that place, I would like to ask Xincheng how to deal with it. Either don't recognize you as a daughter anymore, or divorce me, with you without me, with me without you. Raising you from childhood to adulthood was spent on money from my Xia family, yet you dare to go back. With jealousy in her eyes, the fashionable young woman spoke bitterly, and at the same time took out her mobile phone. Yi Feng watched from afar, thinking that this guy is Su Menghan's stepmother. Be careful to a certain extent. The environment in Qingfeng Garden is beautiful, the air is fresh, there are clusters of flower beds beside the road, and the trees are shaded. In the entire Yanjing city, there are not many places like this suitable for living. But now, in front of one of the villas, there were 3 people confronting each other, and the atmosphere was tense. It was Yi Feng and Su Menghan who met Su Menghan's stepmother, that fashionable young woman. Menghan, what's going on? Yi Feng came up to ask a question. This has nothing to do with you, you go back first. Although Su Menghan was angry, she didn't want Yi Feng to get involved in this matter. No, I have something to tell you. Yi Feng did not leave, but continued to say, but before I say anything, I will help you solve the trouble. Can you solve it? Su Menghan snorted softly. She has always disapproved of Yi Feng's use of violence to solve problems. Many things cannot be solved by fighting alone. Don't worry, I'm not good at fighting. Yi Feng chuckled. At this time, the fashionable young woman in front of her finally explained the situation to Su Xinchang, and her tone of voice was rude and unreasonable during the call. From the phone call, Yi Feng knew that this person was called Xie Men, and that the Xie family he belonged to was quite powerful, and they were also well-ranked in Yanjing. It was because of her that Su Xinchang was able to make the Sushin group the size it is today. When Su Xinchang learned about the matter here, he was a little anxious, and said that he would come over to solve it in person immediately, and told her not to act rashly. After hanging up the phone, Xie Men put the latest iPhone back into the Louis Vuitton leather bag straddling his waist. His movements were elegant and noble. He raised his head and looked at Yi Feng disdainfully. Why, the little vixen has seduced a man and wants him to help you out. But for a little boy like this, it's better to go as far as you can. There are some things in this world that people like you can't control. Xie Men heard the conversation between the two just now, but didn't take it seriously. She knew that this kid in front of her was the one who accompanied Su Menghan to Langfang yesterday. She has investigated some situations, and in her opinion, Yi Feng is just an ordinary high school student. At most, there is a little relationship between the higher authorities, which made him released in advance for whoring and prostitution last time. If it was the son of her Xie family who went whoring or prostitution, no one from the Public Security Bureau would dare to arrest him, so in comparison, she didn't think Yi Feng was so powerful. Let me go away? Yi Feng heard the words, and said lightly, that depends on whether you have the ability. Why are the little brats so arrogant now? Xie Men smiled contemptuously, and then looked at Su Menghan triumphantly. If I were you, I wouldn't find such a young boy as a man. It just so happens that my second uncle wants to have a schoolgirl. How about it? He is a mature man, more than this kind of kid is much more capable. Would you like me to introduce you to him? Shameless. Su Menghan was trembling with anger. She couldn't imagine that this woman would be so vicious. Is that something a stepmother could say? Yeah? Yi Feng put his arms around Su Menghan's fragrant shoulders to comfort him gently, and looked at Xie Men. If I say that, if I were Su Xinchang, I wouldn't find an ugly eccentric abbasang like you to be my wife. How nice is the beautiful secretary beside me. Last time, Su Xinchang's assistant and driver, who Mimi and Yi Feng knew what they were doing, they were much more beautiful and coquettish than Xie Men in front of him. Just wait and see. A little boy is a little boy. Do you think Xinchang will find a woman behind my back? How dare he? Xie Men sneered and didn't care. In her heart, Su Xinchang's success today was entirely dependent on her Xie family. If he dared to find a woman outside, wouldn't he be afraid of offending her Xie family? She decided that this time, no matter what, she would force Su Xinchang to make a choice. The real reason is that she has been married to Su Xinchang for 10 years, but has never had any children. Of course, she is getting more and more unhappy with Su Menghan, the daughter of his ex-wife. Seeing that she didn't believe it, Yi Feng just smiled and didn't bother to talk about it. He had nothing to argue with the shrew, he just waited for Su Xinchang to come. He gently hugged Su Menghan's shoulders, feeling very warm. Suddenly she felt that with Yi Feng by her side, no matter if she faced Xie Men or Su Xinchang later, there would be nothing to fear. All along, Su Xinchang was afraid of his wife and strictly disciplined Su Menghan. In the eyes of others, she may be the schoolgirl, by Fume, with a good family background and bright future, but in fact she has no freedom at all. If Su Xinchang really chooses to abandon her, it seems more like letting her out of a cage, and there is nothing to regret. Su Xinchang came very quickly. He never expected that Xie Min would actually stare at Su Menghan, even knowing that she was going to Langfeng so quickly. When encountering such a thing, of course he hurried over in a hurry. When the BMW car stopped at the entrance of the villa, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped down from the passenger seat. It was Su Xinchang. Yifeng noticed that it was the sexy and enchanting Humimi who was driving, and he didn't get out of the car, obviously knowing that this kind of occasion was not something she could participate in. The original Su Xinchang was mature and steady, with a dignified face, but now his brows are furrowed, obviously something is bothering him. Menghan, Xiaomin, what are you doing? Su Xinchang came over and asked with a sigh. Ask your precious daughter, where has she been these 2 days? Xiaomin snorted. Didn't you just go to Langfeng? Su Xinchang clapped his hands, stepped forward to hold Xiaomin's hand, and said sincerely, just this time, don't make an example, calm down. No, you have to give me an explanation this time. Xiaomin said harshly, pointing at Su Menghan with one hand, either without her, or without me, you choose yourself. After finishing speaking, she acted reckless, no matter what she said, she had made up her mind. Su Menghan stood aside, just looked at the two of them without speaking. Yifeng was very calm, wanting to see what choice Su Xinchang would make. If she chooses Su Menghan and divorces Xia Min, that's fine, she can be considered a competent father. But if he chose to continue to rely on Xia's family and abandon Su Menghan, then he would be a very bad father. This choice was undoubtedly very difficult for Su Xinchang. He talked badly to Xia Min, but the other party was stubborn and would not change his mind at all. Every time she sees Su Menghan, Xia Min feels a thorn in her heart, and feels a pimple, which has made her unhappy for more than 10 years. If this continues, she feels she will go crazy. She looked coldly at Su Menghan, who was leaning against Yifeng. No matter what Su Xinchang said, she would not let go. After a long time, Su Xinchang probably also saw that she had made up her mind, so she could only sigh helplessly. He glanced at Su Menghan, and Yifeng at the side, feeling rather pity in his heart. After all, his daughter and Yifeng really got on good terms, but they were faced with such a choice. Menghan, come with me for a while. Su Xinchang seemed to have made up his mind, beckoning to his daughter, and at the same time wanted to step aside and talk to her alone. Just say what you have to say, what is there to be shameful? Su Menghan said, coldly. She had almost guessed her father's choice. Sure enough, in his mind, career was more important than anything else. Su Xinchang seemed a little embarrassed by his daughter's words, but seeing Su Menghan's resolute expression, he could only clear his throat and said, that's it, until you graduate from university, I will be responsible for the expenses of studying and living. What he said was rather vague, but everyone understood what he meant, that is, he was only responsible for raising Su Menghan until he graduated from university, and he would not care after that. In other words, he would not divorce Xia Min, but instead chose to draw a line with Su Menghan. He has his own considerations. From what he knows, Yifeng has some contacts with the top of the Heavenly Snake Gang, but he doesn't know more. Of course he didn't know about the relationship between Yifeng and the Lin family, that kind of power that was at the top for him, he usually didn't even dare to think about it. Originally, he just wanted Su Menghan to win over Yifeng so that the Xie family could unite with the Heavenly Snake Gang. In this way, once the power of the two second-rate forces is well operated, he can definitely become a first-rate force. But now, he can only give up one and choose the more stable one. The Heavenly Snake Gang is still unreliable to him, and the Xie family has helped him for more than 10 years. It is obvious how to choose for his career. Thank you, but I don't need it. Su Menghan gave him a cold look, turned around and left after speaking. Hey, where are you going? Yi Feng didn't expect this chick to be so determined, he was a little surprised. None of your business? Su Menghan stopped and didn't turn her head, but Yi Feng heard crying from her tone, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Anyone who encounters such a thing, no matter how mature their mind is, will definitely be hit hard. What's more, Su Menghan is only a senior high school student. When she heard Su Xincheng's words, she felt that the whole sky was about to collapse, and she had nowhere to hide. I was full of grievances, but I couldn't find anyone to cry about. Looking back resolutely, it's not because I don't hate, but because I want to hide my tears. Seeing this, Yi Feng felt a little pain in his heart. He stepped forward and grabbed her, but how could she get rid of her if she wanted to? I don't know the woman at the gate of the People's Hospital. Don't misunderstand me. Also, if you don't want to live at home, can you live at my place? Yi Feng asked a question. Su Menghan finally stopped after hearing the words. In Yi Feng's eyes, her back is graceful, her fragrant shoulders are trembling slightly, against the faint shade of trees all around, forming a beautiful picture, but unfortunately, the protagonist of this picture is suffering from inner pain, which stains the whole picture. There was a layer of hazy sadness. She stood still and thought about it for a long time. Convenient? She finally asked weakly, but didn't look back. She really didn't want to live at home, it would be uncomfortable, but if she went out to live, she had no money. However, if he just lived in Yi Feng's house like this, would he be embarrassed? What's more, she is still a girl, with Yi Feng alone. The villa is so big, why is it inconvenient? Yi Feng asked back. When he saw Su Menghan shed tears, he couldn't help but want to protect her, protect that kindness. Having already come to this world, no one knows whether he can return to the world of cultivating immortals. That being the case, why not do something for this world, at least let the people around him change and live better because of him? Fine. I'll pay the rent. Su Menghan finally nodded. Although she is in a state of extreme sadness, she can also understand her own situation. If she didn't want to live in her own house and didn't go to Yi Feng's side, where else could she live? The BMW drove past the two of them silently. Su Xincheng, who was sitting in the back seat, rolled up the window and looked at Su Menghan with some apology, as if saying that he would make it up to her. On the other hand, Xiamen looked at the two proudly, like a proud big hen fighting for victory. Su Menghan didn't even look at them, turned around and walked towards Yi Feng's villa. Yi Feng glanced at Su Xincheng indifferently. From now on, Su Menghan will hate this person to the core. The former father will be just an enemy from now on. To Yi Feng, he didn't feel much. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are many such things. But in memory, this kind of thing is rare on Earth. Yi Feng caught up with Su Menghan just when her phone rang and she received a text message. She took out her phone and glanced at it, and couldn't help but snorted softly. Yi Feng took a look and found out that her bank card balance was 1 million more, and he didn't need to think about it to know that it was Su Xincheng's compensation for her. And most of them were given to her without telling Xiamen. Seeing this, Su Menghan felt a little better. However, Yi Feng didn't think it was Su Xincheng's conscience discovery. In his opinion, what Su Xincheng did was more like acting for Su Menghan. It can be seen that Su Xincheng is a businessman who seeks stability, and under such circumstances, he will never completely break his face with anyone, including Su Menghan. Because for him, any relationship has the potential to bring business opportunities. If Yi Feng's guess is correct, Su Xincheng will show his affection to Su Menghan in the next few days and try to get her forgiveness. Perhaps in Su Xincheng's eyes, Su Menghan is easy to deceive as a little girl, right? Yi Feng looked at the back of the BMW leaving, and thought of it playfully. If that's the case, he has to watch Su Menghan more closely, and he can't let her be deceived again. If he really loved his daughter, would he let his daughter go through such a sad experience for a Xiamen? No matter what Su Xincheng does in the future, this incident alone is enough to reveal his essence. Yifeng opened the door of his villa, and walked in with Su Menghan. Is there any room available? I'll move everything from the next door here first. Su Menghan was very strong, she didn't cry for long, or she knew that no matter how much she cried, it was useless. Instead, she quickly began to think about the future. Now that she was abandoned by her father, it was a critical moment before the college entrance examination. If she failed the college entrance examination, the future would be really dark. She doesn't want to rely on her face and figured to find someone to take care of, as Xiamen said. She has to rely on her own efforts to achieve an achievement that Su Xingcheng regrets. Empty room. When Yifeng was asked such a question, he suddenly froze. Because at this time he suddenly remembered that even he can't walk around in this villa, otherwise it would be no fun for that old guy Yuwendian to go crazy. As far as he could go, there was only one bedroom, one bathroom, and the hall. As for the kitchen, of course he, a little brat who can only play games, would never go in. What should I do? It's already this time, I can't drive her out again, can I? Do you want two people to share a room? Or let her go out and find a place to live, anyway, she has a million. Yifeng looked at Su Menghan, hesitant. What's wrong? Su Menghan looked at him strangely, is there no room? The villas in King Fengyuan are all of the same style, but she remembers that the villa next door has 3 bedrooms, doesn't Yifeng have them here? Yifeng was embarrassed, he really didn't have any spare room. Forget it, you sleep in the bedroom, I'll sleep in the hall. As he spoke, he took Su Menghan up to the 2nd floor, no room other than the bedroom can be entered, you can clean it up, I'll move downstairs. This? Su Menghan felt very embarrassed, she was the one who came to rub the room, how could Yifeng give up the bedroom? Although she didn't know why other rooms couldn't be entered, she didn't ask too much. The current Yifeng was still very mysterious in her eyes. Don't be embarrassing, could it be possible to let you sleep in the lobby with a girl? Yifeng said, to him it doesn't matter where he lives, when he was in the world of cultivating immortals, there were sleeping stones and caves covered with grass, compared to this, the hall of this villa is already very luxurious. Oh. Seeing that he insisted on this, Su Menghan didn't refuse, just paused, then smiled shyly, put her hands on Yifeng's shoulders, and took advantage of his unpreparedness, kissed him lightly on the cheek. Yifeng was unprepared and couldn't help being taken aback. Yifeng, thank you. When we are both admitted to Yen University, we can start dating. As she spoke, her face blushed, she turned and went downstairs, planning to go to the next door, to move all the things over. She felt that when Yifeng explained to her about the disheveled beauty at the entrance of the hospital just now, he must be afraid that she might misunderstand. Why are you afraid of her misunderstanding? He must have fallen in love with her, otherwise Yifeng had always ignored her in the past. Yifeng looked at her slender back, raised his hand and stroked the place she kissed, feeling amused, this chick is quite generous and cheerful. But when I thought about it, it wasn't right, I was admitted to Yanda University and started dating? Yifeng suddenly remembered his grandfather's words, when he was admitted to Yen University, he would introduce Miss Lin to him, what would he do then? Forget it, Yifeng shook his head, and decided not to think about such things. After thinking about it, I called OB and asked him about the lincture last time. Are you interested? This thing is a bit evil. Just wait, I will get some materials with my father and send them to you. After OB finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yifeng rolled up the bed from the bedroom, made it in the hall downstairs, then sat upright and began to use Zhenqi to widen the meridians. He worked hard for half a month before, and now his meridians have almost doubled, which is enough to accommodate the true energy of 5 or 6 years of cultivation. Broadening the meridians requires constant nurturing, so he would not waste a single bit of time in normal times. When Su Menghan came in with a lot of things in his arms, he was a little strange to see him sitting upright on the bed. Why did he look like those people in martial arts movies, practicing internal skills? She didn't think too much, just shouted, "Yi Feng, remember, I only believe you this time, you know?" After waiting for a while, seeing that Yi Feng didn't respond, she went upstairs with her things. She didn't want Yi Feng to help her, she didn't want others to help with things that she could accomplish, not to mention Yi Feng seemed to be very busy. When Yi Feng heard her words, he was a little puzzled at first, but after thinking about it, he realized that she was talking about Long Wanner. It was obvious that Su Menghan had always held a grudge against Long Wanner. If Yi Feng and Long Wanner were found to be entangled again, she would definitely not forgive him. Yi Feng didn't feel much about this, he and Long Wanner had nothing to do with each other, so there was no need to worry. As long as Long Wanner doesn't know that he is the masked man last night, the other party will never find him. Hearing Su Menghan's brisk footsteps when she went upstairs, Yi Feng felt relieved. It seemed that this chick had recovered from Su Xincheng's blow so quickly. What Yi Feng didn't know was that Su Xincheng didn't care too much about Su Menghan in the first place, and the current situation actually didn't get worse. On the contrary, it seemed that she had gained love, which made Su Menghan feel better. For the whole afternoon, Su Menghan was packing up in the upstairs bedroom, while Yi Feng sat upright all afternoon, widening his meridians a lot. After tidying up, Su Menghan was sweating all over, and when she came downstairs to see Yi Feng still acting like that, she felt even more strange in her heart. But she was very obedient and didn't bother, but went into the bathroom by herself, ready to take a comfortable bath. In the villa, there used to be bathrooms upstairs and downstairs, but the upstairs bathroom was used as a utility room by Yi Wendian, and Yi Feng was also warned not to go in, and the door locks could not be opened unless violently damaged. Su Menghan could only take a shower downstairs. Before going in, she took a peek at Yi Feng, thinking of the scene where he climbed upstairs half a month ago and suddenly turned around to see her taking a shower. She couldn't help but blush. She entered the bathroom lightly and locked the door tightly. Soon, there was the sound of the shower spraying in the bathroom. Yi Feng sat upright, listening to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. He couldn't help thinking of her snow-white body when he first came to this world, and how he hugged her soft and delicate body several times, feeling, "My heart is naturally a little hot. Little bee, open the door, my brother O is here." Suddenly the doorbell rang. Yi Feng was taken aback. This kid, wouldn't he call to inform him before he came? He stood up and stretched his body. The current him is much stronger than when he was first reborn on Earth. He enjoys the feeling of becoming stronger bit by bit, and only by becoming stronger can he increase his sense of security. Like the third young master of the Lin family, Yi Feng would have no sense of security at all. No matter how powerful his family background was, if someone really wanted to kill him, it would still be extremely easy. He stood up, went to the door and opened the door, and saw Obi wearing a casual shirt, standing at the door very vigorously, holding some information photos in his hand. Little B, last time the stone and the white jadine young fish were sold by a grave robber. When Obi saw Yi Feng, he smiled brightly. In an ancient tomb in Changbai Mountain, I took a lot of photos and insisted on selling them to us. Dad even offered 10,000 yuan to buy these photos, which is really painful. However, these photos are quite strange. There seems to be a female ghost on them. There is a female ghost? Yi Feng was a little strange. Do ghosts really exist in this world? Hey, little B, is there someone in your bathroom? Obi listened carefully for a while, and he heard the sound of water. He looked inside strangely. He remembered that Yi Feng lived alone all the time. He looked at Yi Feng. It didn't look like he just left the water after taking a shower. This? Yi Feng was taken aback, not knowing how to explain. At this moment, the sound of rushing water in the bathroom suddenly stopped, followed by a crisp girl's voice. Yi Feng, can you pass me the hairdryer? I forgot to bring it in just now. Obi and Yi Feng were shocked at the same time. When Obi heard it, wasn't that the voice of the schoolgirl? He pointed at Yi Feng all of a sudden. Little B, is that Su Menghan? Yi Feng coughed. Ahem, it's her. She was kicked out by her father, and she lives here temporarily. Oh sweetie. Obi suddenly felt dizzy. Su Menghan and Yi Feng lived together? Live together? Do you still pass the hairdryer when you take a shower? If this spreads to the school, it will definitely become the hottest topic before the college entrance examination. Moreover, Su Menghan was kicked out by his father? Isn't her family the Sushan group? It is said that she is very rich. How could she be kicked out? Could it be because of Yi Feng? Obi glared at Yi Feng. You still haven't told the truth. What's going on? Actually, I went to Langfang with her yesterday. Yi Feng spread his hands. Actually, even he didn't know that so many things would happen when he went to Langfang with Su Menghan yesterday. I still remember that when I first arrived in Langfang and got off the train, both sides didn't like it very much. Fuck your sister, live together like this? Can her family agree? Obi still finds it unbelievable. This situation is more complicated. I don't think you need to know. By the way, leave these to me. Let's talk about the specifics at school tomorrow. Goodbye. Yi Feng snatched the information photo from the opponent's hand and closed the door with a bang. He didn't want to be seen by Obi when Su Menghan came out of the bath. If you want to see it, only Yi Feng can see it. Damn it. Little B, you really have the opposite sex and no humanity. Obi yelled outside, very upset. Thank you, brother O. Yi Feng shouted through the door. Crap. This is the first time I've heard you call me that. If you keep calling me that in the future, brother O, I'll forgive you, haha. Obi laughed heartily. Success, no problem. Yi Feng laughed, feeling quite touched in his heart. In the world of cultivating immortals before, he didn't have such a friend. He only had a good relationship with the beautiful master. Worthy of being a buddy. Yi Feng turned around and put the stack of profile photos on the table, then found a hairdryer, handed it to the bathroom door, and knocked on the door twice. After a while, a snow-white and soft jade hand quietly stretched out from the crack in the bathroom door, trembling slightly. Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. Could it be that she was afraid that he would rush in suddenly and do something wrong to him? Putting the hairdryer into the jade hand, Yi Feng turned and left the bathroom door, and soon heard the bathroom door being closed tightly again. He didn't pay attention, and came to the table, ready to look through the stack of documents that Obi brought. On it are some materials, all of which are copies of the identification reports of the antiques found in that ancient tomb, including the white jadine and young fish. Yi Feng couldn't help but take a look. This look couldn't help being surprised. The white jadine young fish came from an ancient tomb site of the Shang dynasty nearly 5,000 years ago. It was exactly the same as what Oe introduced to the third young master of the Lin family, and the suggested price was indeed more than 1 million. That boy Obi, did you lie when you introduced me? Yi Feng thought in his heart, and a feeling of emotion spontaneously arose in his chest. That kid wanted to introduce some good things to Yi Feng, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford them, so he deliberately lowered the price so much. You know, if he really bought it for 150,000 yuan, his father would lose nearly $1 million. Moreover, Oe did not cheat the third young master of the Lin family. He is a profiteer, but he has to look at the target when he is cheating. For people like the third young master of the Lin family, would there be no way to identify the age of the antiques they bought? To pit him is courting death. Only then did Yi Feng realize that last time, O's antiques definitely lost money. Uncle O, you are really a good person. In the world of cultivating immortals, how could you meet such an uncle? Yi Feng laughed at himself. Fortunately he thought Oe was an outright profiteer at the time, but in fact, for him, even if the other party paid 3 times the loss to the third young master of the Lin family, he didn't even frown on that smiling face. Yanjing Lin's family is really like the world of cultivating immortals, powerful, so they can bully others at will? A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes, and his impression of Yanjing's Lin family was even worse. What's ridiculous is that Yi Wendian also asked him to ask the Lin family for help when he encountered problems. Now, even if Yifeng needs help, he will never touch the Yanjing Lin family's mind. He rummaged all the way down, and unearthed a total of 10 pieces of jade, but most of them were damaged. Only the white jadine young fish was the best preserved, but it was broken by the servants of the third young master of the Lin family. As for the spirit stone, it looked like an ordinary stone, but I didn't take it for identification. It was only when I met Mr. Huang outside occasionally, and when talking about the appearance of this thing, Mr. Huang told him that it might be a good thing. Below the appraisal report is the photo taken by the tomb robber in the ancient tomb. Yifeng picked up one, and just glanced at it, his face changed drastically, an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Master? In this blurred photo, there is a wide underground stone chamber, surrounded by large piles of stones. There are scattered debris in the stone chamber. As can be seen from the photo, the stone chamber extends in all directions. At the corner of one of the roads, there was a figure from the back who was very familiar to Yifeng. He was wearing a snow-white gauze dress. His long hair was tied in a bunch and hung down to his hips. Turning around the corner, it seemed that he wanted to get out of the sight of the tomb robbers. Although the photo was blurry and he couldn't see clearly, but for Yifeng, after spending 10 years with the beautiful master day and night, even if it was a blurry photo, it was impossible to admit his mistake. Yifeng became excited instantly, his hands holding the photo trembled. Is it really master? He hastily dropped the photo in his hand, and looked through some of the photos below. Sure enough, there were 7 photos in total, each of which had a blurred back, exactly the same as the beautiful master in Yifeng's memory. The Frost Fairy Su Feiying, the leader of a declining sect in the world of cultivating immortals, the Star Tomb sect, only accepted Yifeng as a disciple, and taught her carefully. Yifeng still remembered that at that time, just after 100 years of cultivation, his master who cultivated the young god fought with the demon master of the Fire Cloud Cave, entered the Fire Cloud Cave all the way and then disappeared. When he also entered Huiyun Cave, he only saw traces of fierce battles along the way, but he didn't see a single person. Looking at the time. Could it be that master came here earlier than me? Yifeng couldn't help but guess like this. His thoughts surged. No matter what, he wanted to go to the Shang Dynasty tomb site in Changbai Mountain to investigate. Regardless of whether the back view in the photo is his master or not, at least, Lingshur was produced in that place. No, maybe the spirit stone was brought by master? Yifeng suddenly thought so, but he knew that it is useless to guess now. The key is to rush over and have a look. Yifeng, what are you looking at? Su Minghan came out after taking a bath and getting dressed. Seeing Yifeng's appearance was a bit strange, so she asked, curiously. Yifeng was restless, and when he heard Su Minghan's voice, he put away the photo. It's nothing. Looking back, I saw that Su Minghan was neatly dressed, a pink long-sleeved round-neck t-shirt with a cute bear pattern printed on the chest, a pair of ordinary light-colored jeans, and a ponytail braided. Changed from the pure and beautiful style before, it became simple and lively. The most attractive thing was the pair of strong and proud under the pink cloth on the chest. Yifeng couldn't help but look at it a few more times, thinking that this chick's capital is no worse than that of Long Waner. After such a careful look, she can even with Long Waner. What are you looking at? Seeing Yifeng's gaze, Su Minghan blushed a little. If it's okay, I'm going out for a while, come back later. Yifeng came to his senses, and after seeing her appearance, he realized that she was indeed dressed to go out, and couldn't help being surprised. It's already evening, where are you going? My father. Su Minghan hesitated for a moment, but said it out anyway. My dad called me in the afternoon and said he would invite me to dinner at Jinghua Hotel. Yifeng nodded. He didn't pay much attention to it. The other party made a move so quickly, it was completely within his expectation. But right now, he doesn't even think about it. Is Su Feiying really there at the ancient tomb site of the Shang dynasty in Chongbai Mountain? Su Menghan saw that he looked a little distracted, and was a little puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions, and just said, "Then I'll go first." "Wait, I'll make a call first." Yifeng stopped her, took out his mobile phone and called OB. The other party answered the call soon, with some doubts. "Little B, what's the matter? Is there any problem with the data?" "It's nothing. But I want to know where the ruins of the ancient tomb are. I want to go there." Yifeng asked a little anxiously. "This, I really don't know." OB said helplessly, "The tomb robber will not tell us about this. If you want to know, you can only ask the tomb robber, but that guy is elusive, and my father can't contact him." "Really? Then how often does he appear?" Yifeng didn't give up. "Since O's Antiques is the store that the tomb robbers frequented, there will be another day." "That's hard to say. Sometimes it will come back half a month later, sometimes it won't be seen for several years." OB asked, strangely, "Little B, what are you doing there? Although you can learn martial arts, but in places like ancient tombs, non-professionals can't survive, and you don't need to risk your life if you want to make money, right? If he shows up again, you must notify me, thank you." Yifeng didn't explain anything. The matter about Su Feiying, just like his identity as a cultivator, should not be known by anyone. Since this is the case, then this matter can only be put aside for the time being. He collected his thoughts, and the moment he hung up the phone, Su Menghan asked extremely nervously, "Yifeng, where are you going?" Yifeng turned his head and saw a look of worry on her pure and pretty face. He couldn't help but smile, and patted her shoulder. "It's nothing. Let's go, I'll accompany you to Jinghua Hotel and see what he wants to say." "What? Go together?" Su Menghan was a little surprised. "Of course, let's go." Yifeng sent a text message to Zhao Beibei, a boy from the Heavenly Snake Gang, asking him to come pick him up. "There are free drivers, so you don't have to use them for nothing, and if you go to a place like the Jinghua Hotel, the BMW 7 Series will not be very high profile." "Oh." Su Menghan nodded obediently, knowing that Yifeng was willing to accompany her, because he was afraid that something might happen to her. She couldn't help being moved. Yifeng smiled, took her soft little hand, and pulled her out the door. Since this school beauty is interesting to him, and he also likes this chick, from now on, the other party is his, and no one can take her away. Anyone who wants to hurt her has to weigh it, whether they can pass Yifeng's level. Su Menghan was held by him, his heart beat faster and his face turned red. That dream on the train seems to be coming true? She couldn't help but think back to that violent beauty who liked to kick people, and thought to herself that this wouldn't come true, would it? She shook her head, secretly determined. Since they chose to trust Yifeng, they shouldn't doubt him anymore. But if Yifeng dared to lie to her. Arriving outside the Qingfengyuan community, the Glacier Silver BMW has already parked by the side of the road, and the boy named Zhao Yibei is in the driver's seat. Seeing Yifeng and Su Menghan walking out hand in hand, Zhao Yibei couldn't say how excited he was. "Sure enough, you are right, you must be jealous. Isn't this explanation a reconciliation?" The young man felt that he had done Yifeng a great favor, and his sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Jinghua Hotel is one of the top hotels in Yanjing City, located in the city center. This place no longer belongs to the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Snake Gang. It is a place where the rich and powerful gather in Yanjing City. It is not a place that a mere gangster can control. At this time, the entire floor of Jinghua Hotel was taken over by someone. Of course, it was not the ordinary chairman of the group like Su Xincheng who could do such a feat, but the first family of Yanjing, the Lin family. Lin Hongchuan, the old man of the Lin family, celebrated his 70th birthday today, and specially hosted a banquet here to entertain dignitaries from all over the country. The underground parking lot of the hotel was already full of all kinds of luxury cars, and it was overcrowded everywhere. Su Xincheng drove to the main road in front of Jinghua Hotel by himself, frowned as he watched the dignitaries coming and going. It seemed that tonight he could only treat his daughter to dinner at the Jingqing restaurant opposite. The consumption of Jingqing restaurant is slightly lower than that of Jinghua Hotel, but it is also a grade lower. It was the first time for Su Xincheng to invite his daughter to dinner alone. He felt uncomfortable when he encountered this situation, but there was nothing he could do. There is Yanjing Lin's house on the opposite side, and he still wants to book a place? Dream. That kid Yifeng should come along with him. At that time, we have to dig hard and find out his relationship with the Heavenly Snake Gang. If he has enough weight, he can cooperate with the other party. Su Xincheng thought in his heart, and drove into the parking lot of Jingqing restaurant. The way he wanted to cooperate with Yifeng was of course to suggest that Su Menghan and Yifeng get engaged, so that he would stabilize his relationship with the Heavenly Snake Gang. As for the scene during the day today, he felt that Su Menghan should be able to understand. If there is no Xia family, how can she have a stable life now? Therefore, the relationship between the Xia family must be firmly controlled. He entered the Jingqing restaurant and booked a private room, then called Su Menghan to inform her of the changed location. At this time, Yifeng and Su Menghan had already been sent all the way to the city center by Zhao Bei, and they could see from a distance that there were people in front of the Jinghua Hotel, and there was a constant flow of traffic. It just so happened that Su Menghan answered the phone and knew that the location had been changed. Yifeng was a little puzzled and asked, "Cup, what's the situation at Jinghua Hotel?" Zhao Bei is Dao Scar's confidant, and he also knows the upper class of the Yanjing Lin family quite well. Hearing this, he said with a smile, "I heard that it is the 70th birthday of the old man of the Yanjing Lin family, and he booked the place here. When such a thing happens, others you can only change places." Yanjing Lin family? Lin Hongchuan's 70th birthday? Yifeng didn't expect such a coincidence. He was quite surprised. When the car stopped at the gate of Jingqing restaurant, Yifeng got out of the car with Su Menghan. The two of them didn't act too intimately, because from Su Menghan's point of view, they are still only high school students and have not formally dated yet. You have to wait until you go to college too. Zhao Bei looked for a place to park his car, and rejected Su Menghan's invitation to have dinner together. As Scar's confidant, Zhao Bei certainly knew when to enter and when to retreat. Yifeng and Su Menghan entered the restaurant and headed towards the private room that Su Xincheng had booked. As for the Yanjing Lin's family at Jinghua Hotel opposite, he didn't bother to pay attention. But what he didn't know was that a group of people happened to get off at the entrance of Jinghua Hotel at this time. The host of the banquet tonight, the 70-year-old Lin Hongchuan, the old man of the Yanjing Lin family, has arrived. Although the old man is old, he is full of energy, and he can't even see a few gray hairs, and he looks very strong. As soon as he got off the car amidst the crowd's welcome, he saw Yifeng and Su Menghan getting off the car together across the road and entering the restaurant in the capital. He couldn't help squinting his eyes. Isn't that old man Ye's grandson? How to be with other girls? Hearing the blessings from a large group of people around, it was impossible for the old man to go to Yifeng at this time, but he just kept this matter in his heart and decided to find a time to talk to Yifeng across the way. Speaking of which, he hadn't met Yifeng formally yet. Since today was such a coincidence, it was a good day to meet him. This time for his 70th birthday, his grandson Lin Xuanhuan knew that he liked antiques, so he collected some good things for him everywhere, which made him very happy. This useless grandson finally managed to do something serious. It is not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Lin is one of the most powerful people in this country. Of course, many dignitaries came to his 70th birthday. Being invited to congratulate him was partly because he wanted to build a good relationship with the Lin family, or interact with other dignitaries to seek more benefits for himself. Tonight, many contracts and agreements are destined to be secretly concluded in the banquet hall, and their influence can even determine the overall economic direction of certain industries. A group of people surrounded Mr. Lin and walked into the Jinghua Hotel. They were greeted with even warmer applause. Led by the beautiful waiter, Yi Feng and Su Menghan quickly came to the 6th floor of the Jingqing restaurant. The resplendent corridors and halls are a very high-end place at first glance. It's just such a decoration, but it's still not as good as the Jinghua Hotel opposite. Please come in, both of you. The beautiful waiter came to the door of a large private room and opened the door for the two of them. Yi Feng nodded and walked ahead, Su Menghan followed behind and entered the private room one after another. There was a huge private room that could seat more than 10 people, but only Su Xincheng was sitting there. The table was full of expensive dishes, and there were 2 bottles of Lafite red wine, giving off a seductive aura. Menghan, Xiaofeng, come and sit down. When Su Xincheng saw the 2 people enter the door, he immediately chuckled and stood up to greet them with a pile of smiles. He has been in the shopping mall for many years, and he has long been familiar with what occasions and attitudes. Red wine is of course prepared for Yi Feng. It seems to be an eternal truth that drinking too much wine is easy to do at the dinner table in this country. Yi Feng walked in and saw that Su Xincheng was occupying the main seat in the private room, and the other 2 sets of tableware were placed on the left and right sides of it. It seemed that he guessed that Yi Feng would come together and wanted Yi Feng and Su Menghan to sit on his 2 sides, respectively. This facilitates a closer relationship. However, Su Menghan was unwilling to sit next to Su Xincheng, and Yi Feng was the same. Yi Feng went straight forward and sat down across the table from Su Xincheng, without giving him any face. Seeing this, Su Menghan followed without thinking, and sat down next to Yi Feng. Seeing this, the beautiful waiter was a little embarrassed, and then she came up and reminded politely, "You two, since it's a family dinner, why don't you sit closer? The tableware is ready, if you need refreshments." The waiter only knew that Su Xincheng had a special status, because he had a gold card of a restaurant in the capital, and now he wanted to treat his daughter and her boyfriend to dinner. From the waiter's point of view, this young man was too rustic. He was dressed in casual clothes, and he didn't even look at the position of the tableware when he came here. He actually sat opposite to his future father-in-law. Just like that, do you still want to date Su Dong's daughter? Does the toad want to eat swan meat? No thanks, we'll just sit here. Yi Feng interrupted the waiter's persuasion, and said calmly. Of course he would not try to get close to Su Xincheng. He came here just to see what the other party wanted to say. Listen to him. Su Xincheng was a little upset, but he still kept a smile on the surface, and nodded to the waiter. As a result, the waiter was obviously a little confused about the situation. Could it be that Dong Su admired this young man? Of course, she could only listen to Su Xincheng's words, and helped move the 2 sets of tableware to Yi Feng and Su Menghan and set them up in front of them. Open the red wine, you can go out. Su Xincheng said to the waiter. Okay, I'm right outside the door, Mr. Su can give orders at any time. After the waiter finished opening the wine bottle, he bowed and went out. Before leaving, he gave Su Menghan a jealous look. There is no way, Su Menghan's purity and beauty are already enviable, let alone the chairman's daughter of Sushin Group, this kind of family background, no matter how many people envy her. But no one knew that Su Menghan didn't like this identity at all, let alone be proud of it. The waiter stood outside the door, took another look at Yi Feng, and then closed the door, thinking that this guy had some luck to get the favor of the chairman of Sushin Group. If it can be done, the start of career in the future will be much higher than that of ordinary people. In the private room, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't guess what the waiter was thinking. At this time, Su Xingchang had already picked up the wine bottle, poured some red wine into Yifeng's and Su Menghan's cups, and said with a kind smile, "Menghan, Xiaofeng, I hope you don't mind what happened during the day. It's just for mother. How can I not be willing to deny my daughter when I put on a show in front of the tiger? What's more, Menghan is so beautiful." "Really? Then you know how sad she was in the afternoon?" Yifeng looked at the red wine in the wine glass lightly, the dense color, exuding a charming brilliance. In this world, it represented the upper class, luxury, and high-end Western style. "Menghan, Dad apologizes to you, okay? Come on, this glass of wine, even if it is Dad, I will apologize to you." Su Xingchang chuckled, picked up his wine glass, and raised his hand at the two of them. Su Menghan looked at the red wine in the glass, and looked at Yifeng with a sideways, pretty face, a little hesitant. "Girls still don't need to drink, let me come." Yifeng smiled, pressed down the wine glass in Su Menghan's hand, picked up his own wine glass and stood up, drank it down in one gulp. When the expensive wine flowed into Yifeng's throat, he couldn't help frowning. It was the first time that he wasn't used to the taste of this thing. It was a bit unpleasant. Seeing his expression, Su Xingchang thought that Yifeng was a bit complacent because he was too strong to drink. This way, it would be much more convenient to talk later. Su Menghan watched from the side, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Of course it's okay, don't worry." Yifeng smiled lightly, nodded, sat down, and then raised his head to look at Su Xingchang, who was opposite him. "Okay, now we can talk, what do you want to do?" Seeing him being so straightforward, Su Xingchang felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that it was really a little boy who didn't understand any rules. "I don't know if you can't talk about anything so directly at the wine table so early. Now, it should be time to build relationships." Su Xingchang didn't believe it anymore. Yifeng didn't even have any intention of meddling with his Sushin group. Anyway, if Yifeng and his daughter are married, wouldn't most of the future Sushin group belong to him? Too young. Su Xingchang thought in his heart, but it's much easier to deal with such a little kid. He smiled gently, "Xiaofeng, we have plenty of time, so we don't need to be so anxious. Come on, let's celebrate our first meeting and have another drink." Yifeng snorted softly, "There's no need to be close, this set is useless to me. Just tell me what you want, if you don't say it, I'll leave." Su Xingchang's face froze. He really didn't expect Yifeng to be so ignorant. He straightened out his thoughts, feeling a little pity in his heart, thinking that if he didn't drink, the atmosphere would not be uplifting. However, he didn't pay much attention to Yifeng. He sat down, looked at Yifeng with great interest, and raised his chin. "Since this is the case, then uncle, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that you are Scar's cousin." "Brother, is it true?" "So what?" Seeing the other party's behavior, Yifeng was very disdainful in his heart. He didn't even have the desire to answer the other party. Su Menghan was silent at the side, but she saw everything in her eyes, and her heart became more and more disappointed. She thought that Su Xingchang had a conscience, and this time he wanted to invite her to dinner to make up for the father-daughter relationship. Who knew it was because of the forces behind Yifeng? "Then don't you think we can cooperate?" Su Xingchang smiled confidently. "Since Menghan is already living with you, why don't you find a date to get engaged and confirm the relationship? In this way, you will also have a part of the Sushin group's shares in the future." Yifeng smiled. "Then, in the future, if there is anything that Sushin group can't do, can the Sky Snake gang come forward?" "This is a good idea, but shouldn't you ask your daughter's opinion?" Just wanting to get engaged to his daughter without authorization, this Su Xingchang is really in a high position, and he completely regards Su Menghan as a commodity that can be traded. When Su Xingchang heard this, he turned his head and looked at Su Menghan. From his eyes, it seemed that he didn't take it seriously. He said lightly, "I believe Menghan will not refuse this matter. After all, she also likes you." "I reject." Su Menghan was completely disappointed in Su Xingchang. stood up, staring at him with shuiling eyes. I like Yi Feng, but can liking be the same as being engaged? With a father like you, I'm not so innocent. This sentence made both Su Xingcheng and Yi Feng stunned for a moment. Su Minghan's delicate body trembled slightly. Obviously, when she stood up and said these two sentences, she was very nervous and worried that Yi Feng would get angry. Liking doesn't mean getting engaged, that is to say, she just has a good impression of Yi Feng and is willing to try to date him. But this goodwill is far from the level of love, and it's too early to get engaged or married. Kindness does not mean innocence, it does not mean stupidity, just Langfang and his party, her feelings for Yi Feng are far from firm. Saying this might make Yi Feng uncomfortable, but she told the truth and put it all together, because she really couldn't understand Su Xingcheng's attitude. Yi Feng guessed what she was thinking, and comforted him softly, "Don't worry, I won't be angry." After speaking, he took her hand. Su Minghan was a little moved when he heard the words, and sat down angrily, but instead of breaking free from Yi Feng's hand, he tightened it. Under Yi Feng's comfort, she gradually calmed down, and continued, "About Grandma's car accident, Su Xingcheng, don't you have anything to say?" After speaking, he stared at Su Xingcheng coldly, as if he was looking at an enemy, not his father. She took out a bank card from her bag and threw it directly in front of Su Xingcheng. Obviously, she didn't need the 1 million Su Xingcheng gave her. As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng thought of that middle-aged young woman, Xie Min from the Xie family. Is it really her fault? In this way, that woman is really narrow-minded. Just because she opposed Su Xingcheng marrying her, she will kill her? The angry Su Minghan, with 2 consecutive sentences, made Su Xingcheng a little speechless. Before he came, he considered many possibilities of meeting, but none of them thought that it would be like this. He didn't pay attention to the 1 million bank card that Su Minghan threw in front of him, but his whole body seemed to be decadent. As a successful person who has worked hard in the mall for a long time, although he was caught off guard, there is still a trump card to deal with this situation. "Waiter, serve me some bottles of erguotu." Su Xingcheng seemed to have lost all his strength, and shouted towards the door that he was about to drink erguotu. In the eyes of Yi Feng and Su Minghan, the successful man in his prime seemed to have aged several decades. Yi Feng had a bad heart. The other party actually wanted to pretend to be pitiful and play the emotional card. With Su Minghan's kindness, it is very likely that he would be fooled. But God has eyes. Su Xingcheng's insidious plan did not succeed. As the beautiful waiter standing outside opened the door and brought in 3 bottles of erguotu, a person just passed by outside the private room, and saw Su Xingcheng and Yi Feng inside the private room at a glance, and couldn't help being surprised. "Oh, isn't this Brother Su? Why, come here for dinner today when you have time," the man outside said with a smile while walking into the private room. He seemed to be very familiar with Su Xingcheng. Yi Feng looked back and immediately recognized it. This guy has a big belly and a smile all over his face. Isn't he the same director Lu I saw at the police station last time? By the way, he is also the backstage of the Sky Snake Gang. Lu Lihui, the director of the Northwest branch of the Yanjing Public Security Bureau, unexpectedly meeting him here. Su Minghan glanced at the other party, thinking that he was another friend of Su Xingcheng's, so he looked disgusted. "This, Lu Bureau, why, are you eating here too?" Su Xingcheng just wanted to play a trick, but he didn't expect to kill Director Lu halfway, thinking about it secretly. "Haha, I came out to go to the toilet. I didn't expect to meet you, brother." Lu Lihui smiled and sat down with a pot-bellied body. The seat he sat in was very difficult, between Su Xingcheng and Yi Feng, but 1 seat closer to Yi Feng, only 2 seats apart. When Su Xingcheng saw it, he was startled. What did Lu Lihui do? Did he want to curry favor with Yi Feng? "Hey, young master Yi, how about taking your girlfriend out for a walk?" After sitting down, Lu Lihui ignored Su Xingcheng, but looked at Yi Feng with a smile on his face, flattering and respectful. Seeing him like this, Su Xingchang and Su Menghan froze at the same time. What's going on? Lu Lihui, the director of the Northwest Branch Bureau, although he is not a high-ranking official in Yanjing, he holds a lot of real power. Even Su Xingchang's social status is about the same as Lu Lihui's, which shows Lu Lihui's strength. But such a powerful figure called Yi Feng young Master Yi? Su Xingchang was worried. Just because he was the eldest cousin of the Heavenly Snake Gang, it wouldn't make him young Master Yi, right? Does this kid have any other amazing background? Yi Feng nodded, looking at the middle-aged man with a big belly, thinking in his heart, who was it that called him at the police station last time, and made him so panicked? It should be from Yanjing Lin's family. Yi Feng can think of only this one possibility. By the way, who ordered the search of those 3 grasses? Yi Feng asked. He wanted to know what kind of influence Long Wanner had in the secular city. Yes, it's Director Miao. Lu Lihui broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Yi Feng's question, and quickly confessed to his immediate superior. The people above were fighting, and he didn't want to be a part of it. Director Miao? Yi Feng frowned. Su Xingchang was listening on the sidelines, a little confused, but when he heard the word Director Miao, his heart was shocked. Lu Lihui is just the director of the Northwest Branch, and this Director Miao is not the director of the Yanjing Public Security Bureau? Vice-provincial level member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, a person who can speak well in Yanjing, where high-ranking officials are everywhere. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't seem to be very clear, Su Menghan leaned towards him and said softly, "It should be Miao Zhenqiang, the director of Yanjing Public Security Bureau. I often see him in newspaper news." Yi Feng listened to her introduction, nodded with a smile, thinking that this chick knows a lot. He really wanted to hug her and kiss her, but it's a pity that this occasion is not suitable. Miao Zhenqiang, is the Long family powerful in the secular world? Yi Feng fiddled with the wine glass in his hand, and sneered in his heart, it's best not to provoke him again, otherwise with his means, the other party will never have a good life. The most straightforward is to kill with one sword. 101. Seeing Yi Feng sneer, Su Xingchang became more and more panicked. It seems that Yi Feng doesn't even pay attention to Director Miao. Lu Lihui didn't dare to continue on this topic for too long, so he wanted to change the subject. He knew that the Lin family in Yanjing was holding a grand banquet for the old man's 70th birthday. Isn't Yi Feng related to the Lin family? Why didn't he go? Just as he was about to knock around, the door of the private room was suddenly knocked open with a bang, and a group of people rushed in aggressively. Su Xingchang and the others were all taken aback, while Yi Feng frowned. Looking back, he saw a group of 5 or 6 people headed by Xia Min rushing in and looking at Su Xingchang, each with extremely angry expressions. Su Xingchang, what else do you have to say? Xia Min looked snarky, rushed in, pointed at Su Xingchang, and scolded, it's so late to talk about business, what's the result? Okay, you're still thinking about your daughter, right? Very good, we're getting a divorce now. Behind her were people from the Xia family, and the most dignified one was Xia Min's father, the current head of the Xia family, Xia Pinghui. The rest are also members of the Xia family, men and women, looking at Su Xingchang and Su Menghan with unkind expressions. When Su Xingchang saw Xia Min, he knew that today's affairs were getting more and more difficult, and he couldn't help but start to have a headache, thinking what's wrong with today, is it a bad year? He immediately prepared himself to deal with the crisis. If this situation goes wrong, he will probably not please both sides. His mind immediately entered a state of high-speed operation, trying to figure out a way to solve the current situation. When Lu Lihui saw it, he felt that something was wrong, as if he had been involved in some family dispute. His level is not much different from Xia Pinghui's, and he doesn't need to be afraid of him, but the difference is that he, Lu Lihui, is just one person, while the Xia family is a family. In addition to Xia Pinghui, The rest of the Xie family also hold important positions in many places, and both political and business circles have strong strength. Although it is only a second-rate family, together they are much stronger than Lu Lihui alone. Xinchang, I trust you so much in vain, I didn't expect you to lie to my daughter. Xie Pinghui walked in, looking very disappointed with Su Xinchang, walked up to Su Xinchang and sat down. He glanced at Lu Lihui, nodded slightly, and indicated that he didn't need to offend someone with real power like Lu Lihui, but he also reminded him that this is our Xie family's business and we don't want outsiders to get involved. In normal times, Lu Lihui would have left knowingly when he saw this. But now, he decided to take the risk and take a risk. He greeted Xie Pinghui with a smile on his face, then moved towards the position near Yifeng, and sat directly beside Yifeng. One was to express that he would not get involved with Su Xinchang and their affairs, and the other was to remind the other party not to make troubles on Yifeng. Xie Pinghui understood what he meant, and nodded with a smile. Unfortunately, Xie Men had a small chest and no brains, so he didn't pay attention to other things at all. As soon as she saw Su Minghan, she became so angry that she rushed in with everyone behind her, and came to Su Minghan's side. Bitch, get up and give up your seat, don't you know how to respect your elders? Xie Men was condescending, and said to Su Minghan in a superior tone. Snapped. Yifeng stood up, slapped him across the face, and said coldly, I advise you to be respectful. Half of Xie Men's face turned red, he covered his face in disbelief, and pointed at Yifeng with trembling fingers, You dare to hit me. This scene made everyone else stupefied. Xie Pinghui, the rest of the Xie family, and Su Xinchang didn't expect Yifeng to beat someone so simply. Isn't he afraid of offending the Xie family? Even with the backing of Lu Lihui, this kid is not enough to fight against the Xie family, right? As for the Heavenly Snake gang that I heard about before coming here, it's just a gangster, and it can't be a force on the stage. Only Su Minghan, who was used to Yifeng being so domineering, felt secretly refreshed, but also worried. Lu Lihui gloated from the sidelines, Hee, if you offend young Master Yi, the Xie family will be in bad luck today. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly remind the other party of Yifeng's background. What if Yi Xiao just likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, pretending to be a bully? Behind Xie Men was a tall young man in military uniform, about 27 or 28 years old. Seeing this situation, he immediately became angry and stepped forward. He is Xie Men's younger brother Xie Qingye, who was trained by Xie's family as a key person to enter the military since he was a child, but now he is only a deputy battalion major, and his development is not very good. Boy, did your mother teach you not to be too arrogant when you're outside? Although his military rank was not high, he felt that he was more than enough to deal with Yifeng's relatives in the underworld. When he stood up, he wanted to slap Yifeng with extreme force. Dare to hit his sister, is this kid impatient? Xie Men's face was happy when he saw his younger brother's attack, as if he saw Yifeng's swollen face. His younger brother had helped her teach many ignorant guys since she was a child, and those who offended their siblings were never good end. The young soldier, Xie Qingye, glared angrily, and under the expectant eyes of everyone in the Xie family, he slapped Yifeng with a slap. Snapped. There was another crisp sound, but the situation was different from what everyone had imagined. Yifeng waved his hand, slapped Xie Qingye flying, and hit the luxuriously decorated wall heavily. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This scene once again stunned everyone in the private room. Seeing that something was wrong, the beautiful waitress ran out of the private room and prepared to report the situation to the hotel manager. Qingye, how are you? Xie Men hurriedly went to help his younger brother. His face was extremely shocked and angry. That kid dared to fight even a soldier, it was really upside down. Xie Pinghui couldn't sit still anymore, he stood up and shouted, Stop! Why, do you want to be beaten too? Yifeng turned his head to look at him, and said a faint sentence. You. Xie Pinghui was trembling with anger. Your name is Yi Feng, why are you so uneducated? Hee, are you talking about education with me? Yi Feng glanced at Xie Min at the side. Let's take care of your daughter first. When Xie Pinghui heard it, he was speechless. Indeed, didn't Xie Min say bitch first? Seeing his girlfriend being scolded like this by others, as a man, it is normal for Yi Feng to vent his anger on his girlfriend. It's just that the ones being beaten now are Xie Pinghui's sons and daughters. He couldn't stand on Yi Feng's side, so he just snorted, that shouldn't be the case. You apologize to my daughter, and the matter of beating her will be cancelled. He directly said that Xie Min was cancelled, but he didn't say that Xie Qingye was cancelled. It can be seen that Xie Pinghui is also an old fox. Let Yi Feng apologize first, earn back face, and then use his son's excuse to punish Yi Feng. It is extremely insidious. Yi Feng. Su Menghan saw that he was beating someone angrily because of her. She was troubled again, and tugged at his sleeve. From an emotional point of view, she was very happy to see Xie Min being pissed off. After all, she had been oppressed by the other party for more than 10 years. Especially when she was young, she was beaten by Xie Min not once or twice. But rationally speaking, she was not willing to see Yi Feng do this. Compared with the Xie family, the social resources held by the Heavenly Snake Gang did not have an absolute advantage. Even if Yi Feng was the cousin of the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, he would certainly be in trouble if he beat up the Xie family. What's more, she personally has always been inclined to solve problems peacefully. The other men and women of Xie's family, seeing that even Xie Qingye had been beaten, did not dare to step forward. Originally, they all came to cheer for Xie Min and seek justice. They didn't know Yi Feng at first, so in order not to get into trouble, they all turned their attention to Xie Pinghui. Xie Pinghui stood up, nodded to the gloomy Xie Qingye, then turned his head to look at Yi Feng. Why, for the sake of the so-called man's face, why are you refusing to apologize? In his opinion, although Yi Feng has the backing of the Heavenly Snake Gang, he is still only a high school student, so it is not difficult for him to be subdued. But to his surprise, Yi Feng had no intention of apologizing at all. For Meng Han's sake, I won't pursue this matter. Yi Feng ignored the crowd staring at him, sat down, and said slowly, but since everyone is here, I can just explain why Meng Han's grandmother got into a car accident. What car accident? Xie Pinghui snorted coldly. Yeah, what a car accident, it's none of our business, why should we explain? Xie Min became a little anxious, denied it flatly, and at the same time winked desperately at Xie Qingye. Xie Qingye nodded with a gloomy expression, took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Really? Since I refuse to admit it, I won't force you either. Yi Feng sneered, glanced at Su Xincheng and Xie Pinghui, who were sitting together, took Su Menghan's hand, got up and wanted to leave. It doesn't make any sense for him to stay here now. Regarding that car accident, Yi Feng can definitely ask the people from the Heavenly Snake Gang to investigate, if you don't believe you can't find any clues. Stop, you want to leave after hitting someone, it's not that easy. Seeing this, Xie Qingye, whose half-face was red and swollen, immediately stepped forward, glaring angrily, and blocked the door. Yi Feng pulled Su Menghan and glanced at Xie Min beside him. That's easy, let her apologize to Menghan, and I will apologize to you too. Little bastard, dream. If you dare to fight an active soldier, you just wait to die. Xie Min took a sip, and didn't take Yi Feng seriously at all. Now she can't wait to beat Yi Feng up with her own hands, how can she apologize? Then get out of the way, don't waste everyone's time. If there is any conflict with Su Xincheng, you can resolve it yourself. Yi Feng walked up to Xie Qingye and looked at each other, not paying attention to the other's identity at all. It's a good idea. Xie Qingye touched the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yi Feng with disdain. Now you just want to apologize, it all depends on whether I am willing to accept it or not. As soon as the words fell, a group of men rushed out from the elevator at the end of the corridor. Judging from their pace and clothes, they were all soldiers. "Brother Xia, what's going on?" A group of people rushed over aggressively, making the entire corridor jump up and down. There were other customers who wanted to go to the toilet in the corridor, and they all hid away when they saw this, and no one dared to approach. In just a moment, 7 or 8 youths in military uniform blocked the door of the private room where Yi Feng was. They are all company commanders and platoon leaders under Xie Qingye's command, and they usually hang out together and are called buddies. Su Menghan was a little nervous. "Yi Feng. Don't worry, nothing will happen if I'm here." Yi Feng patted her on the shoulder, comforted her, raised his head to look at her, and narrowed his eyes. This? Su Xinchang didn't expect the situation to develop like this. He couldn't even get in a word. He glanced at Xia Pinghui, and wanted to say something. "Don't worry about this matter, the matter of the army has nothing to do with you and me." Xia Pinghui interrupted him, and calmly looked at the door, Yi Feng and Su Menghan, who were stopped by the crowd. Xia Pinghui also didn't like Su Menghan's existence. The most important thing was that Xia Min followed Su Xinchang and had never given birth, which made Su Menghan's existence very sensitive. It seems that this time, Su Xinchang will definitely be able to force Su Xinchang to give up this daughter completely, right? With the backing, Xie Qingye felt more at ease, and looked at Yi Feng leisurely. "Boy, if you now learn how to bark 3 times, slap yourself 100 times, and crawl past me, I can consider letting it go. How are you?" As soon as these words came out, many people in the private room took a breath. This request seems to be too much. But at this moment, on the stairs of the Beijing restaurant, a group of Sky Snake gang members carrying machetes came up the stairs aggressively. Dao Scar walked at the front with an angry expression on his face. Once he heard Zhao Beibei say that there seemed to be troubles for soldiers looking for Yi Feng, he led a group of people to kill him. The manager of the hotel lobby kept silent, and hurriedly summoned someone to call the police. The matter became more and more troublesome, and he, the hotel manager, could no longer solve it. At the door of the private room, Yi Feng pulled Su Menghan and confronted 7 or 8 soldiers. The rest of the people were all watching the excitement. He sized up the many soldiers standing in front of him, and thought to himself that it wouldn't be difficult to kill them all if he struck out with a sword unexpectedly, but unfortunately he couldn't do that. He turned his attention to Lu Lihui, who was on the side. Maybe this guy can be useful at a time like this? Seeing this, Lu Lihui coughed and stood up with his pot-bellied body. In this case, he absolutely must stand by Yi Feng's side. Ahem, what happened just now? I am the witness. Seeing this, Lu Lihui coughed and stood up with a pot-bellied body. Young master, Yi beat the soldier. This is nothing for my son. It's purely self-defense. If things get serious, Xia's boy, it will also affect you in the army. It's not good? Sure enough, Jiang was still old and spicy. When Xie Qingye heard this, his face immediately turned blue and purple. Old Lu, it's better for us not to get involved in this kind of thing. Xie Pinghui sat at the side, and said in a leisurely manner, you belong to the police system, so it's not convenient for you to participate in military affairs? A conflict between the military and the police is a very serious matter in China. Xie Pinghui's words are of course a warning to Lu Lihui. No. Of course, Lu Lihui wouldn't just be accepted by the opponent's general. He patted his belly and said with a smile, what I'm saying now only represents me, and has nothing to do with my identity. Let's talk about the facts. Thank you, are you right? Xie Pinghui was originally the secretary of the Northwest District Committee of Yanjing City, but he is retired now. What is Lu Lihui afraid of him doing? What's more, as long as they hug Yi Feng's thigh and stand firm, a mere Xie family is nothing at all. This is an important opportunity for Lu Lihui in his life. On behalf of individuals? Good. Xie Pinghui smiled. In this case, Qingye, don't worry, just do what you want. The implication is that if Lu Lihui was not still the director of the Northwest Public Security Bureau, Xie Pinghui would have completely regarded him as non-existent. Since he represents an individual, there is no need to give him face now. When Xie Qingye heard this, his face immediately showed ferocity, and he stared at Yi Feng closely. He was slapped by this kid today. If he doesn't get it back, wouldn't he lose all his face? Etc., etc. Seeing this, Lu Lihui strode up in front of Yi Feng and Su Menghan, stopped them, and glared at Xie Qingye. If you want to attack young Master Yi, pass me first. But you should think about it, even if I represent an individual, you are also a law-abiding citizen. Soldiers attack civilians. If you dare, I have plenty of ways to make things worse. The gossip of being an official is not a cover, but Lu Lihui stood in front of Yi Feng all of a sudden, which made Yi Feng appreciate it a little. It seems that this guy is still a little reliable? Then tell me, how should we solve this matter? Let's talk about it first. If this kid doesn't apologize to me, don't even think about leaving here. Seeing this, Xie Qingye had a gloomy face. Although Lu Lihui said that he represented an individual, his status as the chief of the Public Security Bureau was not a given. If he really did something, he would have to be punished no matter what. He went back, and his future was even more bleak. Apologize for what? Grass. An angry and majestic voice came from the elevator at the end of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a group of gold medal thugs from the Heavenly Snake Gang, wearing suits and carrying machetes in their clothes, rushed out. The leader, Scar, directly held the machete in his hand, chilling the brave and powerful. In the other private rooms in the corridor, the customers standing at the door watching were taken aback when they saw this. What the hell is going on? Even the gangsters are here? Why is the underworld so arrogant these days, dare to confront the soldiers? Isn't this courting death? In any case, the underworld is a force that cannot exist in the sun, and it will definitely have no good fruit to fight against the national army. Xie Qingye and his party also thought so at first. Although they were a little surprised, they didn't take it to heart. But when Dao Scar and his group came over, and a machete slashed into the door frame of the private room, a group of soldiers immediately knew that this group of people was not easy to mess with. Almost everyone in the private room was stunned, but Lu Lihui had no time to appreciate their arrogance. Who are you? Lu Lihui's face darkened, and he brought a machete into a conflict with the soldier. When this incident broke out, let alone him, even his immediate superior, could hardly keep the Scar. On the surface, of course he couldn't reveal his relationship with Scar, so he could only ask questions like this. Dao Scar pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. Obviously he was not brain dead, and took out a piece of ID in his arms. I am the security guard of the restaurant in the capital now. Someone is causing trouble here. Of course I have to come forward to coordinate. What? A group of people were about to scold out loud. Is the underworld so smart now? Xie Qingye's face suddenly became more gloomy. He stared at the fierce scar on Scar's face, snorted coldly, and took out his military officer's card from his pocket. Military affairs, idlers, etc., are prohibited from obstructing official duties. After finishing speaking, Xie Qingye held his head high and looked at the Scar with disdain, thinking that I am a soldier, whether it is a gangster or a small security guard, let me stand aside. When Dao Scar heard this, he pulled out the machete that had been hacked into the doorframe, stared and said, Why, can soldiers do whatever they want? As security guards, our first priority is to protect the safety of customers. Otherwise, if there is a complaint, this month the bonus is gone, you pay me? That's right, brother, security is right. Lu Lihui spoke from the side. It's obvious that you Xie family rushed in to make trouble, and Yi Xiao was defending himself, but you blocked him from leaving. Is this the style of our soldiers? I am so disappointed. You can't say that. Xie Pinghui spoke again in the private room. Among the Xie family members present, he was the only one who was capable enough to argue with Lu Lihui. This is our Xie family's business. This little brother beat someone and refused to apologize. How could we let him leave? Oh? Lu Lihui sneered. The way to apologize is to learn how a dog barks 3 times, slaps yourself 100 times, and then crawls under your son's crotch. What? You are insulting our customers, boy. You are not welcome at the Jingqing restaurant. Brothers, prepare to drive you away. When Scar heard this, he immediately became angry. With a big wave of his hand, a group of heavenly snakes acted in unison, instantly revealing a large row of machetes. Xie Qingye helped his sister come here today, but he never thought that such a thing would happen. He brought his military officer's card, but he didn't have any weapons in his hand. Facing a row of gleaming machetes, several soldiers were immediately stunned. A good man doesn't suffer from immediate disadvantages, so let's talk first? Several soldiers thought so and looked at each other in blank dismay. They don't have the level and courage to do it with machetes empty-handed, so they can only retreat first and call for support as quickly as possible. When Scar came, he immediately stopped the scene. But at this moment, a large group of people appeared at both ends of the corridor again. A group of 4 rows of policemen in criminal police uniforms blocked both ends of the entire corridor from a distance. The leader is a muscular figure, full of official taste, wearing a police uniform and a first-class police inspector epaulet, a silver olive branch, and 3 shining 4-pointed star flowers on the nails, clearly showing his identity. It's Miao Zhenqiang, the chief of the Public Security Bureau. Many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect such a big shot to come in person today. Su Menghan, Lu Lihui, Dao Scar, Xie Qingye, and others were all shocked, while Yifeng frowned. The situation is getting more and more complicated? Miao Zhenqiang was originally attending the 70th birthday party of the old man of the Lin family in Yanjing today, but when he suddenly received an alarm call from the Jingqing restaurant opposite, he notified the criminal police brigade and rushed over as quickly as possible. When he came to the floor where the incident happened, he saw Yifeng, who was blocked by the door of a private room at a glance, and sneered in his heart, "It's this kid again, who dared to make such a high-profile disturbance after messing with the Long family." There is no doubt that this time, no matter what the actual situation is, he will fight against Yifeng. A director of the General Public Security Bureau of Yanjing, who is also a member of the Standing Committee of the Deputy Provincial Municipal Party Committee, has an obvious deterrent effect on such occasions. As soon as Miao Zhenqiang appeared, he immediately made the field completely quiet. "Yifeng, he is Miao Zhenqiang." Su Menghan pulled Yifeng's arm, said something carefully, and at the same time, became more and more worried. Even people of this level have appeared, and now, even her father Su Xinchang has no right to speak. Yifeng squinted his eyes, looked at the muscular middle-aged man wearing the epaulets of a first-class police inspector, thought for a while. The current situation has exceeded his expectations. If he handles it carelessly, it is very likely that he will be affected. Su Menghan, Dao Scar, Lu Lihui, and a group of people on his side. "Drop your weapons and raise your hands." A criminal police captain next to Miao Zhenqiang held a small horn in his hand and shouted at the crowd waiting at the door of the private room. Xie Qingye saw it, and immediately jumped out and said, "Officer, these people are gangsters, and the crime of wounding people with knives is serious, and they must be severely punished." Miao Zhenqiang listened, and chuckled lightly. Why are the people in the army such cowards now that they can't even deal with the underworld? When Xie Qingye heard this, half of his swollen face suddenly turned red. The relationship between the army and the police is not very good. It is normal to be ridiculed in this situation. Miao Zhenqiang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yifeng with piercing eyes, and ordered indiscriminately, "Action. Take this group of gangsters and that kid in casual clothes back." He knew that the Long family suffered another loss in Langfang recently, and the masked man who seemed to commit the crime was related to Yi Feng. Because of the agreement with Yi Feng's grandfather, the Long family didn't dare to trouble Yi Feng, but he, Miao Zhenqiang, didn't have such worries. If Yi Feng is caught and information about the masked man is obtained from him, it will undoubtedly be a great favor to the Long family, and there will be many benefits. A high-ranking official at his level already vaguely knows something about Jianghu martial arts, and has always been on good terms with the Long family. As soon as he said this, everyone in the audience knew who would win this time. Xie Qingya and a group of soldiers looked like roosters fighting victoriously, looking proudly at the scarred people on the opposite side. He felt a little upset, and felt that he couldn't personally humiliate Yi Feng, but it was at this point, and he knew that it was impossible to do it. He could see that although Miao Zhenqiang had ridiculed him, in fact this action was aimed at Yi Feng. When Yi Feng enters the police station, it will definitely not be easy, but I don't know why this kid still offended such a high-ranking official. Xie Min, who was still in the private room, didn't see what was going on, but she guessed it after hearing the yelling outside. She couldn't help but feel secretly refreshed. She glanced at Su Menghan beside Yi Feng, thinking that as soon as Yi Feng entered, let's see who can protect this little vixen. Xie Pinghui and Su Xinchang, who were further inside, couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and approached Yi Feng and the others at the door. Su Xinchang was sweating coldly. He never expected that when he invited his daughter to a meal, the situation would develop to such an extent that even senior officials at the provincial and ministerial levels were present. It seems that this kid Yi Feng is really at odds with Director Miao. However, with his status as the cousin of the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, daring to confront the provincial and ministerial officials is undoubtedly seeking his own death. Xie Pinghui was also surprised, but it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Director Miao's methods are much more powerful than his idiot son. Yi Feng's fate will definitely be worse if he is targeted by Director Miao. As long as Yi Feng and the troublesome underworld are taken away, he will be able to take care of the Xie family's affairs. Xie Pinghui glanced at Su Menghan, who was leaning beside Yi Feng, thinking that this little vixen is really pretty, maybe he can. Compared to the joy of these people, the expressions on Scar, Lu Lihui, and Su Menghan's faces were completely opposite. Lu Lihui was sweating coldly, looking up at Yi Feng from time to time, thinking to himself, "Young Master Yi, why don't you hurry up and bring out your Lin family's identity? Do you want to wait until you enter the police station again, and then pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger?" Su Menghan tightly hugged Yi Feng's arm, a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with worry. Although he didn't say anything, Yi Feng could feel her nervousness. Dao Scar looked fierce, staring at Yi Feng. His eyes conveyed a meaning. "Brother Yi, what should we do now? Should we fight them?" "Fight your sister." Yi Feng was a little puzzled. This guy is really brainless. He thought about the current situation. Obviously there is only one way now. That is, Yi Feng is taken away by the other side voluntarily, but Scar and the others must be kept. The first is because it is difficult for gangsters to speak up when they enter the police station, and the second is because Su Menghan still needs protection here, and he is not at ease if they are all taken away. Lu Lihui? Yi Feng didn't think that this pot-bellied fellow would stand firmly by his side after he was taken away. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the end of the corridor. Miao Zhenqiang, who looked majestic, saw that the other party was also looking at him, with a sneer on his face. Yi Feng knew in his heart that this guy was on the side of the Long family, and he would definitely not let him go easily. Several policemen with live ammunition approached cautiously towards the door of the private room, trying to catch Yi Feng, Dao Scar, and others. "You stay here and I'll be fine." Yi Feng comforted Su Menghan, raised his legs and walked to the front with a calm expression. "I advise you not to resist. Whoever dares to mess around, snipers are always on call." Miao Zhenqiang said with a sneer, like a tiger that chooses to eat someone. "Miao Ju, what a majestic presence." "What happened? Hee hee, even the snipers were dispatched." At this moment, an old but energetic voice came from behind Miao Shenqiang, resounding throughout the audience. As soon as the voice came out, Miao Shenqiang's body froze immediately, thinking to himself, why this old man came here. Isn't it his 70th birthday party tonight? He actually came here? Everyone looked behind Miao Shenqiang, and saw an old man pacing lightly, wearing a light gray Chinese tunic suit. Although he was in his 70s, he still looked strong and tough. Old Lin, the criminal police are handling the case, the criminals are dangerous, why are you here? Miao Shenqiang broke into a cold sweat all of a sudden, thinking that the old man appeared here, probably because he wanted to protect Yifeng. I heard that Grandpa Yifeng is related to Yan Jinglin's family, but looking at it now, it's 8 or 9. In the eyes of everyone, Miao Shenqiang, who was majestic just now, suddenly changed from a tiger to a sick cat. But in the hearts of Xie Pinghui and the others, the shock was even greater. Mr. Lin, this old man who is so powerful in Yanjing, actually came? In front of Mr. Lin, not to mention Miao Shenqiang, a deputy provincial official, even a national leader, he should be called senior respectfully. Tonight's situation, wave after wave of people came to be more powerful, so far it has finally reached its peak. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the old man whom he met for the first time. Lin Hongchuan. The old man of the Lin family in Yanjing made great contributions at the beginning of the founding of the country, and surrounded by his descendants, he formed a huge family with a lot of power in the imperial capital. Although he is no longer an official, no one dares to ignore his influence, not to mention that his eldest son is one of the most powerful people in the central government today. He slowly got out of the elevator, and just glanced around, making everyone feel sharp. Every time they took a step, everyone's breathing slowed down by half a beat. Except for a few people, no one knew why Mr. Lin appeared here. Is there anyone here who deserves the attention of such a big man? Grandpa, please slow down. A young man in luxurious clothes followed behind Mr. Lin with a smile on his face, wearing a Patek Philippe watch, who was Lin Xuanhuan that Yifeng saw last time. At this time only Lin Xuanhuan was present with Lin Hongchuan. Even if there is only 1/3 young master of the Lin family, it is enough to make people tremble in Yanjing, let alone there is an old man in front of him. The customers in the other private rooms who watched the bustle were silent and stood at the door to salute. People who can come to the restaurant in the capital to eat, of course, their social status is not low, and they all recognize the identity of Mr. Lin at a glance. Xiao Miao, close the team, I'm here. Mr. Lin walked up to Miao Shenqiang, and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Miao Shenqiang is from the Long family of Wulin, and Mr. Lin is from the Yi family of Wulin. The two sides are not harmonious. However, the level difference between the two sides is too great, and Miao Shenqiang still dare not say a word to the old man. Close the team. Miao Shenqiang didn't say any more nonsense, and finally gave Yifeng a cold look, turned around and left. A ferocious tiger was so easily tamed by Mr. Lin. Yifeng stood at the same spot, remembering Miao Shenqiang's fierce Chinese character face, thinking that one day he would show some color to him. Then, he turned his head to look at Mr. Lin and Lin Xuanhuan, and frowned slightly. He never thought of relying on the Lin family to solve the problem, and the other party just appeared, somewhat unexpected. Lu Lihui, who was behind Yifeng, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, thinking to himself that young Master Yi had made arrangements a long time ago, and that Mr. Lin came in person. Isn't this too exciting? The pot-bellied chief of the Public Security Bureau thought that Yifeng called Lin Hongchuan to rescue him. As for Su Menghan, leaning against Yifeng's side, felt a little uneasy. She didn't know Mr. Lin, but she knew Lin Xuanhuan, a dude who was famous in Yanjing. Judging from the reactions of the people around him, he immediately guessed the identity of Mr. Lin. She didn't know what old Master Lin was doing here. If even old Master Lin wanted to deal with Yifeng, then, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Get out of the way, it's okay. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling to Scar and the others to put away the machetes. He knew that since Mr. Lin appeared here, there would be nothing wrong with anyone else. Although he was reluctant, Yifeng had to admit that in this way many things would be solved easily. Su Xincheng, the Xie family, the Heavenly Snake Gang, everything is fine. You know, he is the grandson-in-law in Mr. Lin's eyes. Of course, as to whether Yifeng admits it or not, that's another matter. Dao Scar was skeptical, but seeing Yifeng speak, he still waved his hand, making all the members of the Heavenly Snake Gang back away and stand behind Yifeng. The members of Xie's family and those soldiers also gathered together, watching Mr. Lin gradually approaching with some doubts, feeling more and more nervous. Even the arrogant and mean Xie Min completely shut his mouth at this moment, not daring to make a sound. As Mr. Lin gradually approached, Yifeng could feel the surrounding atmosphere gradually changing. No, not just the atmosphere, but also the breath. Yifeng's expression was stern. Although he didn't have divine consciousness yet, he could feel that there was a vague inner energy around Mr. Lin. It's not Lin Hongchuan's, but there are other people around to protect him. Yifeng understood immediately, no wonder Lin Hongchuan and Lin Xuanhuan dared to approach so many members of the underworld with machetes, and they were not afraid of accidents. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but in fact, Lin Hongchuan only passed for a moment along the way. Yifeng? This is the first time we met, can you recognize who I am? Lin Hongchuan stood still 3 meters away from Yifeng, smiled, and asked kindly. You are Lin Hongchuan? Yifeng looked at him, his words were astonishing. In a word, everyone around was shocked on the spot. Nima, this kid dared to call Mr. Lin by his name. Is he courting death? Moreover, why is Mr. Lin talking to him so politely, like an old friend? Is this unscientific? Hey! Don't think that you are the grandson of your grandfather's old friend, so you can be so disrespectful. Lin Xuanhuan, beside Mr. Lin, immediately gave Yifeng an angry look. He knew Yifeng's identity, but he obviously didn't take that identity seriously. At this time, he suddenly felt that Yifeng looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Well, sorry, that's how my grandpa introduced you to me. Yifeng spread his hands, without looking at Lin Xuanhuan, he just explained to Mr. Lin. Haha, it's okay. It's not bad, it really is the old man's style. Mr. Lin was not angry, but instead laughed, with a little approval in his eyes. Has he not seen such a young man for decades? Alas, when those young people see him now, they all feel like they are seeing the emperor, and the old man speaks one after another, and the flattery looks make him want to vomit. The simple conversation already made Yifeng's identity ready to be revealed. Yifeng is actually the grandson of an old friend of Mr. Lin. And it can be seen that Mr. Lin has a very good relationship with that old friend. The audience was shocked. Su Menghan hugged Yifeng's arm tightly, her pretty face was full of disbelief. It turns out that Yifeng's real biggest backer is the Yanjing Lin family? It's incredible. No wonder, he has always been so calm and composed, and he is not in a hurry when encountering anything. Su Menghan pinched him a little dissatisfied, it's too annoying not to tell her about this kind of thing. Dao Scar stood respectfully behind Yifeng, with a shocked expression on his face. The boss behind the scenes, he recognized, has such a relationship with Mr. Lin. This is simply a blessing from heaven. He doesn't expect to continue to grow the Heavenly Snake Gang, but he has a big wish, that is to find the swordsman who cut his face 10 years ago, and take revenge. Obviously the stronger Yifeng's background is, the more beneficial it is. Lu Lihui, the director of the Northwest branch of Yanjing Public Security Bureau, was even more excited at this time, and almost danced on the spot. This time, bet right. However, some are happy and some are sad. Su Xincheng, Xie Pinghui, Xie Qingya, Xie Min and others on the side saw Yifeng and Mr. Lin having a happy conversation. Their facial expressions should be richer and richer now. Regret is probably the only feeling in Su Xincheng's heart right now. He never thought that Yi Feng would actually have something to do with the Yin Jinglin family. Had he known this earlier, he would have been friendly from the start. What is his grandfather's identity? And he is friends with Mr. Lin. Su Xincheng was in a complicated mood. Why didn't he find out when he investigated earlier? As everyone knows, with Yi Wentian's identity, it is completely wishful thinking that he, the chairman of an ordinary group, wants to investigate something. It's good now. Until he finished defending Yi Feng, he didn't know that he actually has the background of Yin Jinglin's family. If he had stood by Yi Feng's side and supported him and Su Menghan from the beginning, would he still need to look at the Xie family? It is a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world, and it is impossible to repeat what happened in the past. What Su Xincheng did by himself, he could only smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. The expressions of the members of the Xie family became even more colorful. Originally, they would not have any intersection with Yi Feng. But it just so happened that Su Menghan and Yi Feng came together recently, and they wanted to attack Su Menghan, which naturally provoked Yi Feng. At this time, the most fearful thing in her heart was Xie Min, who just scolded Su Menghan. She hated herself for being a cheap talker. Why didn't she know the strength of the other party, so she scolded him so badly? The current Xie Min was extremely worried that Yi Feng would trouble her. Not to mention one slap, even if Yi Feng slapped her 10 times on the spot, would she be able to say a word? Yi Feng's backstage is the Lin family. As long as Mr. Lin said a word, they could make a second-rate family like the Xie family collapse, and they were not on the same level at all. Xie Qingye's military ID card fell to the ground, and he looked at the backs of Miao Xinqiang and everyone in the criminal police brigade who were dismissed by Mr. Lin. He knew that now it was not just a matter of his slap and not going back, but whether Yi Feng would pursue their problem. Xie Pinghui's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. As a retired official, he is the only one who knows the strength of the Yin Jinglin family and how bad the current situation is. He looked at the calm and composed Yi Feng in front of him, and secretly hated him. This kid was hiding something very deep. The Xie family, the Sushin group and other joint investigations did not find out that he was related to the Lin family. Xie Pinghui, I wish Mr. Lin a big birthday today, with blessings like the East China Sea, and a longer life than Nanshan. Xie Pinghui smiled and congratulated before others. Forget it, I'm old, you young people can take care of themselves. Mr. Lin raised his hand slightly, and stopped what Xie Pinghui and the others wanted to say. The implication was that he didn't come to hold them accountable today. With these words, Xie Pinghui, Xie's family, and Su Xincheng breathed a sigh of relief. Old Master Lin glanced at Yi Feng and Su Menghan, who was holding his arm with great interest, and asked with great interest, Nephew Yi Xian, this is your girlfriend, why don't you introduce me? Su Menghan's face was blushing. She didn't say anything to object, she lightly pursed her red lips, looking extremely cute. Su Xincheng, who was standing behind, wanted to jump out and introduce him as Su Menghan's father, but finally he didn't have the guts to speak out. Mr. Lin was asking Yi Feng what to say. Why did Su Xincheng interrupt? Talking nonsense is not good. Well, it's my girlfriend, what? Yi Feng replied, and then looked directly into Su Xincheng's eyes, wanting to see what the old man wanted to say. Will they break up forcibly, and then announce that they will marry their granddaughter to him? If it was the Yin Jinglin family that was so powerful in my impression, it would be quite normal for the old man to do so. But even if the other party said so, it was impossible for Yi Feng to compromise with the other party. Since he has identified Su Menghan, it is impossible for him to let go halfway. Hee, it's nothing, the little girl is pretty. The love of young people should be cherished. Lin Hongchuan smiled and didn't say much, but looked at Yi Feng with a hint of playfulness and appreciation. He could see the meaning in Yi Feng's eyes, and felt that Yi Feng was able to ignore her granddaughter Lin Shiqing and insist on being with the girl he liked. This kind of spirit was commendable, and it was really different from ordinary young people. Lin Shiqing's reputation resounded throughout Yanjing, and she was recognized as a perfect goddess. Lin Hongchuan felt that it was impossible for Yi Feng not to have seen Lin Shiqing. Even if you haven't seen it, you've definitely seen the photo. How could he know that Yi Feng had no interest in his granddaughter at all, and he hadn't even thought about it? In Lin Hongchuan's heart, he secretly sighed, feeling a little pity. If it were him, he would appreciate Yi Feng's determination, but unfortunately, that old guy Yi Wendian couldn't think so. Mr. Lin knew that Yi Wendian had already identified his excellent granddaughter and wanted her to be the granddaughter-in-law of the Yi family. Under such circumstances, even his old friend for many years could not persuade Yi Wendian. Therefore, the love between the two young people in front of him can only ask for blessings. That's natural. Is Mr. Lin looking for something for me? Seeing that the other party didn't mention Lin Shiqing, Yi Feng also changed the topic. That's not true, it just so happens that you are here, old man, I'll come and have a look. Lin Hongchuan smiled slightly, and wanted to say something, but Lin Xuanhuan behind him suddenly remembered, and suddenly pointed at Yi Feng. I remembered, are you that poor ghost? The third young master of the Lin family finally remembered that he had seen Yi Feng during O's Antiques. It seems that this guy smashed his favorite white jade young fish into pieces? Lin Hongchuan was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Feng and his grandson have already met? Yi Feng glanced at him, wondering what the third young master of the Lin family wanted to do. It was you who smashed the white jade young fish I gave to Grandpa? Lin Xuanhuan looked unfriendly, staring at Yi Feng. Do you know, that is my favorite gift? Sorry, I don't know. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, and it wasn't me who broke it. Who exactly? You go back and ask your two followers. Nonsense, they all said you broke it, could it be fake? Lin Xuanhuan got angry and stepped forward. Even if I broke it, Uncle O has already paid you 3 times the compensation, what else do you want? Yi Feng smiled lightly, this kid is too arrogant. Forget it. Lin Xuanhuan wanted to say something else, but when he thought that his grandfather was still behind him, he still held back, but he didn't intend to just let Yi Feng go. After looking Yi Feng up and down several times from the beginning to the end, Lin Xuanhuan took a step back and said to Lin Hongchuan, Grandpa, I don't think this kid is good enough for my sister. This matter. As Lin Hongchuan's favorite grandson, Lin Xuanhuan knew earlier than others that his grandfather wanted to betroth his sister Lin Shiqing to something called Yi Feng. It's just that he didn't expect that Yi Feng would be that poor ghost he saw in the antique shop. As soon as he said this, the shock in the hearts of all the people present did not subside, and another wave arose. Yi Feng is not good enough for his sister? Doesn't this mean that Mr. Lin intends to betroth his granddaughter to Yi Feng? In this generation of Yanjing's Lin family, there is only one unmarried woman who can call Lin Xuanhuan her elder sister, and that is Yanjing's #1 beauty, Lin Shiqing. Lin Xuanhuan's words were like a bomb dropped in the crowd. What breaking news! The first thing Yi Feng felt was that Su Minghan's hand tightened beside her. Obviously, those words caused a huge wave in her heart, and the destructive power to her was no less than that of a Class 12 typhoon. What? Yi Feng actually got entangled with Miss Lin's family? Su Minghan's pretty face suddenly turned pale. If it was any other beauties, she would have the confidence to compete with them. But when the opponent is Lin Shiqing, the nature is completely different. Although Su Minghan was named the school belle of the high school affiliated to Yen University, she was still a little too tender compared to Lin Shiqing, a well-known and mature yujia, and the other party was from the Lin family of Yanjing, whose family background was much better than her times. Sorry, I don't even know who your sister is. Yi Feng frowned, and shifted his gaze to Lin Hongchuan. Old Lin, if there is nothing wrong, please take this one away. Thank you for coming to see me, but I don't welcome this one. What he was talking about was of course Lin Xuanhuan, the third young master of the Lin family. Hee, this kid is talking nonsense, and he hasn't written a word about this matter yet. Lin Hongchuan also glared at Lin Xuanhuan. He had never told anyone else about this matter. It was just when he was at the Capital Hotel that he slipped his mouth in front of Lin Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, only a few minutes later, this kid ran over and started preaching, not calm at all. Can this kind of thing be said in the open now? He didn't completely deny what Lin Xuanhuan said, that would only have the opposite effect. But now that he said so, it means that this matter is just a little consideration, which is the best way to deal with it. Lin Xuanhuan was stared at by his grandfather, and immediately understood his mistake. He closed his mouth and did not dare to speak out. Since nephew Yi Xian said so, I will take my leave first. As Lin Hongchuan spoke, he glanced at everyone present with sharp eyes, and everyone knew the meaning in his expression. If anyone present speaks out about this matter, be careful not to be troubled by the Lin family. The eldest lady of the Lin family in Yanjing, who Lin Shiqing will marry, is so important that it can even affect the political situation of Huagua in the next 10 or 20 years. If it is spread, it will definitely be a big event in Yanjing. Lin Hongchuan didn't want to be so early just announce. Su Xingchang was the one who shed the most cold sweat, because Su Menghan is now with Yi Feng. Doesn't it mean that he is robbing the son-in-law from Yanjing Lin family central? Su Xingchang, who was already in a bad mood, is now even more panicked, and all this is entirely because of Yi Feng's identity. The current Yi Feng is like a great god in front of him. If he has the opportunity to meet alone again, he will definitely respect Yi Feng and dare not say a word of nonsense. As Lin Hongchuan turned around, Lin Xuanhuan quickly followed, bowing his head like a child who has done something wrong, not daring to say a word. In front of others, the third young master of the Lin family is like an emperor, but in front of Lin Hongchuan, he is undoubtedly a good baby. Even what happened just now, like the mistake he made unintentionally, made Lin Hongchuan unable to blame him. Do you want to cause trouble for me? Yi Feng stared at Lin Xuanhuan's back with deep eyes, thinking quietly. The third young master of the Lin family is definitely not as stupid as he looks on the surface. The sentence just now was probably said on purpose by him. With so many people present, even Lin Hongchuan couldn't guarantee that such rumors would not spread at all. The most important thing is that even if the people present did not dare to talk nonsense, but when Lin Xuanhuan went to spread the news by himself, no one would suspect him. Insidious, cunning. As for the purpose of spreading this news, Yi Feng can figure it out just by thinking about it. Since that Lin Shiqing is so outstanding, very beautiful and outstanding, there will definitely be many suitors. Maybe before tomorrow, a lot of Lin Shiqing's admirers will come to trouble him. Of course, Yi Feng was not afraid of those troubles when the soldiers came to block the water and soil, but he was more careful about Lin Xuanhuan in his heart. Little girl. Yi Feng turned his head and saw Su Menghan pursed her mouth, looking very unhappy, couldn't help but smiled, and touched her head. What are you thinking? I really don't know his sister. Do not touch me. Su Menghan ran to the side, and said very uncomfortable, it's not that you are shameless, you have kept such a big matter with the Lin family from me, you didn't take me to heart at all. There was no doubt that the chick was throwing a tantrum. Yi Feng had no experience in dealing with this kind of situation at all, so he could only say in bewilderment, okay, what do you have to do to trust me? If Lin Shiqing came to you, what would you do? Su Menghan asked sullenly. What can I do? I don't know her. Yi Feng replied without thinking. You'll fall in love with her when you see her. Su Menghan snorted lightly. How can it be? Yi Feng couldn't laugh or cry. How is it impossible? She is so beautiful, has a good figure, and a good family background. She is also the chairman of the Yen University Student Union, and she is capable of handling things. Su Menghan began to count the various advantages of future competitors. Okay, I promise you, even if we meet in the future, I won't say a word to her, okay? Yifeng was helpless, so he had no choice but to say this: first stabilize the chick first. That's what you said, I didn't force you? A smile suddenly appeared on Su Menghan's pretty face. What Yifeng said was exactly what she wanted. Of course. A man who keeps his word will be hard to chase with 40,000 horses. Yifeng assured her. Humph. I still only trust you once, you can figure it out yourself. After Su Menghan said this, he was finally satisfied, and stopped playing any temper. But the other people around, seeing that she dared to talk to Yifeng like that, broke out in a cold sweat. It's okay to not know Yifeng's identity, but now that she knows his identity, this chick is still so arrogant. Isn't she afraid that Yifeng will just ignore her? From Xiamin's point of view, if Yifeng could take a fancy to her, she would be willing even to make her his lover, and no matter if it was Xiao San, Xiao Si, or even Xiao Wu, how would he dare to lose his temper with Yifeng? And this is the difference between people like Su Menghan and Xiamin. She didn't care about Yifeng's identity or background. All she cared about was Yifeng. If Yifeng was the kind of person who would change his mind once he gained power, then he wouldn't be worthy of her liking. What are you looking at? Do you still want to trouble young Master Yi? Lu Lihui, who was standing behind Yifeng, suddenly became proud, and shouted at the Xia family. A group of people from the Xia family waited. How dare they say a word at this moment? Until this time, they didn't know why Lu Lihui called Yifeng young Master Yi before. This insidious and despicable fat man already knew about Yifeng's background. That, young Master Yi. Xiamen didn't dare to be any more arrogant, and hesitantly called out. Yifeng turned his head back, and then Su Menghan also looked back at her, glaring at her. This glance made Xiamin think of all the bad things he did to Su Menghan in the past, and suddenly became frightened. Lin Hongchuan left with his grandson, but the shock was far from subsided. Young Master Yi, I apologize to you. Facing the current Yifeng, Xiamin, a bitter and mean woman, finally chose to give in. Yifeng looked at her face with heavy makeup, and knew that this might be the so-called bullying. In the world of cultivating immortals, there were countless people like this, and he was tired of seeing them. I don't need your apology. If you want to apologize, please apologize to Menghan. Yifeng shook his head, glanced at Su Menghan, and thought that it was time for this little girl to vent out the grievances she had suffered over the past 10 years. No, from now on, there is no relationship between us. Su Menghan shook her head, said coldly to Xiamin, and then stood back beside Yifeng. She was determined. As early as in the afternoon when Su Xincheng made that decision, she was determined not to have anything to do with this family. Even if the other party wants to apologize now, she refuses to accept it. The grievances of more than 10 years, how can an apology be able to make up for it? Menghan. Seeing his daughter's expression, Su Xincheng suddenly understood that it was too late to say anything now, and his face became a little pale. In this case, shouldn't it be time to talk about what happened to the car accident that her grandmother encountered? Yifeng was not interested in talking nonsense with the other party, so he asked the most important question directly. With that time to talk nonsense with the other party, he might as well go back and broaden his meridians. He clearly knew that his trump card did not lie in the Yan Jinglin family, nor in Yuwendian, but in his status as a cultivator. As long as his strength grows stronger, even if he fights against the Lin family and the Long family in the future, so what? All power is nothing but floating clouds in front of overwhelming strength. The last time he asked about the car accident now, he just wanted to give Su Menghan an explanation. It's a pity that this kind of matter is of great importance. Even under the current circumstances, it is impossible for Xiamin to admit it. Otherwise, the messenger will most likely spend the rest of his life in prison. She shook her head in panic. It really has nothing to do with us. No matter what I do, I haven't gone crazy to that point. Yeah? Yifeng asked back, raised his head, and glanced at Xia Pinghui, Xia Min, Xia Qingya, and Su Xinchang in turn. Except for Xia Pinghui's normal face, the other three seemed to be a little nervous, which made Yifeng aware. Since the other party refuses to admit it, Yifeng will not chase after him fiercely. As an immortal cultivator, he was too lazy to participate in this kind of thing that should be done by the police. There are still laws in this world. Yifeng felt that it is still possible for Su Menghan to investigate this matter by himself. With the assistance of the Heavenly Snake Gang, it is still possible to find out the facts of the year. If it really doesn't work, we can only wait for Yifeng to reach 5 years of cultivation, then implement hypnotism on Su Xinchang, Xia Min, and others. This very technique is used to deal with ordinary people, and it is guaranteed that the other party will even confess the thing about peeing their pants when they were 3 years old. Then let's go. Scar, come here. Yifeng nodded to Su Menghan, and then greeted Scar, asking him to order the members of the Heavenly Snake Gang to assist Su Menghan in investigating the facts of her grandmother's car accident. But when Scar brought the Heavenly Snake Gang people over, Yifeng's cell phone rang suddenly. Beep, beep, beep. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Obi calling, so he told Dao Scar and Su Menghan to wait first, and answered the phone himself. Ooge, what's the matter? Yifeng asked jokingly. Fuck. Come to our antique shop, little B, that tomb robber. Well, Senior Zhu Bainiao is in our shop right now. Obi's voice seemed a little excited. What? When Yifeng heard it, his expression changed immediately, and he lost all other moods. His mind instantly returned to those 7 photos, the ethereal figure with long hair reaching his buttocks. That figure was still in the ruins of a Shang dynasty tomb in Changbai Mountain not long ago. Master, is that you? Yifeng was in a trance, and quickly said to the other end of the phone, I'll be right there. Hurry up, it is said that the situation is urgent, and he will go to Changbai Mountain overnight soon. Obi hastily urged. Well, I'll be there soon, let him wait. After Yifeng finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. What's wrong? Su Menghan was a little puzzled. Yifeng seemed to have such an expression in the afternoon. Did something happen to worry him? Suddenly something urgent, that's right. Yifeng thought for a moment, his expression became serious, and he said to Su Menghan and Dao Scar, I will leave Yanjing for a while, I don't know how long it will be. Well, you call the cup, the 3 of us will go together, God for the Snake Gang, find someone to take charge of it. What? Scar was surprised when he heard this, what's going on? I'm going on a long trip. If you don't want to die of poison in a week, you'd better follow me. Yifeng looked at the Scar and said in a low voice. Yes, I understand. As one of the big brothers of the 3 major gangs in Yanjing City, Dao Scar was naturally quick-witted, and he immediately understood what Yifeng meant. There must be something that Yifeng must go to solve immediately, and he is not in Yanjing. This matter looks very difficult. You want to travel far away? What about the school? The college entrance examination is coming soon. Su Menghan was a little worried, and obviously did not support Yifeng's decision. What's more, the relationship between the two has just developed. She doesn't want to separate from Yifeng so soon. I'm sorry, but this matter is far more important to me than the college entrance examination. Seeing her expression, Yifeng couldn't bear it, but it was related to Su Feiying. He couldn't sit idly by. He knew very well in his heart that his feelings for Su Menghan and Su Feiying were completely different. For Su Menghan, he likes and loves her, and he can't help but want to protect her. However, for the beautiful master Su Feiying, it is admiration, as well as current thoughts and worries. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, the gap between him and Su Feiying was too great, and he didn't dare to show any admiration at all, and could only hide it deep in his heart. Even now, it was the same. Song-hu, I'm going to leave with my cousin for a while, and I'll leave the guild affairs to you for the time being. Dao Scar acted vigorously and knew that Yi Feng was in a hurry, so he immediately chose someone to deal with the affairs of the Sky Snake gang temporarily. You are always by my side, so it should be very clear what to do. Don't worry, brother. A man with a square face replied in a deep voice, everything in the guild will be as usual. Besides, we will ensure Mrs. Ye's safety. This person is Song-hu, the leader who met Yi Feng at Yanjing railway station, and also the uncle of the young man in suit on the train. He glanced at Yi Feng and Su Menghan with a very respectful look. Scar said, and leaned close to Song-hu's ear and whispered, in case we haven't come back at the beginning of January, the deal with that end will continue. Clear. Song-hu knew that he was talking about new drugs, so he nodded without thinking. Okay, let's go. Yi Feng turned around and left. Yi Feng. Su Menghan stood where she was, her pretty face was full of worry and reluctance. She had a feeling that many things would happen during Yi Feng's visit. When he came back, would the relationship between them be as it is now? Yi Feng was stopped by Su Menghan, and his footsteps stopped. I'll be back as soon as possible. Yi Feng turned around and smiled at her. By the way, the Heavenly Snake Gang will help you investigate the matter of Grandma's car accident, don't worry. Right? He glanced at the square-faced man, Song-hu. Brother Yi, I will. Song-hu replied seriously. When Scar left, he was the acting boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, and he should be the one to make arrangements for such matters. Su Menghan nodded reluctantly, her beautiful eyes sparkled. She couldn't bear it any longer and ran over in 3 or 2 steps, regardless of so many people watching. She threw herself into Yi Feng's arms and hugged her tightly. Stopped him. The soft and warm delicate body just stuck to Yi Feng's chest, which made him suddenly have an impulse. Why don't you just stay here and walk with her all the way, without thinking about everything in the world of cultivating immortals? But this thought was only fleeting. Now that Su Feiying's whereabouts, Yi Feng couldn't ignore it at all. Actually, it's not a big deal. You can live alone these few days. Yi Feng patted her on the shoulder lightly, said a few words of comfort, then let go of his hand, and finally took a look at her delicate and pretty face, and firmly remembered her appearance in his heart. He turned to leave, and she looked up. Don't worry, he is not an ordinary person, nothing will happen. Dao Scar stood aside with a smile on his incomparably fierce face, said something to Su Menghan, and then quickly followed Yi Feng. Zhao Bei was waiting outside the restaurant, and the two went straight downstairs. As for the people on the original floor, looking at the backs of Yi Feng and Dao Scar leaving, they were a little confused. Why did he leave suddenly without taking Su Menghan with him? Su Xingcheng immediately trotted up and asked, Menghan, what happened? Nothing to do with you. When Su Menghan heard his voice immediately turned cold. Sister Yi, we will take you home. Song-hu, a man with a square face, was dressed in a neat suit. When he saw Su Xingcheng running over, he took the initiative to stop Su Menghan, preventing him from approaching her at all. He turned his head sideways, looking at the back of Yi Feng and Dao Scar leaving, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Su Menghan nodded. Now that Yi Feng was gone, she didn't want to see Su Xingcheng's group, and only the Heavenly Snake Gang was by her side to protect her. For the members of the Sky Snake Gang, she still trusts them quite a bit, because they have dealt with them many times before, and the Sky Snake Gang members are very obedient and respectful in front of Yi Feng. Anyway, Yi Feng is also the cousin of their boss, and now he has the identity of the Yanjing Lin family. I believe no one would dare to offend Yi Feng. With a wave of his hand, Song-hu led the Heavenly Snake Gang to put away their machetes, and escorted Su Menghan out of the corridor. Su Xingcheng's mouth moved, but finally he didn't say anything. Brother Su, I'll go first. Lu Lihui walked forward with a smile on his face, patted Su Xincheng on the shoulder, and left with a big belly. Although he didn't know what urgent matter Yi Feng had, but he believed in his performance today, and he believed that Yi Feng would notice it. It is undoubtedly very wise to establish a good relationship with someone of Yi Feng's status. Only the Xie family and Su Xincheng stood there in a daze. The appearance of Mr. Lin tonight brought them too much pressure. Xincheng, what happened this time? I have to say that what you did was inappropriate. Xie Pinghui stood up, coughed, and said to Su Xincheng. That's right, I haven't figured out any background, so. Xie Men also jumped out all of a sudden, pointed at Su Xincheng's nose, and cursed. Can this be my fault? Su Xincheng was annoyed at this time, yet he still had to be reprimanded by his own people, so it was conceivable that he was in a bad mood. That's natural. Xie Pinghui said seriously, no matter what, we have offended the Lin family of Yanjing this time. So, maybe we should make a sacrifice and take out some shares of the Sushin group. As soon as these words came out, Su Xincheng understood what the other party meant, and his face suddenly became gloomy. What Xie Pinghui meant was to sell some shares of the Sushin group to the Lin family at a low price. And this part of the shares was naturally taken from Su Xincheng. No matter from which aspect Sushin group is concerned, many channels are controlled by the Xie family. For such a request, Su Xincheng has no room to refuse. Sushin group, to the Xie family, is only a part of the industry, but to him, Su Xincheng, it is everything. He didn't have many shares in his hand. If he sold some of them to the Lin family, he would have no influence on the Sushin group's board of directors. In a word, his social status and wealth will plummet. Yi Feng went downstairs with Dao Scar, and met the lobby manager of Jingqing Restaurant in the hotel lobby. This is a fairly young man with a gentle appearance, wearing a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, wearing a suit and tie, and his shoulders are still shaking a little. Just now he reported what happened to the big boss of the restaurant in Beijing, but even the big boss didn't dare to come forward. One can imagine how terrifying the identities of these people who caused trouble tonight are. Moreover, just now there were so many criminal policemen, it was too childish to leave as soon as they came, right? There are so many gangsters who haven't been arrested, what are those policemen doing for a living? The lobby manager was extremely depressed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Especially when seeing Yi Feng and Dao Scar coming down together, he immediately put on a smile and greeted him. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. He stopped in front of Yi Feng and said something very politely. What's up? Yi Feng frowned. Now that tomb robber named Zhu Bainiao was waiting for him at O's Antiques, he didn't want to waste time on some frivolous things. It's okay to go away. Dao Scar would not be as polite as Yi Feng, he roared with a ferocious expression. When the lobby manager saw this, he couldn't help but took 2 steps back in fright, raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, and then explained, our restaurant is preparing a diamond membership card for Mr. Yi. You can get 30% off a strand. Sorry, I don't have time to wait for you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he raised his legs and walked towards the door. Wait, Mr. Yi. The lobby manager was surprised, who is this young man? The Jingqing restaurant is one of the top restaurants in Yanjing, but he didn't want the diamond membership card given to him? If you want to send a card, give it to the girl behind. Yi Feng didn't bother to pay attention to him, turned around and saw Su Menghan and Song who had just stepped out of the elevator, so he said this. This? The lobby manager hesitated. What the boss ordered was to apply for a card for the young man in front of him. If he failed to do so, his position as lobby manager would be difficult to secure. If you were told to do it for Mrs. Yi, then do it for Mrs. Yi. What are you doing? Scar pushed the opponent away, seemingly yelled a few words, casually, but revealed Su Minghan's identity, and then followed Yi Feng and left the restaurant. Only then did the lobby manager realize that the innocent beauty was the boy's woman in front of him. Not many people in Yanjing can own the diamond membership card of Jingqing Restaurant. When Su Menghan got the membership card that was really inlaid with a small diamond, don't mention how surprised he was. Even her father, Su Xincheng, is only a silver member in Jingqing Restaurant, which is several grades behind. She suddenly felt that the gap between her and Yifeng seemed too huge. Yifeng left the hotel, and at the same time called Obi, asking him to hold the tomb robber steady, and at the same time asked Zhao Bei to drive him back to Qingfeng Garden first. He changed his clothes as quickly as possible, hid the mask he had pretended to be Mo Jioga in his arms, and packed up some other things, before leaving the villa and getting back into the BMW. By the way, you should be able to get a buggy? Yifeng got into the car and asked. Of course, brother Yi. Scar nodded, and said roughly. Yifeng became vigilant and glanced at Dao Scar and Zhao Bei. Normally, Dao Scar wouldn't call him brother Yi in front of the members of the Sky Snake gang, but called him his cousin, but now? Don't worry, brother Yi, Cup is my nephew from the countryside. I knew you were not my cousin. Scar was a little embarrassed, scratching his head and explaining. Yifeng nodded slowly. Forget it, anyway, after what happened just now, no one will believe that I am your cousin. Let's drive, and by the way, tell your subordinates to prepare a long-distance off-road vehicle. The place we are going this time is a bit far away. The road near Chongbai Mountain should not be easy to walk, you can't drive a BMW there, it is very necessary to get an off-road vehicle. It was not far from Qingfengyuan to O's Antiques. Although it was already dark, because Zhao Bei was good at driving, he didn't waste much time on the road. Soon, the BMW stopped not far from O's Antiques. You wait in the car, I will come as I go. Yifeng got up and got out of the car, and walked straight to the door of O's Antiques under the street lights. At this time O's Antique store was brightly lit, but there was no business. Yifeng could only see Obi standing at the door from a distance, as if he was anxiously waiting for something. His white hair was very conspicuous under the light. Ooge, I'm here. Yifeng smiled and greeted Obi from a distance. When facing Obi, he always felt happy because they were friends and brothers. Grass, you are too slow, little bee. Come in, Dad is talking to that guy. Obi saw Yifeng coming under the street lamp, and quickly greeted him, and when Yifeng approached, he whispered again, that guy is here to borrow money, if you have money, then everything is easy. Thanks. Yifeng nodded, this is his sincere thanks. In the previous world of cultivating immortals, besides the beautiful master, Su Feiying, who else helped him like this? From Obi and his father, he felt the care he hadn't seen for a long time, and he naturally had a good impression of them. Thank you sister, let's go. Obi sneered, turned his head and glanced at the BMW parked by the side of the road, and knew that Yifeng had really changed recently. He came here by BMW. But in this way, there is no need to worry about running out of money to lend to the tomb robber. After he finished speaking, he did not follow Yifeng into the inner hall, because when his father was discussing matters in the inner hall, he was the only one to look after the front hall. Although the things in the front hall are not as valuable as those in the back hall, they are still a lot of wealth together, and they cannot be stolen or broken. When Yifeng entered the inner hall alone, he immediately saw Oa arguing with a thin and small man by the window. The situation seemed to be very intense. Uncle O, I'm here. Yifeng said hello, and then began to look at the thin man, only to see that the man was wearing a dark blue cloth dress, which looked a little old, with a pair of evil eyebrows and mouse eyes. He was even thinner than the one who blackmailed him at the Long Family Fair last time. Men are even more obscene. This is the tomb robber, Zhu Bainiao? Taking a closer look, the other party's eyes were clear and agile, and his movements were smooth and natural, with a hidden special charm in it, which made Yifeng feel awe-inspiring. this tomb robber is definitely not an ordinary person. Xiaofeng? It's good to be here. By the way, this is Senior Zhu Bainiao, and he is going to Changbai Mountain soon. When I saw Yi Feng, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to introduce him immediately. Slow. But Zhu Bainiao raised his hand to stop Oa from continuing to speak, turned his head to look at Yi Feng, his eyes rolled around. His voice was a bit sharp, but it wasn't unpleasant. On the contrary, it seemed very sharp and very aggressive, which made people feel dangerous naturally. Your name is Yi Feng? Soon, Zhu Bainiao was stunned for a moment, and recognized Yi Feng's identity at a glance. It's me. Yi Feng thought to himself, sure enough, this guy is definitely from the martial arts world, and he recognized his identity as Yi Wentin's grandson at a glance. You must know that Yi Feng in the world is not so famous. It doesn't matter who I am, though, does it? Yi Feng smiled immediately. The important thing is that if I can help you, you can also help me. I need 10 million, can you give it to me? Zhu Bainiao smiled lightly. No problem. Yi Feng also smiled softly, but the premise is that you have to take me to the ancient tomb ruins in Changbai Mountain that you visited last time. He didn't know how much liquid assets the Sky Snake gang had, but thinking about it, the cash in the small warehouse in Tianhua Entertainment City alone was enough for 10 million, so it would be no problem for Scar to take out 10 million. The point is, the 10 million must be worth it. Ancient tomb? Zhu Bainiao was taken aback. You want to go to Changbai Mountain, isn't it, because of the rhinoceros grass? No. Yi Feng frowned slightly, although he didn't know what the rhinoceros was, but he didn't bother to care about it. He just wanted to go to the ruins of the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty in Changbai Mountain to search for Su Feiying's trace. What did you go to the ancient tomb for? Zhu Bainiao asked with some vigilance. I didn't ask you what you want 10 million to do, so it seems that I have no obligation to answer your question? Yi Feng asked back with a smile, and then said, of course, you can rest assured, I don't know what a spirit rhinoceros is at all. When we get to the place, you go your way and I go mine, but you have to go into the ancient tomb with me. I need you to lead the way. Zhu Bainiao frowned on his thin face, thought for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. Okay, deal. Although the ancient tomb is dangerous, based on his experience, it shouldn't be a problem to lead Yi Feng. It is impossible to get tens of millions of dollars in a short period of time without taking some risks, and he has already realized this. But I have to remind you. Zhu Bainiao thought about it, and looked at Yi Feng with great interest. I heard that there was a masked person who caused trouble at the Long family trade fair last time. Does it have something to do with you? The current Changbai Mountain is not peaceful. The Long families, a lot of people have gone, including that little girl. You can't guarantee your safety after you leave Yanjing. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Feng snorted lightly. His determination to find Su Feiying was more than anything else. No matter how dangerous it was, he would go forward bravely. Tell me, when will we set off? It seemed casual, but he was thinking in his heart, could he run into Long Wanner again this time? Whenever he thinks of Long Wanner, he will think of the feet kicked by her, and his chest will ache. At the same time, her hot and plump figure will naturally appear in front of his eyes. Heartstrings. Fortunately, I prepared a mask. If I do meet him, I might have to tease him again. After hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Zhu Bainiao said that as long as 10 million is in place, they can start immediately, the sooner the better. Yi Feng called Dao Scar, I need 10 million, when will it be ready? He didn't ask if he could be ready, but asked the time directly. He believed that for the Sky Snake gang, one of the 3 major gangs in Yanjing, 10 million would definitely not be a problem. When Dao Scar asked for 10 million, he was obviously taken aback. Brother Yi, 10 million is not a small amount. If you really want it, you can get it together very quickly, but in that case, some of the Sky Snake security company business will definitely be affected. Then what? Yifeng didn't say much, but just asked lightly. This? Brother, Yi ordered, do it right away. Seeing that he seemed a little angry, Scar quickly agreed. Yifeng hung up the phone. Of course he knew what Scar was thinking. Although Scar seems to obey him now, but this is based on a prerequisite, that is, Scar is still poisoned, and Yifeng can teach him martial arts. However, there is no guarantee for teaching him martial arts, so what Dao Scar said just now is actually just to tell Yifeng that he has already made a lot of sacrifices for Yifeng, so he hopes that Yifeng will take the sake of these sacrifices on. He was able to keep his promise and teach him martial arts. Unfortunately, I don't know any martial arts, and ordinary people can't cultivate immortals. Yifeng knew that Scar was destined to be disappointed. However, as compensation, he could help Scar find the swordsman 10 years ago, avenge Scar, and it would not be in vain for the other party to help him so much. While waiting, Zhu Bainiao went to the side and closed his eyes to rest, while Yifeng chatted with OA. The relationship between the two was harmonious, and they chatted happily. Finally, OA said with a smile, Xiao Feng, I know that your identity is a bit special. If Xiaozi encounters any difficulties in the future, I hope you can help me? That's natural. I will treat others as others treat me. Uncle O has helped me a lot, and I will never forget it. Yifeng said firmly, whether it was for him to repay the triple compensation, or the spirit stone, or the invitation letter for the long family trade fair, he owed the other party. After the Scar outside had prepared everything, I said a few words to be careful and said goodbye to the two of them. As a frequent customer of O's antiques, Zhu Bainiao has a good relationship with OA as the supplier of antiques. But if Yifeng hadn't come, it would be impossible for OA to lend 10 million to Zhu Bainiao. 10 million may not be a big deal to the Yan Jinglin family, but it is a huge sum of money to more than 99% of the people in the world. Little B, when will you be back? Does the school ask for leave for you? Before leaving, Obi also asked a question with concern. When will I come back? I really don't know. Yifeng smiled, however, I would like to trouble you to ask for leave. TCH, ask your family, Su Menghan, to ask for leave for you. Obi laughed, and made a joke, but there was no other emotion in his tone. For Yifeng and Su Menghan to come together, he thinks it is a good thing, and sincerely congratulates them. Of course, when he went to school tomorrow, the rumors circulating everywhere immediately made him change his attitude. What? How could this happen? Yifeng is simply a beast. It's a pity that Yifeng at that time had disappeared, and he couldn't even get through the phone. A black Hummer H2 pickup truck left Yanjing City overnight, drove onto the Beijing-Shenyang Expressway, and headed northeast quickly. From Yanjing to Linjiang City, the foothold at the foot of Changbai Mountain, there is a total distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. If you drive overnight, with the driving skills of Dao Scar and Zhao Bei, you can probably arrive at dawn. The two drove alternately, so as to ensure safety at night. This car is not suitable for running long distances, and the fuel consumption is too high, but in Scar's words, as a member of the Sky Snake gang, you can't lose face wherever you go, and this car is very suitable for pretending to be aggressive, and can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyway, there is a spare fuel tank, so there is no need to worry about fuel consumption. Regarding this, Yifeng didn't say anything. He didn't have much research on cars, as long as he could reach his destination as soon as possible. On the way, Yifeng and Zhu Bainiao sat next to each other, chatting from time to time. Yifeng sidetracked about the 7 photos, but Zhu Bainiao, a wretched guy, was very tight-lipped and didn't reveal any useful information. There was nothing to say all night. When the day was just bright, the black domineering Hummer had already got off the highway, from the 201 National Highway all the way to the 303 Provincial Highway leading to Linjiang City. Linjiang City is located in the eastern part of Jilin Province, across the river from North Korea, surrounded by mountains and rivers, poor and remote. If you are traveling to the Changbai Mountain scenic area, your foothold must be in the northern places such as Songjiang Town and Baihe Town. But the ruins of the ancient tomb that Zhu Bainiao had been to was the nearest from Linjiang City. Just after 5 o'clock, when it was daylight, the Hummer was driving on a deserted provincial road, and it looked a little lonely surrounded by mountains. In the distance, a motorcycle suddenly appeared on the road ahead. It seemed to be broken down, and it was parked on the side of the road. A muscular, shirtless man was standing next to the motorcycle, kicking it hard and seemed very angry. Indeed, when the motorcycle broke down on this road, it was really a crying thing. Originally, Yifeng didn't pay much attention, but when he got closer, he suddenly found that the man with the broken motorcycle looked familiar. It's the Whirlwind Axe. At the Long Family Trade Fair in Langfang, Yifeng killed his accomplice, Tan Langjian, with one sword. But he never thought that he would see this guy again in this place, and he seemed very unlucky. Yifeng was not worried that the other party would recognize him, because when Whirlwind Axe saw him, he was always wearing a mask. Parking. When the Hummer approached, Whirlwind Axe walked to the middle of the road with a fierce face, and waved Xiao Beibei to stop. Jianghui Xuansha has always been vicious. Although one of them is dead now, just a Whirlwind Axe is enough to scare many fledgling martial arts practitioners. Yifeng thought to himself, could this Whirlwind Axe come for that spirit rhinoceros? The road was not wide, so Xiao Bei couldn't hit it directly, so he stepped on the brakes in advance as a matter of course. He thought it was just an ordinary passerby who wanted a ride when his motorcycle broke down, but soon he was stunned. I saw the Whirlwind Axe shaking the flesh on his chest. With a fierce look on his face, he pulled open the door of the driver's seat of the Hummer. Everyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the car. Zhao Yi and Dao Scar were stunned. Is this guy trying to block the way? Or grab a Hummer? Although this guy looks a bit vicious, there are 4 people in the car, and they are all men. Yifeng and Zhu Bainiao looked at each other. Obviously they both recognized the identity of Whirlwind Axe. Yifeng didn't move much. He didn't want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. On the contrary, it was Zhu Bainiao. Since this tomb robber is also a martial artist, Yifeng wanted to see his strength. The conflict with Whirlwind Axe is inevitable. Scar picked up the machete from the seat, jumped out of the car, walked around the front of the car towards the Whirlwind Axe, and cursed at the same time, grass, block the road and rob in broad daylight, you fool is not small. As the boss of the Heavenly Snake Gang, in Beijing on weekdays, who wouldn't be in awe of him? Now that someone dares to block the way and rob his beloved Hummer H2, how can he not be angry? Scar moved so fast that Yifeng didn't even have time to stop him. He had already jumped out of the car. Whirlwind Axe's face was full of flesh, and he snorted disdainfully when he saw someone getting out of the car to resist. He is a martial artist, how could he be afraid of this kind of underworld leader? After 5 years of cultivation, he has become used to being domineering in the world, and now there are 4 people in the car, but he doesn't pay attention to them. Whirlwind Axe had never seen Yifeng, nor Zhu Bainiao, so he thought the car was full of ordinary people. Dao Scar felt that there was no need for Yifeng to take action when encountering this kind of trouble, so he attacked decisively. After bypassing the front of the car in 2 seconds, Scar held the machete and slashed directly at the Whirlwind Axe. He just wanted to scare the other party and let the other party retreat, but it was a pity that the Whirlwind Axe was more ruthless than him. I saw that his fist condensed his inner energy, blasted out from the side, and hit the side of the machete hard, knocking it into the air easily. Before Scar could react, the gleaming machete had already come out of his hand, and fell to the side of the road with a clang. He opened his mouth all of a sudden. Why is this guy so vicious, similar to when Yifeng knocked down the pistol in his hand? Could it be that this guy is also from the martial arts world? Don't move. At this moment, Zhao Bei in the driver's seat suddenly said coldly, and at the same time, he took out a pistol and aimed it at the head of the whirlwind axe. It's not a strange thing that he can take out a pistol. It was completely ordered by Scar when he came out, and it was well hidden in the car. Driving a Hummer is also to make the other party feel afraid and relax the inspection in case they encounter inspections on the road. Whirlwind Axe was stunned for a moment. Gun? Obviously, his body skills are not as powerful as Yi Feng's, to the point where he can dodge bullets. When he saw the pistol at a glance, Whirlwind Axe was obviously stunned, apparently a little apprehensive. Seeing this, Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little regretful. He glanced at Zhu Bainiao, beside him, thinking that it's a pity that he couldn't watch this guy make a move. Zhu Bainiao also glanced at Yi Feng, as if he knew what he was thinking. He smiled and did not speak. Thinking to rob a Humvee, are you crazy? Zhao Bei followed Dao Scar all the year round, and his vicious aura was also very obvious. Although he is a cute guy in normal times, he is not ambiguous at critical moments. Stand back and stand by the side of the road. Zhao Bei raised his pistol and looked at the Whirlwind Axe warily. The corner of Whirlwind Axe's mouth squirmed, and then raised his hand to express his surrender. At the same time, he raised his right foot, intending to step back. But at this moment, this vicious man, one of the Jianghuai Shuangsha, suddenly moved, and punched him very quickly. As a martial artist, this punch finally did not humiliate his identity. It hit Zhao Bei's wrist heavily, and at the same time, he turned his fist into a palm, and took the pistol in his hand. The sudden change made Yi Feng unable to react, let alone the scar on the side. Brat, dare to point a gun at me, I'm tired of working. Whirlwind Axe smiled viciously, pointed the pistol at Zhao Bei's head with his backhand, and was ready to shoot without any hesitation. For him, killing is nothing more than a nod. As long as the people in the martial arts don't get the evidence, no one will do anything to him. In other words, once he makes a move, he will definitely kill all the other people present. Yi Feng's heart raced. He couldn't just die before reaching the destination, right? It's a pity that he is still in the back of the car, and it is too late to help. He felt a little regretful. He knew that before Zhu Bainiao made a move, if Zhao Bei was killed now. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the sound of two sharp weapons piercing the air sounded. Clang! Boom! Puff! 3 different sounds in a row came to Yi Feng's ears. In this fleeting moment, 2 throwing knives came out of nowhere. The first hit the pistol, and then the Whirlwind Axe reacted quickly and shot, but it hit the car window crookedly. The spear flew, and cut through the throat of the Whirlwind Axe. With a clang, the pistol fell to the ground. Whirlwind Axe had protruding eyes, turned his head to look at Zhu Bainiao, who was sitting in the back row, pointed at him, wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. Blood was gurgling from the throat, and he fell to the ground in a moment. There is a bridge ahead, so I don't need to tell you how to deal with it. Zhu Bainiao said in a very aggressive tone, and glanced at the fallen body of Whirlwind Axe. It's no wonder I'm looking for my own death. Hidden weapon technique. Yi Feng realized all of a sudden, this Zhu Bainiao is actually a legendary master of hidden weapons. I just don't know how much cultivation he has. Judging from the speed and trajectory of the 2 throwing knives, just now, it should be 7 or 8 years old. Unfortunately, Yi Feng doesn't have spiritual consciousness now, so he can't check it. Cup, come down quickly. Dao Scar reacted quickly, looked at the corpse of Whirlwind Axe on the ground with lingering fear, and Zhu Bainiao who was sitting beside Yi Feng, and immediately called Zhao Bei, asking him to help throw the corpse into the rushing river ahead. Without hesitation, Zhao Bei got out of the car immediately, and the 2 cooperated to drag the corpse away while wrapping the throat of the corpse with a tissue to prevent blood stains. This Whirlwind Axe is very good at destroying corpses. Zhu Bainiao looked at Yi Feng's expression and found that he really looked like an ordinary person with a somewhat horrified look, so he explained, he wants to give us some noodles, so I should pay him back. I will die on my own. Under the method he is best at, he should feel very pleased. Bandaomian is a slang word in Jianghu, which means to kill a person and throw it into the water, destroying the corpse and destroying the trace. Yifeng raised his head and looked at Scar and Zhao Bei in front of him, throwing the body into the rushing river, thinking that the Jianghui Shuangsha finally came to an end today. Don't worry, it won't cause trouble if it's so clean and tidy, not to mention that Jianghui Shuangsha doesn't have any background. Zhu Bainiao continued. Yifeng nodded. I didn't expect Senior Zhu to be a master of hidden weapons. It's my honor to be able to walk with you. He acted adoringly. Seeing this, Zhu Bainiao did not suspect him, and completely regarded Yifeng as an ordinary person. I just don't know, what does this kid want to do in the ancient tomb ruins? When Scar and Zhao Bei returned after disposing of the dead bodies and the tattered motorcycle, the Humvee continued on its way. In an hour, everyone will be able to reach their destination, Linjiang City, but this short distance is the most disturbing moment for Dao Scar and Zhao Bei. The two of them now truly realize the dangers of the world, and if they are not careful, they will die. Dao Scar and Zhao Bei didn't know the relationship between Yifeng and Zhu Bainiao, they thought they were together. Because of this, the two were a little relieved, and soon drove the Hummer into a more prosperous area. After a night of driving, Linjiang City finally arrived. Find a place to park, Scar, Cup, you two find a hotel to stay. Yifeng ordered, Senior Zhu, and I will leave for a few days first. Yes. Dao Scar nodded in agreement, feeling a little worried in his heart. If Yifeng didn't come back after a certain time, wouldn't he be poisoned to death? The black Hummer gradually stopped on the side of the road. Don't worry. Yifeng got out of the car, and whispered next to Dao Scar, I will help you suppress the poison before you leave. In case I don't come back within a week, I'll be fine if I eat this when the poison occurs. After speaking, he quietly threw him a small pill, which he had prepared before, which could suppress the toxicity in Scar's body for half a month. Yes. Scar put away the small pill and nodded, hesitating for a moment. Don't I have to go with Brother Yi? No, you just wait for me here. Also, pretend that I've been at the hotel, remember? Yifeng ordered that this is the main purpose of bringing Dao Scar and Zhao Bei here. The news of him leaving Yanjing will definitely reach the ears of many people. In order to avoid trouble, Dao Scar and Zhao Yi must be in Linjiang City, pretending to be with Yifeng all the time. The method is very simple. Every day when you go out to buy food, you buy 3 servings. I believe Dao Scar will be very good at it. Yes. Dao Scar solemnly agreed, and now he also vaguely understood Yifeng's meaning. Okay, let's go. Yifeng distanced himself from him, turned his head to take a look, and found that Zhu Bainiao didn't pay attention to the conversation and actions of him and Dao Scar, but was looking at a certain place ahead of the road. Yifeng followed his gaze, but saw a group of 2 gray cloth shirts and straw hats wrapped in oilcloth on their backs, walking forward along the road, although their steps were not fast, but their speed was very fast. A man and a woman, dressed in clothes that look out of place with the modern city. Get in the car, don't be spotted by them. Just as Zhu Bainiao got out of the car, he saw the two of them from a distance, and immediately said something, then opened the door and got into the car. Listen to Senior Zhu. Seeing Dao Scar and Zhao Bei looking at him, Yifeng nodded, knowing that those 2 straw hats were not easy. After getting into the car, the Hummer continued to move forward, speeding past the 2 straw hats. In order to avoid trouble, Yifeng didn't look at the 2 straw hats, because he knew that a cultivator with a certain level of cultivation would be very sensitive to other people's eyes. The sparse passers-by in the early morning also cast surprised eyes on the 2 straw hat drivers, but they were even more envious of the suddenly approaching Hummer. Those who can afford a Hummer are rich people. Senior Zhu, who are those 2? Seeing that the distance was getting farther and farther away, Yifeng asked softly. It's a pair of lunatics from Tiandao Temple, don't mess with them. Zhu Baijia's expression was as usual, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of nervousness, even Yifeng could see it. Oh. Yifeng pretended not to take it seriously, nodded and didn't ask any further questions. It's just that when Zhu Baijia said this, Dao Scar sitting in front of Yifeng trembled, as if he had thought of something. Seeing it, Yifeng thought he was right. Heavenly Sword Palace, is this a martial arts sect that uses swords? Could it be that the guy who left that terrifying scar on Scar's face is the person from the Heavenly Sword Palace? Yifeng didn't ask any further questions. Even if he knew the other party's identity, he would not be able to avenge Scar. The gap in strength is too great. The guy now has at least 20 years of cultivation. The Hummer drove into the urban area, attracting the eyes of many citizens along the way. Zhu Baijia was a little wary of these eyes, and signaled Yifeng to find a place to stop. At the entrance of a hotel, the Hummer drove into the underground parking lot, and the four of them got out of the car one after another. At this moment, the old-fashioned mobile phone on Zhu Baijia's body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and looked, and his face immediately changed. Where is the remains of the ancient tomb? Let's go there now. Yifeng turned his head and said to Zhu Baijia, seeing the change in his face, he couldn't help becoming a little vigilant. Judging from Zhu Baijia's method of killing whirlwind axe, this treacherous tomb robber is definitely a ruthless character. Yifeng had to be wary of him. Sorry, I can't accompany you there. Zhu Baijia held the 10 million bank card tightly, and said with emphasis, I didn't mean to break the contract, it's really important. After speaking, Astride wanted to leave. Don't try to run away, or you've cheated me 10 million yuan. I'll tell my grandpa, and you won't be able to afford it. Yifeng snorted coldly, and issued a heavy threat. Zhu Baijia was taken aback when he heard the words, obviously a little apprehensive, so he stopped, thought for a moment and said, that's the only way to go. I'll draw you 2 rough maps, one leading to the entrance of the ancient tomb, one is a route map from inside the tomb. After finishing speaking, he turned his head, with a cold light in his eyes, that's the best we can do, don't push too hard, I'm really in a hurry. In that case, let's draw a map. Scar, get a pen and paper. After Yifeng confessed, he stood aside, ready to guard against Zhu Baijia's attack at any time. Now that he can't figure out the opponent's level, he doesn't dare to force him rashly. It would be easier if he had a map of the ancient tomb. Professional tomb robbers are different, but in just 5 minutes, Zhu Baijia has roughly drawn the 2 maps, vividly. If the map is wrong, or if something goes wrong with me, my grandfather will not let you go. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and put away the map. Humph, don't worry, it's no good for me to lie to you. Zhu Baijia snorted softly, and then he saw his figure scattered, and ran out of the parking lot in 3 or 2 steps, and disappeared in front of the 3 of them like the wind. This guy's movement is also terrifying, even Yifeng couldn't see his tracks clearly. The cultivation base is still too low. I hope the trip to the ancient tomb can be rewarding. Yifeng thought to himself, it would be best if he could cultivate for 5 years, then that would be enough to protect himself in this world. It's a pity that the treasures of heaven and earth are not so easy to obtain, but the rhinoceros grass that Zhu Baijia mentioned before is very likely to be some kind of treasure that can improve one's cultivation. He flipped through the 2 maps casually, knowing what he knew, and then greeted Dao Scar and Zhao Bei, and the 3 of them left the underground parking lot together. Just after he came out, Yifeng suddenly saw a familiar guy not far away. It's the boy from the Long family from last time. During the Long family trade fair, this bitch was standing at the door, checking the invitation letter. Yifeng remembered her. At this time, this little boy was arguing with a young couple at the entrance of this hotel, with a playful look on his face. Yifeng's heart trembled, thinking to himself that this little boy is here. Where's Long Wanner? He immediately glanced around, feeling tense. Yifeng quickly glanced around, but did not see Long Wanner. It seems that there is only that little white face and the Long family in the vicinity, so it is easy to handle, and there is no need to worry about being chased and killed by Long Wanner so early. Yifeng walked a little slower, followed behind Dao Scar and Zhao Beibei, secretly observed the little boy, and found that the guy seemed to be harassing the young couple. How about it? I, Long Xian, have plenty of money, stay with me for a day, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan, how about it? The little white-faced Long Xian stopped in front of the young couple in a foolish way, looked at the beautiful girl frivolously, and said arrogantly. Crazy, why don't you get out of the way? The beautiful girl screamed coquettishly, wearing a white shirt and black skirt. She was very sexy, as if she just came out of the hotel with her boyfriend. Judging from her tone, it's obvious that she doesn't like Long Xian. Hey, everyone has a price, 10,000 is not enough, 20,000? 30,000? Long Xian chuckled lightly, come on, the beauty makes an offer. As he spoke, he looked contemptuously at the young man next to the beautiful girl, his eyes full of contempt. Little boy, you have to limit your jokes. The young man was quite strong, and when he saw this, he stood firmly in front of his girlfriend, stared at Long Xian and threatened, apologize now, and pretend this never happened, otherwise. Yo, you're threatening me. Long Xian smiled contemptuously, and the mole on his chin was very eye-catching. Master, I'm just here for the first time, and I need a beautiful woman to play with. I just think your girlfriend is nice, with straight breasts and upturned buttocks. Let me play for a day. That's it, money is not a problem, haha. After saying this, the few passers-by around showed expressions of contempt towards Long Xian. But when this happened, no one came out to say anything. After all, no one wanted to cause trouble, and there was another young couple who saw this and walked away from the road far away, for fear of being seen by that perverted boy. Hearing Long Xian's words, the burly young man glared angrily, his veins bulging. No matter who it is, as long as it's a man, how can he bear it when he hears such teasing of his girlfriend? Brother Yi? Seeing this, Dao Scar glanced at Yifeng and wanted to ask him if he wanted to take care of it. Don't worry about it, go open 3 rooms first. Cup, help me buy some dry food nearby. If you can fill your stomach in the mountains, I will set off after finishing. Yifeng gave an order, ignored Long Xian and the young couple, and went straight into the hotel. He thought to himself, then Long Xian would never just rob people on the street, he didn't need to get involved in this kind of thing, everything would be fine if Long Xian didn't notice. He quickly opened the room. Zhao Beibei went out alone to buy some dry food and pasta, while Yifeng and Dao Scar went to his room, showing that he wanted to live permanently. The room is on the 3rd floor, the environment is not bad, but Yifeng doesn't care about the environment, but if the floor is low, he can jump out the window without being noticed by anyone. With his current cultivation base, there would be no danger if he jumped from a height of more than 10 meters on the 3rd floor. Yifeng made the illusion of a permanent residence, and about half an hour later, Zhao Bei came back after buying things, including beef jerky, compressed biscuits, mineral water, etc., all packed in a small bag, which is easy to carry and can be enough for an ordinary person. If it was Yifeng who ate food all day, it would not be a problem to last a week. Yifeng took the black bag from Zhao Beibei's hand, and suddenly remembered something and asked, "How's that little boy outside?" "It was gone when I came back." Zhao Bei knew who he was talking about, so he smiled and said, "Maybe he's a lunatic, there's no one looking for a woman in the street. Even if a girl is willing for the sake of money, it's impossible to just agree. Brother Yi, what do you say? Isn't it?" Yifeng didn't speak, but his heart was relaxed. He is not a kind person rationally. If he encounters something that puts him in danger, he will never take care of it. But emotionally, he was still a little worried about the young couple. Long Xian is from the martial arts world, so if the strong young man had a conflict with him, he must not be able to please him. Since Zhao Bei didn't see that the two sides were still in conflict, then Long Xian must have left. He went back to the room alone, just about to take out the mask and put it in a black bag for easy carrying, when suddenly, he heard the sound of glass breaking outside the window. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of young girls' cries, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the girls' cries stopped abruptly. Yifeng frowned, and after packing up his things, he immediately ran to the French window to have a look, only to see a girl fell to the ground. The ground was already covered with fresh blood, it looked like she couldn't survive. Isn't this the one just now? Yifeng's heart trembled. From the point of view of clothes, the white shirt and black short skirt, isn't it the beautiful girl who was entangled by Long Xian outside? It's just that the shirt and short skirt on her body now have some traces of being torn, and Yifeng knew roughly what happened after thinking about it for a while. Is it a good thing done by the little boy of the Long family? Yifeng thought of that Long Xian, and felt inexplicably angry. Although he didn't know what was going on, but he forced him to jump off the building, that little boy was not a thing. Yifeng has seen too many people die in the world of cultivating immortals. Even after coming to the earth, he has seen them many times, but all of them are extremely vicious. This time, it was an innocent girl who died. There is an alley behind the hotel, and no one passed by at first. But when the sound of the girl jumping from the building came out, the crowd soon began to gather, pointing fingers, and at the same time, many people began to call the police and call 120. Looking at the shocking red spread on the ground, Yifeng didn't hesitate, and directly changed into a set of black casual clothes brought by the Humvee, put on a mask, and picked up the black package containing things in one hand. He didn't jump out of the window, but quietly left the room, without even notifying Dao Scar and Zhao Bei. He went down the stairs to the hotel lobby. There are 3 elevators in the hotel. Yifeng walked out of the hotel, hid aside and watched the elevator entrance. Once Long Xian, a scumbag, appears, he will follow him from a distance, looking for an opportunity to kill him with a sword. Anyway, the dragon sword ancient ring is very convenient, it can be sent and received freely, and it will not leave any clues at all. The murderer is not the entity, but the true energy sword. Once the true energy is dispersed, where can we find the murder weapon? After finishing the matter neatly, he went straight into the mountain and followed the map to find the location of the ancient tomb. The incident of the girl jumping off the building behind the hotel was quickly known by the people nearby, and they all rushed to the back alley to watch. And the elevator door in the hotel lobby finally opened, but what appeared was not Long Xian, but a burly young man with a bruised nose and a swollen face, with an anxious expression on his face. Wasn't he the boyfriend of the girl who jumped off the building? Lily, that bastard. The burly young man with a bruised nose and swollen face shouted the girl's name, stumbled out of the hotel, and walked around to the alley behind. When he saw the blood all over the ground, and the motionless girl lying in the pool of blood, he felt a loud bang in his mind, and his mind went blank, and he knelt down on the ground weakly, with a look of despair. Yifeng waited for 10 minutes, but before Long Xian came out, 3 police cars rushed over and surrounded the hotel. Strange, where did that little white face go? Is it still staying inside? Yifeng frowned slightly, and decided not to wait any longer. He thought for a while, the Long family is a leading family in martial arts, not to mention the power in the secular world. Even if Long Xian forced a girl to jump off a building and was arrested by the police, she would probably be released with a phone call. Under such circumstances, why did the other party run out of the hotel? He wanted to get rid of Long Xian just by the way. If he wasted too much time on this scum, it would not be worthwhile. He can't go into the hotel to kill people, that would be very troublesome. Master is more important. After thinking about it for a while, Yifeng prepared to go directly into the mountain and find the ruins of the ancient tomb with the help of the map. He turned around and saw that the girl had been picked up by an ambulance, and several police officers were blocking the scene. 2 other policemen were questioning the beaten young man with a bruised nose and taking notes. Yifeng just listened to it for a while, and knew that this was really a good thing done by that little boy Long Xian. When the young man and his girlfriend came out of the hotel in the morning, they met Long Xian and were entangled by each other. The guy from the northeast has a straightforward temper, so when he is pestered and insulted by the other party, he will naturally start to fight. Unfortunately, the young man is not Long Xian's opponent. The young man's girlfriend couldn't stand it anymore. She cried and begged for mercy with Long Xian, and was then taken into the hotel by Long Xian. The young man knew something was wrong, so he rushed upstairs with injuries all over his body, but it was too late. When he arrived, the girl had already fallen to her death, and Long Xian had disappeared. Missing? Yifeng thought about it for a while, but he didn't think about it, and finally took a look at the young man with a blue nose and a swollen face, and thought, if he meets that pretty boy again, he will take revenge for you. He jumped 2 steps and ran straight to the east, but was spotted by the police all at once. Stop! One of the policemen shouted immediately, thinking that this guy was wearing a mask, which was too suspicious. But Yifeng didn't pay any attention to the other party, and cast the Suning Xian Zong, running a distance of 30 to 40 meters in just 1 second, leaving behind a faint afterimage. His figure had already disappeared from the police, flashing into the alley not far away. Hey, my eyes are blurred? The 2 policemen looked at the deserted street, and they were a little surprised. Could it be that they had hallucinations after not sleeping well at night, right? To the east of Linjiang City is a stretch of ravines and dense forests. Yifeng took a map and plunged into it. He has spent some time in the world of cultivating immortals, and he has long been used to the days of eating and sleeping in the open. After entering the jungle and the mountains, he seemed like a duck to water. Without the constraints of the city, he felt refreshed and happy. When he was on the road in the Humvee last night, because he had to be on guard against Zhu Bainiao, he didn't have a good rest. However, the endurance of a cultivator is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if he has only cultivated for a year and a half, it is not a problem for him to stay up for 48 hours in a row. Facing the map all the way and running towards the destination, Yifeng didn't see any people, and there were often villages and rivers in the mountains, so he didn't have to worry about the water source. Although he couldn't continue to use swift shadow and wizardry, his physical strength was much better than that of ordinary people, and he ran extremely fast. After a whole day, he passed countless ravines and small villages, and ran farther than a marathon. The distance ahead is already close to the Chongbai Mountain Nature Reserve, and the terrain is getting higher. The popular Chongbai Mountain tourist attraction is not here, and this kind of place is naturally inaccessible. This map is not bad. According to this map, we will be able to reach the entrance of the ancient tomb in 2 hours. Yifeng leaned against a tree trunk to rest for a while, drank some water, and calculated the distance on the map. He gave Zhu Bainiao 10 million. Although the other party couldn't take him to the ancient tomb due to urgent matters, he believed that the other party didn't need to lie to him. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yifeng felt that he had recovered to his full strength, and finally set off again. But this time he hadn't run far when he suddenly heard the sound of panicked footsteps in the woods ahead. Someone? Yifeng frowned, became vigilant, quickly found a big rock, and hid behind. I heard that because of the spirit rhinoceros, many martial arts people have come to this place recently. Yifeng dare not show his head indiscriminately. Not to mention others, just like Zhu Bainiao, if he was approached in the dark by the other party, he would probably die if he couldn't dodge in time. The rivers and lakes are dangerous, no less than the world of cultivating immortals. The footsteps were disordered, and the sound of heavy panting was heard. Yifeng could clearly hear that there was only one person running over, as if he was injured. Who is in front? An extremely vigilant voice quickly reached Yifeng's ears, making him startled. Isn't such an aggressive sharp voice Zhu Bainiao's? Oh? So it's Zhu Bainiao, so embarrassed. Yifeng didn't forget that he was wearing a mask now, so he didn't reveal his identity, and said in a deep voice, while still hiding behind the stone. Who is your excellency, recognize me? Zhu Bainiao stopped, and seemed to lean against a tree to rest. When he heard Yi Feng calling his name, he became more vigilant. I'm Yi Feng's friend, and I'm about to go to the ancient tomb. He told me about you. Did you draw this map for him? Yi Feng smiled deeply. My name is Mo Joga. I don't know why Brother Taiwan is in such a mess. Are you the masked one who killed Tan Langjian? Zhu Bainiao had obviously heard of the name Mo Joga, and suddenly became vigilant. According to the rumors, the masked Mo Joga is an extremely terrifying swordsman. Greedy Wolf Sword, a vicious swordsman with 5 years of cultivation, was beheaded by Mo Joga's sword. The method shocked the Long family and listed him as an enemy. It's me. Yi Feng replied in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, God really has eyes. Let me, Zhu Bainiao, meet someone like you before I die. Cough, cough. Zhu Bainiao laughed suddenly, but soon coughed. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Since you are Yi Feng's friend, then you are my Zhu Bainiao's friend. This Lingxiong grass can help you improve your cultivation for more than 2 years. If you help me accomplish something, I will give it to you as a gift. Anyway, my pulse is broken, and I can't live for 2 hours. When Yi Feng heard this, he was startled. Unexpectedly, Zhu Bainiao was so embarrassed after not seeing him for a short time. It seems that the world is really dangerous. Could it be that he was seriously injured because of the consonant's grass, and he is chasing and killing him? More than 2 years of cultivation. There is no doubt that Yi Feng was tempted immediately. Under a small cliff, Yi Feng was wearing a mask, sitting with Zhu Bainiao in the identity of Mo Joga, with their backs against the rock wall. Zhu Bainiao was still wearing the old dark blue cloth clothes, but now it looked tattered, especially the big hole in the chest, which had been soaked in fresh blood and turned into red cloth strips. His face was haggard and painful, which was worse than Yi Feng imagined. Many of them were even more embarrassed. You promise me one thing, this spirit rhinoceros is yours. Zhu Bainiao struggled to caress in his bosom, and with great difficulty took out a blue plant, with roots, as long as an adult's arm, a total of 7 or 8 leaves. The sky blue was very beautiful. When Yi Feng saw it, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the Jiaolan spirit grass from the immortal cultivation realm? It is actually called the spirit rhinoceros grass on earth. If it is a mature blue spirit grass, after absorbing the aura of heaven and earth in it, it can improve the cultivation level of the immortal cultivator for 3 years. This is a spiritual herb that is much stronger than the golden leaf grass. If the golden leaf grass wants to have such an effect, it must be 30 years old. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, this is almost impossible, because there are too many cultivators searching everywhere. As long as there are a few years old, it will be picked up. Plants that can improve one's cultivation level are called spiritual herbs, while plants that cannot improve one's cultivation level are called medicinal herbs. The values of the two are completely different. There are not many types of spiritual herbs in the whole world, and the effect of each spiritual herb to improve the cultivation level is only once for each cultivator. This is why Yi Feng was so surprised. Jiaolan spiritual grass is more precious than spirit stones in the world of cultivating immortals. He never thought that there would be Jiaolan spiritual grass on the earth. The Jiaolan spirit grass in front of him is almost mature. If Yi Feng absorbs all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he will definitely be able to reach 4 years or even higher cultivation base. It's one step closer to 5 years. Yi Feng was unavoidably excited, but on the surface he looked indifferent. Because this thing is still in Zhu Bainiao's hands, he can't be too happy. Although this guy was seriously injured and dying, it was inevitable that he would not strike before death. Yi Feng asked himself, it is very difficult to avoid the opponents throwing knives. If you can't do it, I'd rather, destroy it. Zhu Bainiao coughed and said, tightly holding the Jiaolan spirit grass in his hand. Tell me, why did it become like this? Yi Feng was also a little curious. if it was said that this guy became like this because of the xuanhuan spirit grass, it would not be worthwhile at all. This reminded him of when he first met Long Wanner, that chick was in a similar situation. I don't know why you want to go to the ancient tomb, but I just ask you to help me kill someone. Zhu Bainyao leaned on the rock wall, looked up at the sky, his eyes were full of bewilderment, and gradually narrated his experience. 10 years ago, Zhu Bainyao was just an ordinary tomb robber who accidentally rescued a senior expert and taught him a superficial martial arts mentality and hidden weapon techniques. Handy, I have acquired a lot of wealth in the past few years, but it is a pity that these tens of millions were squandered because of a beloved woman. The woman he loves is named Duwan, and she is a disciple of Yin Zi Chen sect, one of the top 10 sects in martial arts today. This sect is based in Quokang Mountain Cave, one of the 10 great caves, and its disciples are good at body skills and hidden weapons, almost similar to Zhu Bainyao's methods. Not long ago, when Zhu Bainyao was exploring the ruins of the ancient tombs of the Shang dynasty in Changbai Mountain, he found a stalk that was about to mature. He was ecstatic for a moment, so he took a photo to collect evidence and sent it to Duwan. Consonance grass is priceless. Once it appears, it will definitely set off a bloody storm in the martial arts world. And this will also allow the two of them to finally realize their original dream, to fly far away with enough wealth to free Duwan from the shackles of the hermit sect. Therefore, after Zhu Bainyao came out, he revealed the news about the rhinoceros to the Heavenly Knife Hall and the Long family. Although these two forces are not the strongest in the martial arts world, they are the richest. Zhu Bainyao wants the two to bid for the auction and sell the consonance grass when it matures. It's a pity that for some reason, the news of the appearance of consonance grass quickly spread in the rivers and lakes, and people from all walks of life rushed to Changbai Mountain. Zhu Bainyao has always sought stability. Seeing this situation, he made preparations for not being able to get the rhinoceros, and wanted to get 10 million in the secular world first, and finally come to Changbai Mountain to try his luck. If you can get the rhinoceros grass, then you can take it and sell it. If you can't, you can use the 10 million and go away with the cuckoo. But when he came to Linjiang City, he suddenly received a message from Duwan, and Duwan also came to Changbai Mountain. He was anxious, so he left Yifeng and went straight into the mountain. Not long ago, he finally saw Duwan, and then took Duwan to fetch the rhinoceros. Fortunately, the location was hidden, and the rhinoceros was not found by others. But at a critical moment, another handsome young man from the hermit sect jumped out and joined Duwan to attack him. Zhu Bainyao knew immediately that he had been tricked by Duwan. His beloved woman has long been hooked up with that handsome young man. In addition to his heartache, he ran away, holding the spirit rhinoceros. The Immortal school is good at concealed weapons. Duwan and the handsome young man each released their concealed weapons and chased them down with their agility. After chasing and fleeing all the way, Zhu Bainyao finally got rid of the opponent with his rich experience, but he was hit by 2 hidden weapons in his chest, his heart pulse was broken, and he could live for no more than 2 hours. That guy, his name is Li Junlong, he is a key disciple of the younger generation of the Yin Zi Chen sect. He is very talented in comprehension of hidden weapon techniques. You help me, kill him. Zhu Bainyao coughed up fresh blood, and looked at Yifeng eagerly. With your sword's ability to kill Tanlang's sword, and absorbing the spirit rhinoceros, Li Junlong is definitely not your opponent. What about the cuckoo? Yifeng asked in a deep voice. Let her go, after all. Zhu Bainyao couldn't hold on any longer, his speech became incoherent, the bright red on his chest spread, and more blood was lost. I understand, I promise you. Yifeng nodded in a deep voice. It seems that Zhu Bainyao still has a deep affection for that cuckoo. Even if he encounters such a betrayal, he still has no intention of revenge at all. Quick, hide and absorb, they are chasing, I'll help you hold them back. Zhu Bainyao moved his ears, and suddenly felt something. He stuffed the Jiaolan spirit grass into Yifeng's hand, and said urgently. Yifeng's cultivation was not as good as Zhu Bainiao's, and his perception was not as sensitive as him, so he immediately took the gel on spirit grass. Reach the goal. As long as this thing is in hand, everything will be easy to handle. If it was someone else, it is very likely that he would not bother to care about other things when he got the things, but Yifeng is not such a person. As a man, we must keep our promises. Holding the gel on spirit grass in his hand, he looked around, and soon found a steep slope more than 10 meters away, covered with overgrown trees, which was easy to hide, so he immediately ran over and hid quietly, leaving Zhu Bainiao alone. Now is not the time for children to love each other. Yifeng will not waste time. What's more, Yifeng knew that Zhu Bainiao's injury was indeed hopeless. Soon, the light footsteps of a man and a woman approached quickly from far to near. Yifeng hid in the grass below the steep slope, while controlling his aura to be as stable as possible so that no one would notice him. While holding the gel on spirit grass, he began to absorb the powerful spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in it. Fortunately, he has been nurturing and broadening the meridians, otherwise, with the width of the meridians that just came to this world, he would not be able to withstand the aura of heaven and earth from a whole plant of gel on Lingqiao. The true qi in his body began to boil again, strands of spiritual energy from heaven and earth passed through the elixir core and transformed into true qi, pouring into the meridians of the whole body, and his cultivation base increased rapidly. Behind them, the footsteps of a man and a woman stopped quickly, apparently they stopped beside Zhu Bainiao. Immediately afterwards, the voices of both sides came over one after another. Duan, I just want to ask, why? Zhu Bainiao didn't seem to move, and asked the woman he loved with difficulty. No reason. A pretty female voice sounded, with disdain in her tone. Isn't it wishful thinking to want me to go with you just for 10 million? Besides, my heart has long belonged to Junlong, and it has always been in my heart. Just using you. Ha ha. A hearty male voice came. It was the handsome young man named Junlong. He sounded like a gentleman, but what he said was really outrageous. That's really good, you have racked your brains to rob the tomb, and there are more than 40 million people in total. I gave it to Duan, and it eventually became a resource for my cultivation. Should I thank you, Zhu Bainiao? Humph, stop talking nonsense. You really deserve to be a member of the Ancient sect, so insidious. Zhu Bainiao said with difficulty. He could no longer feel the physical pain, only the mental pain, which made him die without regret. Forget it, a mere 40 million yuan is nothing in the eyes of me, Li Junlong. The young man smiled disdainfully. If it wasn't for the appearance of the rhinoceros this time, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. But why should I lose my life for a rhinoceros? It's not worth it. Even if I die, I won't let such an insidious villain like you get cheap. As Zhu Bainiao was talking, he suddenly became agitated, cough. Duan, don't trust him. This kid just wants to absorb the rhinoceros herb for himself. How could he be willing to sell it and go away with you? The woman named Duan snorted softly. You are wrong. How could Junlong be such a person? We have already agreed that when the consonant's grass is sold for billions, we will go abroad to live a stable life. The Ancient school, we all won't be going back again. As soon as these words came out, Yifeng listened to them clearly and finally understood the whole story better. It seems that the environment of the Ancient sect in Quokang Mountain Cave is not very good, or the rules are strict and cruel, making Duan and Li Junlong not want to stay any longer. You are too naive. Zhu Bainiao struggled and said, Li Junlong is the adoptive son of the elder of the criminal law in the Ancient sect. How can a guy like him give up such a condition, with you? You're talking nonsense. Duan scolded, interrupting Zhu Bainiao's speech. But then, a series of laughter came. Ha ha ha, Zhu Bainiao, you have a lot of brains. Yes, I can't give up such a condition. Therefore, this stupid woman can't survive today, and you can die in the next day. Together, we should be able to rest in peace, right? While saying this, there were several sounds of hidden weapons piercing through the air, followed by the sound of flying knives entering the body and metal hidden weapons colliding with each other. Ah! Junlong, you! The woman screamed, as if she was injured, and the messy and staggering footsteps sounded quickly. As soon as Yifeng heard it, he knew that Li Junlong could get the spirit rhinoceros grass alone, so he finally couldn't bear it and wanted to get rid of Duwan. Yifeng didn't know the specific situation, but at this moment, he finally absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy of the whole Zhelan spirit grass. For full years of cultivation had more than doubled his strength. Now Yifeng, his whole body is full of the feeling of becoming stronger, his true energy is surging. He could feel that if he used the 8 diagrams fist now, he could knock a cow into the air with one punch. And the Sunning Xian Zone, finally able to last at least a minute, which is a great guarantee for his safety. If the true energy sword is condensed with the ancient dragon sword ring, the duration will be several times longer. It's time to act. With one leap of Yifeng, Fairy Shadow of the Swift Shadow was cast immediately, and an afterimage in place flashed away. And his body had already slid out of the steep slope, and suddenly came to the place where everyone in the forest was entangled, and he could see the situation clearly at a glance. It turned out that Li Junlong was about to strike and kill Duwan. Zhu Bainiao had expected his move, and stood upright to help Duwan block 3 throwing knives, 2 hit the abdomen and 1 hit the shoulder. At the same time, he also released the hidden weapon flying knives, accurately hitting Li Junlong's other 3 flying knives, but Li Junlong is worthy of being a genius of the Yinxian sect. He has already learned the technique of celestial maiden scattering flowers. At the same time, more than a dozen flying knives flew out. Even though Zhu Bainiao tried his best to protect Duwan, he was hit by 4 or 5 knives. Duwan, hurry, run! Zhu Bainiao was covered in blood, standing in front of the woman he loved but betrayed him, like a solid city wall. Duwan was taken aback by the sudden attack, and couldn't react when he heard the words. His face was full of disbelief. It was a woman with a round face. She didn't look extremely beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. She was a more attractive type, and several blood-red flowers had already bloomed on a set of black cloves. Can you still escape? Li Junlong snorted coldly, stood 10 meters away from the 2 of them, and once again prepared more than 10 small throwing knives in his hands. This is an extremely handsome man. He is countless times stronger than Zhu Bainiao. No wonder he can attract Duwan to be devoted to him. But just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed something, and quickly turned his head to look in the direction where Yifeng appeared. Who? Swish! With a flash of red sword light, Li Junlong didn't even see the shadow of the enemy, but felt himself flying up. The world was spinning, and what appeared in front of him was a standing headless corpse that was spurting blood. Wasn't it himself? Before he lost consciousness, the last thing he saw was a young man wearing a mask and black casual clothes, and suddenly thought of something in his mind. This is Mo Jioga. It's a pity that he fell into endless darkness immediately after, and was no longer conscious. Yifeng put away the red true energy sword and raised his head. It is not difficult for him to kill Li Junlong with a single sword, and the opponent has less than 10 years of cultivation, and he is good at hidden weapons. Once it appears in the open, wouldn't it be slaughtered? Sunning Xianzong and Long Jiangu Jia's true energy sword are completely superclass assassination techniques. And now he is more comfortable in performing these moves. Even if he meets Long Wanner again, he will be able to fight the opponent head-on. This is the feeling of becoming stronger. As Li Junlong's headless body fell heavily to the ground, Zhu Bainiao spat out blood, and finally couldn't hold on anymore, and collapsed on the ground all at once. Duwan, a round-faced woman, saw Yifeng appear wearing a mask, and Li Junlong's head was flying high. She was frightened silly at that time. Her legs were weak, and the 5 knife wounds on her body were still bleeding. Almost fainted too, barely leaning against a tree. Don't kill me, the spirit rhinoceros is on him. Duwan pointed at Zhu Bainiao tremblingly, with a look of fear on his face. When Yifeng saw this, he could only shake his head. He didn't know what Zhu Bainiao liked about her, but he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. But in this world, there is no reason to talk about love, and only Zhu Bainiao can understand that. Yifeng came to Zhu Bainiao's side in 2 or 3 steps, and squatted down halfway, ready to check his injuries. He's not dead yet, unfortunately he won't be able to last long, not to mention Yifeng, even a famous medical immortal in the world of cultivating immortals, it is impossible for him to return to heaven. Thank you, brother, bring me paper and pen, I'll draw for you. Zhu Bainiao spoke intermittently, almost unable to lift one hand. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't say much. After returning to the steep slope where he had just now, he took out the small black bag he put his things in from the grass, and took out the map and pen. Turning over the map of the ancient tomb, Yifeng handed the paper and pen to Zhu Bainiao. Duan watched from the side, not knowing what the two of them were doing. This masked man killed Li Junlong, shouldn't he search for the rhinoceros as soon as possible now? Why do you need paper and pen? Yifeng frowned slightly, feeling that this woman was in the way, so he got up and walked towards her. What are you going to do? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing this, Duan was terrified and screamed, trying to stand up and run away, but he had no strength at all. Snapped. Yifeng slashed at the back of her neck with a hand knife, making her faint. When he came back, Zhu Bainiao had already drawn a map with trembling hands. Yifeng took a rough look and found that the map pointed to the sea in the east of Huagua, probably within the scope of Zhejiang province. The destination was marked with ghost crying sword technique. What is that? Yifeng was a little puzzled. The hidden immortal school, the lost technique of hidden weapons, practiced to the extreme, can make flying knives accompanied by the sound of howling ghosts and wolves, hurting people's sanity. It's a pity, my talent is not high. Zhu Bainiao closed his eyes while talking. The senior who passed it on to me is a traitor from the Yin sect. Before he finished speaking, he swallowed his last breath, completely silent. Yifeng checked the map carefully, put the map away, and mourned for Zhu Bainiao for a while. Then he condensed his true energy sword, dug a pit beside him, and buried Zhu Bainiao's body in it. After all, this is not the real world of cultivating immortals, but a modern city. It is extremely inappropriate to leave the corpse like this. As for Li Junlong's body, it was thrown off the small cliff by Yifeng and washed away by the rushing river. After everything was dealt with, Yifeng came to the side of the fainted Duan, and checked a little. None of the 5 flying knives hit her vitals, but the flying knives were somewhat poisonous. After hesitating for a while, Yifeng took out a small medicine bottle from the black pouch, poured out 2 antidote pills from it, and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he did his best anyway. The love of a lifetime turns out to be a betrayal. Yifeng stood up, took one last look at the mound where Zhu Bainiao was buried, turned and left the place. He thought of Su Menghan. If he and Su Menghan lived here forever, what would happen in the end? No one knows, but since Su Menghan believes in him, he will also choose to believe in the other party. Ghost crying saber technique, the hidden weapon technique lost by the Yin school. If you have time, it would be good to look for it, so that you can understand what martial arts in this world are all about. Yifeng thought in his heart. He knew that the hidden weapon technique of the Yin sect was definitely not as simple as throwing flying knives. Their hidden weapons are far more powerful than those thrown by ordinary people, and there must be a specific way of inner energy running inside. He ran along a small river in the grass, and ran not far in the direction of the ancient tomb ruins. Suddenly, he saw 2 figures he had seen before. They were the 2 men in gray cloth shirts and straw hats, with long tarpaulins on their backs. Package, like a weapon. A man and a woman are on the other side of the river, not far from Yifeng, walking in the same direction as him. Fortunately, the place where Yifeng was overgrown with vegetation, and the other party hadn't noticed his existence for the time being. I don't know the strength of the Heavenly Knife Palace. Yi Feng was careful not to let the other party know that the gel on spirit grass had been absorbed by him. Just as he was about to change his way, the accidental words of the man and woman caught Yi Feng's attention. "Hey, that girl from the Long family should be in front of us." The woman is seductive and said coquettishly. "Jia Jia, last time the golden leaf grass was soft-handed. If we meet again this time I will definitely kill her with one blow." The man was gloomy, sticking out his red tongue and licking his lips. He looked like a murderous maniac, without blinking an eye. "I know, you just want to capture that chick alive and enjoy it. But this time the Long family has come a lot, so I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get her." The woman snorted lightly. "Baby, I know." The man smiled sinisterly. "However, how can such a beauty not taste it? Even if it's just a beautiful corpse." Yi Feng eavesdropped in the bushes across the river, and immediately understood what Zhu Bainiao meant by a pair of perverts from the Heavenly Sword Palace. It turned out that last time Long Wanner snatched the golden leaf grass from this pair of perverted men and women, and was rescued by Yi Feng when she was running away from a coma. It's really a dog biting Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know a good heart. Yi Feng cursed secretly in his heart. If Long Wanner falls into the hands of these two guys, he doesn't even need to think about what will happen now. That chick would avenge her kindness and deal with him everywhere. It was simply unreasonable. "Who?" The gloomy man suddenly shouted sharply, startling Yi Feng. But soon Yi Feng noticed that the other party didn't find him, but a woodcutter in front of him, also wearing a straw hat, but it was obviously just an ordinary person. The woodcutter was carrying a medicine basket on his back. He should be a villager who went to the mountains to collect medicine. He was obviously taken aback when he saw the two people from the Heavenly Sword Palace by the river. Then, his eyes were attracted by the seductive woman with a curvy and exquisite figure, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. "What are you looking at?" The gloomy man's voice sank. It was obvious that he was very displeased with the gaze of the other party. Can his women just look around at will? Not good. Through the grass, Yi Feng saw the murderous intent flashing in the man's sinister eyes, and his heart shuddered. This guy wouldn't even kill a woodcutter collecting herbs? However, before Yi Feng could react, the man had already untied the long tarpaulin wrapping behind his back, and grasped the exposed handle of the knife. Swish! The figure was incomparably swift, and then under the setting sun, a long knife slashed at the medicine-gathering woodcutter from top to bottom, reflecting the orange-red light. Men are as fast as lightning. Yi Feng was stunned in his heart. The speed of the other party's burst at that moment was actually faster than his swift shadow wizard. He didn't have time to go forward, he just hesitated for a moment, and could only watch helplessly as the knife slashed. If it hits the target, the entire woodcutter will be cut in two. Yi Feng didn't even have time to react. That day the long knife in the hands of the man in the sword palace had already reached the top of the woodcutter's head, and within a few tenths of a second, it would be split in half. However, at this moment, another figure like a whirlwind jumped out of the bushes beside him, and stopped in front of the woodcutter in an instant. It's an old man. What a speed! Yi Feng was startled. The old man seemed familiar, but the speed was too fast, right? The flowers are gone in a blink of an eye. Boom! The old man slapped the palm sideways, the powerful internal energy condensed in the palm, and slapped the long knife away with incomparable precision. A terrifying crack appeared, and debris flew around. Yi Feng hid in the grass, took a closer look. The old man was actually the old Huang whom he had met at the Long family trade fair before. That is Huang Peirong of Tianzhu Mountain. He had 30 years of cultivation. Unexpectedly, this old man also came. Yi Feng thought in his heart. He didn't dare to watch the confrontation between the two sides, so he hurriedly took a long way to continue walking. Yi Feng didn't want to have any conflicts with Huang Peirong or those two guys from the Heavenly Knife Hall. Now he just wanted to reach the ancient tomb safely and search for Su Feiying's trace. Then Mr. Huang is probably not a villain, and I don't know why he is looking for Imojoga. Yi Feng thought to himself, remembering what Huang Peirong asked him to convey to Imojoga when he was in Langfang Hotel. Shaking his head, he didn't think much, and walked up the mountain road, always being careful of the surrounding situation. The current Changbai mountain is full of dangers, just like just now. Yi Feng did not realize that there is still a Huang Lao hiding nearby. Of course, no matter how dangerous it is, his determination to go to the ruins of the ancient tomb cannot be changed. After another half an hour, Yi Feng came to the halfway up the mountain, a place where the woods were more dense, and weeds were overgrown. Looking sideways through the grass, you can see the winding mountain road ahead, and after 2 or 3 kilometers, you will reach a spacious mountain platform. Yi Feng frowned, because there were more than 10 people on the mountain platform, and they were all from the martial arts world. If you want to go to the entrance of the ancient tomb, the mountain platform is the only way to go, but Yi Feng is wearing a mask now. It is purely delusional to want to pass through the mountain platform with so many people. By the way, these people all came here because of the consonance grass. Could it be that the mountain platform is the place where the consonance grass is auctioned as agreed? Yi Feng quickly reacted, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the sound of messy footsteps in front of him, accompanied by an extremely alluring woman Jiao Pan, who seemed to have known him before. What's the situation? Yi Feng stopped, and immediately wanted to hide in the grass beside him, but before he could make a move, a delicate figure suddenly rushed out of the grass and bumped towards him. Yi Feng raised his hand subconsciously, wanting to activate the true energy sword of Longjian Gujia, and kill people in the future. Because he wasn't sure if the other party wanted to sneak attack or something else. But in a hurry, he saw clearly who bumped into him. It was Long Wanner with a blushing face. It's you. Long Wanner rushed out of the grass, her delicate body naturally bumped towards Yi Feng. When she raised her head, she also saw the masked man in front of her. She was startled, and there was a color of despair in her beautiful eyes. There was an ambush before and there was chasing after. Isn't this the same situation that Yi Feng faced after the Langfang trade fair? Yi Feng could tell at a glance that this chick was in a very bad situation. She had even been poisoned by some kind of sex poison, and she didn't know who gave it to her. Seeing her, Yi Feng suddenly had an idea and thought of a brilliant idea. Without thinking too much, he immediately stretched out a hand and embraced her soft delicate body into his arms. Immediately, a faint fragrance came to his nostrils, and a warm and soft touch penetrated through her snowflakes. The white dress was passed to Yi Feng's hands, which made him feel a little hot. But he immediately settled down. He didn't take advantage of this chick. Who is chasing you? Yi Feng approached her ear and asked softly. You let me go. Long Wanner's delicate body was struggling, her pretty face was flushed, and she wanted to slap him hard. It's a pity that Yi Feng's cultivation base has greatly increased now, and he easily grasped her pink palm. I want to help you, since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. When Long Wanner heard the words, she breathed in the fragrance, her beautiful eyes were full of suspicion. She didn't think that there must be fraud in this hateful masked man who would help her so kindly. Thinking of being molested by this guy in Langfang, Long Wanner was so angry that she wanted to throw something, but it's a pity that she finally met again now. But she didn't have the ability to retaliate, instead she was treated lightly by him again. As Long Wanner thought about it, she felt hot all over her body. The strong poison she had just taken had a tendency to be irresistible. Desire. That's right, you can. As soon as Long Wanner turned her beautiful eyes, she thought of a way, stopped struggling for a while, and instead stuck to Yi Feng's body weakly. It's the 2 bastards from the Xuanhuan sect who have mischievous intentions. Do you want to help me? A beautiful voice like a yellow warbler rang in Yi Feng's ears with endless temptation. God Fist door? Yi Feng thought of that dark-skinned guy who was kicked away by Long Wanner at the Langfang trade fair. Could it be him? Soon he knew that his guess was not wrong. The bushes screeched, the footsteps came from far to near, and soon a familiar and proud voice came out. Wanner, you just resign yourself to your fate and get caught. I want to see where you can go like this. Why don't you obey me obediently? Brother, and I will pamper you and make you comfortable. Isn't this voice the guy at the trade fair who deliberately quarreled and wanted to attract Long Wanner's attention? At that time, she was severely humiliated by Long Wanner, and her strength was so weak that she could not imagine that she would use such a method today, and even found a senior brother as a helper, wanting to do shameless things to Long Wanner. When the footsteps got closer and closer, Yi Feng could feel that one of the two people who came was very weak, and the other was about the same level as Li Junlong before, and he knew it, so he didn't back down. Soon the two figures pushed aside the bushes and appeared in front of Yi Feng. Both of them were stunned. The other party was stunned that Long Wanner, who had always looked above her head, would be hugged by a masked man, looking extremely intimate. What Yi Feng was stunned was that not only two people came, but three. It's just that there is a guy who is held in the hands of one of them, who is Long Xian, who is not a little boy. Yi Feng immediately understood why Long Wanner was tricked. It stands to reason that the Long family has come a lot, and it is impossible for these two guys from the xuanhuan sect to succeed. Unfortunately, with Long Xian as the internal response, it would be too easy to lure Long Wanner out alone. One of the opponents was the dark-skinned guy he had seen at the trade fair before. He had only cultivated for 3 or 4 years at most, and Yi Feng hadn't taken him seriously yet. The other tall man with the little white-faced Long Xian looked much stronger, with a treacherous and sinister look on his face. Maybe this guy came up with the trick of drugging Long Wanner. He should be the senior brother of the dark guy. Long Xian looked terrified, and was held in the hands of the tall man. Wanner, you can't blame me. If they don't give you medicine to lure you out, they will kill me. Long Wanner couldn't help cursing. Trash. Xiabalian came a step late, and was caught and threatened by the God Fist sect alone. It was so stupid that Long Wanner didn't know how such an incompetent guy came out of the Long family. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Long Xian, thinking that this little white face is really top quality. He is bullying the weak to a certain extent. Facing a pair of ordinary young couples in Linen City, this guy could do something like force a girl to jump off a building, but facing a pair of seniors from the xuanhuan sect, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants and betrayed their own family. Long Wanner. Come with me. Yi Feng said in a low voice, hugged Long Wanner's fiery delicate body, and retreated into the nearby bushes. This small road should be the only mountain road. If you fight in this place, you will inevitably not be seen by others, or you will be chased by the men and women of Tiandao Temple and Huang Lao behind, which will only cause trouble. Therefore, he was going to take Long Wanner to lead the brothers of xuanhuan sect to a side forest, and leave this path far away, so that he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. His ultimate goal is to hold this chick hostage and take her as a hostage in order to pass through the mountain platform above. If there are many Long family members on it, with Long Wanner as a hostage, it will definitely make the other party cast a trap. As long as you pass the platform and go a short distance, you will be at the entrance of the ancient tomb. After entering the ancient tomb, Yi Feng is sure to get rid of everyone with the help of the map. Where to? Long Wanner didn't know what he was thinking, and asked, with a soft drink. She felt uncomfortable being held in someone's arms, and she had never had such a strange feeling since she was a child. But now her whole body's internal energy is used to suppress the toxins in her body. She doesn't have the strength to break free from Yi Feng's embrace. Once she gave up suppressing the toxin, it was likely to erupt. At that time, it would be hard to say whether she could hold it back. She didn't want her life to be ruined by something like this. The only thing Long Wanner thinks about now is to let Yi Feng fight the two guys from the xuanhuan sect, Or let the elders of Long's family find out what's going on here. Just follow me. Yifeng laughed lightly, his masked face looked extremely ferocious. He almost dragged Long Waner into the nearby woods. Junior brother Luoli, hurry up. Seeing this, the sinister and cunning tall man immediately waved his hand, letting the dark boy go ahead and give chase. Senior brother Luoli, why don't you go ahead? The swarthy boy Luoli was not fooled, but said vigilantly. I'll go ahead, can you suppress this little boy? The tall Luoli snorted softly, and motioned to the little fair-faced Long Xian, who was being held in his hand. Luoli's face was cloudy and uncertain. The masked man is the master who killed the Tanlang sword with a single strike. If it's a sneak attack, I'm absolutely no match. Although he really wanted to get Long Waner, he didn't want to risk his life. If you don't go, then I won't go either. You can figure it out yourself. Obviously, Luoli had also heard the name of the masked man Emojioga, so he snorted coldly, not wanting to lead the charge. This? Luoli hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Then senior brother, you have to protect me. He thought that if the masked man and Long Waner were allowed to escape today, there would be endless troubles. The medicine they gave Long Waner was very violent. If they did something wrong, the masked man would be taken advantage of. If they join hands in the future, they will never have a good life. What's more, if Long Waner goes back alive and angers his father, then none of their magic fists can bear that kind of anger. Don't worry, although that guy killed Tanlangjian only has 5 years of cultivation. The tall Luoli snorted softly. I, Luoli, have 8 years of cultivation, and I'm not a prodigal like Tanlangjian, and I will definitely not be weaker than that masked man. After a while, the two carried Long Xian and followed Yifeng and Long Waner all the way into the grass. They wanted to do something wrong to Long Waner, and of course they wouldn't go back and inform the elders to come and help with such a shameful thing. Yifeng led Long Waner all the way deep into the jungle, and quickly ran for more than 1,000 meters, until they came to the edge of a bottomless cliff, and then stopped. 10 years of cultivation, not bad, has made a lot of progress. Feeling the fiery delicate body in his arms, Yifeng chuckled lightly. The two of them were close to each other, and they felt each other's cultivation as a matter of course. 4 years of cultivation. Long Waner was a little surprised at this moment. This guy has only been cultivated for 4 years, and he can kill the greedy wolf sword who has been cultivated for 5 years with one sword. His body skills are really amazing, and the red sword is too weird, I don't know where it is hidden. She didn't know that Yifeng's 4-year cultivation had just been obtained by absorbing the gel on spirit grass, otherwise he would definitely regard Yifeng as a monster. Okay, how about you hold that tall guy for a while, and I'll deal with that black-faced kid. Yifeng chuckled, and through the mask, lowered his head to stare at Long Waner's delicate face. I'm like this, I can't fight at all. When Long Waner heard this, her face became more and more red, and her body became softer and softer, as if she was about to melt in Yifeng's arms. Yeah? Yifeng played with taste. Then I'll leave. I only have 4 years of cultivation, and I'm definitely not the opponent of that tall man. That. Long Waner's ruddy pretty face showed a trace of hesitation. After careful consideration, she felt that this was also the case, so she could only nod her head. Then you have to deal with that kid Luoli quickly. You can kill him with a single blow. Greedy wolf sword, that kid shouldn't take it seriously, right? That's natural, as long as you hold that tall guy, I can kill that kid in seconds. Yifeng nodded, his masked face looked quite suspicious, but unfortunately the current Long Waner couldn't control that much anymore. She decided to seize the opportunity to escape while the two sides were fighting, and go back to the upper mountain platform to find the elders of the Long family and let them detoxify. Here they come. Yifeng chuckled, squeezed the upturned chest of the delicate body in his arms, and then pushed her away with one hand. Anyway, if there is an advantage, if you don't take advantage of it, don't take advantage of it, and this chick has been poisoned for sex, Yifeng still has a way to make her take the medicine, so that she doesn't want to run away. When Long Wanner was touched by him like this, her face immediately turned red, she felt hot all over, and the medicine in her body seemed to be unable to suppress it, but pushed away by Yifeng, she quickly calmed down and looked up to the brothers Luo Li and Luo Lei, who were chasing quickly. One per person. Seeing that Yifeng and Long Wanner separated, Luo Lei made a quick decision, knocked Long Xian out temporarily, threw him aside, and then rushed towards Long Wanner. There is no doubt that the current Long Wanner is extremely attractive, and it is relatively easy to deal with, and can take advantage of it. When Luo Li and the masked man were almost done fighting, he would catch the masked man who got in the way by surprise. He heard about the masked man killing Tan Langjian with a sword, but he didn't see it with his own eyes. He believed that as a disciple of a sect like Xuanhuan sect, although Luo Li's cultivation was not as good as Tan Langjian, he would definitely be able to resist the masked man for a while. Seeing this, Luo Li broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Lei didn't see Tan Langjian's death, but he saw it outside the Langfang trade fair, and he had a psychological fear of the masked man for a long time. Letting him face the masked man alone now, wouldn't it kill him? Facing the dark boy Luo Li, Yifeng chuckled with a masked face, "Boy, use any tricks you can." Luo Li's small eyes rolled, "Senior, we don't violate the river water, so there's no need to fight to the death, right?" "What?" Yifeng raised his tone, "Long Wanner is my friend, how can I turn a blind eye when you bully her so much?" "Friend?" Luo Li's black face froze, and he thought to himself that the two of them didn't know each other at the Langfang trade fair, and they even became enemies because the masked man killed Tan Langjian on the spot, which ruined the face of the Long family. "How do we become friends now?" On the side, Long Wanner blushed, and cursed secretly in her heart, "Whoever is his friend is really shameless. Little beauty, I advise you not to run around." The tall Luo Lei smiled as he approached Long Wanner, "In your situation, it doesn't matter where you go?" Now he wants to wound Long Wanner first, at least to prevent her from escaping, and then attack Yifeng with Luo Li, so that he can gain more confidence. In order to finish the job as soon as possible, Luo Lei suddenly stepped forward and quickly jumped towards Long Wanner, who was leaning against a tree. At the same time, he punched out with both fists, and the first move was the special skill of the magic boxing school, the Three Emperors Cannon Fist Punch. The fists that were condensing the inner energy came to Long Wanner's chest in an instant. He doesn't know how to slap in the face. If such a pretty little girl gets slapped in the face, it will be terrible, and she will be upset when she starts to do things later. Just hitting her chest and breaking her meridian is enough to make her unable to escape. Seeing this, Long Wanner became anxious, and walked lightly around behind the tree. The other party's fists hit the tree trunk in one go, and 2 fist marks were immediately blasted, causing debris to fly. With a sound of squeak, that half-human thick tree actually began to collapse just like that, showing the power of his fists. Seeing this, Long Wanner didn't dare to fight recklessly. While panting for fragrance, she dodged and looked towards Yifeng, hoping that Yifeng would deal with Luo Li, and then come to help her. Yifeng saw Long Wanner's situation in his eyes, and wanted to let her consume more energy, so as not to cause trouble when he was held hostage later. He took the time to put on a hand-to-hand posture, smiled at the dark guy, "Come on, let me see if my fist is tough, or the fist of Shenkwenman." As soon as the words fell, Yifeng took the initiative to attack, using the 8 diagrams fist move, blasting the dark guy's face and chest up and down. "Punch with me?" When Luo Li saw it, he was secretly happy. The boxing techniques of the Divine Fist sect are recognized as unparalleled in the world, and they can unleash the greatest power in the shortest time. Wouldn't it be courting death to fight recklessly with him? Due to his super confidence in the martial arts, Luo Li immediately greeted with 2 fists, the air flow in the fists, and they collided heavily with Yifeng's fists. A violent airflow erupted where the two sides met, blowing up a large leaf on the ground and flying all over the sky. What, your cultivation base is the same as mine, how could you make me? Luo Li screamed in surprise, then screamed, and flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Feng sneered in his heart, the Divine Fist sect is nothing more than that. Although both of them have cultivated for 4 years, the power of Luo Li's inner qi is only half of Yi Feng's true qi. In addition, the 8 diagrams fist is far more subtle than the 3 Emperor Pao's punch fist. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Yi Feng's true energy immediately entered the meridians of the opponent's fist and wreaked havoc, blowing it away in one fell swoop. Come again! Yi Feng shouted sharply, took a step forward, and struck out with both fists. When Luo Li saw this, he was horrified, and immediately got up, wanting to run away. His footsteps were fast, and he slipped a distance of 10 meters in an instant. It's a pity that Yi Feng's movement skills were not covered. As soon as the Fairy of Shadows came out, an afterimage was left on the spot, and then the 2 punches were like maggots on the tarsus, and then hit Luo Li's face who was trying to escape. Upper and chest. There was a bang, followed by a crack. It was obvious that Yi Feng's punch broke the opponent's ribs, and then with a powerful force, he knocked the dark boy's thin body into the air, and flew off the cliff. Ah! Luo Li's screams became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Falling from such a high cliff and being seriously injured, it seemed that this guy couldn't survive. What happened at this moment shocked Luo Li. He never thought that his junior brother couldn't hold back Yi Feng for even a minute, and fell off the cliff in a disastrous defeat after just meeting him. This masked man, who was only in his 20s, by the sound of his voice, was so terrifying. What kind of martial arts master? Luo Li's thoughts changed sharply, but at this moment, a scolding sound came from the side. The prostitute, die. Seeing that he was distracted, Long Wanner suddenly stopped running away, instead turned around, jumped up, and kicked him in the chin with her white and sexy long legs. Shenlong raises his head. Boom! Luo Li couldn't react in time, and his original cultivation was not as good as that of Long Wanner. He was hit on the chin accurately from bottom to top by this kick, and his whole body fell to the sky, and several teeth were kicked out. The dragon flicks its tail. Long Wanner gained momentum, turned sideways and kicked Luo Li, hitting Luo Li's chest, kicking him flying more than 10 meters away, hitting a tree hard like a bullet, and then knocking down the tree. Luo Li spat out blood, unable to stand up for a while. The Long family's exquisite stunt dragon subduing kicks was not built. Caught off guard, this guy was directly kicked by Long Wanner and seriously injured. Immediately afterwards, she suppressed the raging medicinal power in her body again, tried her best to hold back her increasingly fiery delicate body, and ran away without hesitation, wanting to return to the mountain platform and let the seniors of the Long family make decisions for her. But Yi Feng is always paying attention to the situation here. Every time he moves his footsteps, the Fairy of the Swift Shadow continues to cast out. Having a high cultivation base has this advantage, and you won't run out of true energy after using a trick. With a flash of afterimages, Yi Feng had already stretched out his hand to grab one of Long Wanner's jade arms, and pulled her into his arms. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yi Feng chuckled, and tightly hugged and controlled her delicate body. The current Long Wanner couldn't suppress the force of the medicine after kicking her legs just now. Her body became weaker and her consciousness became more and more blurred, let alone resisting Yi Feng. She even involuntarily moved closer to him, exhaling as if orchid, the aroma is striking. It's really troublesome. Yi Feng thought in his heart, while hugging Long Wanner tightly. He came to the seriously injured Luo Li. If you kill me, Shankwomen will not let you go. Luo Li spat out fresh blood, and threatened with a dark face. Stop talking nonsense. With Yi Feng's Shinqi urging, the red Jinchi sword condensed out again, a sword pierced his throat, ending his life, and then kicked him off the cliff. He kept in mind Su Feiying's teachings, and he must get rid of enemies who threaten him if he has the opportunity. Immediately afterwards, he turned his attention to Long Xian, who was standing aside. Seeing his gaze, Long Wanner suddenly came to her senses, put her arms around his neck, and asked softly, "What do you want to do to him?" "I want him to pay with his life," Yifeng said in a deep voice, thinking of the girl who jumped to her death in a hotel in the downtown area. He would naturally not let this little face like Long Xian go. Long Wanner's heart skipped a beat. Yifeng is going to kill her Long family? At this time, Long Xian, who had just been knocked unconscious by Luo Lei, just woke up slowly, and when he heard Yifeng say pay it back with his life, he was frightened, and his face became as pale as a dead body. "Big brother, I was wrong." Long Xian began to beg for mercy, with a mournful face. Although he was timid, he was not an idiot. Seeing that the brothers from the Xuanhuan sect had disappeared, why didn't he know what happened? "Where did you go wrong?" Yifeng approached step by step, and asked in a cold voice. "The little one should never have drugged Wanner and lured her out alone." "I really don't know, she is your heroine's woman." Long Xian was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Long Wanner leaning against Yifeng's arms obediently and docilely, he said it as a matter of course. When Long Wanner heard this, she wished she could jump out and slap him hundreds of times. Who is this masked man's woman? It's a pity that the medicine in her body exploded now, so she had to suppress it with all her strength, otherwise she might lose her mind immediately, and might push Yifeng down on the spot. I don't know where Luo Lei and Luo Li got the medicine. It was so strong that Long Wanner scolded them 1,000 times in his heart. Of course, those two guys are already dead at this time, and it's useless to scold them anymore. Under such circumstances, she was weak and could only let Yifeng take advantage of her. The only way to wait for a suitable opportunity is to burst out and escape from his clutches. Really? Then you heard clearly. Yifeng sneered. In the morning, a girl in linen was forced to jump to her death from a hotel. Do you still remember? Ah? Long Xian was stunned when he heard this. How could this masked man know what happened in the morning? Long Wanner also showed disgust all of a sudden. Long Xian, this kid, actually caused such a thing in the secular world again? Today I will eliminate harm for the people. With Yifeng's Jinchi urging, the red Jinchi sword suddenly appeared in his hand, pointing at Long Xian, who was 3 meters away. Please, no, hero, spare me. Wanner, save me, save me. When Long Xian saw the sword, his face turned pale with fright, and his legs became wet all of a sudden. When I was in that hotel, that girl must have thought of you and begged for mercy, but did you forgive her? Yifeng snorted coldly. Do unto others, do not impose on others. This Long Xian was indifferent to other people's begging for mercy, so Yifeng also let him taste what this kind of despair feels like. Without saying much, Yifeng waved his hand, and the red light flashed past. Soon, the third body fell from the cliff. Be honest, be my hostage obediently. Is there someone from your Long family on the front platform? After finishing Long Xian, Yifeng grabbed Long Wanner's neck, returned to the original path, and walked towards the mountain platform. Cough, yes. Being strangled by him, Long Wanner felt a little breathless, and instantly understood that Yifeng didn't fall in love with her, but wanted to take her as a hostage. But what's the use of taking her hostage? Of course she didn't know that Yifeng just wanted to enter the ancient tomb through that platform. Regardless of the image of the masked man or Yifeng's true face, if he appeared in front of the Long family, the other party would never let him pass, and Yifeng had no choice but to do so. That's good. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, and led Long Wanner forward step by step. Poor Long Wanner is now suffering from the effects of the medicine all over her body. Her pretty face is flushed, especially being held hostage by Yifeng, she actually has a faint feeling of comfort, which makes her want to commit suicide in shame and indignation. Yifeng didn't have any sympathy at all. This chick was not his woman, on the contrary, she was an enemy, he would not be merciful to the enemy. When the two gradually approached the mountain platform, they finally caught the attention of some of them. On the platform, there were about 17 or 18 people gathered in twos and threes, discussing something with each other, and one could tell at a glance that they were all from the martial arts world. When they saw Yifeng holding Long Wanner all the way up, a group of 5 or 6 people immediately changed their faces. Wanner, a middle-aged man with a rather bookish air, raised his brows, frowning, and came up to him, walking very fast. Yifeng saw that middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a light white gown, with a simple scabbard hanging around his waist, and he had a refined aura about him, which almost made him feel delusional. I thought this guy was some hidden sword fairy in the world of cultivating immortals. Father. Long Wanner struggled to utter a word, and kept winking at the middle-aged man. Is the elegant man Long Wanner's father? Yifeng was vigilant in his heart, and threatened when he opened his mouth, no matter who you are, let me get out of the way, or I will strangle her to death. I just passed by here, and when I leave this place, I will return you a daughter who is intact. Good boy, how bold you are. The elegant man's eyes showed a cold light, his sword eyebrows raised, and a broad hand was held on the hilt of his waist, as if he wanted to make a move. Indifferent, wait a minute. Seeing this, an old man behind him quickly raised his hand and whispered a few words in the elegant man's ear. Yifeng frowned slightly. If he had 10 years of cultivation, he would be able to hear what the other party said, but unfortunately he couldn't do it now. Your name is Emojoga? Hearing the old man's words, the refined man seemed to think it was reasonable. He nodded and looked at Yifeng's masked face, and said solemnly, if you dare to hurt my daughter, I, Long Moran, will definitely take your life if I travel all over the world. Do not worry. Yifeng gave a deep smile, continued to strangle Long Wanner's neck and walked forward. When he was less than 5 meters away from Long Wanner's father, he suddenly exerted force. Hugging Long Wanner with one hand, and then using Suning Xian Zone with all his strength, a series of afterimages flickered on the platform. In just an instant, Yifeng took Long Wanner across the entire mountain platform and rushed into the forest opposite. This sudden scene made Long Moran and others startled. This kid is so fast? By the time they realized it, Yifeng and Long Wanner had long since disappeared. Ha ha ha, Moran, I never thought you would have a day when you'd be miserable. A loud laugh came from the side, but it was the great elder of the xuanhuan sect who disliked each other with the Long family, and made a sarcasm. He didn't know that Luoli and Luolei he brought wanted to attack Long Wanner, but Yifeng had already killed them. Otherwise, he would probably be even more furious than Long Moran. Snort. Long Moran snorted softly, ignored the other party, and instead frowned slightly. Go down and check to see what happened to that kid Long Xian. I'll go after Wanner. As soon as the words fell, he displayed his lightness kung fu and body movements, and jumped towards the place where Yifeng disappeared like a swallow, startling a pond. He can see that Long Wanner's current situation is very bad. That kind of pretty blushing expression must not be ruined by someone who doesn't know why. As the sun set, the entire Yanjing was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The last class in the afternoon of the high school affiliated to Yanda University ended, and the students left the school in an endless stream, or went home or went out for dinner, but almost all the students had one thing in common, that is, the topics they talked about. Have you heard, Yanda's #1 beauty seems to be engaged to Yifeng, a senior in our high school. Of course I've heard about it. What is Yifeng's identity? Miss Lin actually has a crush on him. That's not it, I heard it was forced by the family. You know what a fart, the two of you have already lived together, okay? Wow, really? Topics like this come and go. Su Minghan walked towards the school gate, her beautiful figure attracted the attention of many passing students. As the #1 school belle of the high school affiliated to Yanda University, with her pure face and exquisite figure, she is a beautiful sight no matter where she goes. "Hey, it's such a big deal, why don't you ask the little bee?" Obi finally caught up with him, and asked out of breath, with a gloomy expression on his face. "No, I trust him." Su Minghan had a smile on her face, as if she didn't take the rumors all over the campus to heart. "Trust me." Today, just because of the college student Yen who came to trouble him, there are more than 70 batches, hundreds of boys. Obi scolded, "That kid, he's hiding so deeply. From my point of view, he's definitely hiding and trying to take refuge now. Look, those troublemakers are all fat and strong, just like their relatives. It's like a thrower, and there are people in the boxer club, it's no joke to be beaten up." "Will not." Su Minghan still said stubbornly, firmness shone in her beautiful eyes. "Hey, let me tell you." Obi wanted to tell her about his interests and love her, but just as he wanted to go forward, he was stopped by 4 big guys from the Heavenly Snake Gang, and could only watch Su Minghan leave helplessly. Su Minghan didn't look back, and went straight into the car that the Heavenly Snake Gang came to pick her up, and then flew away. She had never given a good face to any boy in school. Just because of Yifeng's relationship, she said a few more words to Obi, which is already very rare. But in Obi's opinion, this chick is too stubborn, right? It's unreasonable to believe Yifeng so firmly in such a big matter. However, the #1 beauty of Yanda University, Lin Shiqing. Such a sexy Yujia with both talents and looks, can she really like Yifeng? Obi expressed doubts, unless Yifeng is really a legendary martial arts person, but martial arts people don't participate in worldly affairs, how can they marry the direct daughter of the ruling family? He took out his mobile phone and dialed Yifeng again. Sure enough, he still received a notification that he couldn't get through, so he felt resentful and had no choice but to go home. At this moment, Yifeng was holding Long Wanner's weak and tender body, and galloping wildly. According to the map left by Zhu Bainiao, he overcame thorns, and the route he took became more and more barren, and finally he was close to the destination, the entrance of the ancient tomb. "Quick, let go of me, I can't take it anymore." Long Wanner leaned on his chest, she was so charming, she exhaled like blue, and hugged Yifeng softly with both hands. She felt that the medicinal properties in her body were going to be uncontrollable. Once it broke out, only God knew what would happen. "Your father is chasing after me. If I let you go, am I courting death?" Yifeng snorted softly and ignored her at all. Yifeng was very disdainful of what that brother, from the xuanhuan sect, did. There's no need to be so vicious if you want to get a woman, right? As a result, he has a strong desire to hold Long Wanner now. There is no way, who made Long Wanner's soft and delicate body feel so good and full of elasticity? When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, he followed his master all the time and never had a chance to meet any women. Instead, she was reborn in a modern city and took advantage of the 2 beauties Su Minghan and Long Wanner one after another. Before, Yifeng liked Su Minghan's kindness and purity very much, but he didn't have much feeling for Long Wanner. However, now that he is hugging the girl's delicate body, he also has a strange thought. The Sunning Xian Zone performed non-stop, faint afterimages appeared all the way and disappeared quickly. Yifeng ran a distance of more than 2 kilometers in just 1 minute, and did not slow down until his true energy was exhausted. Long Wanner's whole body was hot and full of strange desires that made her shy. She only felt that Yifeng was leading her to run, but she didn't notice how fast it was, otherwise she would be extremely surprised. In just 1 minute, Yifeng left her father far behind. Finally, a small cliff appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes, which made him happy. Isn't that exactly what Zhu Bainiao said, where the entrance to the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty is located? Holding Long Wanner's slender and elastic willow waist with one hand, Yifeng stepped forward quickly, found a rattan that was strong enough according to what Zhu Bainiao said, and then took Long Waner together, climbing down the rock. Although there are two people, Long Waner is not heavy, and the rattan can bear it completely. After descending tens of meters, Yifeng finally stopped on a huge rock, about the size of a truck, and then loosened the thick rattan. With a strong pull, Yifeng would tear off the cane, so as not to be chased by Long Waner's father. That's not a fun thing. Looking at the elegant man's temperament, Yifeng knew that the other party had decades of cultivation and was extremely talented. If it was with a sword, he would definitely not be his match. Yifeng took out the small black bag that had been crushed from his bosom, and took out a map. He wanted to see what danger it would be if he entered the ancient tomb. Long Waner leaned softly in his arms, looked around cautiously, and found that there was only one passage where the two of them were, and that was a narrow stone crevice that could lead into the rock wall. Otherwise, the only option is to jump off the cliff, but at a glance, there are clouds and mist, and there is absolutely no way out if you jump down. She raised her head and glanced at the cliff again, and found that the clouds and mists were still lingering. Her heart sank, and she secretly thought something was wrong, so her father wouldn't be able to save her? I don't know what this masked guy is trying to do by bringing her here. Suddenly, she found that Yifeng seemed to be concentrating on a map in his hand, and couldn't help but feel his heart move. Don't miss this opportunity, it's time to start. All of a sudden, Long Waner's 10-year cultivated inner energy erupted. With a twist, she jumped up from Yifeng's arms, grabbed the map in his hand, and then swung the dragon towards Yifeng. Feng kicked from the waist. Yifeng was taken aback by her sudden attack, but fortunately he was very vigilant, so he reacted immediately, exhausted the last trace of true energy in his body, and used the Fairy of Swift Shadow to avoid Long Waner's kick. Judging by the strength of this kick, if Yifeng was kicked, he would definitely be kicked off the cliff, and his fate would be exactly the same as that of Luoli, Luolei, and others before. It's just that when Yifeng raised his head again, he saw that Long Waner's sexy and graceful body had disappeared, and he seemed to have run into the stone crevice leading to the ruins of the ancient tomb. Yifeng didn't even think about it, he ran after him. The sky is getting darker and darker, especially when entering the crevice of rocks. Yifeng only ran in for a while, and he couldn't see his fingers. Yifeng ran into the ruins of the ancient tomb, his eyes turned black and he couldn't see anything. If he had 10 years of cultivation, he could rely on his divine sense, but he couldn't do it now. Fortunately, he was already prepared. From the small black bag in his arms, he took out the small flashlight that Zhao Bei had prepared earlier. Together with several AA batteries in reserve, it could last for several days. In order to increase the continuous use time of the flashlight, Zhao Bei prepared the kind that is not too bright, but it is enough for Yifeng. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, a stone passageway appeared in front of Yifeng. It could only allow one person to pass through, but it suddenly opened up 100 meters away. Yifeng knew that it was the entrance to the ancient tomb. Long Waner was nowhere to be seen, but Yifeng had to catch up with him as soon as possible, because without the map, it would be difficult for him to continue in this ancient tomb. Far inferior to Zhu Bainiao. Yifeng ran 100 meters in 2 or 3 steps, and came to a small stone room. There was only a damaged stone door at the other end of the room, which was destroyed by Zhu Bainiao. There was no other way to go. Yifeng stepped into the stone gate and formally entered the ancient tomb ruins. Under the faint light of the flashlight, a dark and lonely passageway of stone steps covered with vines appeared in front of him, going all the way down without seeing the end. The air is a bit humid. Just like what Zhu Bainiao said, there is a large underground lake in the center of this ancient tomb. Yifeng guessed in his heart, tried his best to find the clues of Long Waner, ran forward quickly descended the stone steps, and came to a horizontal corridor. Shining the flashlight on both sides, Yifeng found that on the walls on both sides of the corridor, there would be a torch at a certain distance, but it was a pity that they were all extinguished. The nearest torch has disappeared. Yi Feng guessed that it was lit by Long Wanner and taken away for lighting. This chick is quite smart. Yi Feng praised secretly in his heart, but he also became serious, because it was obvious that Long Wanner was not easy to deal with. When he ran forward for half a kilometer along the corridor, he found that things started to get worse, because this place turned out to be a crossroads. He quickly squatted down and shined the flashlight on the traces on the ground, trying to find some clues, and soon found that the dust on the road to the left was a bit messy, and there were several shallow footprints. Isn't this road leading to a tomb, a dead end? Yi Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself that the chick is not stupid. She has a map in her hand, so it is impossible to force herself to die, right? As for the map, he only remembered the situation at the beginning and the road leading to the central underground lake in a hurry just now, and Long Wanner snatched the other big pictures before he had time to look at them. No matter what, the road is not far anyway. Yi Feng decided to take a look, so he quickly ran along the corridor on the left. Along the way, the rock walls are well preserved, very old, and have a long history. If some historians come here, they will definitely exclaim that they have found a treasure, but unfortunately for Yi Feng, these are completely meaningless. Soon he reached the end of the passage, a peripheral burial chamber. Damn, I was really cheated. Yi Feng carefully inspected the small tomb. There was no trace of Long Wanner's visit. It was dead silent. There is only one pit in the center of the entire tomb, and it is unknown who is buried there. Yi Feng is not interested at all. Since then, he never dared to underestimate Long Wanner, and even pretended to be a trail at the crossroads, which delayed him for so long, and it seemed that it would be very difficult to catch up. We can only go to the central underground lake first. Yi Feng decided to set off immediately. Zhu Bainiao said that the underground lake did not exist at the beginning of the ancient tomb, but was formed naturally later, directly occupying and filling the central chamber of the ancient tomb. That place was where Zhu Bainiao discovered the spirit stone, and it was also the place where he first saw that beautiful back figure similar to Su Feiying. So Yi Feng must go to check it out. If you really can't find Long Wanner, you can only go to the underground lake to check, then go back the same way, try to climb from the big rock and go back outside. With his current cultivation base, it is quite difficult to climb tens of meters on the cliff. I only hope that there will be something to gain from the underground lake. That is what Yi Feng is looking forward to. All the way round and round, Yi Feng walked towards the underground lake in the center of the ancient tomb step by step along the route on the map in his memory. His heart beat faster as he got closer to the underground lake. Has his beautiful master, Su Feiying, really appeared here? If not, why do the backs look so similar? If it was really her, why did she appear in such an ancient tomb? Yi Feng had too many questions, and he only hoped that he could answer them after arriving at the underground lake. The distance is not very far. Yi Feng turned on the flashlight, walked around for more than 10 minutes, and finally arrived at the destination. When he turned a corner, the faint light of the flashlight was suddenly covered by another hazy white light. Arrive. Yi Feng turned off the flashlight, looked up and saw, as Zhu Bainiao said, a soft white light filled the entire space. It was a big night pearl in the central tomb, but it was a pity that it had sunk into at the bottom of the lake. Only this kind of dim light can be emitted. Yi Feng took 2 steps forward, and saw the entire central tomb. In the square tomb chamber hundreds of meters square, a large area is sunken in the center, which has been filled with clear underground lake water. Around the underground lake, there are some rattan plants growing. It is as dead and silent as the previous passage, but the surrounding area is like a fairyland. In the water of the lake, you can still clearly see the swimming fish, which are light and lively, and the aquatic plants are lush. The light of the night pearl penetrates the aquatic plants and the water surface, as if covering the whole space with a thin layer of white gauze. Coming here, Yi Feng felt refreshed for a while, because he actually felt the existence of heaven and earth aura in the lake. Although it is very faint, it does exist. No wonder Zhu Bainiao can find the dark green stone here. After all, Zhu Bainiao was a layman, so he wasn't considered an authentic martial artist. Even if he saw the spirit stone, he didn't know what it would do, so he just picked it up and threw it to Oa, which was cheap for Yi Feng. Yi Feng was walking towards the edge of the lake, thinking about something. Suddenly a beautiful figure flew towards him from the side. Who? Yi Feng only had time to drink lightly, and felt a burst of fragrance coming to his nostrils, and then he was thrown heavily to the ground. Feeling the soft and elastic touch coming from the arms, who was this fragrant and delicate body, but Long Wanner? He was thrown down by her. Yi Mingzhu's light was too dim to see clearly, but Yi Feng could feel that her condition was not good. Her whole body was hot, her clothes were disheveled, her breathing was short of blue, and she looked like she was bursting with medicine and burning with desire. Appearance. As her round and plump breasts were tightly pressed against her, the plump and soft touch made Yi Feng's little friend suddenly look up. At this moment, the outside world is starry and moonless. On the mountain platform where many martial arts people gather, whether it is the group of the Long family, the old guys of the Xuanhuan sect, or the men and women of the Tiandao temple who arrived later, or Huang Lao, they all looked nervous. A round-faced woman, whose black clothes were already soaked in fresh blood, was speaking sadly. It's a masked one with a red sword. Li Junlong and Bai Niao were both killed by him, and the consonance was taken away by him. Wearing a mask? Almost at the same time, the group of people remembered the young man who passed by holding Long Wanner from the platform in the evening, and all set their eyes on the members of the Long family. Long Moran put on a white robe, trembling with anger. He originally wanted to buy the consonance grass today as a birthday present for Long Wanner, but he didn't expect that the consonance grass had already been taken away by the masked man, and he was asked to fetch water from the bamboo basket in vain. Not only that, just now he chased the masked man and Long Wanner all the way, and soon came to a high cliff, but looking down, it was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it looked like it was bottomless. That guy, shouldn't he hold Long Wanner and jump down? When Long Moran thought that his daughter was in danger, he became impatient, but there was nothing he could do. Luoli and Luolei didn't come back either. Long Moran, didn't your little boy come? The great elder of Xuanhuan sect said with a solemn face, before he made sarcastic remarks to Long Moran, but now, he no longer has the mood of sarcasm. Not only did he not gain anything from coming here, but the consonance grass was snatched away, and even the 2 family children he brought with him disappeared. It is very likely that he met a murderous hand, and he completely lost his wife and lost his army. Of course, compared with the Long family, the Divine Fist sect is considered better. In the Long family, not only are the dragons virtuous and evil, but even the most talented Long Wanner of the younger generation has been held hostage and seems to have been drugged. After such a long absence, it was obvious what was going to happen. As for the martial arts people outside these 2 factions, there are some who gloat about misfortune, and some who leave silently. Long Moran's face turned ashen. If that masked man appeared in front of him again, he would definitely kill him with the most exquisite sword skills of the Long family, just like beheading the head of the Yi family almost 20 years ago. Report to the Patriarch, Missy was not found. Soon, a master of the Long family rushed back and said profusely, "Continue to search." Long Moran waved his hand, his white robe fluttered in the moonlight, his tone was gloomy. If he doesn't find traces of the masked man and his daughter on this mountain today, he will never leave. Cut. The men and women in the Tiandao temple in the dark side looked at each other and each gave a sinister smile. Unexpectedly, when she came a step too late, Long Wanner was kidnapped and taken away. The members of the Long family are really incompetent. But that sexy and beautiful stunner, the so-called masked man, is really a bit of a pity. Of course, the man in Tiandadian doesn't care if he wins the top spot, as long as he can enjoy it, his trip is not in vain. The two didn't say much, they just glanced at Huang Lao, who was not far away, and then jumped away. If they don't find Long Water, they will not give up, not to mention the consonance grass this time, just the golden leaf grass last time, they must get back the interest. Huang Lao narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two of them, snorted softly, and left in the same way. He was not looking for Long Water, but looking for traces of the masked man. If the guess is correct, this person killed Greedy Wolf Sword, the brothers of the Divine Fist sect, Li Junlong from the Immortal sect, and even kidnapped the eldest lady of the Long family. It would be a pity if he didn't accept him as an apprentice. The figures on the mountain platform suddenly became thinner, and under the moonlight, Duwan's face was pale. Li Junlong is dead, how will she explain when she returns to the Inxian sect? That is a master of concealed weapons, trained by the Inxian sect. Until now, the scene of Li Junlong's head flying up while the masked man sneered in her mind. The atmosphere outside was tense, but inside the ancient tomb was an incomparably charming scene. Long Water kicked Yi Feng outside the ancient tomb and snatched the map. The medicine power in her body exploded in that instant, and she couldn't suppress it anymore. She insisted on coming to the most conspicuous underground lake on the map, but she finally couldn't hold on anymore. Her consciousness became more and more blurred, and her desire-fire was burning. When seeing Yi Feng appear, how could he bear it? He jumped up all at once. Depend on. Yi Feng was stunned at the time, he was thrown to the ground heavily by Long Water, unable to even resist. In a short period of time, Long Water's cultivation had reached 10 years, while Yi Feng had only absorbed gel on spirit grass for 4 years, and it had only been 8 years for his power to double. It's even worse than strength. Under the hazy white light of Yi Mingzhu, the sexy body pressing on Yi Feng's body tore off the clothes on his body, falling down layer by layer. A large piece of snow-white and delicate skin was exposed in front of Yi Feng's eyes, like ice and jade, touching people's hearts, like the most beautiful artwork in the world. Although Yi Feng had experienced her stunning evasion before, how could he be as nervous and exciting as he is now? It was the first time for him to see such a beautiful exquisite jade body, and he felt a little dry for a while, his nose wanted to spurt blood, and a voice kept ringing in his head, "Fuck her. Fuck her." Even if he wanted to resist, the young girl would not agree. "Don't move." "I want to." With a jade hand, Long Water roughly pressed his chest, her beautiful eyes were blurred, she lowered her pretty face, tore off his clothes, and threw them aside. In this case, if Yi Feng really wanted to resist, he could only kill her. It's a pity that he can't do such a thing. As the saying goes, a flower can be broken when it blooms. How can a man be dragging his feet? So Yi Feng let go of his heart and stretched out his hands. The reflection on the water surface of the lake reflected the clean and smooth bodies of the two, intertwined with each other. The hazy white light of the night pearl at the bottom of the lake seemed to cover the two of them with a thin layer of veil. The fanatical girl and the somewhat clumsy boy formed a beautiful picture. Unwilling to be lonely, swimming fish in the lake stirred up the reflections of the two from time to time, embellishing the picture like a fairyland. The girl's long hair gently drooped down, accompanied by wisps of fragrance, lingering around Yi Feng's face. Before he knew it, Yi Feng had already stretched out his hand to firmly press the girl's upturned snow-white buttocks. The girl let out a coquettish snort, and pressed a pair of jade hands on his generous chest, her delicate body sank. Depend on. At this critical moment, Yi Feng suddenly cursed. This sound was not because of lack of coordination between the two sides. In fact, his little partner had already stood up and went to the battlefield, raising his gun to see blood in one fell swoop. This sound is not because he is mourning for the first loss, it is a man who will have this day, what are you afraid of? But the problem was, when the two of them were really intimately combined, he finally realized that this little girl's physique was actually a rare immortal vein jade body even in the world of cultivating immortals. I found a treasure. It was delivered to the door by myself. Ever seen a pie in the sky? This is. In the world of cultivating immortals, whether it is the head of the immortal sect or the master of the magic way, most of them have more than one woman. This is not only to demonstrate their authority, nor is it only for certain needs, but also because there are many rare and special physiques in the world of immortality, which are of great benefit to cultivation. For example, the immortal meridian jade physique is one of the top physiques. Not only does one's own cultivation speed far exceed that of ordinary people, but also the spouse can benefit and speed up cultivation. A woman with fairy veins and jade body has soft and smooth meridians, and there are more hidden acupuncture points than ordinary people. These acupuncture points will naturally store spiritual energy from birth. When a woman starts to practice, she will open the acupuncture points and let the spiritual energy flow into her dantian, and she will have more than 10 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. This process is called opening. In the world of cultivating immortals, only the most powerful are worthy of a woman with a jade body of immortal veins as a spouse, otherwise they will be robbed by a stronger person, at the least, they will die, or at worst, the whole family will be wiped out, and the whole family will be implicated. There are also women with immortal veins and jade bodies who are so powerful that they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest in the world of cultivating immortals, so no man can subdue her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there are actually 7 hidden acupoints, and the 7th rank immortal vein jade body is only a little short of the highest 9th rank. Yi Feng counted them carefully, and was even more overjoyed. The 7 hidden acupoints represent that if Xuanhuan cultivates the mind of cultivating immortals, her basic cultivation speed can be increased by 70%. It's a pity that there is no such thing as a fairy vein jade body on the earth, and Xuanhuan has never experienced opening an acupoint, and her cultivation base is still in a sealed state, so a good fairy vein jade body is just wasted. The current Yi Feng was very conflicted in his heart. He could feel that a large amount of spiritual energy was stored in several hidden acupuncture points in Xuanhuan's body. If this chick is 20 years old now, then the aura stored in the 7 hidden acupuncture points is enough to improve one's cultivation for 14 years. This is a terrifying number. If Xuanhuan starts to cultivate the mind of cultivating immortals one day, then he can absorb these auras and let his cultivation base increase dramatically in a short period of time. But now, with Yi Feng and Xuanhuan's situation, Yi Feng can also absorb those auras for his own use, so that he can become a master of 18 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. Because the two of them are maintaining the closest relationship. Do you want to suck all the aura in her body? What Yi Feng was concerned about was that if all the spiritual energy in her body was absorbed at once, then she would have no way out, and would die suddenly in an instant. Even if she absorbs 3 to 5 years of spiritual energy, her meridians will be damaged, she will be seriously injured, and she will no longer be able to practice for the rest of her life. This is a great temptation, but also a dilemma. Yi Feng is not a good person, but he is not a wicked person either. Although this chick is against him everywhere, but from her standpoint, there is actually no big fault, most of it is because of a misunderstanding. Sending her to die for his own strength? With the current relationship between the two, Yi Feng really couldn't let go, no matter what, this chick is now his woman. Since this is the case, I should be responsible to the end. Besides, if I am a woman with a fairy vein and a jade body, I will make a lot of money. Why worry about gains and losses? In fact, Yi Feng had already made a decision in his heart. When the fact happened, he had already regarded Xuanhuan as his own woman. Opportunity for advancement? Since it was his woman, of course he would not hurt her. If it's his, it's destined to be his, the future will be long, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved, then Yi Feng will have plenty of time to absorb these auras. It's just that Yi Feng can't let the other party know his true identity for the time being. What kind of relationship is there between the Yi family and the Long family? This relationship must be very bad. Even if the Yi family was destroyed, it was because the Long family was the leader, otherwise Yi Wendian would not have warned him so solemnly. Only when the time is right can Long Wanner know the truth. After figuring it out, Yi Feng no longer hesitated, stroked her delicate white skin, turned over and pressed her under his body. At the same time, he quietly seduced the aura from a hidden acupuncture point in her body and slowly absorbed it. If he hadn't met Yi Feng, these auras would never have been discovered on Earth for the rest of his life. It is not too much for Yi Feng to absorb a year of cultivation to strengthen himself, and absorbing a small amount of spiritual energy will not cause any harm to Long Wanner's body. It would be great if there were not so many family factors. Yi Feng sighed in his heart. In that case the two of them would be together day and night. After 10 days and half a month, he would be able to safely absorb the spiritual energy and raise his cultivation to the level of 18 years. As for letting Long Wanner practice the mental method of cultivating immortals, he didn't even know if it was feasible. You must know that people on Earth don't have pill cores in their dantians. Can the dragon sword ancient ring produce pill cores for others? Yi Feng had never tried it before, and he didn't dare to try it on Long Wanner rashly. At this time, Long Wanner was like a struggling beautiful little leopard, lively and elegant, her sexy and delicate body twisted under Yi Feng's body, naturally coordinating with his movements. Holding her smooth, delicate, bulging carcass, Yi Feng didn't dare to move too much, for fear of causing her too much pain. But in fact, Long Wanner was more enthusiastic than him, and he didn't know where the two guys from Xuanhuan sect got the medicine so strong. Her enthusiasm quickly infected Yi Feng, but the few tears shed from the corners of her eyes made Yi Feng feel a little distressed, knowing that she might be desperately resisting subconsciously, but she was no match for the effect of the medicine. 4 years and 6 months. 4 years and 9 months. The clean and sleek bodies of the two were entangled with each other. Yi Feng gradually absorbed the aura from the hidden acupuncture points in the opponent's body, and his cultivation base slowly improved. After a long time, with the girl's coquettish moans, the passion on the shore of the lake finally extinguished and calmed down. At this time, Yi Feng had finally reached 5 years of cultivation. For him now, whether it is blindfolding, sunning xianzong, or hypnosis, or stimulating the true energy sword in the ancient ring of dragon sword, he will be handy, and he can completely compete with a martial arts practitioner who has cultivated for 10 years. From the feeling, even if you meet one of the two perverts in the Heavenly Sword Hall, you can barely fight against him. Of course, if he meets Huang Lao and Long Moran's level, Yi Feng thinks that he is not an opponent. These two guys, the former has 30 years of cultivation, and the latter is the head of the Long family. How can they be so easy to deal with? Not to mention Yi Wendian, the unfathomable old monster level. I don't need to think about it for the time being. At this time, Long Wanner fell into a deep sleep quietly. Her delicate face still covered with tears was extremely pitiful. After being absorbed for a year, although she will not be harmed, she will still be a little tired. Yi Feng found her layers of clothes, and helped her put them on clumsily, inevitably touching her jade-smooth skin again. His heart was still hot. This chick, won't she want to commit suicide after waking up? Or kill me first and then commit suicide? The more Yi Feng thought about it, the more likely it was, and he felt that he had to find a way to keep this chick steady. A faint, hazy white light gradually entered his eyes. When Long Wanner woke up, she opened her beautiful eyes and found that she was leaning half sideways on the soft rattan by the wall, and there was no one around. She was stunned for a while. What happened? Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of pain from below, which made her finally recall something. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her jade hands and shoulders trembled slightly. What did she do? After snatching the map, fleeing into the ancient tomb, the power of the medicine broke out, and when she caught someone, It's the masked man. She finally vaguely remembered a series of things that happened before. Long Wanner couldn't accept it for a while, curled up her delicate body, squatted in a corner, and wanted to cry. Under the pale white light of the night pearl at the bottom of the lake, the lonely figure looked helpless and pitiful. At this time, she saw things neatly placed beside her. A map, which seemed to have some words written on the back, was not taken away. She stretched out her trembling hands, and turned over the map of the ancient tomb, and saw a row of ugly handwriting, which seemed to be poorly written. "You are mine. If you want to kill me, just get out of here alive." This is Yifeng's handwriting, to prevent her from committing suicide. His handwriting is not good at all, and there is nothing he can do about it being ugly. At this time, he was quietly hiding aside, consolidating his cultivation, while observing Long Wanner's situation. If he finds that she has suicide or similar signs, Yifeng will rush out to stop her. If not, then it's best for her to get out of here safely. Now when the two meet, they will definitely fight. Although Yifeng has improved his cultivation and has the capital to fight her, he doesn't want to fight his woman to the death. As for the map of the ancient tomb, Yifeng had already firmly recorded it in his heart while she was asleep just now, so it doesn't matter if he leaves the map to her. "Kill you, what's the use of killing you?" Long Wanner murmured softly, "But, so what if I don't kill you?" She hugged her knees and curled up against the soft vines by the wall, with a dull look in her eyes. This incident dealt too much blow to her. No matter who she changed, she couldn't get out so quickly. Yifeng was not in a hurry, he waited slowly at the side. As soon as Long Wanner came out of the ancient tomb, he believed that her father would search all over the mountains and plains for her, then she would have no chance of committing suicide. And Yifeng still needs to stay in the ancient tomb for a little longer, looking for even a trace of Su Feiying. It has to be said that Yifeng is still a little dependent on the beautiful master, thinking that if the master is here, 100 years of cultivation is no joke, and there will be no so many troubles. What kind of man is he who only knows how to rely on others? Yifeng laughed at himself and shook his head. He knew that if a man wants to achieve something, the most important thing is to rely on himself. Of course, this does not reduce his enthusiasm for finding Su Feiying. No matter what, she is the only person he is closest to. Long Wanner squatted by the wall for a long time without moving. Through the white light, Yifeng could only see that she seemed to be buried in tears, her shoulders were trembling slightly, and she looked extremely sad. After weeping softly for more than half an hour, she suddenly raised her head. "Come out soon?" The voice was melodious like a yellow warbler, still as pleasant as before, but with a touch of weakness, which made it even more touching. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Was she discovered? No, she is deceiving me. Martial practitioners are not like immortal cultivators. 10 years of cultivation will not produce divine consciousness. Yifeng soon knew that this was Long Wanner's plan, so he held back and did not move. "I feel you, you are nearby, come out for me." Long Wanner's voice was full of tears, she was still squatting and sobbing, her shoulders trembled even more. Yifeng still didn't move. "Bastard! Shameless! Hooligan! Don't let me see you again." Long Wanner vented on her own, but of course she couldn't find Yifeng's trace. After more than half an hour of fussing, she finally got a little tired. At this time, she saw a small black bag next to the map, opened it, and found that there was something to eat. Chocolate and beef jerky are high-calorie foods that can quickly replenish physical strength. She was really hungry, so she opened the package and ate without hesitation. It's already like this, she is not afraid of whether it will be drugged or something. Seeing her wolfing down, Yifeng felt a little funny, but now he can't laugh out loud. As long as there is any movement, with Long Wanner's cultivation, he can definitely feel him. There wasn't much food, but it was enough for her to eat a little full. After eating, she felt a little thirsty. When she looked up, she saw the clear lake. The underground lake is not stagnant water, but connected to the outside world, so not only is it always clear, but also swimming fish come in. however, she still shook her head. This is the center of the entire ancient tomb, and the central tomb is under the lake. She didn't want to drink the water that smelled like a dead man, no matter how clear it was. It's just that although you can't drink it, there is no problem with taking a bath. She floated up and came to the edge of the lake lightly. The beautiful figure in a long snow-white dress was like a fairy, and her pretty face was more fragile with tears, more attractive than usual. She looked at the lake, her delicate face was reflected on the water, her long hair was hanging down softly, she looked a little haggard. "Hey, if you don't come out again, I'll show you to death." She stood slim and graceful by the lake, while looking around, vigilantly ready to move at any time. It's a pity that the whole surrounding is empty, except for her voice, there is no other sound coming out. Occasionally, the fish in the middle of the lake make a sharp turn, making the sound of a little splash, which is light and transparent. After waiting for a long time, she was finally convinced that there was no one around. The bastard who forcibly occupied her had already patted her ass and left. "Humph, the ends of the earth, let's see where you can go." Long Wanner snorted softly, the tone obviously contained feelings of hatred, but there was a different flavor in it. After she was relieved, she no longer hesitated. When she thought of what happened just now, she was filled with disgust. She had to take a shower first, to be clean. With her slender hands, she untied the belt of the snow-white long skirt around Lu's waist, thinking that the dress didn't seem right. Why did she wear it so strangely? Of course she couldn't remember that all her clothes had been taken off at that time. Yi Feng helped her put them on clumsily. How could a beginner like Yi Feng be good at helping women dress? Of course it made her a little weird. Immediately afterwards, the long snow-white dress slowly slid down, and in Yi Feng's eyes, that seductive and delicate body of Snow White appeared again, and his heart became hot again. Fuck, isn't this tempting me? Yi Feng thought in his heart. In order to avoid his life just now, he held back at the critical moment and did not vent. Now this chick wants to take a bath here openly. He couldn't help but recall, not long ago, how passionate this chick was with him. No matter how much the little friend held his head high, he could only endure it now. Otherwise, if you can't help but jump out, with Long Wanner's personality, you will definitely not compromise, and the fight between the two sides is 100% a matter. When Long Wanner's delicate body was soaked in the cool lake water, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After washing it well, you can leave here and devote all your energy to finding out the whereabouts of that masked man. Thinking of what happened just now, Long Wanner wanted to die, but she absolutely couldn't die before meeting that man. She breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment Yi Feng was in dire straits. Just now, this little girl slid off her snow-white long dress, and then she unbuttoned her pink cover. A pair of round and huge firm bodies were dangling in front of Yi Feng's eyes, and the white flowers made him feel hot all over. I have to say that her figure is completely top-notch, but she usually likes to wear looser skirts, so it is not obvious, and she is petite, not as tall as some magazine cover girls in the city. If she can cultivate the heart method of cultivating immortals and open acupuncture points, then the impurities in the whole body will be eliminated, and the skin and body will become better and more beautiful. It's a pity. Yi Feng thought to himself, he didn't want to take the risk of teaching her how to cultivate immortals without being sure. What's more, this chick is a member of the Long family in the martial arts world. Although it's her first time, Yi Feng can't fully trust her. What if the Long family knew about the way of cultivating immortality and taught her it? You know, this is his biggest secret in this world, and it must never be known by others, unless it is a truly trusted relative. At least for now, Long Wanner and him are still in a hostile relationship. The continuous sound of splashing water made Yi Feng's heart itch unbearably. He suffered for more than half an hour, and he didn't open his eyes to see it. How uncomfortable is it that you can only watch, but can't do anything? Might as well not watch. Look, Yi Feng is so pure, he doesn't even look at beautiful women taking a bath. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of Su Minghan's misunderstanding of peeking at the bath when he just came to this world. In fact, now, when he thinks of Su Minghan, a beautiful schoolgirl, he feels a little tangled in his heart. It seems that this kid's previous ideas still have an influence on me. Yi Feng thought helplessly. He grew up in the world of cultivating immortals since he was a child, and he has been fascinated by strong men who have 3 wives and 4 concubines, natural selection, and even a woman who finds several men will not feel anything wrong at all. But the guy who was possessed by him had previously received education in a modern city, and he even admired monogamy to the extreme. This also affected the current Yi Feng, feeling a little sorry for Su Minghan in his heart. But the fact had already happened, he couldn't leave Long Wanner alone. Anyway, this was the first woman he had before and after his rebirth. What's more, this chick is still a jade body. Yi Feng didn't open his eyes until the sound of splashing water gradually stopped, and then came the sound of getting dressed. It seemed that Long Wanner was getting dressed. However, after a while, Yi Feng heard a tear sound. His heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head quickly, only to see that Long Wanner had already put on her clothes, and was tearing up the ancient tomb map into pieces with a displeased expression, and scattered them on the ground like snowflakes. "I won't go your way," she said angrily, turned her head and glanced at the clear lake. This lake is connected to the outside world, so she can find a way out from below without the need for an ancient tomb map. When Yi Feng saw her eyes, he vaguely guessed what she was thinking, and immediately thought something was wrong. Even Zhu Bainiao doesn't know where this underground lake leads to. What if the journey is long and the time to hold your breath is not enough? He became anxious all of a sudden. This chick can't die in the lake for no reason. However, before he had time to react, Long Wanner had already taken a deep breath, and then jumped into the lake with a plop, and Qianying disappeared in an instant. "Your sister." Yi Feng cursed secretly, and quickly ran out from the dark place, trying to catch up. But at this moment, in a blink of an eye, he suddenly saw an unusually familiar pattern painted on the wall of the ancient tomb. His heart was shocked, and he stopped in his tracks. A unique 7-pointed star pattern appeared in front of his eyes, and it seemed that it was engraved not long ago. The mark of the Star Tomb sect. "It's the master, it must be her." Yi Feng was ecstatic all of a sudden. The Star Tomb sect is the sect that Su Feiying and he belonged to, but it has long since declined, and there are only 2 of them in the entire sect. Therefore, Su Feiying has been teaching him to draw the symbols of the Star Tomb school since he was a child. The 7-pointed star can't be seen anywhere. If Su Feiying hadn't been here, how could it be so coincidental? But, where is Su Feiying now? "Are you still in this ancient tomb?" Yi Feng was thinking eagerly. At this moment, he suddenly felt signs of shaking on the ground and walls. Is it an illusion? Yi Feng raised his head and looked. His heart was shocked. No, the ancient tomb is about to collapse. Boom! The sound of the huge boulder falling to the ground came from the far passage of the tomb, and dust began to fall from the top of Yi Feng's head, and the whole space began to vibrate. Could it be? Yi Feng hurriedly continued to run towards the underground lake, looked at the bottom of the lake. Sure enough, the little girl Long Wanner actually took the Yi Mingzhu embedded in the bottom of the lake into her hand, and then quickly swam out towards a channel at the bottom of the lake. If the Yi Mingzhu is taken away, the entire ancient tomb will collapse. Zhu Bainiao knew this, and because of this, he didn't take away the fist-sized night pearl, otherwise the value of this one alone would be comparable to all the antiques he found from the ancient tomb. However, Long Wanner guessed that she was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, and she had no scruples at all, so she took the Yi Mingzhu away, and could still illuminate the dark passageway at the bottom of the lake ahead. Perhaps in her heart, the ancient tomb collapsed, and if the masked man hadn't left, then he would be fine if he was crushed to death. Anyway, if she walks from the bottom of the lake, she may not be able to survive, and she will die. Immortal art, dragon tortoise's art of holding one's breath. Yi Feng didn't dare to waste time. He quickly performed an immortal technique, took a deep breath, and in an instant, a large amount of air entered into several meridians on his back and stored it up. The skin on the entire back became a little swollen and hard, like a tortoise shell, not only storing enough air for breathing, but also the shape can speed up swimming in the water. 5 years of cultivation is just enough to perform this very art, and the stored air is enough for him to last 5 hours underwater. This is the horror of Xianxu. Yi Feng believed that it was absolutely impossible for martial arts in this world to be so miraculous. With a sound of plop, Yi Feng immediately jumped into the water. As the Yi Mingzhu was taken away, the whole space became dark again. Many boulders collapsed, and the entire Shang dynasty ancient tomb was destroyed at a very fast speed. Once, Yi Feng didn't think too much, and quickly swam to the bottom of the lake. Sure enough, there was a channel at the bottom of the lake filled with water, leading to a distant place. Holding the beautiful shadow of the night pearl in her hand, Long Wanner was already far away. The light of the night pearl seemed hazy and faint through the cold lake water. In the icy lake water, Yi Feng's back was bulging, and the streamlined shape easily cut through the water, like a fish swimming quickly through the water. The hazy light source ahead was getting closer and closer, and Yi Feng could see Long Wanner's beautiful figure in the water, although not as fast as him, but equally nimble and fast forward. It's just that this channel at the bottom of the lake is completely filled with lake water. There is no place to take a breath at all, and it is winding, and I don't know how long it is. Long Wanner held her breath. Even for martial arts practitioners, it would be difficult to hold on to the end after a long time. After swimming not far away, Yi Feng heard a thunderous roar from behind, which was a sign that the entire ancient tomb had completely collapsed. From the perspective of water flow, the entire underground lake is now almost filled with boulder debris. If Su Feiying was inside, Yi Feng was a little worried. Although for a 100-year-old immortal cultivator, a random move of the thunder magic immortal technique can blow up the entire mountain, the collapse of the ancient tomb at this level will not pose any threat to Su Feiying. Just be afraid. Su Feiying also had an accident just like him, and lost all her cultivation. He thought in his heart, speeding up and swimming forward. No matter what, send Long Wanner out safely first, then come back and look for it. At this moment, Yi Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, because he felt a dangerous aura approaching from the front. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Long Wanner, revealing extremely fierce fangs under the faint light of the night pearl. It was a ferocious strange fish as big as a human being. It opened its huge mouth and bit Long Wanner's head. Apparently, Long Wanner also noticed the strange fish beside her, and quickly gathered her inner energy on her legs, and kicked it one after another with a pair of beautiful snow-white legs, kicking the strange fish's lower jaw hard, kicking it aside. It seemed that the situation was not bad, but then a coquettish snort came into Yi Feng's ears, and Yi Feng knew that Long Wanner himself also received a serious shock when he went up with these 2 feet. With awe in his heart, he stepped forward quickly, but it's a pity that he couldn't use the Wizard of Swift Shadow in the water, otherwise he wouldn't have to work so hard. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are all kinds of ferocious beasts all over the place. Some powerful types even specialize in feeding on immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 100 years. They are cruel and terrifying. Although this strange fish does not know what it is, its strength is quite powerful. If Long Wanner was alone, she would end up being eaten by it in the end. Yi Feng was still 100 meters away from her, and as he kept approaching, he could only watch Long Wanner wrestle with her. After a while, the luster of the night pearl began to be mixed with a little bit of bright red. That chick is already hurt. The body shape is not as flexible as before, but the attack of the ferocious monster fish is getting more and more fierce, and there is a tendency to bite her into pieces and swallow her. Bastard, court death. Yi Feng finally swam over and arrived at the critical moment. His true energy condensed at the ancient ring of the dragon sword, and the sharp sword of true energy appeared in the water, and he swung it down quickly. At this moment, the strange fish was about to bite Long Wanner's head, but an orange light flashed in the water, and the head of the strange fish was separated first, and some black blood of the strange fish spread in the water like ink. Poisonous. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Yifeng hugged Long Wanner by the waist, and with a twist of his body, he led her to draw a long distance in the water. With the light of the night pearl in her arms, it can be seen that her arms and legs are injured, her delicate body is limp, and she has no strength at first glance. You. When Long Wanner saw his masked face, she couldn't help but opened her beautiful eyes, glared at him, opened her mouth to say something, but coughed, and the cold lake water almost poured in. In such a desperate situation, someone would appear to save her, and it was the masked man who she wished to cut to pieces. One can imagine how she felt. Although she really wanted to kill Yifeng and commit suicide, but now she has no strength to move at all. Shut up, I'll take you out. Yifeng said softly, hugging her already drenched lithe body, and quickly walked through the water. All kinds of fish swam in groups in the lake, but no strange fish like the one just now was seen again. He recalled the sword just now, the true energy sword condensed by the dragon sword ancient Jia, unexpectedly changed from red to orange. He quickly guessed that this was the reason for his improvement. Maybe he would follow the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and his power would become stronger and stronger? He didn't think about it for long. Anyway, the power increase of Dragon Sword is a good thing. After a few minutes, Long Wanner's pretty face in her arms was flushed, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Sensing her condition, Yifeng pushed up the mask with one hand, exposing his mouth and nose, and leaned over it without thinking too much, trying to breathe for her. Long Wanner's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she wanted to dodge reflexively, but before she could move, her soft lips were gently kissed by Yifeng, and at the same time, the life-saving fresh air was blown in. In her mouth, she finally took a breath. The dark water bottom, the faint glow of night pearls, the frightened fish swimming in all directions, and the clumps of aquatic plants swaying with the current. The two of them stuck together tightly, passing gracefully through the icy lake water. So warm. Long Wanner stretched out her hands subconsciously, and hugged Yifeng tightly, making the two of them get closer. Yifeng felt emotional. If Long Wanner knew his true identity, how would he react? Even if she could accept the identity of the masked man Emojyoga, it would be difficult for her to accept Yifeng's identity, because the relationship between the Yi family and the Long family is definitely hostile, even bloody. As if a moment passed, and as if a long time passed, a little blue light finally appeared in front of the two of them, projected from a distance above, appearing incomparably deep and peaceful in the water. Is it starlight? Is it moonlight? Whatever light is good, at least that's an exit. Wow. With his tender body in his arms, Yifeng jumped out of the water. Ahem. Long Wanner couldn't wait to separate from him, coughing hard. Yifeng didn't pay attention, but immediately looked around and found that it was a deep valley and deep pool, with 3 towering cliffs, only one of which led to the outside, overgrown with weeds and towering trees. It looked extremely gloomy. Are you okay? Yifeng lowered his head to look at Long Wanner, and found that she was completely soaked. Thin cloth was tightly wrapped on her protruding body, and her hair was wetly hanging on her fat-skinned jade shoulders. Such a scene is undoubtedly very tempting to Yifeng. It's a pity that Long Wanner didn't stay in his arms for too long, but quickly struggled to leave, swam quickly to the shore of the deep pool, and rested panting. Yifeng followed up. He wanted to help her create noise, attract her father Long Moran, and then he could go back to search the ancient tomb with peace of mind, but at this moment his expression changed. It's not good. Jia. It's actually here. A gloomy voice came from the only entrance of the valley, followed by 2 gray cloth shirts and straw hats, passed through the woods, and came to the deep pool in a flash. It was the man and woman from the Temple of Heavenly Knife. Long Wanner's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Yi Feng set foot on the water bank, and when he looked up, he saw two straw-hatted men in grey cloth shirts under the starlight. He was shocked. In his previous strength estimation, he might be able to barely deal with one of them, but if the other two fight together, he is by no means an opponent. The man among them smiled sinisterly, licked his lips with a long red tongue, looked at Long Wanner who was soaked all over, and obviously regarded her as a prey. "You are that Emojoga. It seems that you and the girl from the Long family had a great time. How about adding me?" The man's eyes were like poisonous snakes, and he looked at Yi Feng with great interest. "How about I play with your woman, what do you think?" Yi Feng snorted softly, stood in front of Long Wanner, quietly blocked the other party's line of sight, and then looked at the two people standing 30 meters away. Beside the man was a seductive woman in a grey cloth shirt. Although she was wearing old-fashioned clothes and a straw hat, she had a hot figure, and the occasional strands of skin that were exposed were even more seductive, like a witch. "Not bad." The man licked his lips and looked evil. "The four of us had a good time. This game must be very interesting. But the result of the game has already been determined." "Who are they?" Yi Feng whispered a question to Long Wanner. "The man's name is Li Hua, the woman's name is Hai Tang, and the people from the Temple of Heavenly Swords call them Yuanyang double swords. We are not their opponents, let's go," Long Wanner said urgently with an anxious voice. "You can't fly, where are you going?" Yi Feng raised his head and looked around. The valley was surrounded by steep mountains on three sides. The only way out was blocked by the opponent, unless he could fly, or his body skills were far superior to the opponent, otherwise there was no way to escape. Compared with the speed of an instant burst, Yi Feng's swift shadow and fairy can't even match that man named Li Hua. I don't know why these two guys are called such names. Pear blossom pressing, Hai Tang? Mask boy, take off your trousers, let Grandpa send you to be a eunuch, maybe you can save your life. The man, Li Hua, smiled bitterly, and slowly grasped the long oilcloth package on his back. Yi Feng knew that what was wrapped in that package was a long knife. Yi Feng was speechless. This guy seems to be perverted to a certain extent. Being able to have something to do with a beauty like Long Wanner seems to make the other party jealous. Just as the other party expected, in that situation, if Yi Feng had nothing to do with Long Wanner, wouldn't it be Lu Shaohui? Find a way to notify your father to come over, no matter you call or thousands of miles. I will stop them for you. Yi Feng said to Long Wanner without turning his head. His zhenqi condensed in his hand, and the orange zhenqi sword appeared again. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long, and its shape is simple, just like a dragon. Long Wanner heard this and thought, call? Some mobile phones have been flooded and broken just now. As for Qianli voice transmission, of course she hasn't reached that level of cultivation. When they saw the orange true energy sword in Yi Feng's hand, the three of them were taken aback. This time, Long Wanner finally saw clearly where Yi Feng's sword was hidden. We go back, even if we are drowned, it's better than dying in their hands. Long Wanner stretched out her hand to pull Yi Feng, wanting to go back to the ancient tomb with him. If it was someone else, she didn't care. Anyway, if something like this happened, she would die, and of course Yi Feng would be used as a backup before she died. But in front of the two perverts, Li Hua and Hai Tang, Long Wanner didn't want to die. Because these are two perverts, even if they die, that man will not let her body go. Therefore, she would rather go back to the ancient tomb, even if it has collapsed and drowned at the bottom of the lake. It is much better than being insulted after dying. Shut up, if you want to survive, find a way to notify your father to come over. Yi Feng scolded her. She has a dignified body with immortal veins, but she has no ambition, and wants to give up her life when she encounters two perverts. He raised his head, held the zhenqi sword tightly in his hand, looked behind Li Hua and Hai Tang, a man and a woman, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Wanner, don't worry, your father is here. What? Long Moran? The expressions of the three of them changed almost at the same time, and they turned their gazes to the entrance of the valley. But at a glance, apart from the vegetation that was just destroyed, where is there half a figure? Not good. Li Hua and Haitang came to their senses and hurriedly turned their heads. When a quaint long knife was held by Li Hua in her hand and placed across the top of her head, dangerously blocking Yi Feng's true energy sword. The swords intersected, shining brilliantly under the starlight. It was not cut off. This long knife is also a weapon of sharp weapon level. Jia, good boy, you are really treacherous, to attack your grandfather unexpectedly. Li Hua smiled sinisterly, seemingly relaxed, but a drop of cold sweat flowed from her forehead. If his reaction was a little slower, he would have been killed by Yi Feng with a single strike. Idiot. Long Wanner saw Yi Feng go up to sneak attack from behind, and cursed secretly, this guy has only 5 years of cultivation, with a long sword of sharp weapon level. He wants to fight Li Hua and Haitang, who both have 15 years of cultivation. Of course she didn't know that Yi Feng's 5 years of cultivation was comparable to their 10 years of cultivation. If they were singled out, the gap was not as huge as she imagined. You are crazy, I will not accompany you crazy. Long Wanner gritted her teeth, turned around and wanted to jump into the deep pool. Drowning was better than being killed by the opponent. In her opinion, Yi Feng would be beheaded by the other party as soon as he met him. She didn't want to see her man being chopped into several horrible pieces. But when she was about to jump into the deep pool, she hesitated again. Turning around, she happened to see the scene where Yi Feng avoided the opponent's knife, and couldn't help but raise her heart to her throat. The speed is so fast. Yi Feng avoided the opponent's first attack after he reacted. His expression was incomparably dignified. The opponent's instant explosive speed was much stronger than his. He barely avoided the attack just now. His head was almost chopped off. The Wizard of Shadows. Yi Feng began to use this move continuously, one after another. After images appeared around, surrounding Li Hua and Haitang, the speed was extremely fast. Too slow. The coquettish woman Haitang smiled coquettishly, also held the handle of the knife, swung the oilcloth wrap away, and then slashed out of thin air towards the place where Yi Feng's figure appeared most recently. The sharp blade was like a god of death. Although there were many afterimages, she had a high level of cultivation and sensitive perception, and she saw where Yi Feng's real body was at a glance, so she slashed there. Hey, stop! Long Wanner watched from the edge of the deep pool. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Before she knew it, she seemed a little unable to accept that Emojioga was killed like this. Although his innocence was ruined by him, but thinking about it carefully, this man is not unacceptable. The corner of Haitang's seductive mouth curled up. How could she stop? But the next moment, she was startled, because the knife she was sure of was actually slashing in the empty space. Immortal technique, blindfold method. While Yi Feng used the swift shadow wizard to confuse the opponent, he also activated the blindfold technique to make his figure fade, like a fake afterimage. Although it is still unable to operate, it has already caused the opponent to misjudge. Do you understand fairy art? The real Yi Feng appeared behind Haitang like a ghost, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he waved his true energy sword. Bright blood spurted out, and a sword pierced through the heart. After Yi Feng has reached 5 years of cultivation, he can use the trick of blinding his eyes as he likes to confuse what other people see with his naked eyes. This is completely a trick in the world of cultivating immortals, because cultivators who reach 10 years of cultivation can develop divine consciousness, and can easily see through illusions without relying on the naked eye. But people in the martial arts world in this world don't have spiritual consciousness, so they use blindfolds, to be sure. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had already stabbed the coquettish woman Haitang with a single sword, without any sympathy for her. In the current situation, either he killed the other party, or the other party killed him. When Haitang opened her eyes wide and wanted to turn around to see who killed her, she was kicked on the butt by Yi Feng, and she fell heavily to the ground. straw hats rolled far away. After killing her, Yi Feng suddenly felt much more relaxed. There is one less perverted villain in the world, otherwise, I don't know how many people will be killed in the future. It's not a good thing to help your own man to abuse other women. The insidious man, Li Hua, immediately sank when he saw this, as if he couldn't believe that the woman who had been with him for many years was killed like this. What happened just now? Haiteng unexpectedly failed to distinguish the other party's real body from the fake body. What kind of agility did this kid display so terrifyingly? Long Wanner was even more stunned on the spot. Haiteng was killed by Mo Jioga with a sword? Just like killing Tan Langjian and Long Xian before? However, Haiteng is different from these two guys. He is a strong man with 15 years of cultivation, and he has been in the world for many years. So next, you should be sure to single out a pear blossom, right? When she saw Yi Feng kill Haiteng with a sword, the hope of survival was rekindled in her heart, so she immediately took action. She is not an idiot. In such a dark night, if Long Moran really searched for her in the mountains, it would be very easy to notify the other party. Daddy! Daddy! She yelled twice. If Long Moran was nearby, she believed he would come soon. At the same time, she staggered to the side again, picked up several dry branches and piled them together, quickly cleaned the surrounding area, and then used her internal energy to drill wood to make fire. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. While lighting the fire, she glanced at Yi Feng anxiously. Her masked face looked so mysterious under the faint starlight. Being able to kill Haiteng with 5 years of cultivation, no matter what method he uses, it shows that he is very talented. If he comes to my Long family as a son-in-law, I believe Dad will definitely not refuse. I just don't know why he won't take it off. Mask? When the echoes of Long Wanner's daddy echoed in the valley, the perverted man Li Hua suddenly came to his senses. Now is not the time to be dazed. If Long Moran really came, then he would definitely be finished. Who doesn't know how terrifying Long Moran is? Dare to bully his daughter, tired of work. It's okay to be sneaky without leaving evidence, but if Long Moran knows, maybe the Heavenly Sword Palace will be like the Yi family 20 years ago. Seeing that Long Wanner wanted to start a fire, Li Hua felt ruthless and said, "Kill him first. Your opponent is me." Yi Feng snorted coldly, holding his sword and blocking in front of the opponent. Looking at his eyes, Yi Feng certainly knew what the other party was planning. "Can you stop me?" Li Hua's face was ferocious, and she stomped her right foot on the ground, but when she saw the long knife in the dead Haiteng's hand, she was shocked and held in his hand. 2 swords in hand. He is confident. With the speed at which he burst out, the masked man in front of him will definitely not be able to stop him. As long as he kills Long Wanner first and throws him into the deep pool, then he will have plenty of time to play with this boy. This boy dared to kill his woman. It was the first time in the past 10 years that Li Hua felt so angry. But when he moved his footsteps and wanted to break through to kill Long Wanner, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and for a moment, his mind went blank, and he stayed where he was. Kill. Yi Feng, who has been cultivated for 5 years, has greatly improved his actual combat ability. When he used immortal techniques, hypnotism, the opponent was stunned. Although it has little effect on people in the martial arts world, even if it is only for a moment, it is a rare opportunity. The true Qi long sword exuding orange-red light swept towards Li Hua's neck with unparalleled power. However, at the critical moment, Li Hua set up her double sabers, relying on years of combat experience and intuition, and dangerously blocked Yi Feng's long sword a few centimeters in front of her neck. When he came back to his senses, cold sweat began to flow down his face. Why is this masked boy so evil? No, you have to deal with him first. Li Hua's heart was awe-inspiring, and with both swords in hand, she blocked Yi Feng's true Qi sword in one fell swoop, determined to use the unique sword technique of the Heavenly Sword Palace to quickly finish off the masked boy. Heavenly Knife Whirlwind, a terrifying killing move. Because of its great destructive power, people in the Heavenly Knife Hall seldom use it. But once it is used, few people can survive from it. Li Hua and Hai Tang even killed several powerful enemies with this move. The two knives merged into one, and Li Hua moved quickly, her internal energy condensed at the key points of her body, causing the surrounding air to flow, and her ultimate move was finally activated. In an instant, the knife was sharp, and under the cover of the starlight, coupled with his ferocious expression, he was like a demon descending from the earth. Wave after wave of whirlwinds of heavenly blades swept towards Yifeng with lightning speed. Not good, avoid the edge. Yifeng's heart trembled, and while waving his long sword, he barely blocked the opponent's tight saber light, and at the same time cast swift shadow fairy to retreat quickly. Go to hell. But Li Hua's speed was even faster, setting off a tornado of light and light, always sticking close to Yifeng, and soon blood spattered. In just an instant, several large and small wounds appeared all over Yifeng's body. The two knives were sharp, and the flesh was cut like mud. Yifeng gritted his teeth tightly, and stopped not far from Long Wanner. After the opponent's move was used, he couldn't get close at all. Even if he used blinders to confuse the opponent like killing Hai Tang, it would not work. What's more, the current Yifeng didn't dare to leave Long Wanner's direction at all. This chick was bitten by a strange fish while in the water. If she was approached by Li Hua again, she would die. On the chest, arms, and legs, wounds began to appear continuously, and there were even 2 deep visible bones. However, Yifeng stood still, not even taking a step back. Hey, this is it? At this moment, Yifeng suddenly felt some information coming from the dragon sword ancient ring, and it came to his mind, and he was slightly stunned. Die. Seeing this, Li Hua seized the opportunity. With a ferocious expression on her face, her scarlet tongue licked her lips, and with a step forward, the whirlwind formed by the two knives finally enveloped Yifeng completely. Chi-chi! Yifeng's entire body was smashed into pieces by the sharp knife light. Under Li Hua's ferocious eyes, starlight and knife light intersected each other, accompanied by fresh blood flying in midair. The bright red color suddenly filled Long Wanner's field of vision, making her heart seem to have stopped beating. Died? Long Wanner's heart was beating wildly. She couldn't care about the fire that had just been lit, and stood up with a pretty pale face. She could naturally see that Yifeng could dodge just now, but he insisted on standing in front because of her, that's why. Between Li Hua and Long Wanner, fresh blood splattered like hell on earth. The whirlwind of the heavenly knife of the perverted man Li Hua is still going on, illuminated by the faint light of the stars and the moon, showing a hellish reflection in the dark deep pool beside him. But soon, the two discovered something was wrong at the same time. That is, the splashed fresh blood doesn't seem real? When it touched the two of them, it was like mist, and it disappeared lightly. Even Yifeng's body, which was shredded by the whirlwind of the sky knife and turned into pieces, became lighter and weaker. No, is it an afterimage? The perverted man Li Hua was terrified in his heart, seeing through Yifeng's tricks, but then a grin appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Long Wanner who was close at hand. Although the afterimage and fresh blood were beyond expectations, almost fooled him, but strength is strength, and victory will not be achieved by relying on small tricks alone. Boy, since you escaped with the afterimage, this little beauty is mine. The bloody tongue licked his lips, and the whirlwind of the Li Hua Tiandao spun extremely fast, and continued to move forward, sweeping towards Long Wanner, trying to twist her into pieces. At this moment, Long Wanner's pupils contracted, and she got up and wanted to jump away, but with her legs injured, there was no way to escape. At the very moment, Yifeng's figure quietly appeared 10 meters behind Li Hua. With a wave of the long sword of true energy in his hand, a sharp ice blue sword energy broke through the air current under the swaying starlight, and disappeared in a flash. Puff! There was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh, followed by a piece of fresh blood flying out of the knife light, and the knife light stopped for a moment, and one of the long knives flew up and fell into the nearby grass with a clang. Ah! Yua's screams resounded through the night sky. When the light of the knife stopped, Long Wanner finally saw the situation clearly, but saw that one of Li Hua's arms had been severed shoulder length, and fell to the ground dripping with blood. Her face was hideous and terrifying, and she was clearly experiencing unparalleled pain. How is it possible? Sword Qi, Sword Qi. Li Hua staggered back and looked at Yi Feng's masked face, which was full of horror. Just now, it was sword energy, it can't be wrong. In the world of martial arts, most people can only fight in close quarters, except for two kinds of people. The first is guys who are good at hidden weapons, and the second is the strong ones who can release internal energy and display sword energy, etc. For example, Long Wanner's father, Long Moran, the head of the Long family, is a strong man who can release sword energy. 50 years of cultivation is no fun. However, there are only a handful of guys in the Jianghu who can release their inner qi to the outside. Who is this masked man? He didn't know that Yi Feng was different from others. What he cultivated was true qi. Not to mention that true qi and internal qi are different. The reason why inner qi is called inner qi is because it is difficult to release it, and it can only be attached to the body or weapons to increase its power. But Jinqi is a force that matches nature. The principle of fairy art is mostly to release true energy, which resonates with the power of nature between heaven and earth, thus producing effects. The principles of the two are fundamentally different. So Li Hua was afraid. Facing a strong man who could display sword energy, he, a mere swordsman with 15 years of cultivation, could not be an opponent at all. He didn't want to avenge Haitong's revenge, so he picked up the bloody severed arm, carried a long knife, and ran towards the outside of the valley as fast as he could, and escaped. He was really afraid that if Yi Feng gave him another burst of sword energy, he wouldn't have the ability to dodge it. Fortunately, Yi Feng watched him run away, and did not swing his sword energy again. Yi Feng also wants to chase and kill the other party, but it is not his style to eliminate evil and leave threats to himself. But the problem is that now he can't display the sword energy just now, and he doesn't have the strength to chase and kill the opponent. The dragon-slaying sword technique was the information transmitted from the ancient ring of dragon's sword to his mind at that moment. The first move is the most basic sword qi, nothing fancy, just released a single sword qi. It emptied all the true qi in Yi Feng's body. The inheritance of the dragon sword is all in the ancient ring. Yi Feng gasped for breath, and the orange-red true qi sword in his hand disappeared immediately. Without the continuous concentration of true energy, the long sword would not exist and would become nothingness. Yi Feng comprehended the first move of the dragon-slaying swordsmanship in an instant, and successfully performed it. It is absolutely shocking to hear it out. What kind of talent is this? But in Yi Feng, this couldn't be more normal. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, why did Su Feiying, the famous ice fairy, fall in love with him and accept him as his disciple? There is only one reason, and that is, he is a genius. The strength of an immortal cultivator is certainly related to the level of cultivation, but the talent of each person in cultivating immortal arts also plays a decisive role. Some people would spend several days or even dozens of days to comprehend simple magic tricks such as blinding eyes, hypnosis, and dragon tortoise holding breath, but for Yi Feng, it only took a moment. People with high talents not only comprehend fairy arts faster, but also at a deeper level. Casting the same fairy art is much more powerful than others, and even produces terrifying effects. In the world of cultivating immortals, every immortal art has its own level. People with low talent can only cultivate to the first level, but those with high talent can cultivate to the second level, the third level. I don't know if there is such a saying in the martial arts world. Yi Feng coughed twice, and finally couldn't hold on anymore and knelt down on the ground. On his thigh and chest, there were 2 wounds where the bones were deep and blood was dripping. Li Hua's twin-knife whirlwind should not be underestimated. It caused great damage to him in an instant. If the fight continued, Yi Feng would definitely not be his opponent. Fortunately, the perverted man was scared away after one arm was broken by the sword qi. "Hey, how are you?" Under the faint starlight, with the smoke rising from the kitchen, Long Wanner hurriedly staggered over, worried about this man who was still standing in front of her desperately. When she saw more than a dozen large and small wounds on his body, as well as the deep bone-deep knife wounds on his chest and right leg, she felt as if a knife was piercing her heart. "It's okay, cough." Yi Feng was a little funny, this chick. Could it be that he really captured her heart? "When Dad comes, follow me back to Long's house." Miss Long Wanner lost her temper. She frowned and said in an unquestionable tone, "Such an injury, as long as he returns to Long's house, he will heal completely within a month of recuperation." In her imagination, as long as her father came, everything would be over. When the time comes to bring him back, with his talent, Dad will definitely be able to take a fancy to him, right? Only. Also, take off the mask, and I won't despise you for being ugly. Long Wanner glared at him and said angrily. Unfortunately, regarding these 2 requests, Yi Feng was destined to disappoint her. It is impossible for him to take off the mask, let alone go back to Long's house with the other party, otherwise, God knows what will happen.